As he accumulates himself and becomes cleaner, the person in training sees himself as more and more real and thus the world as more and more beautiful, a real place and experience rather than merely a setting for a story, for intellectual knowledge. In 1865, Captain Spot, for instance, trained for many weeks as he helped the medicine man prepare for the first salmon ceremony at the mouth of the Klamath River. The old medicine man sent him to bring down Sweathouse Wood. On the way he cried with nearly every step because now he was seeing with his own eyes how it was done. Tears, crying, are of crucial importance in Yurok spiritual training as manifestations of personal yearning, sincerity, humility, and openness. 69. Through such exertions one discovered one's true vocation and purpose, and when someone else's purpose in life is to interfere with you, the same ethnographer was told, he must be stopped, lest you become his slave, his pet. The Yurok, with their puritanical manners and extraordinary cultural emphasis on work and money, might seem an odd choice to celebrate as anti-slavery heroes, though many Calvinist abolitionists were not so very different. But of course we're not introducing them as heroes, any more than we wish to represent their Northwest Coast neighbors as the villains of the piece. We are introducing them as a way to illustrate how the process by which cultures define themselves against one another is always, at root, political, since it involves self-conscious arguments about the proper way to live. Revealingly, the arguments appear to have been most intense precisely in this border zone between anthropological culture areas. As we mentioned, the Yurok and their immediate neighbors were somewhat unusual, even by Californian standards. Yet they are unusual in contradictory ways. On the one hand, they actually did hold slaves, if few in number. Almost all the peoples of Central and Southern California, the Maidu, Wintu, Pomo and so on, rejected the institution entirely. 70 There appear to have been at least two reasons for this. First, almost everywhere except in the Northwest, a man or woman's money and other wealth was ritually burned at death, and as a result, the institution served as an effective leveling mechanism. 71 The Yurok-Kurukupa area was one of the few places where dentalium could actually be inherited. Combine this with the fact that quarrels did lead to war much more frequently here than anywhere else, and you have a kind of shrunken, diminished version of the Northwest Coast ranking system, in this case a tripartite division between wealthy families, ordinary Yurok and paupers. 72 Captives were not slaves, all sources insist they were redeemed quickly, and all killers had to pay compensation, but all this required money. This meant the important men who often instigated wars could profit handsomely from the affair by lending to those unable to pay, and the latter were thus either reduced to debt peons, or retreated to live ignominiously in isolated homesteads in the woods. 73 One might see the intense focus on obtaining money, and resultant Puritanism, and also the strong moral opposition to slave raiding as a result of tensions created by living in this unstable and chaotic buffer zone between the two regions. Elsewhere in California, formal chiefs or headmen existed, and though they wielded no power of compulsion they settled conflicts by raising funds for compensation collectively, and the focus of cultural life was less on the accumulation of property than on organizing annual rites of world renewal. Here one might say things have turned full circle. The ostensible purpose of the potlatch and spectacular competitions over wealth and heirloom titles on the Northwest Coast was, ultimately, to win prized roles in the great midwinter masquerades that were, similarly, intended to revive the forces of nature. California chiefs too were ultimately concerned with winter masquerades. Being Californians, they did not employ literal masks, but, as in the Kwakiutl midwinter ceremonial, gods came down to earth and were embodied in costumed dancers, designed to regenerate the world and save it from imminent destruction. The difference, of course, was that in the absence of a servile labor force or any system of hereditary titles, Californian Pomo or Maidu chiefs had to go about organizing such rituals in an entirely different way. Some conclusions. Environmental determinists have an unfortunate tendency to treat humans as little more than automata, living out some economist's fantasy of rational calculation. To be fair, they don't deny that human beings are quirky and imaginative creatures, they just seem to reason that, in the long run, this fact makes very little difference. Those who don't follow an optimal pathway for the use of resources are destined for the ash heap of history. Anthropologists who object to this kind of determinism will typically appeal to culture, but ultimately this comes down to little more than insisting that explanation is impossible. English people act the way they do because they are English, Yurok act the way they do because they're Yurok. Why they are English or Yurok is not really ours to say. Humans, from this other perspective, which is just as extreme in its own way, are at best an arbitrary constellation of cultural elements, perhaps assembled according to some prevailing spirit, code or ethos, and which society ends up with which ethos is treated as beyond explanation, little more than a random roll of the dice. Putting matters in such stark terms does not mean there is no truth to either position. The intersection of environment and technology does make a difference, often a huge difference, and to some degree, cultural difference really is just an arbitrary roll of the dice. There's no explanation for why Chinese is a tonal language and Finnish an agglutinative one. That's just the way things happen to turn out. Still, if one treats the arbitrariness of linguistic difference as the foundation of all social theory, which is basically what structuralism did, and post-structuralism continues to do, the result is just as mechanically deterministic as the most extreme form of environmental determination. Language speaks us. We are doomed to endlessly enact patterns of behavior not of our own creation, not of anyone's creation really, until some seismic shift in the cultural equivalent of tectonic plates lands us somehow in a new, equally inexplicable arrangement. In other words, both approaches presume that we are already, effectively, stuck. This is why we ourselves place so much emphasis on the notion of self-determination. Just as it is reasonable to assume that Pleistocene mammoth hunters, moving back and forth between different seasonal forms of organization, must have developed a degree of political self-consciousness, to have thought about the relative merits of different ways of living with one another, so too the intricate webs of cultural difference that came to characterize human societies after the end of the last ice age must surely have involved a degree of political introspection. Once again, our intention is simply to treat those who created these forms of culture as intelligent adults, capable of reflecting on the social worlds they were building or rejecting. Obviously, this approach, like any other, can be taken to ridiculous extremes. Returning momentarily to Weber's Protestant ethic, it is popular in certain circles to claim that nations make choices, that some have chosen to be Protestant and others Catholic, and that this is the main reason so many people in the United States or Germany are rich, and so many in Brazil or Italy are poor. This makes about as much sense as arguing that since everyone is free to make their own decisions, the fact that some people end up as financial consultants and others as security guards is entirely their own doing. Indeed, it's usually the same sort of people who make both sorts of argument. Perhaps Marx put it best, we make our own history, but not under conditions of our own choosing. In fact, one reason social theorists will always be debating this issue is that we can't really know how much difference human agency - the preferred term, currently, for what used to be called free will - really makes. Historical events by definition happen only once, and there's no real way to know if they might have turned out otherwise. Might Spain have never conquered Mexico? Could the steam engine have been invented in Ptolemaic Egypt, leading to an ancient industrial revolution? Or what the point of asking is even supposed to be. It seems part of the human condition that while we cannot predict future events, as soon as those events do happen we find it hard to see them as anything but inevitable. There's no way to know. So precisely where one wishes to set the dial between freedom and determinism is largely a matter of taste. Since this book is mainly about freedom, it seems appropriate to set the dial a bit further to the left than usual, and to explore the possibility that human beings have more collective say over their own destiny than we ordinarily assume. Rather than defining the indigenous inhabitants of the Pacific coast of North America as incipient farmers or as examples of emerging complexity, which is really just an updated way of saying they were all rushing headlong for their chains - we have explored the possibility that they might have been proceeding with, more or less, open eyes, and found plenty of evidence to support it. Slavery, we've argued, became commonplace on the Northwest coast largely because an ambitious aristocracy found itself unable to reduce its free subjects to a dependable workforce. The ensuing violence seems to have spread until those in what we've been calling the shatter zone of Northern California gradually found themselves obliged to create institutions capable of insulating them from it, or at least its worst extremes. A schismogenetic process ensued, whereby coastal peoples came to define themselves increasingly against each other. This was by no means just an argument about slavery, it appears to have affected everything from the configuration of households, law, ritual and art to conceptions of what it meant to be an admirable human being, and was most evident in contrasting attitudes to work, food and material wealth. 74. All this played a crucial role in shaping what outsiders came to see as the predominant sensibility of each resulting culture area - the flamboyant extravagance of one, the austere simplicity of the other. But it also resulted in the overwhelming rejection of the practice of slavery, and the class system it entailed, throughout every part of California except for its northwesternmost corner, and even there it remained sharply limited. What does this tell us about the emergence of similar forms of domination in earlier phases of human history? Nothing for certain, of course. It is difficult to know for sure whether Mesolithic societies of the Baltic or Breton coast that remind us, Superficially, of indigenous societies on the northwest coast of Canada were, in fact, organized on similar principles. Complexity is reflected in the coordination of labor or elaborate ritual systems, need not mean domination. But it seems likely that similar arrangements were, indeed, emerging in some parts of the world, in some times and places, and that when they did not go uncontested. Regional processes of cultural differentiation, of the kind one begins to see more evidence for after the end of the last ice age, were probably every bit as political as those of later ages, including the ones we have considered in this chapter. Second, we can now see more clearly that domination begins at home. The fact that these arrangements became subjects of political contestation does not mean they were political in origin. Slavery finds its origins in war. But everywhere we encounter it, slavery is also, at first, a domestic institution. Hierarchy and property may derive from notions of the sacred, but the most brutal forms of exploitation have their origins in the most intimate of social relations, as perversions of nurture, love and caring. Certainly, those origins are not to be found in government. Northwest Coast societies lacked anything that could be remotely described as an overarching polity. The closest they came were the organizing committees of annual masquerades. Instead, one finds an endless succession of great wooden houses, tiny courts each centering on a title-holding family, the commoners attached to them, and their personal slaves. Even the rank system referred to divisions within the household. It seems very likely this was true in non-agricultural societies elsewhere as well. Finally, all this suggests that, historically speaking, hierarchy and equality tend to emerge together, as complements to one another. Tlingit or Haida commoners on the northwest coast were effectively equals in that they were all equally excluded from the ranks of title holders and therefore, in comparison to the aristocrats, with their unique identities, formed a kind of undifferentiated mass. Insofar as Californian societies rejected that entire arrangement, they could be described as self-consciously egalitarian, but in a quite different sense. Odd as it may seem, this comes through most clearly in their enthusiastic embrace of money, and again comparisons with their northern neighbors are instructive. For Northwest Coast societies, wealth, which was sacred in every sense of the term, consisted above all of heirloom treasures, whose value was based on the fact that each was unique and there was nothing in the world like it. Equality between title holders was simply inconceivable, much though they might have argued about who ultimately outranked whom. In California, the most important forms of wealth consisted of currencies whose value lay in the degree to which each string of dentalium or band of woodpecker scalps was exactly the same, and could therefore be counted, and, generally speaking, such wealth was not inherited but destroyed on the owner's death. As our story continues, we will encounter this dynamic repeatedly. We might refer to it, perhaps, as inequality from below. Domination first appears on the most intimate, domestic level. Self-consciously egalitarian politics emerge to prevent such relations from extending beyond those small worlds into the public sphere, which often comes to be imagined, in the process, as an exclusive sphere for adult men. These are the kind of dynamics that culminated in phenomena like ancient Athenian democracy. But their roots probably extend much further back in time, to well before the advent of farming and agricultural societies. 6. Gardens of Adonis. The revolution that never happened, how Neolithic peoples avoided agriculture. Let us turn, then, to the origins of farming. Platonic prejudices, and how they cloud our ideas about the invention of farming. Tell me this, writes Plato. Would a serious and intelligent farmer, with seeds he cared about and wished to grow to fruition, sow them in summer in the gardens of Adonis and rejoice as he watched them become beautiful in a matter of 8 days, or if he did it at all, would he do this for fun and festivity? For things he really was serious about, would he not use his farmer's craft, plant them in a suitable environment, and be content if everything he planted came to maturity in the 8th month? 1. The gardens of Adonis, to which Plato is referring here, were a sort of festive speed farming which produced no food. For the philosopher, they offered a convenient simile for all things precocious, alluring, but ultimately sterile. In the dog days of summer, when nothing can grow, the women of ancient Athens fashioned these little gardens in baskets and pots. Each held a mix of quick-sprouting grain and herbs. The makeshift seed beds were carried up ladders onto the flat roofs of private houses and left to wilt in the sun, a botanical reenactment of the premature death of Adonis, the fallen hunter, slain in his prime by a wild boar. Then, beyond the public gaze of men and civic authority, began the rooftop rites. Open to women from all classes of Athenian society, including prostitutes, these were rites of grieving but also wanton drunkenness, and no doubt other forms of ecstatic behavior as well. Historians agree that the roots of this women's cult lie in Mesopotamian fertility rites of Dumuzi/Tammuz, the shepherd god and personification of plant life, mourned on his death each summer. Most likely the worship of Adonis, his ancient Greek incarnation, spread westwards to Greece from Phoenicia in the wake of Assyrian expansion, in the 7th century BC. Nowadays, some scholars see the whole thing as a riotous subversion of patriarchal values, an antithesis to the state and proper state-sponsored thesmophoria, the autumn festival of the Greek fertility goddess, Demeter, celebrated by the wives of Athenian citizens and dedicated to the serious farming on which the life of the city depended. Others read the story of Adonis the other way around, as a requiem for the primeval drama of serious hunting, cast into shadow by the advent of agriculture, but not forgotten, an echo of lost masculinity. 2. All well and good, you may say, but what does any of this have to do with the origins of farming? What have the gardens of Adonis got to do with the first Neolithic stirrings of agriculture some 8,000 years before Plato? Well, in a sense, everything. Because these scholarly debates encapsulate just the sort of problems that surround any modern investigation of this crucial topic. Was farming from the very beginning about the serious business of producing more food to supply growing populations? Most scholars assume, as a matter of course, that this had to be the principal reason for its invention. But maybe farming began as a more playful or even subversive kind of process, or perhaps even as a side effect of other concerns, such as the desire to spend longer in particular kinds of locations, where hunting and trading were the real priorities. Which of these two ideas really embodies the spirit of the first agriculturalists? Is it the stately and pragmatic thesmophoria, or the playful and self-indulgent gardens of Adonis? No doubt the peoples of the Neolithic, the world's first farmers, themselves spent a good deal of time debating similar questions. To get a sense of why we say this, let's consider what is probably the most famous Neolithic site in the world, Çatalhöyük, in which we discuss how Çatalhöyük, the world's oldest town, got a new history. Located on the Konya plain of central Turkey, Çatalhöyük was first settled around 7400 BC, and continued to be populated for some 1,500 years, for the purposes of mental calibration, roughly the same period of time that separates us from Amalfrida, queen of the Vandals, who reached the height of her influence around AD 523. The site's renown derives partly from its surprising scale. At 13 hectares, it was more town than village, with a population of some 5,000. Yet it was a town with no apparent center or communal facilities, or even streets, just a dense agglomeration of one household after another, all of similar sizes and layout, each accessed by ladder from the roof. If the overall plan of Çatalhöyük suggests an ethos of dreary uniformity, a maze of identical mud walls, the internal life of its buildings points in exactly the opposite direction. In fact, another reason for the site's fame is its inhabitants' distinctly macabre sense of interior design. If you've ever glimpsed the inside of a Çatalhöyük house you will never forget it. Central living rooms, no more than 16 feet across, with the skulls and horns of cattle and other creatures projecting inwards from the walls, and sometimes outwards from the fittings and furnishings. Many rooms also had vivid wall paintings and figurative moldings, and contained platforms under which resided some portion of the household dead, remains of between 6 and 60 individuals in any given house, propping up the living. We can't help recalling Maurice Sendak's vision of a magical house where the walls became the world all around. 3. Generations of archaeologists have wanted to see Çatalhöyük as a monument to the origins of farming. Certainly, it's easy to understand why this should be. It is among the first large settlements we know of whose inhabitants practiced agriculture, and who got most of their nutrition from domesticated cereals, pulses, sheep and goats. It seems reasonable to see them, then, as the very engineers of what has been referred to since the time of V. Gordon Childe, prehistorian and author of Man Makes Himself, 1936, and What Happened in History, 1942, as the Agricultural Revolution, and when first excavated in the 1960s. Çatalhöyük's remarkable material culture was interpreted in this way. Clay figurines of seated women, including a famous example flanked by felines, were understood as depictions of a mother goddess, presiding over the fertility of women and crops. The wall-mounted ox skulls, bucrania, were assumed to be those of domestic cattle, dedicated to a taurine deity responsible for the protection and reproduction of herds. Certain buildings were identified as shrines. All this ritual life was assumed to refer to serious farming, a Neolithic pageant play, more in the spirit of Demeter than Adonis. 4. But more recent excavations suggest we have been too quick to write off Adonis. 5. Since the 1990s, new methods of fieldwork at Çatalhöyük produced a string of surprises, which oblige us to revise both the history of the world's oldest town and also how we think about the origins of farming in general. The cattle, it turns out, were not domestic. Those impressive skulls belonged to fierce, wild aurochs. The shrines were not shrines, but houses in which people engaged in such everyday tasks as cooking, eating and crafts, just like anywhere else, except they happened to contain a larger density of ritual paraphernalia. Even the mother goddess has been cast into shadow. It is not so much that corpulent female figurines stopped turning up entirely in the excavations, but that the new finds tended to appear, not in shrines or on thrones, but in trash dumps outside houses with the heads broken off and didn't really seem to have been treated as objects of religious veneration. 6. Today, most archaeologists consider it deeply unsound to interpret prehistoric images of corpulent women as fertility goddesses. The very idea that they should be is the result of long outmoded Victorian fantasies about primitive matriarchy. In the 19th century, it's true, matriarchy was considered the default mode of political organization for Neolithic societies, as opposed to the oppressive patriarchy of the ensuing Bronze Age. As a result, almost every image of a fertile-looking woman was interpreted as a goddess. Nowadays, archaeologists are more likely to point out that many figurines could just as easily have been the local equivalents of Barbie dolls, the kind of Barbie dolls one might have in a society with very different standards of female beauty, or that different figurines might have served entirely different purposes, no doubt correct, or to dismiss the entire debate by insisting we simply have no idea why people created so many female images and never will, so any interpretations on offer are more likely to be projections of our own assumptions about women, gender or fertility than anything that would have made sense to an inhabitant of Neolithic Anatolia. All of which might seem a bit pedantic, but in this hair-splitting, as we'll see, there's a great deal at stake. In which we enter something of an academic no-go zone, and discuss the possibility of Neolithic matriarchies. It's not just the idea of primitive matriarchy that's become such a bugaboo today, even to suggest that women had unusually prominent positions in early farming communities is to invite academic censure. Perhaps it's not entirely surprising. In the same way that social rebels, since the 1960s, tended to idealize hunter-gatherer bands, earlier generations of poets, anarchists and bohemians had tended to idealize the Neolithic as an imaginary, beneficent theocracy ruled over by priestesses of the great goddess, the all-powerful distant ancestor of Inanna, Ishtar, Astarte and Demeter herself, that is, until such societies were overwhelmed by violent, patriarchal Indo-European-speaking horsemen descending from the steppes, or, in the case of the Middle East, Semitic-speaking nomads from the deserts. How people saw this imagined confrontation became the source of a major political divide in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. To give you a flavor of this, let's look at Matilda Jocelyn Gage, 1826–98, considered in her lifetime one of the most prominent American feminists. Gage was also an anti-Christian, attracted to the Haudenosaunee matriarchate, which she believed to be one of the few surviving examples of Neolithic social organization, and a staunch defender of indigenous rights, so much so that she was eventually adopted as a Mohawk clan mother. She spent the last years of her life in the home of her devoted son-in-law, L. Frank Boehm, author of the Oz Books, a series of a dozen volumes in which, as many have pointed out, there are queens, good witches and princesses, but not a single legitimate male figure of authority, in woman, church, and state. 1893, Gage posited the universal existence of an early form of society known as the matriarchate or mother rule, where institutions of government and religion were modeled on the relationship of mother to child in the household. Or consider one of Sigmund Freud's two favorite students, Otto Gross, an anarchist who in the years before the First World War developed a theory that the superego was in fact patriarchy and needed to be destroyed so as to unleash the benevolent, matriarchal collective unconscious, which he saw as the hidden but still living residue of the Neolithic. This he set out to accomplish largely through the use of drugs and polyamorous sexual relationships. Gross's work is now largely remembered for its influence on Freud's other favorite student, Carl Jung, who kept the idea of the collective unconscious but rejected Gross's political conclusions. After the Great War, Nazis began to take up the same story of the Aryan invasions from the exact opposite perspective, representing the imagined, patriarchal invaders as the ancestors of their master race. With such intense politicization of what were obviously fanciful readings of prehistory, it's hardly surprising that the topic of primitive matriarchy became something of an embarrassment, the intellectual equivalent of a no-go zone, for subsequent generations. But it's hard to avoid the impression something else is going on here. The degree of erasure has been extraordinary, and far more than is warranted by mere suspicion of an overstated or outdated theory. Among academics today, Belief in primitive matriarchy is treated as a kind of intellectual offense, almost on a par with scientific racism, and its exponents have been written out of history. Gage from the history of feminism, Gross from that of psychology, despite inventing such concepts as introversion and extroversion, and having worked closely with everyone from Franz Kafka and the Berlin Dadaists to Max Weber. This is odd. After all, a century or so does seem more than enough time for the dust to settle. Why is the matter still so shrouded in taboo? Much of this present-day sensitivity stems from a backlash against the legacy of the Lithuanian-American archaeologist named Marija Gimbutas. In the 1960s and 1970s, Gimbutas was a leading authority on the later prehistory of Eastern Europe. Nowadays, she is often represented as just as much of an oddball as psychiatric rebels like Otto Gross, accused of having attempted to revive the most ridiculous of old Victorian fantasies in modern guise. This is not only untrue, very few of those who dismiss her work seem to have actually read any of it, but it has created a situation where scholars find it difficult even to speculate as to how hierarchy and exploitation came to take root in the domestic sphere, unless one wants to return to Rousseau, and the simplistic notion that settled farming somehow automatically generated the power of husbands over wives and fathers over children. In fact, if you read the books of Gimbutas, such as The Goddesses and Gods of Old Europe, 1982, you quickly realize that their author was attempting to do something which, until then, only men had been allowed to do, to craft a grand narrative for the origins of Eurasian civilization. She did so taking as her building blocks the very kind of culture areas we discussed in the last chapter and using them to argue that, in some ways, though certainly not all, the old Victorian story about goddess-worshipping farmers and Aryan invaders was actually true. Gimbutas was largely concerned with trying to understand the broad contours of a cultural tradition she referred to as Old Europe, a world of settled Neolithic villages centering on the Balkans and Eastern Mediterranean, but also extending further north, in which, as Gimbutas saw it, men and women were equally valued, and differences of wealth and status were sharply circumscribed. Old Europe, by her estimation, endured from roughly 7000 BC to 3500 BC, which is, again, quite a respectable period of time. She believed these societies to be essentially peaceful, and argued that they shared a common pantheon under the tutelage of a supreme goddess, whose cult is attested in many hundreds of female figurines, some depicted with masks, found in Neolithic settlements, from the Middle East to the Balkans. 7. According to Gimbutas, Old Europe came to a catastrophic end in the 3rd millennium BC, when the Balkans were overrun by a migration of cattle-keeping peoples, the so-called Kurgan folk, originating on the Pontic steppe, north of the Black Sea. Kurgan refers to the most archaeologically recognizable feature of these groups, earthen tumuli heaped over the graves of, typically male, warriors, buried with weapons and ornaments of gold, and with extravagant sacrifices of animals and occasionally also human retainers. All these features attested values antithetical to the communitarian ethos of Old Europe. The incoming groups were aristocratic and androcratic, i.e., patriarchal, and were extremely warlike. Gimbutas considered them responsible for the westward spread of Indo-European languages, the establishment of new kinds of societies based on the radical subordination of women, and the elevation of warriors to a ruling caste. As we've noted, all this bore a certain resemblance to the old Victorian fantasies, but there were key differences. The older version was rooted in an evolutionary anthropology that assumed matriarchy was the original condition of humankind because, at first, people supposedly didn't understand physiological paternity and assumed women were single-handedly responsible for producing babies. This meant, of course, that hunter-gatherer communities before them should be just as matrilineal and matriarchal, if not more so, than early farmers, something many did indeed argue from first principles, despite a complete lack of any sort of evidence. Gimbutas, though, was not proposing anything of this sort. She was arguing for women's autonomy and ritual priority in the Middle Eastern and European Neolithic. Yet by the 1990s many of her ideas had become a charter for ecofeminists, New Age religions and a host of other social movements. In turn, they inspired a slew of popular books, ranging from the philosophical to the ridiculous, and in the process became entangled with some of the more extravagant older Victorian ideas. Given all this, many archaeologists and historians concluded that Gimbutas was muddying the waters between scientific research and pop literature. Before long, she was being accused of just about everything the Academy could think to throw at her, from cherry-picking evidence to failing to keep up with methodological advances, accusations of reverse sexism, or that she was indulging in myth-making. She was even subject to the supreme insult of public psychoanalysis, as leading academic journals published articles suggesting her theories about the displacement of old Europe were basically phantasmagorical projections of her own tumultuous life experience, Gimbutas having fled her mother country, Lithuania, at the close of the Second World War in the wake of foreign invasions. 8. Mercifully, perhaps, Gimbutas herself, who died in 1994, was not around to see most of this. But that also meant she was never able to respond. Some, maybe most of these criticisms had truth in them, though similar criticisms could no doubt be made of pretty much any archaeologist who makes a sweeping historical argument. Gimbutas's arguments involved myth-making of a sort, which in part explains this wholesale takedown of her work by the academic community. But when male scholars engage in similar myth-making, and, as we have seen, they frequently do, they not only go unchallenged but often win prestigious literary prizes and have honorary lectures created in their name. Arguably Gimbutas was seen as meddling in, and quite consciously subverting, a genre of grand narrative that had been, and still is, entirely dominated by male writers such as ourselves. Yet her reward was not a literary prize, or even a place among the revered ancestors of archaeology. It was near universal posthumous vilification, or, even worse, becoming an object of dismissive contempt. At least, until quite recently. Over the last few years, the analysis of ancient DNA unavailable in Gimbutas's time, has led a number of leading archaeologists to concede that at least one significant part of her reconstruction was probably right. If these new arguments, put forward on the basis of population genetics, are even broadly correct, then there really was an expansion of herding peoples from the grasslands north of the Black Sea around the time Gimbutas believed it to have happened, the 3rd millennium BC. Some scholars are even arguing that massive migrations took place out of the Eurasian steppe at that time, leading to population replacement and perhaps the spread of Indo-European languages across large swathes of Central Europe, just as Gimbutas envisaged. Others are far more cautious, but either way, after decades of virtual silence, people are suddenly talking about such issues, and hence about Gimbutas's work, again. 9. So what about the other half of Gimbutas's argument, that early Neolithic societies were relatively free of ranks and hierarchies? Before even beginning to answer this question, we need to clear up a few misconceptions. Gimbutas in fact never argued outright for the existence of Neolithic matriarchies. Indeed, the term seems to mean very different things to different authors. Insofar as matriarchy describes a society where women hold a preponderance of formal political positions, one can indeed say this is exceedingly rare in human history. There are plenty of examples of individual women wielding real executive power, leading armies or creating laws, but few if any societies in which only women are normally expected to wield executive power or lead armies or create laws. Even strong queens like Elizabeth I of England, the Dowager Empress of China or Ranavalona I of Madagascar did not primarily appoint other women to be their chief advisors, commanders, judges and officials. In any case, another term gynarchy, or gynecocracy describes the political rule of women. The word matriarchy means something rather different. There is a certain logic here. Patriarchy, after all, refers not primarily to the fact that men wield public office, but first and foremost to the authority of patriarchs, that is, male heads of household, an authority which then acts as a symbolic model for, and economic basis of, male power in other fields of social life. Matriarchy might refer to an equivalent situation, in which the role of mothers in the household similarly becomes a model for, and economic basis of, female authority in other aspects of life, which doesn't necessarily imply dominance in a violent or exclusionary sense, where women as a result hold a preponderance of overall day-to-day power. Looked at this way, matriarchies are real enough. Kondiaronk himself arguably lived in one. In his day, Iroquoian-speaking groups such as the Wendat lived in towns that were made up of longhouses of 5 or 6 families. Each longhouse was run by a council of women. The men who lived there did not have a parallel council of their own, whose members controlled all the key stockpiles of clothing, tools and food. The political sphere in which Kondiaronk himself moved was perhaps the only one in Wendat society where women did not predominate, and even so there existed women's councils which held veto power over any decision of the male councils. On this definition, the Pueblo nations such as Hopi and Zuni might also qualify as matriarchies, while the Minangkabau, a Muslim people of Sumatra, describe themselves as matriarchal for exactly the same reasons. 10. True, such matriarchal arrangements are somewhat unusual, at least in the ethnographic record, which covers roughly the last 200 years. But once it's clear that such arrangements can exist, We have no particular reason to exclude the possibility that they were more common in Neolithic times, or to assume that Gimbutas, by searching for them there, was doing something inherently fanciful or misguided. As with any hypothesis, it's more a matter of weighing up the evidence. Which takes us back to Çatalhöyük, in which we consider what life in the world's most famous Neolithic town might have actually been like. Recently, a number of discoveries among the miniature art of Çatalhöyük appear to show that the female form was a special focus of ritual attention, skilled artisanship and symbolic reflection on life and death. One is a clay figure with typically corpulent female front, transitioning at the back to a carefully modeled skeleton via arms that look emaciated. Its head, now lost, was fixed into a hole at the top. Another female figurine has a tiny cavity in the center of her back, into which a single seed from a wild plant had been placed. And within a domestic platform of the sort used for burials, excavators found one particularly revealing and exquisitely carved limestone figure of a woman. Its detailed rendering clarifies an aspect of the more common figures made in clay. The sagging breasts, drooping belly and rolls of fat appear to signify not pregnancy, as once was believed, but age. 11. Such findings suggest that the more ubiquitous female figurines, while clearly not all objects of worship, weren't necessarily all dolls or toys either. Goddesses? Probably not. But quite possibly matriarchs of some sort, their forms revealing an interest in female elders. And no equivalent representations of male elders have been found. Of course, this doesn't mean we should ignore the many other Neolithic figurines that have possible phallic attributes, or mixed male-female attributes, or that are so schematic we shouldn't really try to identify them as male or female, or even as clearly human. Similarly, the occasional links between Neolithic figurines and masking, attested both in the Middle East and Eastern Europe 12, may relate to occasions or performances where such categorical distinctions were deliberately blurred, or even inverted, not unlike, say, the masquerades of the Pacific coast of North America, where the deities and those impersonating them were almost invariably male. There is no evidence that Çatalhöyük's female inhabitants enjoyed better standards of living than its male ones. Detailed studies of human teeth and skeletons reveal a basic parity of diet and health, as does the ritual treatment of male and female bodies in death. 13 Yet the point remains that there exist no similarly elaborate or highly crafted depictions of male forms in the portable art of Çatalhöyük. Wall decoration is another matter. Where coherent scenes emerge from the surviving murals, they are mainly concerned with the hunting and teasing of game animals such as boar, deer, bear and bulls. The participants are men and boys, apparently depicted in different stages of life, or perhaps entering those stages through the initiatory trials of the chase. Some of these sprightly figures wear leopard skins. In one deer baiting scene, all have beards. One thing to emerge clearly from the newer investigations at Çatalhöyük is the way in which household organization permeates almost every aspect of social life. Despite the considerable size and density of the built-up area, there is no evidence for central authority. Each household appears more or less a world unto itself, a discrete locus of storage, production and consumption. Each also seems to have held a significant degree of control over its own rituals, especially where treatment of the dead was concerned, although ritual experts may of course have moved between them. While it's unclear what social rules and habits were responsible for maintaining the autonomy of households, what seems evident is that these rules were learned mainly within the household itself, not just through its ceremonies, but also its micro-routines of cooking, cleaning floors, resurfacing walls with plaster, and so on. 14 All this is vaguely reminiscent of the northwest coast, where society was a collection of great houses, except that the inhabitants of these Neolithic houses show no sign of being divided into ranks. The residents of Çatalhöyük seem to have placed great value on routine. We see this most clearly in the fastidious reproduction of domestic layouts over time. Individual houses were typically in use for between 50 and 100 years, after which they were carefully dismantled and filled in to make foundations for superseding houses. Clay wall went up on clay wall, in the same location, for century after century, over periods reaching up to a full millennium. Still more astonishing, smaller features such as mud-built hearths, ovens, storage bins and platforms often follow the same repetitive patterns of construction, over similarly long periods. Even particular images and ritual installations come back, again and again, in different renderings but the same locations, often widely separated in time. Was Çatalhöyük, then, an egalitarian society? There is no sign of any self-conscious egalitarian ideal in the sense of, say, a concern with uniformity in the art, architecture or material culture, but neither are there many explicit signs of rank. Nonetheless, As individual houses built up histories, they also appear to have acquired a degree of cumulative prestige. This is reflected in a certain density of hunting trophies, burial platforms and obsidian, a dark volcanic glass, obtained from sources in the highlands of Cappadocia, some 125 miles north. The authority of long-lived houses seems consistent with the idea that elders, and perhaps elder women in particular, held positions of influence. But the more prestigious households are distributed among the less, and do not coalesce into elite neighborhoods. In terms of gender relations, we can acknowledge a degree of symmetry, or at least complementarity. In pictorial art, masculine themes do not encompass the feminine, nor vice versa. If anything, the two domains seem to be kept apart, in different sectors of dwellings. What were the underlying realities of social life and labor at Çatalhöyük? Perhaps the most striking thing about all this art and ritual is that it makes almost no reference to agriculture. As we've noted, domestic cereals, wheat and barley, and livestock, sheep and goats, were far more important than wild resources in terms of nutrition. We know this because of organic remains recovered in quantity from every house. Yet for 1,000 years the cultural life of the community remained stubbornly oriented around the worlds of hunting and foraging. At this point, one has to ask how complete our picture of life at Çatalhöyük really is and where the largest gaps may lie. How the seasonality of social life in early farming communities might have worked. Only something like 5% of Neolithic Çatalhöyük has been excavated. 15 soundings and surveys offer no particular reason to believe that other parts of the town were substantially different, but it's a reminder of how little we really know, and that we also have to think about what is missing from the archaeological record. For instance, it is clear that house floors were regularly swept clean, so the distribution of artifacts around them is far from a straightforward representation of past activities, which can only be reliably tracked through tiny fragments and residue embedded in the plaster. 16 traces have also been found of reed mats that covered living surfaces and furnishings, further disturbing the picture. We don't necessarily know everything that was happening in the houses, or perhaps even half of it, or, indeed, how much time was actually spent living in these cramped and peculiar structures at all. In considering this, it's worth taking a broader look at the site of Çatalhöyük in relation to its ancient surroundings, which archaeological science allows us to reconstruct, at least in outline. Çatalhöyük was situated in an area of wetlands, whence all the mud and clay, seasonally flooded by the Çarşamba River, which split its course as it entered the Konya Plain. Swamps would have surrounded the site for much of the year, interspersed with raised areas of dry land. Winters were cold and damp, summers oppressively hot. From spring to autumn, sheep and goats would have been moved between areas of pasture within the plain, and sometimes further into the highlands. Arable crops were most likely sown late in the spring on the receding floodplain of the Çarşamba, where they could ripen in as little as 3 months, with harvesting and processing in the late summer, fast-growing grains, in the season of Adonis. 17. While all these tasks may have taken place quite close to the town, they will inevitably have involved a periodic dispersal and reconfiguration of working arrangements and of general social affairs. And, as the rites of Adonis remind us, another kind of social life altogether may have existed on the rooftops. It is in fact quite likely that what we are seeing in the surviving remains of Çatalhöyük's built environment are largely the social arrangements prevalent in winter, with their intense and distinctive ceremonialism focused upon hunting and the veneration of the dead. At that time of year, with the harvest in, the organization required for agricultural labor would have given way to a different type of social reality as the community's life shrank back towards its houses, just as its herds of sheep and goats shrank back into the confines of their pens. Seasonal variations of social structure 18 were alive and well at Çatalhöyük, and these carefully balanced alternations seem central to understanding why the town endured. An impressive degree of material equality prevailed in the everyday exchanges of family life, within and between houses. Yet at the same time, hierarchy developed to slower rhythms, played out in rituals that joined the living to the dead. Shepherding and cultivation surely involved a strict division of labor, to safeguard the annual crop and protect the herds, but if so it found little space in the ceremonial life of the household, which drew its energy from older sources, more Adonis than Demeter. A certain controversy has arisen, however, concerning just where the people of Çatalhöyük planted their crops. At first, microscopic studies of cereal remains suggested a dryland location. Given the known extent of ancient swamps in the Konya Basin, this would imply that arable fields were located at least 8 miles from the town, which hardly seems plausible in the absence of donkeys or ox carts. Remember, cattle were not yet domesticated in this region, let alone harnessed to anything. Subsequent analyses support a more local setting, on the alluvial soils of the Sarsamba floodplain. 19 The distinction is important for a variety of reasons, not just ecological but also historical, even political, because how we picture its practical realities has direct implications for how we view the social consequences of Neolithic farming. We must take an even broader perspective to see exactly why. On breaking apart the Fertile Crescent. When Çatalhöyük was first investigated, in the 1960s, the striking discovery of houses lined with cattle skulls led many to assume, quite reasonably, that the plain of Konya was an early cradle of animal domestication. These days it is known that cattle, and boar, were first domesticated 1,000 years before Çatalhöyük was founded, and in another location altogether, around the upper reaches of the Tigris and Euphrates valleys, which lie further east into Asia, within the area known as the Fertile Crescent. It was from that general direction that the founders of Çatalhöyük obtained the basis of their farming economy, including domestic cereals, pulses, sheep and goats. But they didn't adopt domestic cattle or pigs. Why not? Since no environmental obstacles were present, one has to assume an element of cultural refusal here. The best contender for an explanation is also the most obvious. As Çatalhöyük's art and ritual suggests, wild cattle and boar were highly valued as prey, and probably had been for as long as anyone could remember. In terms of prestige, there was much to be lost, perhaps especially for men, by the prospect of surrounding these dangerous animals with more docile, domestic varieties. Allowing cattle to remain exclusively in their ancient wild form, a big beast, but also lean, fast and highly impressive, also meant keeping intact a certain sort of human society. Accordingly, cattle remained wild and glamorous until around 6000 BC. 20. So, what exactly is, or was, the Fertile Crescent? First, it's important to note that this is a completely modern concept, the origins of which are as much geopolitical as environmental. The term Fertile Crescent was invented in the 19th century, when Europe's imperial powers were carving up the Middle East according to their own strategic interests. Partly because of the close ties between archaeology, ancient history and the modern institutions of empire, the term became widely adopted among researchers to describe an area from the eastern shores of the Mediterranean, modern Palestine, Israel and Lebanon, to the foothills of the Zagros Mountains, roughly the Iran-Iraq border, crossing parts of Syria, Turkey and Iraq on the way. Now it is only prehistorians who still use it, to indicate the region where farming began, a roughly crescent-shaped belt of arable lands bounded by deserts and mountains. 21. Yet in ecological terms, it's really not one crescent but two, or no doubt even more, depending how closely one chooses to look. At the end of the last glacial period, around 10,000 BC, this region developed in two clearly distinct directions. Going with the topography, we can discern an upland crescent and a lowland crescent. The upland crescent follows the foothills of the Taurus and Zagros Mountains, running north of the modern border between Syria and Turkey. For foragers at the end of the last ice age, it would have been something of an open frontier, an expanding belt of oak pistachio forest and game-rich prairie intersected by river valleys. 22 The lowland crescent to the south was characterized by pistachio woodlands, as well as tracts of fertile terrain bound tightly to river systems or to the shores of lakes and artesian springs, beyond which lay deserts and barren plateaus. 23. Between 10,000 and 8,000 BC, foraging societies in the upland and lowland sectors of the Fertile Crescent underwent marked transformations, but in quite different directions. The differences cannot easily be expressed in terms of modes of subsistence or habitation. In both regions, in fact, we find a complex mosaic of human settlement, villages, hamlets, seasonal camps and centers of ritual and ceremonial activity marked out by impressive public buildings. Both regions, too, have produced varying degrees of evidence for plant cultivation and livestock management, within a broader spectrum of hunting and foraging activities. Yet there are also cultural differences, some so striking as to suggest a process of schismogenesis, of the sort we described in the previous chapter. It might even be argued that, after the last ice age, the ecological frontier between lowland and upland Fertile Crescent also became a cultural frontier with zones of relative uniformity on either side, distinguished almost as sharply as the Protestant foragers and fisher kings of the Pacific coast. In the uplands, there was a striking turn towards hierarchy among settled hunter-foragers, most dramatically attested at the megalithic center of Göbekli Tepe and at nearby sites like that recently discovered at Karahan Tepe. In the lowlands of the Euphrates and Jordan valleys, by contrast, such megalithic monuments are absent, and Neolithic societies followed a distinct but equally precocious path of change, which we will shortly describe. What's more, these two adjacent families of societies, let's call them lowlanders and uplanders, were well acquainted We know this because they traded durable materials with each other over long distances, among them the same materials, in fact, that we found circulating as valuables on the west coast of North America, obsidian and minerals from the mountains, and mollusk shells from the coasts. Obsidian from the Turkish highlands flowed south, and shells, perhaps used as currency, flowed north from the shores of the Red Sea, ensuring that uplanders and lowlanders stayed in touch. 24. The routes of this prehistoric trade circuit contracted as they progressed southwards into less evenly populated areas, starting at the Syrian bend of the Euphrates, winding through the Damascus Basin and down into the Jordan Valley. This route formed the so-called Levantine Corridor. And the lowlanders who lived here were devoted craft specialists and traders. Each hamlet seems to have developed its own expertise: stone grinding, bead carving, shell processing and so on, and industries were often associated with special cult buildings or seasonal lodges, pointing to the control of such skills by guilds or secret societies. By the 9th millennium BC, larger settlements had developed along the principal trade routes. Lowland foragers occupied fertile pockets of land among the drainages of the Jordan Valley, using trade wealth to support increasingly large, settled populations. Sites of impressive scale sprang up in such propitious locations, some, such as Jericho and Basta, approaching 10 hectares in size. 25. To understand the importance of trade in this process is to appreciate that the lowland crescent was a landscape of intimate contrasts and conjunctures, very similar, in this respect, to California. There were constant opportunities for foragers to exchange complementary products, which included foods, medicines, drugs and cosmetics, since the local growth cycles of wild resources were staggered by sharp differences in climate and topography. 26 Farming itself seems to have started in precisely this way, as one of so many niche activities or local forms of specialization. The founder crops of early agriculture, among them emmer wheat, einkorn, barley and rye, were not the Fertile Crescent of the Middle East, Neolithic farmers in a world of Mesolithic hunter-foragers, 8,500 to 8,000 domesticated in a single core area, as once supposed, but at different stops along the Levantine Corridor, scattered from the Jordan Valley to the Syrian Euphrates, and perhaps further north as well. 27. At higher altitudes, in the upland crescent, we find some of the earliest evidence for the management of livestock, sheep and goats in western Iran, cattle too in eastern Anatolia, incorporated into seasonal rounds of hunting and foraging. 28 Cereal cultivation began in a similar way, as a fairly minor supplement to economies based mainly on wild resources, nuts, berries, legumes and other readily accessible foodstuffs. Cultivation, however, is rarely just about calories. Cereal production also brought people together in new ways to perform communal tasks, mostly repetitive, labor-intensive and no doubt freighted with symbolic meaning, and the resulting foods were incorporated into their ceremonial lives. At the site of Jerf el Amar, on the banks of the Syrian Euphrates, where upland and lowland sectors of the Fertile Crescent converge, the storage and processing of grain was associated less with ordinary dwellings than with subterranean lodges, entered from an opening in the roof and suffused with ritual associations. 29. Before exploring some further contrasts between lowlanders and uplanders, it seems important to consider in a little more detail what these very earliest kinds of farming were actually like. To do this, we have to go deeper into the process of domestication. On slow wheat and pop theories of how we became farmers. In crops, domestication is what happens when plants under cultivation lose features that allow them to reproduce in the wild. Among the most important is the facility to disperse seed without human assistance. In wheat, seeds growing on the stalk are contained by tiny aerodynamic capsules known as spikelets. As wild wheat ripens, the connection between spikelet and stem, an element called the rachis, shatters. The spikelets free themselves and fall to the ground. Their spiky ends penetrate the soil, deep enough for at least some seed to survive and grow. The other ends project upwards, equipped with bristle-like horns to deter birds, rodents and browsing animals. In domestic varieties, these aids to survival are lost. A genetic mutation takes place, switching off the mechanism for spontaneous seed dispersal and turning wheat from a hardy survivor into a hopeless dependent. Unable to separate from its mother plant, the rachis becomes a locus of attachment. Instead of spreading out to take on the big bad world, the spikelets stay rigidly fixed to the top part of the stem, the ear. And there they remain, until someone comes along to harvest them, or until they rot, or are eaten by animals. So how did these genetic and behavioral changes in crops come about? How long did it take, and what had to happen in human societies to make them possible? Historians sometimes like to turn this question on its head. It is wheat, they remind us, that has domesticated people, just as much as people ever domesticated wheat. Yuval Harari waxes eloquent on this point, asking us to think for a moment about the agricultural revolution from the viewpoint of wheat. 10,000 years ago, he points out, wheat was just another form of wild grass, of no special significance, but within the space of a few millennia it was growing over large parts of the planet. How did it happen? The answer, according to Harari, is that wheat did it by manipulating Homo sapiens to its advantage. This ape, he writes, had been living a fairly comfortable life hunting and gathering until about 10,000 years ago, but then began to invest more and more effort in cultivating wheat. If wheat didn't like stones, humans had to clear them from their fields. If wheat didn't want to share its space with other plants, people were obliged to labor under the hot sun weeding them out. If wheat craved water, people had to lug it from one place to another, and so on. 30. There's something ineluctable about all this. But only if we accept the premise that it does in fact make sense to look at the whole process from the viewpoint of wheat. On reflection, why should we? Humans are very large-brained and intelligent primates, and wheat is, well, a sort of grass. Of course, there are non-human species that have, in a sense, domesticated themselves. The house mouse and sparrow are among them, and so too probably the dog, all found, incidentally, in early Neolithic villages of the Middle East. It's also undoubtedly true that, over the long term, ours is a species that has become enslaved to its crops. Wheat, rice, millet and corn feed the world, and it's hard to envisage modern life without them. But to make sense of the beginnings of Neolithic farming, we surely need to try and see it from the perspective of the Paleolithic, not of the present, and still less from the viewpoint of some imaginary race of bourgeois ape-men. Of course, this is harder to do, but the alternative is to slip back into the realms of myth-making, retelling the past as a just-so story, which makes our present situation seem somehow inevitable or preordained. Harari's retelling is appealing, we suggest, not because it's based on any evidence, but because we've heard it 1,000 times before, just with a different cast of characters. In fact, many of us have been hearing it from infancy. Once again, we're back in the Garden of Eden. Except, now, it's not a wily serpent who tricks humanity into sampling the forbidden fruit of knowledge. It's the fruit itself, i.e. the cereal grains. We already know how this one goes. Humans were once living a fairly comfortable life, subsisting from the blessings of nature, but then we made our most fatal mistake. Lured by the prospect of a still easier life, of surplus and luxury, of living like gods, we had to go and tamper with that harmonious state of nature, and thus unwittingly turned ourselves into slaves. What happens if we put aside this fable and consider what botanists, geneticists and archaeologists have found out in the past few decades? Let's focus on wheat and barley. After the last ice age, these particular crops were among the first to be domesticated, along with lentils, flax, peas, chickpeas and bitter vetch. As we've noted, this process occurred in various different parts of the Fertile Crescent, rather than a single center. Wild varieties of some of these crops grow there today, giving researchers the chance to make direct observations about how those plants behave, and even to reconstruct certain aspects of the technical process that led, 10,000 years ago, to domestication. Armed with such knowledge, they can also examine actual remains of ancient seeds and other plant remains, recovered in the many hundreds from archaeological sites in the same region. Scientists can then compare the biological process of domestication, reproduced under technological conditions similar to those of Neolithic cultivation, with the actual process that took place in prehistoric times and see how they match up. Once cultivation became widespread in Neolithic societies, we might expect to find evidence of a relatively quick or at least continuous transition from wild to domestic forms of cereals, which is exactly what terms like the agricultural revolution lead us to think, but in fact this is not at all what the results of archaeological science show. And despite the Middle Eastern setting, those findings do not add up to anything remotely resembling a Garden of Eden type story about how humans haplessly stumbled their way into a Faustian pact with wheat. Just how far we are, or should be, from that kind of story was already clear to researchers some decades ago, once they began comparing actual prehistoric rates of crop domestication to those achieved under experimental conditions. Experiments of this kind with wild wheat were first undertaken in the 1980s. 31 What they showed was that the key genetic mutation leading to crop domestication could be achieved in as little as 20 to 30 years, or at most 200 years, using simple harvesting techniques like reaping with flint sickles or uprooting by hand. All it would have taken, then, is for humans to follow the cues provided by the crops themselves. That meant harvesting after they began to ripen, doing it in ways that left the grain on the stem, for example, cutting or pulling, as opposed to beating grain straight off the ear with a paddle, sowing new seed on virgin soil, away from wild competitors, learning from errors, and repeating the winning formula next year. For foragers seasoned in the harvesting of wild crops, these changes need not have posed major logistical or conceptual challenges. And there may also have been other good reasons to harvest wild cereals in this manner, besides obtaining food. Harvesting by sickle yields straw as well as grain. Today we consider straw a byproduct of cereal farming, the primary purpose being to produce food. But archaeological evidence suggests things started the other way around. 32 Human populations in the Middle East began settling in permanent villages long before cereals became a major component of their diets. 33 In doing so, they found new uses for the stalks of wild grasses. These included fuel for lighting fires, and the temper that transformed mud and clay from so much friable matter into a vital tectonic resource, used to build houses, ovens, storage bins and other fixed structures. Straw could also be used to make baskets, clothing, matting and thatch. As people intensified the harvesting of wild grasses for straw, either by sickle or simply uprooting, they also produced one of the key conditions for some of these grasses to lose their natural mechanisms of seed dispersal. Now here's the key point. If crops, rather than humans, had been setting the pace, these two processes would have gone hand in hand, leading to the domestication of large-seeded grasses within a few decades. Wheat would have gained its human handmaidens, and humans would have gained a plant resource that could be efficiently harvested with little loss of seed and that was eminently storable, but that also required much greater outlays of labor in the form of land management and the post-harvesting work of threshing and winnowing, a process which occurs naturally in wild cereals. Within a few human generations, the Faustian pact between people and crops would have been sealed. But here again, the evidence flatly contradicts these expectations. In fact, the latest research shows that the process of plant domestication in the Fertile Crescent was not fully completed until much later, as much as 3,000 years after the cultivation of wild cereals first began. 34 Once again, to get a sense of the scale here, think, the time between the putative Trojan War and today. And while some modern historians may allow themselves the luxury of disposing with a few short millennia here or there, we can hardly extend this attitude to the prehistoric actors whose lives we are trying to understand. At this point, you might reasonably ask what we mean by cultivation, and how we can possibly know when it began, if it didn't lead to clear changes in the reproductive behavior of wild plants. The answers lie in weeds, and in research methods dreamed up in an inventive sub-branch of archaeology, known as archaeobotany. Why Neolithic farming took so long to evolve, and did not, as Rousseau imagined, involve the enclosure of fixed fields. Since the early 2000s, archaeobotanists have been studying a phenomenon known as pre-domestication cultivation. Cultivation in general refers to the work done by humans to improve the life chances of favored crops, whether these be wild or domestic. This usually involves, at minimum, clearing and tilling the soil. Soil preparation induces changes in the size and shape of wild cereal grains, though such changes need not lead to domestication, basically they just get bigger. It also attracts other flora that flourish in disturbed soils, including arable weeds such as clover, fenugreek, gromwell and indeed members of the colorful crowfoot family, genus Adonis, quick to flower and just as quick to die. Since the 1980s, researchers have accumulated statistical evidence from prehistoric sites in the Middle East, analyzing this evidence for changes over time in grain size and proportions of arable weed flora. Samples now number in the many tens of thousands. What they show is that, in certain parts of the region such as northern Syria, the cultivation of wild cereals dates back at least to 10,000 BC. 35 Yet in these same regions, the biological process of crop domestication, including the crucial switchover from brittle raw cheese to tough, was not completed until closer to 7,000 BC. That is roughly 10 times as long as it need have taken, if, that is, humans really had stumbled blindly into the whole process, following the trajectory dictated by changes in their crops. 36 To be clear, that's 3,000 years of human history, far too long to constitute an agricultural revolution or even to be considered some kind of transitional state on the road to farming. To us, with our Platonic prejudices, all this looks like a very long and unnecessary delay, but clearly it was not experienced that way by people in Neolithic times. We need to understand this 3,000-year period as an important phase of human history in its own right. It's a phase marked by foragers moving in and out of cultivation, and as we've seen, there's nothing unusual or anomalous about this flirting and tinkering with the possibilities of farming, in just the ways Plato would have despised, but in no way enslaving themselves to the needs of their crops or herds. So long as it didn't become too onerous, cultivation was just one of many ways in which early settled communities managed their environments. Separating wild and domestic plant populations need not have been a major concern for them, even if it appears that way to us. 37. On reflection, this approach makes perfectly good sense. Cultivating domestic cereals, as the affluent foragers of the Pacific coast knew well, is enormously hard work. 38 Serious farming meant serious soil maintenance and weed clearance. It meant threshing and winnowing after harvest. All these activities would have got in the way of hunting, wild food collection, craft production, marriages and any number of other things, not to mention storytelling, gambling, traveling and organizing masquerades. Indeed, to balance out their dietary needs and labor costs, early cultivators may even have strategically chosen practices that worked against the morphological changes which signal the onset of domestication in plants. 39. This balancing act involved a special kind of cultivation, which brings us back full circle to Saddle-Hoyuk and its wetland location. Called flood retreat, flood recession or decrue farming, it takes place on the margins of seasonally flooding lakes or rivers. Flood retreat farming is a distinctly lackadaisical way to raise crops. The work of soil preparation is given over mostly to nature. Seasonal flooding does the work of tillage, annually sifting and refreshing the soil. As the waters recede, they leave behind a fertile bed of alluvial earth, where seed can be broadcast. This was garden cultivation on a small scale with no need for deforestation, weeding or irrigation, except perhaps the construction of small stone or earthen barriers, bunds, to nudge the distribution of water this way or that. Areas of high groundwater, such as the edges of artesian springs, could also be exploited in this way. 40. In terms of labor, flood retreat farming is not only pretty light, it also requires little central management. Critically, such systems have a kind of inbuilt resistance to the enclosure and measurement of land. Any given parcel of territory might be fertile one year, and then either flooded or dried out the next, so there is little incentive for long-term ownership or enclosure of fixed plots. It makes little sense to set up boundary stones when the ground itself is shifting underneath you. No form of human ecology is innately egalitarian, but much as Rousseau and his epigones would have been surprised to hear it, these early cultivation systems did not lend themselves to the development of private property. If anything, flood retreat farming was practically oriented towards the collective holding of land, or at least flexible systems of field reallocation. 41. Flood retreat farming was an especially important feature of early Neolithic economies in the more arid, lowland sectors of the Fertile Crescent, and particularly the Levantine corridor, where important sites often developed on the margins of springs or lakes, for example Jericho, Tel Aswad, or on riverbanks, for example Abu Huraira, Jerf el Amar. Because the densest stands of wild grain crops actually lay in upland areas with higher rainfall, the inhabitants of such lowland sites had opportunities to isolate cultivated from wild stock, setting in motion a process of divergence and domestication by gathering grains from the highlands and broadcasting them in lowland, flood retreat areas. This makes the extremely long timescale of cereal domestication more striking still. Early cultivators, it seems, were doing the minimum amount of subsistence work needed to stay in their given locations, which they occupied for reasons other than farming, hunting, foraging, fishing, trading and more. On woman, the scientist. Rejecting a Garden of Eden-type narrative for the origins of farming also means rejecting, or at least questioning, the gendered assumptions lurking behind that narrative. 42 Apart from being a story about the loss of primordial innocence, the Book of Genesis is also one of history's most enduring charters for the hatred of women, rivaled only, in the Western tradition, by the prejudices of Greek authors like Hesiod, or for that matter Plato. It is Eve, after all, who proves too weak to resist the exhortations of the crafty serpent and is first to bite the forbidden fruit, because she is the one who desires knowledge and wisdom. Her punishment, and that of all women following her, is to bear children in severe pain and live under the rule of her husband, whose own destiny is to subsist by the sweat of his brow. When today's writers speculate about wheat domesticating humans, as opposed to humans domesticating wheat, what they are really doing is replacing a question about concrete scientific, human, achievements with something rather more mystical. In this view, we're not asking questions about who might actually have been doing all the intellectual and practical work of manipulating wild plants, exploring their properties in different soils and water regimes, experimenting with harvesting techniques, accumulating observations about the effects these all have on growth, reproduction and nutrition, debating the social implications. Instead, we find ourselves waxing lyrical about the temptations of forbidden fruits and musing on the unforeseen consequences of adopting a technology, agriculture, that Jared Diamond has characterized, again, with biblical overtones, as the worst mistake in the history of the human race. 43. Consciously or not, it is the contributions of women that get written out of such accounts. Harvesting wild plants and turning them into food, medicine and complex structures like baskets or clothing is almost everywhere a female activity, and may be gendered female even when practiced by men. This is not quite an anthropological universal, but it's about as close to one as you are ever likely to get. 44 Hypothetically, of course, it is possible that things haven't always been so. It's even conceivable that the current situation is really the result of some great global switch around of gender roles and language structures that took place in the last few thousand years, but one would imagine that such an epochal change would have left other traces, and no one has so much as suggested what such traces might be. True, archaeological evidence of any kind is hard to come by, because, aside from charred seeds, very little of what was done culturally with plants survives from prehistoric times. But where evidence exists, it points to strong associations between women and plant-based knowledge as far back as one can trace such things. 45. By plant-based knowledge we don't just mean new ways of working with wild flora to produce food, spices, medicines, pigments or poisons. We also mean the development of fiber-based crafts and industries, and the more abstract forms of knowledge these tend to generate about properties of time, space and structure. Textiles, basketry, network, matting and cordage were most likely always developed in parallel with the cultivation of edible plants, which also implies the development of mathematical and geometrical knowledge that is, quite literally, intertwined with the practice of these crafts. 46 Women's association with such knowledge extends back to some of the earliest surviving depictions of the human form, the ubiquitous sculpted female figurines of the last ice age with their woven headgear, string skirts and belts made of cord. 47. There is a peculiar tendency among male scholars to skip over the gendered aspects of this kind of knowledge or veil it in abstractions. Consider Claude Lévi-Strauss's famous comments on the savage mind, those Neolithic scientists he imagined as having created a parallel route of discovery to modern science, but one that started from concrete interactions with the natural world rather than generalizing laws and theorems. The former method of experimentation proceeds from the angle of sensible qualities, and according to Lévi-Strauss it flowered in the Neolithic period, giving us the basis of agriculture, animal husbandry, pottery, weaving, conservation and preparation of food, etc., while the latter mode of discovery, starting from the definition of formal properties and theories, only came to fruition much more recently, with the advent of modern scientific procedures. 48. Nowhere in the Savage Mind, a book ostensibly dedicated to understanding that other sort of knowledge, the Neolithic science of the concrete. Does Lévi-Strauss even mention the possibility that those responsible for its flowering might, very often, have been women? If we take these kinds of considerations, instead of some imaginary state of nature, as our starting point, then entirely different sorts of questions arise about the invention of Neolithic farming. In fact, a whole new language becomes necessary to describe it, since part of the problem with conventional approaches lies in the very terms agriculture and domestication. Agriculture is essentially about the production of food, which was just one, quite limited, aspect of the Neolithic relationship between people and plants. Domestication usually implies some form of domination or control over the unruly forces of wild nature. Feminist critiques have already done much to unpack the gendered assumptions behind both concepts, neither of which seems appropriate to describe the ecology of early cultivators. 49. What if we shifted the emphasis away from agriculture and domestication to, say, botany or even gardening? At once we find ourselves closer to the realities of Neolithic ecology, which seem little concerned with taming wild nature or squeezing as many calories as possible from a handful of seed grasses. What it really seems to have been about is creating garden plots, artificial, often temporary habitats, in which the ecological scales were tipped in favor of preferred species. Those species included plants that modern botanists separate out into competing classes of weeds, drugs, herbs and food crops, but which Neolithic botanists, schooled by hands-on experience, not textbooks, preferred to grow side by side. Instead of fixed fields, they exploited alluvial soils on the margins of lakes and springs, which shifted location from year to year. Instead of hewing wood, tilling fields and carrying water, they found ways of persuading nature to do much of this labor for them. Theirs was not a science of domination and classification, but one of bending and coaxing, nurturing and cajoling, or even tricking the forces of nature, to increase the likelihood of securing a favorable outcome. 50 Their laboratory was the real world of plants and animals, whose innate tendencies they exploited through close observation and experimentation. This Neolithic mode of cultivation was, moreover, highly successful. In lowland regions of the Fertile Crescent, such as the Jordan and Euphrates valleys. Ecological systems of this kind fostered the incremental growth of settlements and populations for 3 millennia. Pretending it was all just some kind of very extended transition or rehearsal for the advent of serious agriculture is to miss the real point. It's also to ignore what to many has long seemed an obvious connection between Neolithic ecology and the visibility of women in contemporary art and ritual. Whether one calls these figures goddesses or scientists is perhaps less important than recognizing how their very appearance signals a new awareness of women's status, which was surely based on their concrete achievements in binding together these new forms of society. Part of the difficulty with studying scientific innovation in prehistory is that we have to imagine a world without laboratories, or rather, a world in which laboratories are potentially everywhere and anywhere. Here Levi-Strauss is much more on the ball. There are 2 distinct modes of scientific thought. These are certainly not a function of different stages of development of the human mind but rather of 2 strategic levels at which nature is accessible to scientific inquiry, one roughly adapted to that of perception and the imagination, the other at a remove from it. It is as if the necessary connections which are the object of all science, Neolithic or modern, could be arrived at by 2 different routes, one very close to, and the other more remote from, sensible intuition. 51. Levi-Strauss, as we noted, called the first route to discovery a science of the concrete. And it's important to recall that most of humanity's greatest scientific discoveries, the invention of farming, pottery, weaving, metallurgy, systems of maritime navigation, monumental architecture, the classification and indeed domestication of plants and animals, and so on, were made under precisely those other, Neolithic, sorts of conditions. Judged by its results, then, this concrete approach was undeniably science. But what does science of the concrete actually look like, in the archaeological record? How can we hope to see it at work, when so many thousands of years stand between us and the processes of innovation we are trying to understand? The answer here lies precisely in its concreteness. Invention in one domain finds echoes and analogies across a whole range of others, which might otherwise seem completely unrelated. We can see this clearly in early Neolithic cereal cultivation. Recall that flood retreat farming required people to establish durable settlements in mud-based environments, like swamps and lake margins. Doing so meant becoming intimate with the properties of soils and clays, carefully observing their fertility under different conditions, but also experimenting with them as tectonic materials, or even as vehicles of abstract thought. As well as supporting new forms of cultivation, soil and clay, mixed with wheat and chaff, became basic materials of construction, essential in building the first permanent houses, used to make ovens, furniture and insulation, almost everything, in fact, except pottery, a later invention in this part of the world. But clay was also used, in the same times and places, to, literally, model relationships of utterly different kinds, between men and women, people and animals. People started using its plastic qualities to figure out mental problems, making small geometric tokens that many see as direct precursors to later systems of mathematical notation. Archaeologists find these tiny numerical devices in direct association with figurines of herd animals and full-bodied women, the kind of miniatures that stimulate so much modern speculation about Neolithic spirituality, and which find later echoes in myths about the demiurgic, life-giving properties of clay. 52 As we'll soon see, earth and clay even came to redefine relationships between the living and the dead. Seen this way, the origins of farming start to look less like an economic transition and more like a media revolution, which was also a social revolution, encompassing everything from horticulture to architecture, mathematics to thermodynamics, and from religion to the remodeling of gender roles. And while we can't know exactly who was doing what in this brave new world, it's abundantly clear that women's work and knowledge were central to its creation, that the whole process was a fairly leisurely, even playful one, not forced by any environmental catastrophe or demographic tipping point and unmarked by major violent conflict. What's more, it was all carried out in ways that made radical inequality an extremely unlikely outcome. All this applies most clearly to the development of early Neolithic societies in lowland parts of the Fertile Crescent, and especially along the valleys of the Jordan and Euphrates rivers. But these communities did not develop in isolation. For almost the entire period we've been discussing, the upland crescent, following the foothills of the Taurus and Zagros mountains and the adjoining steppe, was also home to settled populations, adept in managing a variety of wild plant and animal resources. They too were often village dwellers, who adopted strategies of cultivation and herding as they saw fit, while still deriving the bulk of their diet from non-domesticated species. But in other ways they are clearly marked out from their lowland neighbors, their construction of megalithic architecture, including the famous structures of Göbekli Tepe, being just the most obvious. Some of these groups lived in proximity to lowland Neolithic societies, especially along the upper reaches of the Euphrates, but their art and rituals suggest a radically different orientation to the world, as sharply distinguished from the latter as Northwest Coast foragers were from their Californian neighbors. To farm or not to farm, IDs all in your head, where we return to Göbekli Tepe. At the frontier between the upland and lowland sectors of the Fertile Crescent stands Göbekli Tepe itself. It is actually one of a series of megalithic centers that sprang up around the Urfa Valley, near the modern border of Syria and Turkey, in the 9th millennium BC. 53 Most are still not excavated. Only the tops of their great D-shaped pillars can be seen projecting from the deep valley soils. While direct evidence is still lacking, this style of stone architecture probably marks the apex of a building tradition that began in timber. Wooden prototypes may also lie behind Göbekli Tepe's tradition of sculptural art, which evokes a world of fearsome images, far removed from the visual arts of the lowlands, with their humble figurines of women and domestic animals, and hamlets of clay. In both medium and message, Göbekli Tepe could hardly be more different from the world of early farming communities. Its standing remains were wrought from stone, a material little used for construction in the Euphrates and Jordan valleys. Carved on these stone pillars is an imagery dominated by wild and venomous animals, scavengers and predators, almost exclusively sexed male. On a limestone pillar a lion rears up in high relief, teeth gnashing, claws outstretched, penis and scrotum on show. Elsewhere lurks a malevolent boar, its male sex also displayed. The most often repeated images depict raptors taking human heads. One remarkable sculpture, resembling a totem pole, comprises superimposed pairings of victims and predators, disembodied skulls and sharp-eyed birds of prey. Elsewhere, flesh-eating birds and other carnivores are shown grasping, tossing about or otherwise playing with their catch of human crania. Carved below one such figure on a monumental pillar is the image of a headless man with an erect penis. Conceivably this depicts the kind of immediate post-mortem erection or priapism that occurs in victims of hanging or beheading as a result of massive trauma to the spinal cord. 54. What are these images telling us? Could the taking of trophy heads among upland populations of the steppe forest zone be part of the picture? At the settlement of Navali Sori, also in Urfa province, and with similar monuments to Göbekli Tepe, burials with detached skulls were found, including one of a young woman with a flint dagger still lodged under her jaw, while from Jurf El Amar, on the upper Euphrates, where the lowland crescent approaches the uplands, comes the startling find of a splayed skeleton, again, a young woman, still lying inside a burnt-down building, prone and missing her head. 55 At Göbekli Tepe itself, the chopping of human heads was mimicked in statuary. Anthropomorphic sculptures were made, only to have their tops smashed off and the stone heads buried adjacent to pillars within the shrines. 56 For all this, archaeologists remain rightly cautious about linking such practices to conflict or predation. So far, there is only limited evidence for interpersonal violence, let alone warfare at this time. 57. Here we might also consider evidence from Sayana-Tipsi, in the Urgani Plain. This was the site of a large prehistoric settlement comprising substantial houses built on stone foundations, as well as public buildings. It lay on a tributary of the Tigris in the hill country of Diyarbakir, not far north of Göbekli Tepe, and was established around the same time by a community of hunter-foragers and sometime herders. 58 Near the center of the settlement stood a long-lived structure that archaeologists call the House of Skulls, for the simple reason that it was found to hold the remains of over 450 people, including headless corpses and over 90 crania, all crammed into small compartments. Cervical vertebrae were attached to some skulls, indicating they were severed from fleshed, but not necessarily living, bodies. Most of the heads were taken from young adults or adolescents, individuals in the prime of life, and 10 from children. If any of these were trophy skulls, claimed from victims or enemies, then they were chosen for their vitality. The skulls were left bare, with no trace of decoration. 59. Human remains in the House of Skulls were stored together, claws outstretched, penis and scrotum on show. Elsewhere lurks a malevolent boar, its male sex also displayed. The most often repeated images depict raptors taking human heads. One remarkable sculpture, resembling a totem pole, comprises superimposed pairings of victims and predators, disembodied skulls and sharp-eyed birds of prey. Elsewhere, flesh-eating birds and other carnivores are shown grasping, tossing about or otherwise playing with their catch of human crania. Carved below one such figure on a monumental pillar is the image of a headless man with an erect penis. Conceivably this depicts the kind of immediate post-mortem erection or priapism that occurs in victims of hanging or beheading as a result of massive trauma to the spinal cord. 54. What are these images telling us? Could the taking of trophy heads among upland populations of the steppe forest zone be part of the picture? At the settlement of Navali Sori, also in Urfa province, and with similar monuments to Göbekli Tepe, burials with detached skulls were found, including one of a young woman with a flint dagger still lodged under her jaw, while from Jurfel Amar, on the upper Euphrates, where the lowland crescent approaches the uplands, comes the startling find of a splayed skeleton, again, a young woman, still lying inside a burnt-down building, prone and missing her head. 55 At Göbekli Tepe itself, the chopping of human heads was mimicked in statuary. Anthropomorphic sculptures were made, only to have their tops smashed off and the stone heads buried adjacent to pillars within the shrines. 56 For all this, archaeologists remain rightly cautious about linking such practices to conflict or predation. So far, there is only limited evidence for interpersonal violence, let alone warfare at this time. 57 Here we might also consider evidence from Sayana-Tipsi, in the Urgani Plain. This was the site of a large prehistoric settlement comprising substantial houses built on stone foundations, as well as public buildings. It lay on a tributary of the Tigris in the hill country of Diyarbakir, not far north of Göbekli Tepe, and was established around the same time by a community of hunter-foragers and sometime herders. 58 Near the center of the settlement stood a long-lived structure that archaeologists call the House of Skulls, for the simple reason that it was found to hold the remains of over 450 people, including headless corpses and over 90 crania, all crammed into small compartments. Cervical vertebrae were attached to some skulls, indicating they were severed from fleshed, but not necessarily living, bodies. Most of the heads were taken from young adults or adolescents, individuals in the prime of life, and 10 from children. If any of these were trophy skulls, claimed from victims or enemies, then they were chosen for their vitality. The skulls were left bare, with no trace of decoration. 59 Human remains in the House of Skulls were stored together. Perhaps what we're detecting in the House of Skulls, but in a rather different form, is a complex of ideas already familiar from Amazonia and elsewhere: hunting as predation, shifting subtly from a mode of subsistence to a way of modeling and enacting dominance over other human beings. After all, even feudal lords in Europe tended to identify themselves with lions, hawks and predatory beasts. They were also fond of the symbolism of putting heads on poles. "Off with his head" is still the most popular phrase identified with the British monarchy. 60 But what about Göbekli Tepe itself? If the display of trophy heads really was an important aspect of the site's function, surely some direct trace would remain, other than just some suggestive stone carvings. Human remains are so far rare at Göbekli Tepe, which makes it even more remarkable that, of the few hundred scraps of prehistoric human bone so far recovered from the site, some 2/3 are indeed segments of skulls or facial bones, some retaining signs of defleshing, and even decapitation. Among them were found remnants of 3 skulls, recovered from the area of the stone shrines, which bear evidence for more elaborate types of cultural modification in the form of deep incisions and drill holes, allowing the skull to dangle from a string or be mounted on a pole. 61 In earlier chapters, we've explored why farming was much less of a rupture in human affairs than we tend to assume. Now we're finally in a position to bring the various strands of this chapter together and say something about why this matters. Let's recap. Neolithic farming began in Southwest Asia as a series of local specializations in crop raising and animal herding, scattered across various parts of the region, with no epicenter. These local strategies were pursued, it seems, in order to sustain access to trade partnerships and optimal locations for hunting and gathering, which continued unabated alongside cultivation. As we discussed back in Chapter 1, this trade might well have had more to do with sociability, romance or adventure than material advantage as we'd normally conceive it. Still, whatever the reasons, over thousands of years such local innovations, everything from non-chattering wheat to docile sheep, were exchanged between villages, producing a degree of uniformity among a coalition of societies across the Middle East. A standard package of mixed farming emerged, from the Iranian Zagros to the eastern shores of the Mediterranean, and then spread beyond it, albeit, as we'll see, with very mixed success. But from its earliest beginnings, farming was much more than a new economy. It also saw the creation of patterns of life and ritual that remained doggedly with us millennia later, and have since become fixtures of social existence among a broad sector of humanity, everything from harvest festivals to habits of sitting on benches, putting cheese on bread, entering and exiting via doorways, or looking at the world through windows. Originally, as we've seen, much of this Neolithic lifestyle developed alongside an alternative cultural pattern in the steppe and upland zones of the Fertile Crescent, most clearly distinguished by the building of grand monuments in stone, and by a symbolism of male virility and predation that largely excluded female concerns. By contrast, the art and ritual of lowland settlements in the Euphrates and Jordan valleys presents women as co-creators of a distinct form of society, learned through the productive routines of cultivation, herding and village life, and celebrated by modeling and binding soft materials, such as clay or fibers, into symbolic forms. 62. Of course, we could put these cultural oppositions down to coincidence, or perhaps even environmental factors. But considering the close proximity of the two cultural patterns, and how the groups responsible for them exchanged goods and were keenly aware of each other's existence, it is equally possible, and perhaps more plausible, to see what happened as the result of mutual and self-conscious differentiation, or schismogenesis, akin to what we traced in the last chapter among the recent foraging societies of America's West Coast. The more that uplanders came to organize their artistic and ceremonial lives around the theme of predatory male violence, the more lowlanders tended to organize theirs around female knowledge and symbolism, and vice versa. With no written sources to guide us, the clearest evidence we can find for such mutual oppositions is when things get, quite literally, in our case, turned on their head, as when one group of people seems to make a great display of going against some highly characteristic behavior of their neighbors. Such evidence is not at all hard to find, since lowland villagers, like their upland neighbors, also attached great ritual significance to human heads, but chose to treat them in ways that would have been utterly foreign to the uplanders. Let us briefly illustrate what we mean. Perhaps the most recognizable, and definitely the most macabre, objects found in early Neolithic villages of the Levantine corridor, Israel, Palestine, Jordan, Lebanon and the Syrian Euphrates, are skull portraits. These are heads that were removed from burials of women, men and occasionally children in a secondary process, after the corpse had decomposed. Once separated from the body, they were cleaned and carefully modeled over with clay, then coated with layers of plaster to become something altogether different. Shells were often fixed into the eye sockets, just as clay and plaster filled in for the flesh and skin. Red and white paint added further life. Skull portraits appear to have been treasured heirlooms, carefully stored and repaired over generations. They reached their height of popularity in the 8th millennium BC, as Göbekli Tepe fell into decline, when the practice spread as far as Çatalhöyük. There, one such modeled head was found in an intimate situation, clutched to the chest of a female burial. 63. Ever since these intriguing objects first came to light at Jericho in the early 20th century, archaeologists have puzzled over their meaning. Many scholars see them as expressions of care and reverence for ancestors. But there are literally countless ways one might show respect or grief for ancestors without systematically removing crania from their places of rest and modeling life into them by adding layers of clay, plaster, shell, fiber and pigment. Even in the lowland parts of the Fertile Crescent, this treatment was reserved for a minority of individuals. More often, human crania removed from burials were left bare, while others have complex histories as ritual objects, such as a group of skulls from Tel Karasa in southern Syria, found to have been deliberately mutilated around the face in what appears to have been an act of post-mortem desecration. 64. In the Jordan and Euphrates valleys and adjacent coastlands, the practice of curating human crania has an even longer history, extending back to Nachfian hunter-gatherers, before the onset of the Neolithic period, but longevity need not imply an entirely local context for later ritual innovations, such as the addition of decorative materials to make skull portraits. Perhaps making skull portraits in this particular way was not just about reconnecting with the dead, but also negating the logic of stripping, cutting, piercing and accumulating heads as trophies. At the very least, it offers a further indication that lowland and upland populations in the Fertile Crescent were following quite different, and in some ways, mutually opposed, cultural trajectories throughout the centuries when plants and animals were first domesticated. 65. On semantic snares and metaphysical mirages. Back in the 1970s, a brilliant Cambridge archaeologist called David Clark predicted that, with modern research, almost every aspect of the old edifice of human evolution, the explanations of the development of modern man, domestication, metallurgy, urbanization and civilization, may in perspective emerge as semantic snares and metaphysical mirages. 66. It is beginning to seem like he was right. Let's recap a little further. A founding block in that old edifice of human social evolution was the allocation of a specific place in history to foraging societies, which was to be the prelude to an agricultural revolution that supposedly changed everything about the course of history. The job of foragers in this conventional narrative is to be all that farming is not, and thus also to explain, by implication, what farming is. If farmers are sedentary, foragers must be mobile. If farmers actively produce food, foragers must merely collect it. If farmers have private property, foragers must renounce it, and if farming societies are unequal, this is by contrast with the innate egalitarianism of foragers. Finally, if a particular group of foragers should happen to possess any such features in common with farmers, the dominant narrative demands that these can only be incipient, emergent or deviant in nature, so that the destiny of foragers is either to evolve into farmers, or eventually to wither and die. It will by now be increasingly obvious to any reader that almost nothing about this established narrative matches the available evidence. In the Fertile Crescent of the Middle East, long regarded as the cradle of the agricultural revolution, there was in fact no switch from Paleolithic forager to Neolithic farmer. The transition from living mainly on wild resources to a life based on food production took something in the order of 3,000 years. And while agriculture allowed for the possibility of more unequal concentrations of wealth, in most cases this only began to happen millennia after its inception. In the centuries between, people were effectively trying farming on for size, play farming if you will, switching between modes of production, much as they switched their social structures back and forth. Clearly, it no longer makes any sense to use phrases like the agricultural revolution when dealing with processes of such inordinate length and complexity. And since there was no Eden-like state from which the first farmers could take their first steps on the road to inequality, it makes even less sense to talk about agriculture as marking the origins of social rank, inequality or private property. In the Fertile Crescent, it is, if anything, among upland groups, furthest removed from a dependence on agriculture, that we find stratification and violence becoming entrenched, while their lowland counterparts, who link the production of crops to important social rituals, come out looking decidedly more egalitarian, and much of this egalitarianism relates to an increase in the economic and social visibility of women, reflected in their art and ritual. In that sense, the work of Gimbutas, while painted with brushstrokes that were broad, sometimes to the point of caricature, was not entirely wide of the mark. All this raises an obvious question: if the adoption of farming actually set humanity, or some small part of it, on a course away from violent domination, what went wrong? 7. The ecology of freedom. How farming first hopped, stumbled and bluffed its way around the world. In a way, the Fertile Crescent of the Middle East is unusual precisely because we know so much about what happened there. Long recognized as a crucible of plant and animal domestication, it has been more intensively studied by archaeologists than almost any other region outside Europe. This accumulation of evidence allows us to begin to tease out some of the social changes that accompanied the first steps to crop and animal domestication, even to rely to a certain extent on negative evidence. It is difficult, for instance, to make any sort of convincing argument that warfare was a significant feature of early farming societies in the Middle East, as by now one would expect some evidence for it to have shown up in the record. On the other hand, there is abundant evidence for the proliferation of trade and specialized crafts, and for the importance of female figures in art and ritual. For the same reasons, we're able to draw comparisons between the lowland part of the Fertile Crescent, especially the Levantine corridor passing via the Jordan Valley, and its upland sector, the plains and foothills of eastern Turkey, where equally precocious developments in village life and local industries were associated with the raising of stone monuments adorned with masculine symbolism and an imagery of predatory violence. Some scholars have tried to see all these developments as somehow part of a single process, heading in the same general direction, towards the birth of agriculture. But the first farmers were reluctant farmers who seem to have understood the logistical implications of agriculture and avoided any major commitment to it. Their upland neighbors, also living settled lives in areas with diverse wild resources, had even less incentive to tie their existence to a narrow range of crops and livestock. If the situation in just one cradle of early farming was that complicated, then surely it no longer makes sense to ask, what were the social implications of the transition to farming? As if there was necessarily just one transition, and one set of implications. Certainly, it's wrong to assume that planting seeds or tending sheep means one is necessarily obliged to accept more unequal social arrangements, simply to avert a tragedy of the commons. There is a paradox here. Most general works on the course of human history do actually assume something like this, but almost nobody, if pressed, would seriously defend such a point because it's an obvious straw man. Any student of agrarian societies knows that people inclined to expand agriculture sustainably, without privatizing land or surrendering its management to a class of overseers, have always found ways to do so. Communal tenure, open field principles, periodic redistribution of plots and cooperative management of pasture are not particularly exceptional and were often practiced for centuries in the same locations. The Russian Mir is a famous example, but similar systems of land redistribution once existed all over Europe, from the highlands of Scotland to the Balkans, occasionally into very recent times. The Anglo-Saxon term was runrig or rundale. Of course, the rules of redistribution varied from one case to the next. In some, it was made per stirpes, in others according to the number of people in a family. Most often, the precise location of each strip was determined by lottery, with each family receiving one strip per land tract of differing quality, so that nobody was obliged to travel much further than anyone else to his fields or to work soil of consistently lower quality. 3. Of course, it wasn't just in Europe that such things happened. In his 1875 lectures on the early history of institutions, Henry Sumner Maine, who held the first chair of historical and comparative jurisprudence at Oxford, was already discussing cases of periodic land redistribution and rundale-type institutions from India to Ireland, noting that almost up until his own day, cases were frequent in which the arable land was divided into farms which shifted among the tenant families periodically, and sometimes annually. And that in pre-industrial Germany, where land tenure was apportioned between mark associations, each tenant would receive lots divided among the three main qualities of soil. Importantly, he notes, these were not so much forms of property as modes of occupation, not unlike the rights of access found in many forager groups. 4 We could go on piling up the examples, the Palestinian Masha system, for instance, or Balinese subak. 5. In short, there is simply no reason to assume that the adoption of agriculture in more remote periods also meant the inception of private land ownership, territoriality, or an irreversible departure from forager egalitarianism. It may have happened that way sometimes, but this can no longer be treated as a default assumption. As we saw in the last chapter, exactly the opposite seems true in the Fertile Crescent of the Middle East, at least for the first few thousand years after the appearance of farming. If the situation in just one cradle of early farming was so different from our evolutionary expectations, then we can only wonder what other stories remain to be told, in other places where farming emerged. Indeed, these other locations are multiplying in light of new evidence, genetic and botanical, as well as archaeological. It turns out the process was far messier, and far less unidirectional, than anyone had guessed, and so we have to consider a broader range of possibilities than once assumed. In this chapter, we'll show just how much the picture is changing and point towards some of the surprising new patterns that are starting to emerge. Geographers and historians used to believe that plants and animals were first domesticated in just a few nuclear zones, the same areas in which large-scale, politically centralized societies later appeared. In the Middle East there was wheat and barley, as well as sheep, goats, pigs and cattle. In China there was rice, japonica, soybeans and a different variety of pig, potatoes, quinoa and llamas were brought under domestication in the Peruvian Andes, and maize, avocado and chili in Mesoamerica. Such neat geographical alignments between early centers of crop domestication and the rise of centralized states invited speculation that the former led to the latter, that food production was responsible for the emergence of cities, writing, and centralized political organization, providing a surplus of calories to support large populations and elite classes of administrators, warriors and politicians. Invent agriculture, or so the story once went, and you set yourself on a course that will eventually lead to Assyrian charioteers, Confucian bureaucrats, Inca sun kings or Aztec priests carrying away a significant chunk of your grain. Domination, and most often violent, ugly domination, was sure to follow. It was just a matter of time. Archaeological science has changed all this. Experts now identify between 15 and 20 independent centers of domestication, many of which followed very different paths of development to China, Peru, Mesoamerica or Mesopotamia, which themselves all followed quite different paths, as we'll see in later chapters. To those centers of early farming must now be added, among others, the Indian subcontinent, where brown-top millet, mung beans, horse gram, indica rice and humped zebu cattle were domesticated, the grasslands of West Africa, pearl millet, the central highlands of New Guinea, bananas, taros and yams, the tropical forests of South America, manioc and peanuts, and the eastern woodlands of North America, where a distinct suite of local seed crops, goosefoot, sunflower and sumpweed, was raised, long before the introduction of maize from Mesoamerica. 6. We know much less about the prehistory of these other regions than we do about the Fertile Crescent. None followed a linear trajectory from food production to state formation. Nor is there any reason to assume a rapid spread of farming beyond them to neighboring areas. Food production did not always present itself to foragers, fishers and hunters as an obviously beneficial thing. Historians painting with a broad brush sometimes write as if it did, or as if the only barriers to the spread of farming were natural ones, such as climate and topography. This sets up something of a paradox, because even foragers living in highly suitable environments, and clearly aware of the possibilities of cereal farming, often chose not to adopt it. Take Jared Diamond. Just as some regions proved much more suitable than others for origins of food production, the ease of its spread also varied greatly around the world. Some areas that are ecologically very suitable for food production never acquired it in prehistoric times at all, even though areas of prehistoric food production existed nearby. The most conspicuous such independent centers of plant and animal domestication examples are the failure of both farming and herding to reach Native American California from the U.S. Southwest or to reach Australia from New Guinea and Indonesia, and the failure of farming to spread from South Africa's natal province to South Africa's Cape. 7. As we saw in Chapter 5, the failure of farming to reach California is not a particularly compelling way to frame the problem. This is just an updated version of the old diffusionist approach, which identifies culture traits, cats' cradles, musical instruments, agriculture and so on, and maps out how they migrate across the globe, and why in some places they fail to do so. In reality, there's every reason to believe that farming reached California just as soon as it reached anywhere else in North America. It's just that, despite a work ethic that valorized strenuous labor, and a regional exchange system that would have allowed information about innovations to spread rapidly, people there rejected the practice as definitively as they did slavery. Even in the American Southwest, the overall trend for 500 years or so before Europeans arrived was the gradual abandonment of maize and beans, which people had been growing in some cases for thousands of years, and a return to a foraging way of life. If anything, during this period Californians were the ones doing the spreading, with populations originally from the east of the state bringing new foraging techniques, and replacing previously agricultural peoples, as far away as Utah and Wyoming. By the time Spaniards arrived in the Southwest, the Pueblo societies which had once dominated the region were reduced to isolated pockets of farmers, entirely surrounded by hunter-gatherers. 8. On some issues of terminology when discussing the movement of domestic crops and animals around the globe. In books on world history, you often encounter phrases like crops and livestock spread rapidly through Eurasia, or the plant package of the Fertile Crescent launched food production from Ireland to the Indus, or maize diffused northwards at a snail's pace. How appropriate is such language when describing the expansion of Neolithic economies many thousands of years ago? If anything, it seems to reflect the experience of the last few centuries, when Old World domesticates did indeed conquer the environments of the Americas and Oceania. In those more recent times, crops and livestock were able to spread like wildfire, transforming existing habitats in ways that often rendered them unrecognizable within a few generations. But this has less to do with the nature of seed cultivation itself than with imperial and commercial expansion. Seeds can spread very quickly if those carrying them have an army and are driven by the need endlessly to expand their enterprises to maintain profits. The Neolithic situation was altogether different. Especially for the first several thousand years after the end of the last ice age, most people were still not farmers, and farmers' crops had to compete with a whole panoply of wild predators and parasites, most of which have since been eliminated from agricultural landscapes. To begin with, domestic plants and animals could not spread beyond their original ecological limits without significant effort on the part of their human planters and keepers. Suitable environments not only had to be found but also modified by weeding, manuring, terracing, and so on. The landscape modifications involved may seem small-scale, little more than ecological tinkering, to our eyes, but they were onerous enough by local standards, and crucial in extending the range of domestic species. 9 Of course, there were always paths of least resistance, topographical features and climatic regimes conducive or less conducive to the Neolithic economy. The east-west axis of Eurasia discussed by Jared Diamond in his Guns, Germs and Steel, 1997, or the lucky latitudes of Ian Morris's Why the West Rules, for now, 2010, are ecological corridors of this sort. Eurasia, as these authors point out, has few equivalents to the sharp climatic variations of the Americas, or indeed of Africa. Terrestrial species can travel across the breadth of the Eurasian continent without crossing boundaries between tropical and temperate zones. Continents whose extremities tilt north to south are a different proposition, and perhaps less amenable to such ecological transfers. The basic geographical point is surely sound, at least for the last 10,000 years of history. It explains why cereals of Fertile Crescent origin are successfully grown today in such distant locations as Ireland and Japan. It may also explain, to some extent, why many thousands of years elapsed before American crops, such as maize or squash, first domesticated in the tropics, were accepted in the temperate northern part of the American continent, by contrast with the relatively rapid adoption of Eurasian crops outside their areas of origin. To what extent can such observations help to make sense of human history on a larger scale? How far can geography go in explaining history, rather than simply informing it? Back in the 1970s and 1980s, a geographer called Alfred W. Crosby came up with a number of important theories about how ecology shaped the course of history. Among other things, he was the first to draw attention to the Columbian Exchange, the remarkable crossover of non-human species set in motion by Europeans' arrival in the Americas after 1492, and its transformative effect on the global configuration of culture, economy and cuisine. Tobacco, peppers, potatoes and turkeys flowed into Eurasia, maize, rubber and chickens entered Africa, and citrus fruits, coffee, horses, donkeys and livestock traveled to the Americas. Crosby went on to argue that the global ascendance of European economies since the 16th century could be accounted for by a process he called ecological imperialism. 10. The temperate zones of North America and Oceania, as Crosby pointed out, were ideally suited to Eurasian crops and livestock, not only because of their climate, but because they possessed few native competitors and no local parasites, such as the various funguses, insects or field mice that have developed to specialize in sharing human-grown wheat. Unleashed on such fresh environments, Old World domesticates went into reproductive overdrive, even going feral again in some cases. Outgrowing and outgrazing local flora and fauna, they began to turn native ecosystems on their heads, creating neo-Europe carbon copies of European environments, of the sort one sees today when driving through the countryside of New Zealand's North Island, for example, or much of New England. The ecological assault on native habitats also included infectious diseases, such as smallpox and measles, which originated in Old World environments where humans and cattle cohabited. While European plants thrived in the absence of pests, diseases brought with domestic animals, or by humans accustomed to living alongside them, wreaked havoc on indigenous populations, creating casualty rates as high as 95%, even in places where settlers were not enslaving or actively massacring the indigenous population, which, of course, they often were. Viewed in this light, the success of modern European imperialism owed more to the Old World Neolithic Revolution with its roots in the Fertile Crescent, than to the specific achievements of Columbus, Magellan, Cook and all the rest. And in a sense this is true. But the story of agricultural expansion before the 16th century is very far from being a one-way street. In fact, it is full of false starts, hiccups and reversals. This becomes truer the further back we go in time. To appreciate why, we will have to look beyond the Middle East to consider how the earliest farming populations fared in some other parts of the world after the end of the last ice age. But first there is a more basic point to address: why is our discussion of these issues confined only to the last 10,000 or so years of human history? Given that humans have been around for upwards of 200,000 years, why didn't farming develop much earlier? Why agriculture did not develop sooner? Since our species came into existence, there have been only two sustained periods of warm climate of the kind that might support an agricultural economy for long enough to leave some trace in the archaeological record. 11 The first was the Eemian interglacial, which took place around 130,000 years ago. Global temperatures stabilized at slightly above their present-day levels, sustaining the spread of boreal forests as far north as Alaska and Finland. Hippos basked on the banks of the Thames and the Rhine. But the impact on human populations was limited by our then restricted geographical range. The second is the one we are living in now. When it began, around 12,000 years ago, people were already present on all the world's continents, and in many different kinds of environment. Geologists call this period the Holocene, from Greek holos, entire, kainos, new. Many Earth scientists now consider the Holocene over and done. For at least the last 2 centuries we have been entering a new geological epoch, the Anthropocene, in which for the first time in history human activities are the main drivers of global climate change. Where exactly the Anthropocene begins is a scientific bone of contention. Most experts point to the Industrial Revolution, but some put its origins earlier, in the late 1500s and early 1600s. At that time, a global drop in surface air temperatures occurred, part of the Little Ice Age which natural forces can't explain. Quite likely, European expansion in the Americas played a role. With perhaps 90% of the indigenous population eliminated by the effects of conquest and infectious disease, forests reclaimed regions in which terraced agriculture and irrigation had been practiced for centuries. In Mesoamerica, Amazonia and the Andes, some 50 million hectares of cultivated land may have reverted to wilderness. Carbon uptake from vegetation increased on a scale sufficient to change the Earth system and bring about a human-driven phase of global cooling. 12. Wherever one starts it, the Anthropocene is what we have done with the legacy of a Holocene age, which in some ways had been a clean sheet for humanity. At its onset, many things really were new. As the ice receded, flora and fauna, once confined to small refuge zones, spread out to new vistas. People followed, helping favored species on their way by setting fires and clearing land. The effect of global warming on the world shorelines was more complex, as coastal shelves formerly under ice sprang back to the surface, while others sank below rising seawaters, fed from glacial melt. 13 For many historians, the onset of the Holocene is significant because it created conditions for the origins of agriculture. Yet in many parts of the world, as we've already seen, it was also a golden age for foragers, and it's important to remember that this forager paradise was the context in which the first farmers set up shop. The most vigorous expansion of foraging populations was in coastal environments, freshly exposed by glacial retreat. Such locations offered a bonanza of wild resources. Saltwater fish and seabirds, whales and dolphins, seals and otters, crabs, shrimps, oysters, periwinkles and more besides. Freshwater rivers and lagoons, fed by mountain glaciers, now teemed with pike and bream, attracting migratory waterfowl. Around estuaries, deltas and lake margins, annual rounds of fishing and foraging took place at increasingly close range, leading to sustained patterns of human aggregation quite unlike those of the glacial period, when long seasonal migrations of mammoth and other large game structured much of social life. 14. Scrub and forest replaced open steppe and tundra across much of this post-glacial world. As in earlier times, foragers used various techniques of land management to stimulate the growth of desired species, such as fruit and nut-bearing trees. By 8000 BC, their efforts had contributed to the extinction of roughly two-thirds of the world's megafauna, which were ill-suited to the warmer and more enclosed habitats of the Holocene. 15 Expanding woodlands offered a superabundance of nutritious and storable foods, wild nuts, berries, fruits, leaves and fungi, processed with a new suite of composite, microlithic tools. Where forest took over from steppe, human hunting techniques shifted from the seasonal coordination of mass kills to more opportunistic and versatile strategies, focused on smaller mammals with more limited home ranges, among them elk, deer, boar and wild cattle. 16. What is easy to forget, with hindsight, is that farmers entered into this whole new world very much as the cultural underdogs. Their earliest expansions were about as far removed as one could imagine from the mission civilizatrices of modern agrarian empires. Mostly, as we'll see, they filled in the territorial gaps left behind by foragers, geographical spaces either too remote, inaccessible or simply undesirable to attract the sustained attention of hunters, fishers and gatherers. Even in such locations, these outlier economies of the Holocene would have decidedly mixed fortunes. Nowhere is this more dramatically illustrated than in the early Neolithic period of Central Europe, where farming endured one of its first and most conspicuous failures. To better understand the reasons why this failure occurred, we will then consider some more successful expansions of early farming populations in Africa, Oceania and the tropical lowlands of South America. Historically speaking, there is no direct connection among these cases, but what they show, collectively, is how the fate of early farming societies often hinged less on ecological imperialism than on what we might call, to adapt a phrase from the pioneer of social ecology, Murray Bookchin, an ecology of freedom. 17 By this we mean something quite specific. If peasants are people existentially involved in cultivation, 18 then the ecology of freedom, play farming, in short, is precisely the opposite condition. The ecology of freedom describes the proclivity of human societies to move, freely, in and out of farming, to farm without fully becoming farmers, raise crops and animals without surrendering too much of one's existence to the logistical rigors of agriculture, and retain a food web sufficiently broad as to prevent cultivation from becoming a matter of life and death. It is just this sort of ecological flexibility that tends to be excluded from conventional narratives of world history, which present the planting of a single seed as a point of no return. Moving freely in and out of farming in this way, or hovering on its threshold, turns out to be something our species has done successfully for a large part of its past. 19 Such fluid ecological arrangements, combining garden cultivation, flood retreat farming on the margins of lakes or springs, small-scale landscape management, for example by burning, pruning and terracing, and the corralling or keeping of animals in semi-wild states, combined with a spectrum of hunting, fishing and collecting activities, were once typical of human societies in many parts of the world. Often these activities were sustained for thousands of years, and not infrequently supported large populations. As we'll see, they may also have been crucial to the survival of those first human populations to incorporate domesticated plants and animals. Biodiversity, not biopower, was the initial key to the growth of Neolithic food production. In which we consider a Neolithic cautionary tale, the grisly and surprising fate of Central Europe's first farmers. Kilianstaaten, Thalheim, Schlitz and Herxheim are all names of early Neolithic sites on the lowest plains of Austria and Germany. Collectively, they tell a very unfamiliar story of early agriculture. In these places, starting around 5500 BC, villages of a similar cultural outlook, known as the linear pottery tradition, were established. They are among the villages of Central Europe's first farmers. But, unlike most other early farming settlements, each ended its life in a period of turmoil, marked by the digging and filling of mass graves. The contents of these graves attest to the annihilation, or attempted annihilation, of an entire community. Crudely dug trenches or reused ditches containing chaotic jumbles of human remains, including adults and children of both sexes, disposed of like so much refuse. Their bones show the telltale marks of torture, mutilation and violent death, the breaking of limbs, taking of scalps, butchering for cannibalism. At Kilianstaaten and Asparn, younger women were missing from the assemblage, suggesting their appropriation as captives. 20. The Neolithic farming economy had arrived in Central Europe, carried by migrants from the southeast, and with ultimately catastrophic consequences for some of those whose ancestors brought it there. 21 The earliest settlements of these newcomers to the Central European plains suggest a relatively free society, with few indicators of status difference either within or between communities. Their basic family units, timber longhouses, were all approximately the same size, but around 5000 BC, disparities began to appear between them, as also in the kind of goods placed with their dead. People enclosed their settlements within large ditches, which yield evidence of warfare in the forms of arrows, axe heads and human remains. In some cases, when the sites were overrun, these ditches were turned into mass graves for the residents they had failed to defend. 22. Such is the quality and quantity of accurately dated material that researchers are able to model demographic trends accompanying these changes. Their reconstructions have come as something of a surprise. The arrival of farming in Central Europe was associated with an initial and quite massive upsurge in population, which is of course exactly what one would expect. But what followed was not the anticipated up-and-up pattern of demographic growth. Instead came a disastrous downturn, a boom and bust, between 5000 and 4500 BC, and something approaching a regional collapse. 23 These early Neolithic groups arrived, they settled, and then in many, but, we should emphasize, not all, areas their numbers dwindled into obscurity, while in others they were bolstered through intermarriage with more established forager populations. Only after a hiatus of roughly 1000 years did extensive cereal farming take off again in Central and Northern Europe. 24. Older narratives of prehistory tended simply to assume that Neolithic colonists held the upper hand over native foraging populations, demographically and socially, that they either replaced them, or converted them to a superior way of life through trade and intermarriage. The boom and bust pattern of early farming now documented in temperate Europe contradicts this picture and raises wider questions about the viability of Neolithic economies in a world of foragers. To address these questions, we need to know a bit more about the foraging populations themselves, and how they developed their Pleistocene traditions after the Ice Age and into the Holocene. Much of what we know about post-glacial, Mesolithic, forager populations in Europe derives from findings along the Baltic and Atlantic coasts. Much more is lost to the sea. We learn a great deal about these Holocene hunter-foragers from their funerary customs. From northern Russia through Scandinavia, and down to the Breton coast, they are illuminated by finds of prehistoric cemeteries. Quite often, the burials were richly adorned. In the Baltic and Iberian regions they include copious amounts of amber. Corpses lie in striking postures, sitting or leaning, even flipped on their heads, suggesting complex and now largely unfathomable codes of hierarchy. On the fringes of northern Eurasia, peat bogs and waterlogged sites preserve glimpses of the woodcarving tradition that produced decorated ski runners, sledges, canoes and monuments resembling the totem poles of the Pacific Northwest coast. 25 Staffs topped with elk and reindeer effigies, reminiscent of Pleistocene rock art depictions, appear over broad areas, a stable symbolism of authority, crossing the boundaries of local foraging groups. 26. How did Europe's steep interior, where incoming farmers settled, look from the vantage point of these established Mesolithic populations? Most probably like an ecological dead end, lacking the obvious advantages of coastal environments. It may have been precisely this that allowed linear pottery colonists to spread freely west and north on the lowest plains to begin with. They were moving into areas with little or no prior occupation. Whether that reflects a conscious policy of avoiding local foragers is unclear. What's clearer is that this wave of advance began to break as the new farming groups approached more densely populated coastlands. What exactly this might have meant in practice is often ambiguous. For example, human remains of coastal foragers, found on Mesolithic sites in Brittany, show anomalous levels of terrestrial protein in the diet of many young females, contrasting with the general prevalence of marine foods among the rest of the population. It seems that women of inland origin, who until then had been eating largely meat, not fish, were joining coastal groups. 27. What does this tell us? It may indicate that women had been captured and transported in raids, conceivably including raids by foragers on farming communities. 28. This can only be speculative. We cannot know for sure that women moved involuntarily, or even that they moved at the behest of men. And while raiding and warfare were clearly part of the picture, it would be simplistic to attribute the initial failure of Neolithic farming in Europe to such factors alone. We'll consider some broader explanations in due course. First, though, we should take a reprieve from Europe and examine some of the success stories of early farming. We will start with Africa, then move on to Oceania, and lastly the rather different but instructive case of Amazonia. Some very different places where Neolithic farming found its feet: the transformation of the Nile Valley, c. 5000 to 4000 BC, and the colonization of island Oceania, c. 1600 to 500 BC. Around the time that linear pottery settlements were established in Central Europe, the Neolithic farming economy made its first appearance in Africa. The African variant had the same ultimate origin, in Southwest Asia. It comprised the same basic suite of crops, emmer wheat and einkorn, and animals, domestic sheep, goats and cattle, with perhaps some admixture of local African aurochs. Yet the African reception of this Neolithic package could not have been more different. It is almost as if the first African farmers opened up the package, threw out some of the contents, then rewrapped it in such strikingly distinct ways that one could easily mistake it for a completely local invention. As, in many ways, it was. The place where much of this happened was a region largely ignored by foragers until then, but soon to become a major axis of demographic and political change: the Nile Valley of Egypt and Sudan. By 3000 BC, the political integration of its lower reaches with the Nile Delta would produce the first territorial kingdom of ancient Egypt, facing the Mediterranean. However, the cultural roots of this and all later Nilotic civilizations lay in much earlier transformations, linked to the adoption of farming between 5000 and 4000 BC, with their center of gravity more firmly in Africa. These first African farmers reinvented the Neolithic in their own image. Cereal cultivation was relegated to a minor pursuit, regaining its status only centuries later, and the idea that one's social identity was represented by hearth and home was largely thrown out too. In their place came a quite different Neolithic, supple, vibrant and traveling on the hoof. 29. This new form of Neolithic economy relied heavily on livestock herding, combined with annual rounds of fishing, hunting and foraging on the rich floodplain of the Nile, and in the oases and seasonal streams, wadis, of what are now the neighboring deserts, which were then still watered by annual rains. Herders moved periodically in and out of this green Sahara, both west and east to the Red Sea coast. Complex systems of bodily display developed. New forms of personal adornment employed cosmetic pigments and minerals, prospected from the adjacent deserts, and a dazzling array of beadwork, combs, bangles and other ornaments made of ivory and bone, all richly attested in Neolithic cemeteries running the length of the Nile Valley, from central Sudan to Middle Egypt. 30. What survives today of this amazing gear now graces the shelves of museum displays the world over, reminding us that, before there were pharaohs, almost anyone could hope to be buried like a king, queen, prince or princess. Another of the world's great Neolithic expansions took place in island Oceania. Its origins lay at the other end of Asia, in the rice and millet-growing cultures of Taiwan and the Philippines. The deeper roots are in China. Around 1600 BC a striking dispersal of farming groups took place, starting here and ending over 5,000 miles to the east in Polynesia. Known as the Lapita Horizon, after the site in New Caledonia where its decorated pottery was first identified, this precocious expansion, which called into being the world's first deep ocean outrigger canoes, is often connected to the spread of Austronesian languages. Rice and millet, poorly suited to tropical climates, were jettisoned in its early stages of dispersal. But as the Lapita Horizon advanced, their place was taken by a rich admixture of tubers and fruit crops encountered along the way, together with a growing menagerie of animal domesticates, pigs, Joined by dogs and chickens, rats too hitched along for the ride. These species traveled with Lapita colonists to previously uninhabited islands, among them Fiji, Tonga and Samoa, where they put down roots, quite literally, in the case of taro and other tubers. 31. Like the linear pottery farmers of Central Europe, Lapita groups seem to have avoided established centers of population. They gave a wide berth to the forager stronghold of Australia, and skirted largely clear of Papua New Guinea, where a local form of farming was already well established in the uplands around the Wahi Valley. 32 On Virgin Islands and beside vacant lagoons they founded their villages, comprising houses perched on stilts. With stone adzes, a mainstay of their traveling toolkit, they cleared patches of forest to make gardens for their crops, taros, yams and bananas, which they supplemented with animal domesticates and a rich diet of fish, shellfish and marine turtles, wild birds and fruit bats. 33. Unlike Europe's first farmers, the carriers of the Lapita horizon diversified their economy continuously as they spread. And this was not just true of their crops and animals. Voyaging eastwards, Lapita peoples left a trail of distinctive pottery, their most consistent signal in the archaeological record. Along the way they also encountered many new materials. The most valued, such as particular types of shell, were crafted into multimedia ornaments, arm rings, necklaces, pendants, which left a trace on Melanesian and Polynesian island culture that was still visible many centuries later, when Captain Cook, unwittingly retracing the steps of Lapita, caught sight of New Caledonia in 1774 and wrote that it reminded him of Scotland. Lapita prestige items also included bird feather headdresses, depicted on the pottery, fine pandanus leaf mats and obsidian. Obsidian blades, circulating thousands of miles away from their sources in the Bismarck archipelago, were used in tattooing and scarification to apply pigment and plant matter to the skin. While the tattoos themselves do not survive, the impressed decoration of Lapita pots gives some hint of their underlying schema, transferred from skin to ceramic. More recent traditions of Polynesian tattooing and body art wrapping the body in images, as a famous anthropological study puts it, remind us how little we really know of the vibrant conceptual worlds of earlier times, and those who first carried such practices across remote Pacific islandscapes. 34. On the case of Amazonia, and the possibilities of play farming. On first inspection, these three variations on the Neolithic-European, African, Oceanic, might seem to have almost nothing in common. However, all share two important features. First, each involved a serious commitment to farming. Of the three, the linear pottery culture of Europe enmeshed itself most deeply in the raising of cereals and livestock. The Nile Valley was fully wedded to its herds, as was the Lapita to its pigs and yams. In every case, the species in question was fully domesticated, relied on human intervention for its survival, and was no longer able to reproduce unassisted in the wild. For their part, the people in question had oriented their lives around the needs of certain plants and animals. In closing, protecting and breeding those species was a perennial feature of their existence and a cornerstone of their diets. All of them had become serious farmers. Second, all three cases involved a targeted spread of farming to lands largely uninhabited by existing populations. The highly mobile Neolithic of the Nile Valley extended seasonally into the adjacent steppe desert, but avoided regions that were already densely settled, such as the Nile Delta, the Sudanese Jazira and the major oases, including the Fayum, where lakeside fisher foragers prevailed, adopting and abandoning farming practices largely as it suited them. 35 Similarly, the linear pottery culture of Europe took root in niches left open by Mesolithic foragers, such as patches of lowest soil and unused river levees. The Lapita horizon, too, was a relatively closed system, interacting with others when necessary, but otherwise enfolding new resources into its own pattern of life. Serious farmers tended to form societies with hard boundaries, ethnic and, in some cases, also linguistic. 36. But not all early farming expansions were of this serious variety. In the lowland tropics of South America, archaeological research has uncovered a distinctly more playful tradition of Holocene food production. Similar practices were still widely in evidence in Amazonia until recently, such as we found among the Nambiquara of Brazil's Mato Grosso region. Well into the 20th century, they spent the rainy season in riverside villages, clearing gardens and orchards to grow a panoply of crops including sweet and bitter manioc, maize, tobacco, beans, cotton, groundnuts, gourds and more besides. Cultivation was a relaxed affair, with little effort spent on keeping different species apart. And as the dry season commenced, these tangled house gardens were abandoned altogether. The entire group dispersed into small nomadic bands to hunt and forage, only to begin the whole process again the following year, often in a different location. In Greater Amazonia, such seasonal moves in and out of farming are documented among a wide range of indigenous societies and are of considerable antiquity. 37 So is the habit of keeping pets. It is often stated that Amazonia has no indigenous animal domesticates, and from a biological standpoint this is true. From a cultural perspective, things look more complicated. Many rainforest groups carry with them what can only be described as a small zoo comprising tamed forest creatures, monkeys, parrots, collared peccaries, and so on. These pets are often the orphan offspring of animals hunted and killed for food. Taken in by human foster parents, fed and nurtured through infancy, they become utterly dependent on their masters. This subservience lasts into maturity. Pets are not eaten. Nor are their keepers interested in breeding them. They live as individual members of the community, who treat them much like children, as subjects of affection and sources of amusement. 38. Amazonian societies blur our conventional distinction between wild and domestic in other ways. Animals they routinely hunt and capture for food include peccary, agouti and others we would classify as wild. Yet these same species are locally considered as already domesticated, at least in the sense of being subjects of supernatural masters of the animals who protect them and to whom they are bound. Master or mistress of the animals figures are actually very common in hunting societies. Sometimes they take the form of a huge or perfect specimen of a certain type of beast, a kind of embodiment of the species, but at the same time they appear as human or human-like owners of the species, to whom the souls of all deer, or seals, or caribou must be returned after hunters take them. In Amazonia, what this means in practice is that people avoid intervening in the reproduction of those particular species lest they usurp the role of spirits. In other words, there was no obvious cultural route, in Amazonia, that might lead humans to become both the primary carers for and consumers of other species. Relationships were either too remote, in the case of game, or too intimate, in the case of pets. We are dealing here with people who possess all the requisite ecological skills to raise crops and livestock, but who nevertheless pull back from the threshold, maintaining a careful balancing act between forager, or better, perhaps, forester, and farmer. 39. Amazonia shows how this in and out of farming game could be far more than a transient affair. It seems to have played out over thousands of years, since during the time there is evidence of plant domestication and land management, but little commitment to agriculture. 40 From 500 BC, this neotropical mode of food production expanded from its heartlands on the Orinoco and Rio Negro, tracking river systems through the rainforest, and ultimately becoming established all the way from Bolivia to the Antilles. Its legacy is clearest in the distribution of living and historical groups speaking languages of the Arawak family. 41. Arawak-speaking groups were famed in recent centuries as master blenders of culture, traders and diplomats, forging diverse alliances, often for commercial advantage. Over 2,000 years ago, a similar process of strategic cultural mixing, quite unlike the avoidance strategies of more serious farmers, seems to have brought about the convergence of the Amazon basin into a regional system. Arawak languages and their derivatives are spoken all along the Varzea, alluvial terraces, from the mouths of the Orinoco and Amazon to their Peruvian headwaters. But their users have little in the way of shared genetic ancestry. The various dialects are structurally closer to those of their non-Arawak neighbors than to each other, or to any putative Yor language. The impression is not at all of a uniform spread, but a targeted interweaving of groups along the main routes of canoe-borne transport and trade. The result was an interlaced network of cultural exchange, lacking clear boundaries or a center. The latticework schema on Amazonian pottery, cotton fabrics and skin painting, recurring in strikingly similar styles from one edge of the rainforest to the other, seem to model these connective principles, entangling human bodies in a complex cartography of relations. 42. Until quite recently, Amazonia was regarded as a timeless refuge of solitary tribes, about as close to Rousseau or Hobbes' state of nature as one could possibly get. As we've seen, such romantic notions persisted in anthropology well into the 1980s, through studies that cast groups like the Yanomami in the role of contemporary ancestors, windows onto our evolutionary past. Research in the fields of archaeology and ethnohistory is now overturning this picture. We now know that, by the beginning of the Christian era, the Amazonian landscape was already studded with towns, terraces, monuments and roadways, reaching all the way from the highland kingdoms of Peru to the Caribbean. The first Europeans to arrive there in the 16th century described lively floodplain settlements governed by paramount chiefs who dominated their neighbors. It is tempting to dismiss these accounts as adventurers' hyperbole, designed to impress the sponsors at home, but, As archaeological science brings the outlines of this rainforest civilization into view, it is increasingly difficult to do so. Partly this new understanding is the result of controlled research, partly a consequence of industrial deforestation, which in the upper Amazon basin, looking west to the Andes, has exposed from the canopy a tradition of monumental earthworks, executed to precise geometrical plans and linked by road systems. 43. What exactly was the reason for this ancient Amazonian efflorescence? Up until a few decades ago, all these developments were explained as the result of yet another agricultural revolution. It was supposed that, in the first millennium BC, intensified manioc farming raised Amazonian population levels, generating a wave of human expansion throughout the lowland tropics. The basis for this hypothesis lay in finds of domesticated manioc, dating back as early as 7000 BC. More recently, in southern Amazonia, the cultivation of maize and squash has been traced back to similarly early periods. 44 Yet there is little evidence for widespread farming of these crops in the key period of cultural convergence, beginning around 500 BC. In fact, manioc only seems to have become a staple crop after European contact. All this implies that at least some early inhabitants of Amazonia were well aware of plant domestication but did not select it as the basis of their economy, opting instead for a more flexible kind of agroforestry. 45. Modern rainforest agriculture relies on slash-and-burn techniques, labor-intensive methods geared to the extensive cultivation of a small number of crops. The more ancient mode, which we've been describing, allowed for a much wider range of cultivars, grown in doorstep gardens or small forest clearings close to settlements. Such ancient plant nurseries rested on special soils, or, more strictly, anthrasols, which are locally called terra preta indio, black earth of the Indians, and terra mulata, brown earth, dark earths with carrying capacities well in excess of ordinary tropical soils. The dark earths owe their fertility to absorption of organic byproducts such as food residues, excrement and charcoal from everyday village life, forming terras pretas, and/or earlier episodes of localized burning and cultivation, terras mulatas. 46 Soil enrichment in ancient Amazonia was a slow and ongoing process, not an annual task. Play farming of this sort, in the Amazon as elsewhere, has had its recent advantages for indigenous peoples. Elaborate and unpredictable subsistence routines are an excellent deterrent against the colonial state, an ecology of freedom in the literal sense. It is difficult to tax and monitor a group that refuses to stay in one location, obtaining its livelihood without making long-term commitments to fixed resources, or growing much of its food invisibly underground, as with tubers and other root vegetables. 47 While this may be so, the deeper history of the American tropics shows that similarly loose and flexible patterns of food production sustained civilizational growth on a continent-wide scale, long before Europeans arrived. In fact, farming of this particular sort, low-level food production is the more technical term, has characterized a very wide range of Holocene societies, including the earliest cultivators of the Fertile Crescent and Mesoamerica. 48 In Mexico, domestic forms of squash and maize existed by 7000 BC. 49 Yet these crops only became staple foods around 5000 years later. Similarly, in the eastern woodlands of North America local seed crops were cultivated by 3000 BC, but there was no serious farming until around AD 1000.50. China follows a similar pattern. Millet farming began on a small scale around 8000 BC, on the northern plains, as a seasonal complement to foraging and dog-assisted hunting. It remained so for 3,000 years, until the introduction of cultivated millets into the basin of the Yellow River. Similarly, on the lower and middle reaches of the Yangtze, fully domesticated rice strains only appear 15 centuries after the first cultivation of wild rice in paddy fields. It might have even taken longer were it not for a snap of global cooling around 5000 BC, which depleted wild rice stands and nut harvests. 51. In both parts of China, long after their domestication, pigs still came second to wild boar and deer in terms of dietary significance. This was also the case in the wooded uplands of the Fertile Crescent, where Sayanu with its House of Skulls is located, and where human-pig relations long remained more a matter of flirtation than full domestication. 52 So while it's tempting to hold Amazonia up as a New World alternative to the Old World Neolithic, the truth is that Holocene developments in both hemispheres are starting to look increasingly similar, at least in terms of the overall pace of change. And in both cases, they look increasingly unrevolutionary. In the beginning, many of the world's farming societies were Amazonian in spirit. They hovered at the threshold of agriculture while remaining wedded to the cultural values of hunting and foraging. The smiling fields of Rousseau's discourse still lay far off in the future. It may be that further research reveals demographic fluctuations among early farming, or forester-farmer, populations in Amazonia, Oceania, or even among the first herding peoples of the Nile Valley, similar to those now observed for Central Europe. Indeed, some sort of decline, or at least major reconfiguration of settlement, took place in the Fertile Crescent itself during the 7th millennium BC. 53 At any rate, we shouldn't be too categorical about the contrasts among these various regions, given the different amounts of evidence available for each. Still, based on what is currently known, we can at least reframe our initial question and ask, why did Neolithic farmers in certain parts of Europe initially suffer population collapse on a scale currently unknown, or undetected elsewhere? Clues lie in the tiniest of details. Cereal farming, as it turns out, underwent some important changes during its transfer from Southwest Asia to Central Europe via the Balkans. Originally there were 3 kinds of wheat, einkorn, emmer and free threshing, and 2 kinds of barley, hulled and naked, under cultivation, but also 5 different pulses, pea, lentil, bitter vetch, chickpea and grass pea. By contrast, the majority of linear pottery sites contain just gloom wheats, emmer and einkorn, and 1 or 2 kinds of pulse. The Neolithic economy had become increasingly narrow and uniform, a diminished subset of the Middle Eastern original. Furthermore, the lowest landscapes of Central Europe offered little topographical variability and few opportunities to add new resources, while dense forager populations limited expansion towards the coasts. 54. Almost everything came to revolve around a single food web for Europe's earliest farmers. Cereal farming fed the community. Its byproducts, chaff and straw, provided fuel, fodder for their animals, as well as basic materials for construction, including timber for pottery and daub for houses. Livestock supplied occasional meat, dairy and wool, as well as manure for gardens. 55 With their wattle and daub longhouses and sparse material culture, these first European farming settlements bear a peculiar resemblance to the rural peasant societies of much later eras. Most likely, they were also subject to some of the same weaknesses, not just periodic raiding from the outside, but also internal labor crunches, soil exhaustion, disease and harvest failures across a whole string of like-for-like communities, with little scope for mutual aid. Neolithic farming was an experiment that could fail, and, on occasion, did. But why does it all matter? A quick reprise on the dangers of teleological reasoning. In this chapter we have tracked the fate of some of the world's first farmers as they hopped, stumbled and bluffed their way around the globe, with mixed success. But what does this tell us about the overall course of human history? Surely, the skeptical reader might object, what matters in the wider scheme of things are not the first faltering steps towards agriculture, but its long-term effects. After all, by no later than 2000 BC agriculture was supporting great cities, from China to the Mediterranean, and by 500 BC food-producing societies of one sort or another had colonized pretty much all of Eurasia, with the exception of southern Africa, the subarctic region and a handful of subtropical islands. A skeptic might continue, agriculture alone could unlock the carrying capacity of lands that foragers were either unable or unwilling to exploit to anything like the same degree. So long as people were willing to give up their mobility and settle, even small parcels of arable soil could be made to yield food surpluses, especially once plows and irrigation were introduced. Even if there were temporary downturns, or even catastrophic failures, over the long term the odds were surely always stacked in favor of those who could intensify land use to sustain ever larger and denser populations. And let's face it, the same skeptic might conclude, the world's population could only grow from perhaps 5 million at the start of the Holocene to 900 million by AD 1800, and now to billions, because of agriculture. How, for that matter, could such large populations be fed, without chains of command to organize the masses, formal offices of leadership, full-time administrators, soldiers, police, and other non-food producers, who in turn could only be supported by the surpluses that agriculture provides? These seem like reasonable questions to ask, and those who make the first point almost invariably make the second. But in doing so, they risk parting company with history. You can't simply jump from the beginning of the story to the end, and then just assume you know what happened in the middle. Well, you can, but then you're slipping back into the very fairy tales we've been dealing with throughout this book. So instead, let's recap very briefly what we've learned about the origins and spread of farming, and then turn to examine some of the more dramatic things that actually did happen to human societies over the last 5,000 or so years. Farming, as we can now see, often started out as an economy of deprivation. You only invented it when there was nothing else to be done, which is why it tended to happen first in areas where wild resources were thinnest on the ground. It was the odd one out in the strategies of the early Holocene, but it had explosive growth potential, especially after domestic livestock were added to cereal crops. Even so, it was the new kid on the block. Since the first farmers made more rubbish, and often built houses of baked mud, they are also more visible to archaeologists. That's one reason why imaginative infilling is necessary if we want to avoid missing the action going on in much richer environments at the same time, among populations still largely reliant on wild resources. Seasonally erected monuments like those of Göbekli Tepe or Lake Shigursko are as clear a signal as one could wish for that big things were afoot among Holocene hunter-fisher-gatherers. But what were all the non-farming people doing, and where were they living, for the rest of the time? Upland forested areas, like the uplands of eastern Turkey or the foothills of the Urals, are one candidate, but since most construction was in wood, very little of this habitation survives. Most likely, the largest communities were concentrated around lakes, rivers and coastlands, and especially at their junctures, delta environments, such as those of southern Mesopotamia, the lower reaches of the Nile and the Indus, where many of the world's first cities arose, and to which we must now turn in order to find out exactly what living in large and densely populated settlements really did, and did not, imply for the development of human societies. 8. Imaginary cities. Eurasia's first urbanites, in Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, Ukraine and China, and how they built cities without kings. Cities begin in the mind. Or so proposed Elias Canetti, a novelist and social philosopher often written off as one of those offbeat mid-century Central European thinkers no one knows quite what to do with. Canetti speculated that Paleolithic hunter-gatherers living in small communities must, inevitably, have spent time wondering what larger ones would be like. Proof, he felt, was on the walls of caves, where they faithfully depicted herd animals that moved together in uncountable masses. How could they not have wondered what human herds might be like, in all their terrible glory? No doubt they also considered the dead, outnumbering the living by orders of magnitude. What if everyone who'd ever died were all in one place? What would that be like? These invisible crowds, Canetti proposed, were in a sense the first human cities, even if they existed only in the imagination. All this might seem idle speculation, in fact, speculation about speculation, but current advances in the study of human cognition suggest that Canetti had put his finger on something important, something almost everyone else had overlooked. Very large social units are always, in a sense, imaginary. Or, to put it in a slightly different way, there is always a fundamental distinction between the way one relates to friends, family, neighborhood, people and places that we actually know directly, and the way one relates to empires, nations and metropolises, phenomena that exist largely, or at least most of the time, in our heads. Much of social theory can be seen as an attempt to square these two dimensions of our experience. In the standard, textbook version of human history, scale is crucial. The tiny bands of foragers in which humans were thought to have spent most of their evolutionary history could be relatively democratic and egalitarian precisely because they were small. It's common to assume, and is often stated as self-evident fact, that our social sensibilities, even our capacity to keep track of names and faces, are largely determined by the fact that we spent 95% of our evolutionary history in tiny groups of at best a few dozen individuals. We're designed to work in small teams. As a result, large agglomerations of people are often treated as if they were by definition somewhat unnatural, and humans as psychologically ill-equipped to handle life inside them. This is the reason, the argument often goes, that we require such elaborate scaffolding to make larger communities work, such things as urban planners, social workers, tax auditors and police. 1. If so, it would make perfect sense that the appearance of the first cities, the first truly large concentrations of people permanently settled in one place, would also correspond to the rise of states. For a long time, the archaeological evidence, from Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, Central America and elsewhere, did appear to confirm this. If you put enough people in one place, the evidence seemed to show, they would almost inevitably develop writing or something like it, together with administrators, storage and redistribution facilities, workshops and overseers. Before long, they would also start dividing themselves into social classes. Civilization came as a package. It meant misery and suffering for some, since some would inevitably be reduced to serfs, slaves or debt peons, but also allowed for the possibility of philosophy, art and the accumulation of scientific knowledge. The evidence no longer suggests anything of the sort. In fact, much of what we have come to learn in the last 40 or 50 years has thrown conventional wisdom into disarray. In some regions, we now know, Cities governed themselves for centuries without any sign of the temples and palaces that would only emerge later. In others, temples and palaces never emerged at all. In many early cities, there is simply no evidence of either a class of administrators or any other sort of ruling stratum. In others, centralized power seems to appear and then disappear. It would seem that the mere fact of urban life does not, necessarily, imply any particular form of political organization, and never did. This has all sorts of important implications. For one thing, it suggests a much less pessimistic assessment of human possibilities, since the mere fact that much of the world's population now live in cities may not determine how we'll live, to anything like the extent you might assume. But before even starting to think about that, we need to ask how we got things so extraordinarily wrong to begin with. In which we first take on the notorious issue of scale. Common sense is a peculiar expression. Sometimes it means exactly what it seems to mean: practical wisdom born of real-life experience, avoiding stupid, obvious pitfalls. This is what we mean when we say that a cartoon villain who puts a clearly marked self-destruct button on his doomsday device, or who fails to block the ventilation passages in his secret headquarters, is lacking common sense. On the other hand, it occasionally turns out that things which seem like simple common sense are, in fact, not. For a long time, it was considered almost universal common sense that women make poor soldiers. After all, it was noted, women tend to be smaller and have less upper body strength. Then various military forces made the experiment and discovered that women also tend to be much better shots. Similarly, it is almost universal common sense that it's relatively easy for a small group to treat each other as equals and come to decisions democratically, but that the larger the number of people involved, the more difficult this becomes. If you think about it, this isn't really as commonsensical as it seems, since it clearly isn't true of groups that endure. Over time, any group of intimate friends, let alone a family, will eventually develop a complicated history that makes coming to agreement on almost anything difficult, whereas the larger the group, the less likely it is to contain a significant proportion of people you specifically detest. But for various reasons, the problem of scale has now become a matter of simple common sense not only to scholars, but to almost everyone else. Since the problem is typically seen as a result of our evolutionary inheritance, it might be helpful for a moment to return to the source and consider how evolutionary psychologists like Robin Dunbar have typically framed the question. Most begin by observing that the social organization of hunter-gatherers, both ancient and modern, operates at different tiers or levels, nested inside one another like Russian dolls. The most basic social unit is the pair-bonded family, with shared investment in offspring. To provide for themselves and dependents, these nuclear units are obliged, or so the argument goes, to cluster together in bands made up of 5 or 6 closely related families. On ritual occasions, or when game is particularly abundant, such bands coalesce to form residential groups, or clans, of roughly 150 persons, which, according to Dunbar, is also around the upper limit of stable, trusting relationships we are cognitively able to keep track of in our heads. And this, he suggests, is no coincidence. Beyond 150, which has come to be known as Dunbar's number, larger groups such as tribes may form, but, Dunbar asserts, these larger groups will inevitably lack the solidarity of smaller, kin-based ones, and so conflicts will tend to arise within them. 2. Dunbar considers such nested arrangements to be among the factors which shaped human cognition in deep evolutionary time, such that even today a whole plethora of institutions that require high levels of social commitment, from military brigades to church congregations, still tend to gravitate around the original figure of 150 relationships. It's a fascinating hypothesis. As formulated by evolutionary psychologists, it hinges on the idea that living hunter-gatherers do actually provide evidence for this supposedly ancient way of scaling social relationships upwards from core family units to bands and residential groups, with each larger group reproducing that same sense of loyalty to one's natal kin, just on a greater scale, all the way up to things like brothers or indeed sisters in arms. But here comes the worm in the bud. There is an obvious objection to evolutionary models which assume that our strongest social ties are based on close biological kinship. Many humans just don't like their families very much. And this appears to be just as true of present-day hunter-gatherers as anybody else. Many seem to find the prospect of living their entire lives surrounded by close relatives so unpleasant that they will travel very long distances just to get away from them. New work on the demography of modern hunter-gatherers, drawing statistical comparisons from a global sample of cases, ranging from the Hadza in Tanzania to the Australian Marta III, shows that residential groups turn out not to be made up of biological kin at all, and the burgeoning field of human genomics is beginning to suggest a similar picture for ancient hunter-gatherers as well, all the way back to the Pleistocene. 4. While modern Martu, for instance, might speak of themselves as if they were all descended from some common totemic ancestor, it turns out that primary biological kin actually make up less than 10% of the total membership of any given residential group. Most participants are drawn from a much wider pool who do not share close genetic relationships, whose origins are scattered over very large territories, and who may not even have grown up speaking the same languages. Anyone recognized to be Martu is a potential member of any Martu band, and the same turns out to be true of the Hadza, Bayaka, Kungsan, and so on. The truly adventurous, meanwhile, can often contrive to abandon their own larger group entirely. This is all the more surprising in places like Australia, where there tend to be very elaborate kinship systems in which almost all social arrangements are ostensibly organized around genealogical descent from totemic ancestors. It would seem, then, that kinship in such cases is really a kind of metaphor for social attachments, in much the same way we'd say all men are brothers when trying to express internationalism, even if we can't stand our actual brother and haven't spoken to him for years. What's more, the shared metaphor often extended over very long distances, as we've seen with the way that turtle or bear clans once existed across North America, or moiety systems across Australia. This made it a relatively simple matter for anyone disenchanted with their immediate biological kin to travel very long distances and still find a welcome. It is as though modern forager societies exist simultaneously at two radically different scales, one small and intimate, the other spanning vast territories, even continents. This might seem odd, but from the perspective of cognitive science it makes perfect sense. It's precisely this capacity to shift between scales that most obviously separates human social cognition from that of other primates. 5 Apes may vie for affection or dominance, but any victory is temporary and open to being renegotiated. Nothing is imagined as eternal. Nothing is really imagined at all. Humans tend to live simultaneously with the 150-odd people they know personally, and inside imaginary structures shared by perhaps millions or even billions of other humans. Sometimes, as in the case of modern nations, these are imagined as being based on kin ties, sometimes they are not. 6. In this, at least, modern foragers are no different from modern city dwellers or ancient hunter-gatherers. We all have the capacity to feel bound to people we will probably never meet, to take part in a macro-society which exists most of the time as virtual reality, a world of possible relationships with its own rules, roles and structures that are held in the mind and recalled through the cognitive work of image-making and ritual. Foragers may sometimes exist in small groups, but they do not, and probably have not ever, lived in small-scale societies. 7. None of which is to say that scale, in the sense of absolute population size, makes no difference at all. What it means is that these things do not necessarily matter in the seemingly common-sense sort of way we tend to assume. On this particular point, at least, Canetti had it right. Mass society exists in the mind before it becomes physical reality. And crucially, it also exists in the mind after it becomes physical reality. At this point we can return to cities. Cities are tangible things. Certain elements of their physical infrastructure, walls, roads, parks, sewers, might remain fixed for hundreds or even thousands of years, but in human terms they are never stable. People are constantly moving in and out of them, whether permanently, or seasonally for holidays and festivals, to visit relatives, trade, raid, tour around, and so on, or just in the course of their daily rounds. Yet cities have a life that transcends all this. This is not because of the permanence of stone or brick or adobe, neither is it because most people in a city actually meet one another. It is because they will often think and act as people who belong to the city as Londoners or Muscovites or Calcuttans. As the urban sociologist Claude Fisher put it, most city dwellers lead sensible, circumscribed lives, rarely go downtown, hardly know areas of the city they neither live nor work in, and see, in any sociologically meaningful way, only a tiny fraction of the city's population. Certainly, they may on occasion, during rush hours, football games, etc. be in the presence of thousands of strangers, but that does not necessarily have any direct effect on their personal lives. Urbanites live in small social worlds that touch but do not interpenetrate. 8. All this applies in equal measure to ancient cities. Aristotle, for example, insisted that Babylon was so large that, 2 or 3 days after it had been captured by a foreign army, some parts of the city still hadn't heard the news. In other words, from the perspective of someone living in an ancient city, The city itself was not so entirely different from earlier landscapes of clans or moieties that extended across hundreds of miles. It was a structure raised primarily in the human imagination, which allowed for the possibility of amicable relations with people they had never met. In Chapter 4 we suggested that for much of human history, the geographical range in which most human beings were operating was actually shrinking. Paleolithic culture areas spanned continents. Mesolithic and Neolithic culture zones still covered much wider areas than the home territory of most contemporary ethno-linguistic groups, what anthropologists refer to as cultures. Cities were part of that process of contraction, since urbanites could, and many did, spend almost their entire lives within a few miles radius, something that would hardly have been conceivable for people of an earlier age. One way to think about this would be to imagine a vast regional system, of the kind that once spanned much of Australia or North America, being squeezed into a single urban space, while still maintaining its virtual quality. If that is even roughly what happened when the earliest cities formed, then there's no reason to assume there were any special cognitive challenges involved. Living in unbounded, eternal, largely imaginary groups is effectively what humans had been doing all along. So what was really new here? Let's go back to the archaeological evidence. Settlements inhabited by tens of thousands of people make their first appearance in human history around 6,000 years ago, on almost every continent, at first in isolation. Then they multiply. One of the things that makes it so difficult to fit what we now know about them into an old-fashioned evolutionary sequence, where cities, states, bureaucracies and social classes all emerge together, is just how different these cities are. It's not just that some early cities lack class divisions, wealth monopolies, or hierarchies of administration. They exhibit such extreme variability as to imply, from the very beginning, a conscious experimentation in urban form. Contemporary archaeology shows, among other things, that surprisingly few of these early cities contain signs of authoritarian rule. It also shows that their ecology was far more diverse than once believed. Cities do not necessarily depend on a rural hinterland in which serfs or peasants engage in backbreaking labor, hauling in cartloads of grain for consumption by urban dwellers. Certainly, that situation became increasingly typical in later ages, but in the first cities small-scale gardening and animal keeping were often at least as important, so too were the resources of rivers and seas, and for that matter the continued hunting and collecting of wild seasonal foods in forests or in marshes. The particular mix depended largely on where in the world the cities happened to be, but it's becoming increasingly apparent that history's first city dwellers did not always leave a harsh footprint on the environment, or on each other. What were these early cities like to live in? In what follows we'll mainly describe what happened in Eurasia, before moving over to Mesoamerica in the next chapter. Of course, the whole story could be told from other geographical perspectives, that of sub-Saharan Africa, for instance, where local trajectories of urban development in the Middle Niger Delta stretch back long before the spread of Islam. But there is only so much one can cover in a single volume without doing excessive violence to the subject. Each region we consider presents a distinct range of source material for the archaeologist or historian to sift and weigh. In most cases, written evidence is either lacking or extremely limited in scope. We are still talking here, for the most part, about very early periods of human history, and cultural traditions very different from our own. We may never be able to reconstruct in any detail the unwritten constitutions of the world's first cities, or the upheavals that appear to have periodically changed them. Still, what evidence does exist is robust enough, not just to append the conventional narrative but to open our eyes to possibilities we would otherwise never have considered. Before looking at specific cases, we should at least briefly consider why cities ever appeared in the first place. Did the sort of temporary, seasonal aggregation sites we discussed in earlier chapters gradually become permanent, year-round settlements? That would be a gratifyingly simple story. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be what happened. The reality is more complex and, as usual, a good deal more interesting. In which we set the scene broadly for a world of cities, and speculate as to why they first arose. Wherever cities emerged, they defined a new phase of world history. 11 Let's call it the early urban world, an admittedly bland term for what was in many ways a strange phase of the human past. Perhaps it is one of the hardest for us now to grasp, since it was simultaneously so familiar and so alien. We will consider the familiar parts first. Almost everywhere, in these early cities, we find grand, self-conscious statements of civic unity, the arrangement of built spaces in harmonious and often beautiful patterns, clearly reflecting some kind of planning at the municipal scale. Where we do have written sources, ancient Mesopotamia, for example, we find large groups of citizens referring to themselves, not in the idiom of kinship or ethnic ties, but simply as the people of a given city, or often its sons and daughters, united by devotion to its founding ancestors, its gods or heroes, its civic infrastructure and ritual calendar, which always involves at least some occasions for popular festivity. 12 Civic festivals were moments when the imaginary structures to which people differed in their daily lives, but which couldn't normally be seen, temporarily took on tangible, material form. Where there is evidence to be had, we also find differences. People who lived in cities often came from far away. The great city of Teotihuacan in the Valley of Mexico was already attracting residents from such distant areas as Yucatan and the Gulf Coast in the 3rd or 4th century had migrants settled there in their own neighborhoods, including a possible Maya district. Immigrants from across the great floodplains of the Indus buried their loved ones in the cemeteries of Harappa. Typically, ancient cities divided themselves into quarters, which often developed enduring rivalries, and this seems to have been true of the very first cities. Marked out by walls, gates or ditches, consolidated neighborhoods of this sort were probably not different in any fundamental respect from their modern counterparts. 13. What makes these cities strange, at least to us, is largely what isn't there. This is especially true of technology, whether advanced metallurgy, intensive agriculture, social technologies like administrative records, or even the wheel. Any one of these things may, or may not, have been present, depending where in this early urban world we cast our gaze. Here it's worth recalling that in most of the Americas, before the European invasion, there were neither metal tools nor horses, donkeys, camels or oxen. All movement of people and things was either by foot, canoe or travois. But the scale of pre-Columbian capitals like Teotihuacan or Tenochtitlan dwarfs that of the earliest cities in China and Mesopotamia, and makes the city-states of Bronze Age Greece, like Turin and Mycenae, seem little more than fortified hamlets. In point of fact, the largest early cities, those with the greatest populations, did not appear in Eurasia, with its many technical and logistical advantages, but in Mesoamerica, which had no wheeled vehicles or sailing ships, no animal-powered traction or transport, and much less in the way of metallurgy or literate bureaucracy. This for us now to grasp, since it was simultaneously so familiar and so alien. We will consider the familiar parts first. Almost everywhere, in these early cities, we find grand, self-conscious statements of civic unity, the arrangement of built spaces in harmonious and often beautiful patterns, clearly reflecting some kind of planning at the municipal scale. Where we do have written sources, ancient Mesopotamia, for example, we find large groups of citizens referring to themselves, not in the idiom of kinship or ethnic ties, but simply as the people of a given city, or often its sons and daughters, united by devotion to its founding ancestors, its gods or heroes, its civic infrastructure and ritual calendar, which always involves at least some occasions for popular festivity. 12 Civic festivals were moments when the imaginary structures to which people differed in their daily lives, but which couldn't normally be seen, temporarily took on tangible, material form. Where there is evidence to be had, we also find differences. People who lived in cities often came from far away. The great city of Teotihuacan in the Valley of Mexico was already attracting residents from such distant areas as Yucatan and the Gulf Coast in the 3rd or 4th century had migrants settled there in their own neighborhoods, including a possible Maya district. Immigrants from across the great floodplains of the Indus buried their loved ones in the cemeteries of Harappa. Typically, ancient cities divided themselves into quarters, which often developed enduring rivalries, and this seems to have been true of the very first cities. Marked out by walls, gates or ditches, consolidated neighborhoods of this sort were probably not different in any fundamental respect from their modern counterparts. 13. What makes these cities strange, at least to us, is largely what isn't there. This is especially true of technology, whether advanced metallurgy, intensive agriculture, social technologies like administrative records, or even the wheel. Any one of these things may, or may not, have been present, depending where in this early urban world we cast our gaze. Here it's worth recalling that in most of the Americas, before the European invasion, there were neither metal tools nor horses, donkeys, camels or oxen. All movement of people and things was either by foot, canoe or travois. But the scale of pre-Columbian capitals like Teotihuacan or Tenochtitlan dwarfs that of the earliest cities in China and Mesopotamia, and makes the city-states of Bronze Age Greece, like Turin and Mycenae, seem little more than fortified hamlets. In point of fact, the largest early cities, those with the greatest populations, did not appear in Eurasia, with its many technical and logistical advantages, but in Mesoamerica, which had no wheeled vehicles or sailing ships, no animal-powered traction or transport, and much less in the way of metallurgy or literate bureaucracy. this. Indeed, it's hard to find a single story. Teotihuacan, for instance, appears to have become such a large city, peaking at perhaps 100,000 souls, mainly because a series of volcanic eruptions and related natural disasters drove entire populations out of their homelands to settle there. 14 Ecological factors often played a role in the formation of cities, but in this particular case these would appear to be only obliquely related to the intensification of agriculture. Still, there are hints of a pattern. Across many parts of Eurasia, and in a few parts of the Americas, the appearance of cities follows quite closely on a secondary, post-Ice Age shuffling of the ecological pack which started around 5000 BC. At least two environmental changes were at work here. The first concerns rivers. At the beginning of the Holocene, the world's great rivers were mostly still wild and unpredictable. Then, around 7,000 years ago, flood regimes started changing, giving way to more settled routines. This is what created wide and highly fertile floodplains along the Yellow River, the Indus, the Tigris and other rivers that we associate with the first urban civilizations. Parallel to this, the melting of polar glaciers slowed down in the Middle Holocene to a point that allowed sea levels the world over to stabilize, at least to a greater degree than they ever had before. The combined effect of these two processes was dramatic, especially where great rivers met the open waters, depositing their seasonal loads of fertile silt faster than seawaters could push them back. This was the origin of those great fan-like deltas we see today at the head of the Mississippi, the Nile or the Euphrates, for instance. 15. Comprising well-watered soils, annually sifted by river action, and rich wetland and waterside habitats favored by migratory game and waterfowl, such deltaic environments were major attractors for human populations. Neolithic farmers gravitated to them, along with their crops and livestock. Hardly surprising, considering these were effectively scaled-up versions of the kind of river, spring and lakeside environments in which Neolithic horticulture first began, but with one other major difference: just over the horizon lay the open sea, and before it expansive marshlands supplying aquatic resources to buffer the risks of farming, as well as a perennial source of organic materials, reeds, fibers, silt, to support construction and manufacturing. 16. All this, combined with the fertility of alluvial soils further inland, promoted the growth of more specialized forms of farming in Eurasia, including the use of animal-drawn plows, also adopted in Egypt by 3000 BC, and the breeding of sheep for wool. Extensive agriculture may thus have been an outcome, not a cause, of urbanization. 17 Choices about which crops and animals to farm often had less to do with brute subsistence than the burgeoning industries of early cities, notably textile production, as well as popular forms of urban cuisine such as alcoholic drinks, leavened bread and dairy products. Hunters and foragers, fishers and fowlers were no less important to these new urban economies than farmers and shepherds. 18 Peasantries, on the other hand, were a later, secondary development. Wetlands and floodplains are no friends to archaeological survival. Often, these earliest phases of urban occupation lie beneath later deposits of silt, or the remains of cities grown over them. In many parts of the world, the first available evidence relates to an already mature phase of urban expansion. By the time the picture comes into focus, we already see a marsh metropolis, or network of centers, outscaling all previous known settlements by a factor of 10 to 1. Some of these cities in former wetlands have only emerged very recently into historical view, virgin births from the bulrushes. The results are often striking, and their implications still unclear. We now know, for instance, that in China's Shandong province, on the lower reaches of the Yellow River, settlements of 300 hectares or more, such as Liangchengchen and Yawangcheng, were present by no later than 2500 BC, which is over 1,000 years before the earliest royal dynasties developed on the central Chinese plains. On the other side of the Pacific, around the same time, ceremonial centers of great magnitude developed in the valley of Peru's Rio Supe, notably at the site of Carroll, where archaeologists have uncovered sunken plazas and monumental platforms 4 millennia older than the Inca Empire. 19 The extent of human habitation around these great centers is still to be determined. These new findings show that archaeologists still have much to find out about the distribution of the world's first cities. They also indicate how much older those cities may be than the systems of authoritarian government and literate administration that were once assumed necessary for their foundation. Similar revelations are emerging from the Maya lowlands, where ceremonial centers of truly enormous size, and, so far, presenting no evidence of monarchy or stratification, can now be dated back as far as 1000 BC, more than 1,000 years before the rise of classic Maya kings, whose royal cities were notably smaller in scale. 20 This, in turn, raises a fascinating but difficult question. What held the earliest experiments in urbanization together, other than reeds, fibers and clay? What was their social glue? It is high time for some examples, but before we examine the Great Valley civilizations of the Tigris, Indus, and Yellow Rivers, we will first visit the interior grasslands of Eastern Europe. On megasites, and how archaeological findings in Ukraine are overturning conventional wisdom on the origins of cities. The remote history of the countries around the Black Sea is awash with gold. At least, any casual visitor to the major museums of Sofia, Kiev or Tbilisi could be forgiven for leaving with this impression. Ever since the days of Herodotus, outsiders to the region have come home full of lurid tales about the lavish funerals of warrior kings, and the mass slaughter of horses and retainers that accompanied them. Over 1,000 years later, in the 10th century AD, the traveler Ibn Fadlan was telling almost identical stories to impress and titillate his Arab readers. As a result, in these lands the term prehistory, or sometimes proto-history, has always evoked the legacy of aristocratic tribes and lavish tombs crammed with treasure. Such tombs are, certainly, there to be found. On the region's western flank, in Bulgaria, they begin with the gold-soaked cemetery of Varna, oddly placed in what regional archaeologists refer to as the Copper Age, corresponding to the 5th millennium BC. To the east, in southernmost Russia, a tradition of extravagant funeral rites began shortly after, associated with burial mounds known as kurgans, which do indeed mark the resting places of warrior princes of one sort or another. 21. But it turns out this wasn't the whole story. In fact, magnificent warrior tombs might not even be the most interesting aspect of the region's prehistory. There were also cities. Archaeologists in Ukraine and Moldova got their first inkling of them in the 1970s, when they began to detect the existence of human settlements older and much larger than anything they had previously encountered. 22 Further research showed that these settlements, often referred to as megasites stash with their modern names of Talyanki, Maidaneysk, Nebelivka and so on, dated to the early and middle centuries of the 4th millennium BC, which meant that some existed even before the earliest known cities in Mesopotamia. They were also larger in area. Yet, even now, in scholarly discussions about the origins of urbanism, these Ukrainian sites almost never come up. Indeed, the very use of the term megasite is a kind of euphemism, signaling to a wider audience that these should not be thought of as proper cities but as something more like villages that for some reason had expanded inordinately in size. Some archaeologists even refer to them outright as overgrown villages. How do we account for this reluctance to welcome the Ukrainian megasites into the charmed circle of urban origins? Why has anyone with even a passing interest in the origin of cities heard of Uruk or Mohenjo-Daro, but almost no one of Talyanki? The answer is largely political. Some of it concerns simple geopolitics. Much of the initial work of discovery was carried out by Eastern Bloc scholars during the Cold War, which not only slowed down the reception of their findings in Western academic circles but tended to tinge any news of surprising discoveries with at least a tiny bit of skepticism. Even more, perhaps, it had to do with the internal political life of the prehistoric settlements themselves. That is, according to conventional views of politics, there didn't seem to be any. No evidence was unearthed of centralized government or administration, or indeed, any form of ruling class. In other words, these enormous settlements had all the hallmarks of what evolutionists would call a simple, not a complex society. It's hard here not to recall Ursula Le Guin's famous short story The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelos, about the imaginary city of Omelos, a city which also may do without kings, wars, slaves or secret police. We have a tendency, Le Guin notes, to write off such a community as simple, but in fact these citizens of Omelos were not simple folk, not dulcet shepherds, noble savages, bland utopians. They were not less complex than us. The trouble is just that we have a bad habit, encouraged by pedants and sophisticates, of considering happiness as something rather stupid. Le Guin has a point. Obviously, we have no idea how relatively happy the inhabitants of Ukrainian megasites like Maidaneysk or Nebelivka were, compared to the lords who constructed kurgan burials, or even the retainers ritually sacrificed at their funerals, or the bonded laborers who provided wheat and barley to the inhabitants of later Greek colonies along the Black Sea coast, though we can guess, and as anyone who has read the story knows, Omelos had some problems too. But the point remains, why do we assume that people who have figured out a way for a large population to govern and support itself without temples, palaces and military fortifications, that is, without overt displays of arrogance, self-abasement and cruelty, are somehow less complex than those who have not? Why would we hesitate to dignify such a place with the name of city? The megasites of Ukraine and adjoining regions were inhabited from roughly 4100 to 3300 BC, that is, for something in the order of 8 centuries, which is considerably longer than most subsequent urban traditions. Why were they there at all? Like the cities of Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley, they appear to have been born of ecological opportunism in the middle phase of the Holocene. Not floodplain dynamics, in this case, but processes of soil formation on the flatlands north of the Black Sea. These black earths, Russian, Chernozyom, are legendary for their fertility. For the empires of later antiquity, they made the lands between the southern Bug and Dnieper rivers a breadbasket, which is why Greek city-states established colonies in the region and enslaved or made serfs of the local populations to begin with. Ancient Athens was largely fed by Black Sea grain. By 4500 BC, Chernozyom was widely distributed between the Carpathian and the Ural Mountains, where a mosaic landscape of open prairie and woodland emerged capable of supporting dense human habitation. 23 The Neolithic people who settled there had traveled east from the lower reaches of the Danube, passing through the Carpathian Mountains. We do not know why, but we do know that, throughout their peregrinations in river valleys and mountain passes, they retained a cohesive social identity. Their villages, often small in scale, shared similar cultural practices, reflected in the forms taken by their dwellings, female figurines and ways of making and serving food. The archaeological name given to this particular design for life is the Cucutani Tripoli culture, after the sites where it was first recorded. 24. So the Ukrainian and Moldovan megasites did not come out of thin air. They were the physical realization of an extended community that already existed long before its constituent units coalesced into large settlements. Some tens of these settlements have now been documented. The biggest currently known, Talyanki, extends over an area of 300 hectares, outspanning the earliest phases of the city of Uruk in southern Mesopotamia. It presents no evidence of central administration or communal storage facilities. Nor have any government buildings, fortifications or monumental architecture been found. There is no acropolis or civic center, no equivalent to Uruk's raised public district called Ana, House of Heaven, or the Great Bath of Mohenjo-Daro. What we do find are houses, well over 1,000 in the case of Talyanki. Rectangular houses, 16 or so feet wide and twice as long, built of wattle and daub on timber frames, with stone foundations. With their attached gardens, these houses form such neat circular patterns that from a bird's-eye view, any megasite resembles the inside of a tree trunk, great rings, with concentric spaces between. The innermost ring frames a big gap in the middle of the settlement, where early excavators at first expected to find something dramatic, whether magnificent buildings or grand burials. But in every known case, the central area is simply empty. Guesses for its function range from popular assemblies to ceremonies or the seasonal penning of animals, or possibly all three. 25 In consequence, the standard archaeological plan of a Ukrainian megasite is all flesh, no core. Just as surprising as their scale is the distribution of these massive Nebelivka, a prehistoric megasite in the Ukrainian forest steppe settlements, which are all quite close to each other, at most 6 to 9 miles apart. 26 Their total population, estimated in the many thousands per megasite, and probably well over 10,000 in some cases, would therefore have had to draw resources from a common hinterland. Yet their ecological footprint appears to have been surprisingly light. 27 There are a number of possible explanations. Some have suggested the megasites were only occupied part of the year, even for just a season, 28 making them urban-scale versions of the kind of temporary aggregation sites we discussed in Chapter 3. This is difficult to reconcile with the substantial nature of their houses. Consider the effort expended in felling trees, laying foundations, making good walls etc. More probably, the megasites were much like most other cities, neither permanently inhabited nor strictly seasonal, but somewhere in between. 29. We should also consider if the inhabitants of the megasites consciously managed their ecosystem to avoid large-scale deforestation. This is consistent with archaeological studies of their economy, which suggest a pattern of small-scale gardening, often taking place within the bounds of the settlement, combined with the keeping of livestock, cultivation of orchards, and a wide spectrum of hunting and foraging activities. The diversity is actually remarkable, as is its sustainability. As well as wheat, barley and pulses, the citizens' plant diet included apples, pears, cherries, sloes, acorns, hazelnuts and apricots. Megasite dwellers were hunters of red deer, roe deer and wild boar as well as farmers and foresters. It was play farming on a grand scale, an urban populace supporting itself through small-scale cultivation and herding, combined with an extraordinary array of wild foods. 30. This way of life was by no means simple. as well as managing orchards, gardens, livestock and woodlands. The inhabitants of these cities imported salt in bulk from springs in the eastern Carpathians and the Black Sea littoral. Flint extraction by the ton took place in the Dniester Valley, furnishing material for tools. A household potting industry flourished, its products considered among the finest ceramics of the prehistoric world, and regular supplies of copper flowed in from the Balkans. 31 There is no firm consensus among archaeologists about what sort of social arrangements all this required, but most would agree the logistical challenges were daunting. A surplus was definitely produced, and with it ample potential for some to seize control of the stocks and supplies, to lord it over others or battle for the spoils, but over 8 centuries we find little evidence for warfare or the rise of social elites. The true complexity of the megasites lies in the strategies they adopted to prevent such things. How did it all work? In the absence of written records, or a time machine, there are serious limits to what we can say about kinship and inheritance, or how people in these cities went about making collective decisions. 32 Still, some clues exist, beginning at the level of individual households. Each of these had a roughly common plan, but each was also, in its own way, unique. From one dwelling to the next there is constant innovation, even playfulness, in the rules of commensality. Each family unit invented its own slight variations on domestic rituals, reflected in its unique assemblage of serving and eating vessels, painted with polychrome designs of often mesmerizing intensity and made in a dazzling variety of forms. It's as if every household was an artist's collective which invented its own unique aesthetic style. Some of this household pottery evokes the bodies of women, and among the other items most commonly found within the remains of houses are female figurines of clay. Model houses and tiny replicas of furniture and eating equipment also survive, miniature representations of lost social worlds, again, affirming the prominent role of women within them. 33 All this tells us a little about the cultural atmosphere of these households, and one can easily see why Maria Gimbutas, whose syntheses of Eurasian prehistory we discussed earlier, considered the Cucutani Tripoli culture to be part of Old Europe, with its cultural roots in the early farming societies of Anatolia and the Middle East. But how did these households come together in such numbers to form the great concentric arrangements which give the Ukrainian megasites their distinctive plan? The first impression of these sites is one of rigid uniformity, a closed circuit of social interaction, but closer study reveals constant deviation from the norm. Individual households would sometimes opt to cluster together in groups of between 3 and 10 families. Ditches or pits marked their boundaries. At some sites these groups coalesce into neighborhoods, radiating out from the center to the perimeter of the city, and even forming larger residential districts or quarters. Each had access to at least one assembly house, a structure larger than an ordinary dwelling where a wider sector of the population might gather periodically for activities we can only guess at: political meetings? Legal proceedings? Seasonal festivities? 34. Careful analysis by archaeologists shows how the apparent uniformity of the Ukrainian megasites arose from the bottom up, through processes of local decision-making. 35 This would have to mean that members of individual households, or at least, their neighborhood representatives, shared a conceptual framework for the settlement as a whole. We can also safely infer that this framework was based on the image of a circle and its properties of transformation. To understand how the citizens put this mental image into effect, translating it into a workable social reality at such enormous scales, we cannot rely on archaeology alone. Fortunately, the burgeoning field of ethnomathematics shows exactly how such a system might have worked in practice. The most informative case we know of is that of traditional Basque settlements in the highlands of the Pyrénées-Atlantiques. These modern Basque societies, tucked down in the southwest corner of France, also imagine their communities in circular form, just as they imagine themselves as being surrounded by a circle of mountains. They do so as a way of emphasizing the ideal equality of households and family units. Now, obviously, the social arrangements of these existing communities are unlikely to be quite the same as those of ancient Ukraine. Nonetheless, they provide an excellent illustration of how such circular arrangements can form part of self-conscious egalitarian projects, in which everyone has neighbors to the left and neighbors to the right. No one is first, and no one is last. 36. In the commune of Saint and Grace, for instance, the circular template of the village is also a dynamic model used as a counting device, to ensure the seasonal rotation of essential tasks and duties. Each Sunday, one household will bless 2 loaves at the local church, eat one, then present the other to its first neighbor, the house to their right. The next week that neighbor will do the same to the next house to its right, and so on in a clockwise direction, so that in a community of 100 households it would take about 2 years to complete a full cycle. 37. As so often with such matters, There is an entire cosmology, a theory of the human condition, baked in, as it were. The loaves are spoken of as semen, as something that gives life. Meanwhile, care for the dead and dying travels in the opposite, counterclockwise direction. But the system is also the basis for economic cooperation. If any one household is for any reason unable to fulfill its obligations when it is time to do so, a careful system of substitution comes into play, so neighbors at first, second and sometimes third remove can temporarily take their place. This in turn provides the model for virtually all forms of cooperation. The same system of first neighbors and substitution, the same serial model of reciprocity, is used to call up anything that requires more hands than a single family can provide, from planting and harvesting to cheese making and slaughtering pigs. It follows that households cannot simply schedule their daily labor in line with their own needs. They also have to consider their obligations to other households, which in turn have their own obligations to other, different households, and so on. Factoring in that some tasks, such as moving flocks to highland pastures, or the demands of milking, shearing and guarding herds, may require the combined efforts of 10 different households, and that households have to balance the scheduling of numerous different sorts of commitment, we begin to get a sense of the complexities involved. In other words, such simple economies are rarely all that simple. They often involve logistical challenges of striking complexity, resolved on a basis of intricate systems of mutual aid, all without any need of centralized control or administration. Basque villagers in this region are self-conscious egalitarians, in the sense that they insist each household is ultimately the same and has the same responsibilities as any others, yet rather than governing themselves through communal assemblies, which earlier generations of Basque townsfolk famously created in places like Guernica, they rely on mathematical principles such as rotation, serial replacement and alternation. But the end result is the same, and the system flexible enough that changes in the number of households or the capacities of their individual members can be continually taken into account, ensuring relations of equality are preserved over the long term, with an almost complete absence of internal conflict. There is no reason to assume that such a system would only work on a small scale. A village of 100 households is already way beyond Dunbar's proposed cognitive threshold of 150 people, the number of stable, trusting relationships we are able to keep track of in our minds, before, according, that is, to Dunbar, we are obliged to start putting chiefs and administrators in charge of social affairs, and Basque villages and towns used to be far larger than this. One can at least begin to see how, in a different context, such egalitarian systems might scale up to communities of many hundreds or even thousands of households. Returning to the Ukrainian megasites, we must admit that much remains unknown. Around the middle of the 4th millennium BC, most of them were basically abandoned. We still don't know why. What they offer us, in the meantime, is significant, proof that highly egalitarian organization has been possible on an urban scale. 38 With this in mind, we can look with fresh eyes at some better-known cases from other parts of Eurasia. Let's start with Mesopotamia. On Mesopotamia, a not-so-primitive democracy. Mesopotamia means land between the two rivers. Archaeologists sometimes also call this region the heartland of cities. 39 Its floodplains cross the otherwise arid landscape of southern Iraq, turning to marshland as they near the head of the Persian Gulf. 40 Urban life here goes back at least to 3500 BC. In the more northerly lands between the Tigris and Euphrates, where the rivers flow through rain-fed plains, the history of cities may go even further back, beyond 4000 BC. 41. Unlike the Ukrainian megasites, or the Bronze Age cities of the Indus Valley to which we'll turn shortly, Mesopotamia was already part of modern memory before any archaeologist put a spade into one of its ancient mounds. 42 Anyone who had read the Bible knew about the kingdoms of Babylonia and Assyria, and in the Victorian era of High Empire, biblical scholars and Orientalists began excavating sites with scriptural associations, like Nineveh and Nimrud, hoping to uncover cities ruled by figures of legend such as Nebuchadnezzar, Sennacherib or Tiglath-Pileser. They did find these, but in those places and elsewhere they discovered other things that were even more spectacular, like a basalt stela bearing the law code of Hammurabi, ruler of Babylon in the 18th century BC, unearthed at Susa in western Iran, clay tablets from Nineveh bearing copies of the Epic of Gilgamesh, fabled ruler of Uruk, and the royal tombs of Ur in southern Iraq, where kings and queens unknown to the Bible were interred with startling riches and the remains of sacrificed retainers around 2500 BC. There were even bigger surprises. The oldest remains of cities and kingdoms, including the royal tombs of Ur, belonged to a culture previously unknown, and not mentioned in scripture, the Sumerians, who used a language unrelated to the Semitic family from which Hebrew and Arabic derived. 43. In fact, as in the case of Basque, there's no consensus on what language family Sumerian does belong to, but in general, the first decades of archaeological work in the region, from the late 19th to the early 20th century, confirmed an expected association of ancient Mesopotamia with empire and monarchy. The Sumerians, at least on first sighting, seemed no exception. 44 In fact, they set the tone. Such was public interest in the findings from Muir that in the 1920s the Illustrated London News, England's window on the world, devoted no less than 30 feature articles to Leonard Woolley's excavation of the royal tombs. All this reinforced a popular picture of Mesopotamia as a civilization of cities, monarchy and aristocracy, all tinged with the excitement of uncovering the truth behind biblical scripture. Ur of the Chaldees, as well as being a Sumerian city, appears in the Hebrew Bible as the birthplace of the patriarch Abraham. But one of the major accomplishments of modern archaeology and epigraphy has been to redraw this picture entirely, to show that Mesopotamia was never, in fact, an eternal land of kings. The real story is far more complicated. The earliest Mesopotamian cities, those of the 4th and early 3rd millennia BC, present no clear evidence for monarchy at all. Now, you might object, it's difficult to prove for certain that something isn't there. However, we know what evidence for monarchy in such cities would be like, because half a millennium later, from around 2800 BC onwards, monarchy starts popping up everywhere: palaces, aristocratic burials and royal inscriptions, along with defensive walls for cities and organized militia to guard them. But the birth of cities, and with it the basic elements of Mesopotamian civic life, the ancient building blocks of its urban society, begin considerably before this early dynastic period. These original urban elements include some which have been wrongly characterized as inventions of royal statecraft, such as the institution that historians call by the French term corvée. This refers to obligatory labor on civic projects exacted from free citizens on a seasonal basis, and it has always been assumed to be a form of tax extracted by powerful rulers, taxes paid not in goods, but in services. From a Mesopotamian perspective, though, corvée was already very ancient. As old as humanity itself. The flood myth Atrahasis, the prototype for the Old Testament story of Noah, tells how the gods first created people to perform corvée on their behalf. Mesopotamian gods were unusually hands-on, and had originally worked themselves. Eventually tiring of digging irrigation canals, they created minor deities to do the work, but they too rebelled, and, receiving a much more favorable hearing than Lucifer would in heaven, the gods conceded to their demands and created people. 45. Everyone had to do corvée. Even the most powerful Mesopotamian rulers of later periods had to heave a basket of clay to the construction site of an important temple. The Sumerian word for corvée, dubzig, refers to this basket of earth, written with a pictogram showing a person lifting it onto their head, like kings do on monuments such as the plaque of Urnach, carved around 2500 BC. Free citizens performed dubzig for weeks or even months. When they did, high-ranking clerics and administrators worked alongside artisans, shepherds and cereal farmers. Later kings could grant exemptions, allowing the rich to pay tax in lieu, or employ others to do the work for them. Still, all contributed in some way. 46. Royal hymns describe the happy faces and joyous hearts of corvée workers. No doubt there's an element of propaganda here, but it's clear that, even in periods of monarchy and empire, these seasonal projects were undertaken in a festive spirit, laborers receiving copious rewards of bread, beer, dates, cheese and meat. There was also something of the carnival about them. They were occasions when the moral order of the city spun on its axis, and distinctions between citizens dissolved away. The hymns of Gudea the governor, Insi, of the city-state of Lagash, convey something of the atmosphere in which they took place. Dating from around the end of the 3rd millennium BC, they eulogize the restoration of a temple called Ininu, the house of Ningirsu, patron deity of the city. Women did not carry baskets. Only the top warriors did the building. For him, the whip did not strike. Mother did not hit her, disobedient, child. The general, the colonel, the captain, and the conscript. They, all, shared the work equally. The supervision indeed was, like soft wool in their hands. 47. More lasting benefits for the citizenry at large included debt cancellation by the governor. 48 times of labor mobilization were thus seen as moments of absolute equality before the gods, when even slaves might be placed on an equal footing to their masters, as well as times when the imaginary city became real, as its inhabitants shed their day-to-day identities as bakers or tavern keepers or inhabitants of such and such a neighborhood, or later generals or slaves, and briefly assembled to become the people of Lagash, or Kish, Eridu, or Larsa as they built or rebuilt some part of the city or the network of irrigation canals that sustained it. If this is at least partly how cities were built, it's hard to write such festivals off as pure symbolic display. What's more, there were other institutions, also said to originate in the pre-dynastic age, which ensure that ordinary citizens had a significant hand in government. Even the most autocratic rulers of later city-states were answerable to a panoply of town councils, neighborhood wards and assemblies, in all of which women often participated alongside men. 49 The sons and daughters of a city could make their voices heard, influencing everything from taxation to foreign policy. These urban assemblies might not have been so powerful as those of ancient Greece, but, on the other hand, slavery was not nearly so developed in Mesopotamia, and women were not excluded from politics to anything like the same degree. 50 In diplomatic correspondence, we also catch occasional glimpses of corporate bodies rising up against unpopular rulers or policies, often successfully. The term used by modern scholars for this general state of affairs is primitive democracy. It's not a very good term, since there's no particular reason to think any of these institutions were in any way crude or unsophisticated. Arguably, the continued use of this odd term by researchers has inhibited wider discussion, which remains mostly confined to the specialist field of Assyriology, the study of ancient Mesopotamia and its written legacy in the cuneiform script. Let's take a closer look at the argument, and some of its implications. The idea that Mesopotamia possessed a primitive democracy was first advanced in the 1940s by Thorkel Jacobsen, the Danish historian and Assyriologist. 51 Today, scholars in that field have extended his idea even further. District councils and assemblies of elders, representing the interests of urban publics, were not just a feature of the earliest Mesopotamian cities, as Jacobsen thought. There is evidence for them in all later periods of Mesopotamian history too, right down to the time of the Assyrian, Babylonian, and Persian empires, whose memory lived on through biblical scripture. Popular councils and citizen assemblies, Sumerian, Achaean, Akkadian, Purim, were stable features of government, not just in Mesopotamian cities, but also their colonial offshoots, like the old Assyrian Karam of Kanesh, in Anatolia, and in the urban societies of neighboring peoples such as the Hittites, Phoenicians, Philistines, and Israelites. 52 In fact, it is almost impossible to find a city anywhere in the ancient Near East that did not have some equivalent to a popular assembly, or often several assemblies, for instance, different ones representing the interests of the young and the old. This was the case even in areas such as the Syrian steppe in northern Mesopotamia, where traditions of monarchy ran deep. 53 Still, we know very little about how these assemblies function, their composition, or often even where they met. 54 Likely as not, an ancient Greek observer might have described some of them as democratic, others oligarchic, still others as a mix of democratic, oligarchic and monarchic principles. But for the most part, experts can only guess. Some of the clearest evidence comes from between the 9th and 7th centuries BC. Assyrian emperors like Sennacherib and Ashurbanipal have been famous since biblical times for their brutality, creating monuments that boasted of the bloody vengeance they carried out against rebels. But when dealing with loyal subjects they were strikingly hands-off, often granting near-total autonomy to citizen bodies that made decisions collectively. 55 We know this because governors stationed far from the Assyrian court, in southern Mesopotamia's major cities, Babylon, Nippur, Uruk, Ur, and so on, sent letters to their overlords. Many of these were letters recovered by archaeologists during the excavation of royal archives at the ancient imperial capital of Nineveh. In them, city governors relay information to the Assyrian court about decisions made by civic councils. We learn the will of the people on matters ranging from foreign policy to the election of governors, also, that citizen bodies sometimes took matters into their own hands, raising soldiers or taxes to support civic projects, and playing their overlords off against each other. Neighborhood wards, Akkadian, Babdom, after the word for gate, were active in local administration, and sometimes appear to have replicated certain aspects of village or tribal governance in an urban setting. 56 Murder trials, divorce and property disputes seem to have been mostly in the hands of town councils. Texts found at Nippur give unusual details about the composition of one such assembly, summoned to act as a jury for a homicide case. Among those sitting we find one bird catcher, one potter, two gardeners and a soldier in the service of a temple. The Trinidadian intellectual C.L.R. James once said of 5th century Athens that every cook can govern. In Mesopotamia, or at least in many parts of it, it seems this was literally true. Being a manual laborer did not exclude one from direct participation in law and politics. 57. Participatory government in ancient Mesopotamian cities was organized at multiple levels, from wards, sometimes defined on ethnic lines or in terms of professional affiliations, up to larger urban districts, and ultimately the city as a whole. The interests of individual citizens might be represented at every tier, but the surviving written evidence contains frustratingly few details about how this system of urban government worked in practice. Historians attribute this lack of information to the key role of assemblies, operating at various scales, and conducting their deliberations about local property disputes, divorce and inheritance cases, accusations of theft or murder, and so on, in ways that were largely independent of central government and did not require its written authorization. 58. Archaeologists find themselves in general agreement with the historians, although one might reasonably ask how archaeology can shed independent light on such political matters. One answer comes from the site of Mashkin Shapir, an important center under the kings of Larsa, around 2000 BC. As with most Mesopotamian cities, the urban landscape of Mashkin Shapir was dominated by its main temple, in this case, the sanctuary of Nergal, god of the underworld, raised up high on a ziggurat platform. But intensive archaeological survey of the city's harbor, gateways and residential districts revealed a strikingly even distribution of wealth, craft production and administrative tools across the 5 main districts, with no obvious center of commercial or political power. 59 In terms of day-to-day affairs, city dwellers, even under monarchies, largely governed themselves, presumably much as they had before kings appeared on the scene to begin with. Things could work the other way round. Sometimes, the arrival of an authoritarian ruler from outside the city sent urban life into reverse. Such was the case with the Amorite dynasty of the Lims, Yagad Lim, Yahudun Lim and Zimri Lim, which conquered much of the Syrian Euphrates around the same time Mashkin Shapir was thriving far to the south. The Lims decided to set up their center of operations in the ancient city called Mari, modern Tel Hariri, on the Syrian Euphrates, and occupied government buildings in its heart. Their arrival seems to have precipitated a mass exodus of Mari's urban population, who left to join up with smaller townships or tent-dwelling herders scattered across the Syrian steppe. Before the sack of Mari by Hammurabi of Babylon in 1761 BC, the last city of the Amorite kings comprised little more than the royal residence, harem, attached temples and a handful of other official buildings. 60. Written correspondence of this period offers direct evidence of antipathy between arrivist monarchy of this kind and the established power of urban assemblies. Letters to Zimri Lim from Taru, lord of the ancient Hurrian capital of Urksh, modern Tel Mozan, convey his impotence in the face of the city's councils and assemblies. On one occasion, Taru tells Zimri Lim, "Because I am submitted to my lord's pleasure, the inhabitants of my town despise me, and 2 and 3 times I have snatched my head back from death by their hand." To which the Mari king responds, "I did not realize that the inhabitants of your town despised you on account of me. You belong to me even if the town of Urksh belongs to someone else." All this came to a head when Taru confessed he had to flee from public opinion, the mouth of Urksh, taking refuge in a nearby town. 61. So, far from needing rulers to manage urban life, it seems most Mesopotamian urbanites were organized into autonomous self-governing units, which might react to offensive overlords either by driving them out or by abandoning the city entirely. None of this necessarily answers the question, what was the nature of government in Mesopotamian cities before the appearance of kingship? Though it's certainly suggestive. Instead, the answers depend to a slightly alarming degree on discoveries from a single site, the city of Uruk, modern Warka, biblical Erech, whose later mythology inspired Jacobson's original search for primitive democracy. 62. In which we describe how, written, history, and probably, oral, epic too, began, with big councils in the cities, and small kingdoms in the hills. At 3300 BC, Uruk was a city of around 200 hectares, dwarfing her neighbors on the southern Mesopotamian floodplain. Estimates of Uruk's population at this time range widely, between 20,000 and 50,000. The first residential quarters are built over by later urban settlement, which continued down to the time of Alexander the Great in the 4th century BC. 63 Cuneiform script may well have been invented at Uruk, around 3300 BC, and we can see its early stages of development in numerical tablets and other forms of administrative notation. Bookkeeping in the city's temples was writing's main function at that point. 64 thousands of years later, it was also in the temples of Uruk that cuneiform script finally passed into obsolescence, by which time it had been elaborated to record, among other things, the world's earliest written literature and law codes. What do we know about the original city of Uruk? By the late 4th millennium BC it had a high acropolis, much of which was taken up by the raised public district called Aina, House of Heaven, dedicated to the goddess Inanna. On its summit stood 9 monumental buildings, of which only the foundations of imported limestone survive, together with bits of stairwells and fragments of columned halls decorated with colored mosaic. The roofs of these broad civic structures must originally have been constructed of exotic timbers, brought by river barge from the cedar forest of Syria, which form the backdrop to the Mesopotamian epic of Gilgamesh. For the urban historian, Uruk remains something of a strange fruit. A bit like a Ukrainian megasite in reverse, its oldest known architectural layout is all core with no surrounding flesh, since we know almost nothing of the residential districts beyond the Aina precinct, which were ignored by early excavators at the site. In other words, we glimpse something of the city's public sector, but as yet we have no private sector against which to define it. Still, let's press on with what we do know. Most of these public buildings seem to have been great communal assembly halls, clearly modeled on the plan of ordinary households, but constructed as houses of the gods. 65 There was also a great court comprising an enormous sunken plaza, 165 feet across, entirely surrounded by 2 tiers of benches and equipped with water channels to feed trees and gardens, which offered much needed shade for open-air gatherings. This sort of arrangement, a series of magnificent, open temples, accompanied by a congenial space for public meetings, is exactly what one might expect were Uruk to have been governed by a popular assembly, and, as Jacobson emphasized, the Gilgamesh epic, which begins in pre-dynastic Uruk, does speak of such assemblies, including one reserved for the young men of the city. To draw an obvious parallel, the Athenian agora in the time of Pericles, the 5th century BC, was also full of public temples, but the actual democratic assemblies took place in an open space called the Nix, a low hill equipped with seating for the council of 500 citizens, appointed, by sortition, with rotating membership, to run the everyday affairs of the city. All other citizens were expected to stand. Meetings at the Nix could involve anywhere between 6,000 and 12,000 people, groups comprising free adult males drawn from perhaps 20% of the city's total population. The Great Court at Uruk is considerably larger, and while we have little idea what the total population of Uruk was in, say, 3500 BC, it's hard to imagine it was anywhere near that of classical Athens. This suggests a wider range of participation, which would make sense if women were not entirely excluded and if early Uruk did not, like later Athens, define some 30% of its population as resident aliens with no voting rights, and up to 40% as slaves. Much of this remains speculative, but what's clear is that in later periods things change. Around 3200 BC the original public buildings of the Aina sanctuary were razed and covered with debris, and its sacred landscape redesigned around a series of gated courts and ziggurats. By 2900 BC, we have evidence for local kings of rival city-states battling it out for supremacy over Uruk, in response to which a 5.5-mile fortification wall, whose building was later attributed to Gilgamesh, went up around the city's perimeter. Within a few centuries, city rulers were setting themselves up as neighbors of the goddesses and the gods, building their own palatial houses on the doorstep to the House of Heaven and stamping their names into its sacred brickwork. 66. Once again, while evidence of democratic self-governance is always a bit ambiguous, would anyone guess what was really going on in 5th century Athens, from archaeological evidence alone? Evidence for royal rule, when it appears, is entirely unmistakable. What Uruk is really famous for is writing. It is the first city for which we have extensive written records, and some of these documents do date back to the period before royal rule. Unfortunately, while they can be read, they are also extremely difficult to interpret. Most are cuneiform tablets recovered from trash dumps dug into the foundations of the Acropolis, and they appear to provide only a very narrow window onto city life. The great majority are bureaucratic receipts, recording transactions of goods and services. There are also school texts which comprise sign lists, copied out by scribes in training to familiarize them with the standard administrative lexicon of the time. The historical value of the latter is unclear, because scribes may have had to learn to write all kinds of cuneiform signs, which were executed by pressing a reed stylus into moist clay, that had little application in practice. Such learning may well have been part of what was considered a proper literate training at the time. 67. Still, the mere existence of a college of scribes administering complicated relations between people, animals and things shows us there was much more going on in the large houses of the gods than just ritual gatherings. There were goods and industries to be administered, and a body of citizens who developed pedagogical techniques that quickly became so essential to this particular form of urban life that they remain with us to this day. To get a sense of how pervasive some of these innovations were, Consider that just about anyone reading this book is likely to have first learned to read in classrooms, sitting in rows opposite a teacher, who follows a standard curriculum. This rather stern way of learning was itself a Sumerian invention, one now to be found in virtually every corner of our world. 68. So what do we know about these houses of the gods? For one thing, it is clear that in many ways they resembled factories more than churches. Even the earliest for which there is evidence had considerable amounts of human labor at their disposal, along with workshops and stockpiles of raw materials. Some details of the way these Sumerian temples organized themselves are still with us, including the quantification of human labor into standard workloads and units of time. Sumerian officials counted all sorts of things, including days, months and years, using a sexagesimal, base 60, system from which ultimately derives, via many and varied pathways of transmission, our own system of time reckoning. 69 In their bookkeeping records we find the ancient seedbeds of modern industrialism, finance and bureaucracy. It is often hard to determine exactly who these temple laborers were, or even what sort of people were being organized in this way, allotted meals and having their outputs inventoried. Were they permanently attached to the temple, or just ordinary citizens fulfilling their annual corvée duty? But the presence of children in the lists suggests at least some may have lived there. If so, then this was most likely because they had nowhere else to go. If later Sumerian temples are anything to go by, this workforce will have comprised a whole assortment of the urban needy, widows, orphans and others rendered vulnerable by debt, crime, conflict, poverty, disease or disability, who found in the temple a place of refuge and support. 70. For the time being, though, let us just emphasize the remarkable number of industries that developed in these temple workshops, as documented in the cuneiform accounts. Among them we find the first large-scale dairy and wool production, also the manufacture of leavened bread, beer and wine, including facilities for standardized packaging. Some 80 varieties of fish, fresh and salt water, appear in the administrative accounts along with their associated oil and food products, preserved and stored in temple repositories. From this we can deduce that a primary economic function of this temple sector was to coordinate labor at key times of year, and to provide quality control for processed goods that differed from those made in ordinary households. 71. This particular kind of work, unlike the maintenance of irrigation dikes and building of roads and embankments, was routinely carried out under central administrative control. In other words, in the early phases of Mesopotamian urban life, what we would ordinarily imagine as the state sector, for example public works, international relations, was managed largely by local or city-wide assemblies, while top-down bureaucratic procedures were limited to what we would now think of as the economic or commodity sphere. 72. Of course, Uruk's inhabitants didn't have an explicit concept of an economy. No one did until very recent times. For Sumerians, the ultimate purpose of all these factories and workshops was to provide the gods and goddesses of the city with an illustrious residence where they would receive offerings of food, fine clothing and care, which also meant servicing their cult and organizing their festivals. The latter activity was probably depicted on the Uruk vase, one of the few surviving examples of narrative art from this early period, whose carved decoration shows a number of identical nude males parading behind one larger male figure to the temple precinct of the goddess Inanna with their yield of field, orchard and flock. 73. It's not entirely clear who the larger, leading male figure, or Uruk man, as he's sometimes called in the literature, is supposed to be. According to the much later story of Gilgamesh, which is set in Uruk, one of the leaders of the youth assembly did manage to catapult himself into the position of Lugal, or king, but if anything like this happened it left no trace in the written records of the 4th millennium BC, since lists of Uruk office holders have been found, dating to that time, and Lugal is not among them. The term only shows up much later, around 2600 BC, at a time when there are also palaces and other clear signs of royalty. There is no reason to think that monarchy, ceremonial or otherwise, played any significant role in the earliest cities of southern Mesopotamia. Quite the opposite, in fact. 74. Yet it's also clear that early inscriptions prize open only a very narrow window on urban life. We know something about the mass production of woolen garments and other commodities in temples. We can also infer that, somehow or other, these woolens and other temple manufactures were being traded for wood, metal and precious stone that were not available in the river valleys, but abounded in the surrounding high country. We know little about how this trade was organized in its earliest days, but we do know from archaeological evidence that Uruk was establishing colonies, tiny versions of itself, at many strategic points along the trade routes. Uruk colonies appear to have been both commercial outposts and religious centers, and traces of them are found as far north as the Taurus Mountains and as far east as the Iranian Zagros. 75. Uruk expansion, as it is called in the archaeological literature, is puzzling. There's no real evidence of violent conquest, no weapons or fortifications, yet at the same time there seems to have been an effort to transform, in effect, to colonize, the lives of nearby peoples, to disseminate the new habits of urban life. In this, the emissaries of Uruk seem to have proceeded with an almost missionary zeal. Temples were established, and with them new sorts of clothing, new dairy products, wines and woolens were disseminated to local populations. While these products might not have been entirely novel, what the temples introduced was the principle of standardization. Urban temple factories were literally outputting products in uniform packages, with the houses of the gods guaranteeing purity and quality control. 76. The entire process was, in a sense, colonial, and it did not go unopposed. As it turns out, we cannot really understand the rise of what we have come to call the state and specifically of aristocracies and monarchies, except in the larger context of that counter-reaction. Perhaps the most revealing site, in this respect, is called Aslantepe, the Hill of the Lion, in the Malatya plain of eastern Turkey. Around the same time Uruk was becoming a large city, Aslantepe was coming into its own as a regional center of some significance, where the upper reaches of the Euphrates arc towards the Anti-Taurus Mountains, with their rich sources of metal and timber. The site may have started life as some kind of seasonal trade fair. At nearly 3,300 feet above sea level, it was likely snowed in over the winter months. Even at its peak it was never larger than 5 hectares, and there were probably never more than a few hundred people actually living on the spot. Within those 5 hectares, however, archaeologists have unearthed evidence for a remarkable sequence of political developments. 77. The story of Aslantepe begins around 3300 BC, when a temple was built on the site. This temple resembled those of Uruk and her colonies, with storage areas for food and carefully arranged archives of administrative seals, just as in any temple of the Mesopotamian floodplain. But within a few generations the temple was dismantled, and in its place was built a massive private structure enclosing a grand audience chamber and living quarters, as well as storage areas, including an armory. An assemblage of swords and spearheads, finely crafted of arsenic-rich copper and quite unlike anything found in public buildings of the lowlands at this time, signals not only control over, but a celebration of the means to enact violence, a new aesthetics of personal combat and killing. The excavators have labeled this building the world's earliest known palace. From 3100 BC, across the hilly country of what's now eastern Turkey, and then in other places on the edge of urban civilization, we see evidence for the rise of a warrior aristocracy, heavily armed with metal spears and swords, living in what appear to be hill forts or small palaces. All traces of bureaucracy disappear. In their place we find not just aristocratic households, reminiscent of Beowulf's Mead Hall, or indeed the Pacific Northwest coast in the 19th century, but for the first time also tombs of men who, in life, were clearly considered heroic individuals of some sort, accompanied to the afterlife by prodigious quantities of metal weaponry, treasures, elaborate textiles and drinking gear. 78. Everything about these tombs and their makers, living on the frontiers of urban life, bespeaks a spirit of extravagance. Copious amounts of fine food, drink and personal jewelry were deposited. There are signs that such funerals could spiral into spectacles of competitive one-upmanship, as what must have been priceless trophies, heirlooms and prizes of unparalleled magnificence were offered up or even intentionally destroyed. Some, too, are accompanied by subsidiary burials of those apparently slaughtered at the graveside as offerings. 79 Unlike the isolated princes and princesses of the Ice Age, there are whole cemeteries full of such burials, for example at Basur Hoyuk, on the way to Lake Van, while at Aslantepe we see exactly the kind of physical infrastructure, forts, storehouses, we might expect from a society dominated by some sort of warrior aristocracy. Here we have the very beginnings of an aristocratic ethos with a long afterlife and some wide ramifications in the history of Eurasia, something we touched on earlier, when alluding to Herodotus' account of the Scythians, and Ibn Fadlan's later observations on the barbarian Germanic tribes of the Volga. We are witnessing the first known emergence of what Hector Munro Chadwick famously called heroic societies and, moreover, these societies all seem to have emerged just where his analysis tells us to expect them, on the margins of bureaucratically ordered cities. Writing in the 1920s, Chadwick, professor of Anglo-Saxon at Cambridge, at much the same time J.R.R. Tolkien held that post at Oxford, was initially concerned with why great traditions of epic poetry, Nordic sagas, the works of Homer, the Ramayana, always seemed to emerge among people in contact with and often employed by the urban civilizations of their day, but who ultimately rejected the values of those same civilizations. For a long time, his notion of heroic societies fell into a certain disfavor. There was a widespread assumption that such societies did not really exist but were, like the society represented in Homer's Iliad, retroactively reconstructed in epic literature. But as archaeologists have more recently discovered, there is a very real pattern of heroic burials, indicating in turn an emerging cultural emphasis on feasting, drinking, the beauty and fame of the individual male warrior. And it appears time and again around the fringes of urban life, often in strikingly similar forms, over the course of the Eurasian Bronze Age. In searching for the common features of such heroic societies, we can find a fairly consistent list in precisely the traditions of epic poetry that Chadwick compared, in each region, the first written versions being much later in date than the heroic burials themselves, but shedding light on earlier customs. It's a list which applies just as well, in most of its features, to the potlatch societies of the northwest coast or, for that matter, the Maori of New Zealand. All these cultures were aristocracies, without any centralized authority or principle of sovereignty, or, maybe, some largely symbolic, formal one. Instead of a single center, we find numerous heroic figures competing fiercely with one another for retainers and slaves. Politics, in such societies, was composed of a history of personal debts of loyalty or vengeance between heroic individuals, all, moreover, focus on game-like contests as the primary business of ritual, indeed political, life. 81 Often, massive amounts of loot or wealth were squandered, sacrificed or given away in such theatrical performances. Moreover, all such groups explicitly resisted certain features of nearby urban civilizations, above all, writing, for which they tended to substitute poets or priests who engaged in rote memorization or elaborate techniques of oral composition. Inside their own societies, at least, they also rejected commerce. Hence standardized currency, either in physical or credit forms, tended to be eschewed, with the focus instead on unique material treasures. It goes without saying that we cannot possibly hope to trace all these various tendencies back into periods for which no written testimony exists. But it is equally clear that, insofar as modern archaeology allows us to identify an ultimate origin for heroic societies of this sort, it is to be found precisely on the spatial and cultural margins of the world's first great urban expansion. Indeed, some of the earliest aristocratic tombs in the Turkish highlands were dug directly into the ruins of abandoned Uruk colonies. 82 Aristocracies, perhaps monarchy itself, first emerged in opposition to the egalitarian cities of the Mesopotamian plains, for which they likely had much the same mixed but ultimately hostile and murderous feelings as Alaric the Goth would later have towards Rome and everything it stood for, Genghis Khan towards Samarkand or Merv, or Timur towards Delhi. In which we consider whether the Indus civilization was an example of caste before kingship. Fast forward now 1,000 years from the Uruk expansion to around 2600 BC. On the banks of the Indus River, in what is today the Pakistani province of Sindh, a city was founded on virgin soil, Mohenjo-Daro. It remained there for 700 years. 83 The city is considered the greatest expression of a new form of society that flourished in the valley of the Indus at the time, a form of society which archaeologists have come to know simply as the Indus or Harappan civilization. It was South Asia's first urban culture. Here we will find further evidence that Bronze Age cities, the world's first large-scale, planned human settlements, could emerge in the absence of ruling classes and managerial elites, but those of the Indus Valley also present some uniquely puzzling features, which archaeologists have debated for more than a century. 84 Let's introduce both the problem and its key locus, the site of Mohenjo-Daro, in a little more detail. On first inspection, Mohenjo-Daro bears out its reputation as the most completely preserved city of the Bronze Age world. There's something staggering about it all, a brazen modernity, which was not lost on the first excavators of the site, who didn't hesitate to designate certain areas high streets, police barracks and so on, though much of this initial interpretation, as it turned out, was fantasy. Most of the city consists of the brick-built houses of the lower town, with its grid-like arrangement of streets, long boulevards and sophisticated drainage and sanitation systems. Terracotta sewage pipes, private and public toilets and bathrooms were ubiquitous. Above these surprisingly comfortable arrangements loomed the upper citadel, a raised civic center, also known, for reasons we'll explain, as the Mound of the Great Bath. Though both parts of the city stood on massive artificial foundations of heaped earth, lifting them above the floodplain, the upper citadel was also encased in a wall of baked bricks made to standard dimensions which extended all the way round it, affording further protection when the Indus broke its banks. 85. In the wider ambit of Indus civilization, there is only one rival to Mohenjo-Daro, the site of Harappa, whence the alternative term Harappan civilization. Of similar magnitude, it lies about 370 miles upstream on the Ravi River, a tributary of the Indus. Many other sites of the same date and cultural family exist, ranging from large towns to hamlets. They extend over most of the area of modern-day Pakistan, and well beyond the floodplain of the Indus, into northern India. For instance, perched on an island amid the salt flats of the Great Run of Kutch lie the striking remains of Dholavira, a town equipped with over 15 brick-built reservoirs to capture rainwater and runoff from local streams. The Indus civilization had colonial outposts as far as the Oxus River in northern Afghanistan, where the site of Shortugai presents a miniature replica of its urban mother culture, ideally placed to tap the rich mineral sources of the Central Asian highlands, lapis, tin and other gemstones and metals. Such materials were prized by lowland artisans and their commercial partners as far away as Iran, Arabia, and Mesopotamia. At Lothal, on Gujarat's Gulf of Khampat, lie remains of a well-appointed port town facing the Arabian Sea, presumably built by Indus engineers to service maritime trade. 86. The Indus civilization had its own script, which appeared and vanished together with its cities. It has not been deciphered. What survives to us are mainly short captions, stamped or incised on storage jars, copper tools and the remnants of a lonely piece of street signage from Dholavira. Short inscriptions also feature on tiny stone amulets, captioning pictorial vignettes or miniature animal figures, carved with striking precision. Most of these are realistic depictions of water buffalo, elephant, rhinoceros, tiger and other local fauna, but they also include fantastic beasts, most often unicorns. Debate surrounds the amulet's function. Were they worn as personal identifiers, for passage through the city's gated quarters and walled compounds, or perhaps to gain entry to ceremonial occasions? Or were they used for administration, to impress identifying signs on commodities passing among unknown parties, a Bronze Age origin of product branding? Could they be all of these things? 87. Aside from our inability to make sense of the Indus script, there are many puzzling aspects of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. Both were excavated in the early 20th century, when archaeology was a large-scale and broad-brush affair, with sometimes thousands of workers digging simultaneously. Rapid work on this scale produced striking spatial exposures of street plans, residential neighborhoods and entire ceremonial precincts. But it largely neglected to chart the site's development over time, a process that can only be disentangled with more careful methods. For instance, early excavators recorded just the baked brick foundations of buildings. The superstructures were of softer mud brick, often missed or unwittingly destroyed in the course of rapid digging, while the upper stories of large civic structures were originally of fine timber, rotted or removed for reuse in antiquity. What seems in plan to be a single phase of urban construction is, in reality, a false composite made up of different elements from various periods of the city's history, a city inhabited for over 500 years. 88. All of which leaves us with plenty of known unknowns, including the city's size or population. Recent estimates suggest up to 40,000 residents. But really we can only guess. 89. It's not even clear where to draw the city boundaries. Some scholars include only the immediately visible areas of the planned lower town and the upper citadel as part of the city proper, yielding a total area of 100 hectares. Others note scattered evidence for the city's extension over a far greater area, maybe 3 times this size. We'd have to call them lower towns. Long since submerged by floodplain soils, a poignant illustration of that conspiracy between nature and culture which so often makes us forget that shanty dwellers even exist. But it's this last point that leads us in more promising directions. Despite all its problems, Mohenjo-Daro and its sister sites in the Punjab do offer some insights into the nature of civic life in the first cities of South Asia, and into the wider question that we posed at the start of this chapter: is there a causal relationship between scale and inequality in human societies? Let's consider, for a moment, what archaeology tells us about wealth distribution at Mohenjo-Daro. Contrary to what we might expect, there is no concentration of material wealth on the upper citadel. Quite the opposite, in fact. Metals, gemstones and worked shell, for example, were widely available to households of the lower town. Archaeologists have recovered such goods from caches beneath house floors, and bundles of them are scattered over every quarter of the site. 90. The same goes for little terracotta figures of people wearing bangles, diadems and other flashy personal adornment. Not so the upper citadel. Writing, and also standard weights and measures, were also widely distributed across the lower town. So too evidence for craft occupations and industries from metalworking and potting to the manufacture of beads. All flourished down there, in the lower town, but are absent from the city's upper citadel, where the main civic structures stood. 91 Objects made for personal display had little place, it seems, in the most elevated quarters of the city. Instead, what defines the upper citadel are buildings like the Great Bath, a large sunken pool measuring roughly 40 feet long and over 6 feet deep, lined with carefully executed brickwork, sealed with plaster and bitumen and entered on either side via steps with timber treads, all constructed to the finest architectural standards, yet unmarked by monuments dedicated to particular rulers, or indeed any other signs of personal aggrandizement. Because of its lack of royal sculpture, or indeed other forms of monumental depiction, the Indus Valley has been termed a faceless civilization. 92 At Mohenjo-Daro, it seems, the focus of civic life was not a palace or cenotaph, but a public facility for purifying the body. Brick-made bathing floors and platforms also were a standard fixture in most dwellings of the lower town. Citizens seem to have been familiar with very specific notions of cleanliness, with daily ablutions apparently forming part of their domestic routine. The Great Bath was, at one level, an outsized version of these residential washing facilities. On another level, though, life on the upper citadel seems to negate that of the lower town. So long as the Great Bath was in use, and it was for some centuries, we find no evidence of industrial activities nearby. The narrowing lanes on the Acropolis effectively prevented the use of ox-drawn carts and similar commercial traffic. Here, it was the bath itself, and the act of bathing, that became the focus of social life and labor. Barracks and storerooms adjacent to the bath housed a staff, whether in attached or rotating service, we cannot know, and their essential supplies. The upper citadel was a special sort of city within a city, in which ordinary principles of household organization went into reverse. 93. All this is redolent of the inequality of the caste system, with its hierarchical division of social functions, organized on an ascending scale of purity. 94 But the earliest recorded reference to caste in South Asia comes only 1,000 years later, in the Rig Veda, an anthology of sacrificial hymns, first committed to writing around 1200 BC. The system, as described in later Sanskrit epics, consisted of 4 hereditary ranks or varnas: priests, Brahmins, warriors or nobles, Kshatriyas, farmers and traders, Vaishyas, and laborers, Shudras, and also those so lowly as to be excluded from the varnas entirely. The very top ranks belong to world renouncers, whose abstention from trappings of personal status raises them to a higher spiritual plane. Commerce, industry and status rivalries may all thrive, but the wealth, power or prosperity being fought over is always seen as of lesser value, in the great scheme of things, than the purity of priestly caste. The Varna system is about as unequal as any social system can possibly be, yet where one ranks within it has less to do with how many material goods one can pile up or lay claim to than with one's relation to certain, polluting, substances, physical dirt and waste, but also bodily matter linked to birth, death and menstruation, and the people who handle them. All this creates serious problems for any contemporary scholar seeking to apply Gini coefficients or any other property-based measure of inequality to the society in question. On the other hand, and despite the great gaps in time between our sources, it might allow us to make sense of some of Mohenjo-Daro's otherwise puzzling features, such as the fact that those residential buildings most closely resembling palaces are not located on the upper citadel but crammed into the streets of the lower town, that bit closer to the mud, sewage pipes and paddy fields, where such jostling for worldly status seems to have properly belonged. 95. Clearly, we can't just project the social world evoked in Sanskrit literature indiscriminately onto the much earlier Indus civilization. If the first South Asian cities were indeed organized on caste-like principles, then we would immediately have to acknowledge a major difference from the system of ranks described over a millennium later in Sanskrit texts, where second highest status, just below Brahmins, is reserved for the warrior caste known as Kshatriyas. In the Bronze Age Indus Valley there is no evidence of anything like a Kshatriya class of warrior nobles, nor of the kind of aggrandizing behavior associated with such groups in later epic tales such as the Mahabharata or Ramayana. Even the largest cities, like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, yield no evidence of spectacular sacrifices or feasts, no pictorial narratives of military prowess or celebrations of famous deeds, no sign of tournaments in which anyone vied over titles and treasures, no aristocratic burials. And if such things were going on in the Indus cities at the time, there would be ways to know. Indus civilization wasn't some kind of commercial or spiritual Arcadia, nor was it an entirely peaceful society. 96 But neither does it contain any evidence for charismatic authority figures, war leaders, lawgivers and the like. A small, cloaked sculpture made of yellow limestone from Mohenjo-Daro, known in the literature as the priest-king, is often presented as such. But, in fact, there's no particular reason to believe the figure really is a priest-king or an authority figure of any sort. It's simply a limestone image of an urbane Bronze Age man with a beard. The fact that past generations of scholars have insisted on referring to him as priest-king is testimony more to their own assumptions about what they think must have been happening in early Asian cities than anything the evidence implies. Over time, experts have largely come to agree that there's no evidence for priest-kings, warrior nobility, or anything like what we would recognize as a state in the urban civilization of the Indus Valley. Can we speak, then, of egalitarian cities here as well, and if so, in what sense? If the upper citadel at Mohenjo-Daro really was dominated by some sort of ascetic order, literally higher than everyone else, and the area around the citadel by wealthy merchants, then there was a clear hierarchy between groups. Yet this doesn't necessarily mean that the groups themselves were hierarchical in their internal organization, or that ascetics and merchants had a greater say than anyone else when it came to matters of day-to-day governance. Now, you might at this point be objecting, well, yes, technically that may be true, but honestly, what's the chance that they weren't hierarchical, or that the poor or the wealthy did not have greater say in running the city's affairs? In fact, it seems very difficult for most of us even to imagine how self-conscious egalitarianism on a large scale would work. But this again simply serves to demonstrate how automatically we have come to accept an evolutionary narrative in which authoritarian rule is somehow the natural outcome whenever a large enough group of people are brought together, and, by implication, that something called democracy emerges only much later, as a conceptual breakthrough, and most likely just once, in ancient Greece. Scholars tend to demand clear and irrefutable evidence for the existence of democratic institutions of any sort in the distant past. It's striking how they never demand comparably rigorous proof for top-down structures of authority. These latter are usually treated as a default mode of history, the kind of social structures you would simply expect to see in the absence of evidence for anything else. 97 We could speculate about where this habit of thought comes from, but it wouldn't help us to decide if the everyday governance of early Indus cities could have proceeded on egalitarian lines, alongside the existence of ascetic social orders. It is more useful, we suggest, to level the interpretive playing field by asking if there are cases of such things happening in later, better documented periods of South Asian history. In fact, such cases are not difficult to find. Consider the social milieu from which Buddhist monasteries, or Sangha, arose. The word Sangha was actually first used for the popular assemblies that governed many South Asian cities in the Buddha's lifetime, roughly the 5th century BC. And early Buddhist texts insist that the Buddha was himself inspired by the example of these republics, and in particular the importance they accorded to convening full and frequent public assemblies. Early Buddhist sanghas were meticulous in their demands for all monks to gather together in order to reach unanimous decisions on matters of general concern, resorting to majority vote only when consensus broke down. 98 All this remains true of Sangha to this day. Over the course of time, Buddhist monasteries have varied a great deal in governance. Many have been extremely hierarchical in practice. But the important thing here is that even 2,000 years ago it was not considered in any way unusual for members of ascetic orders to make decisions in much the same way as, for example, contemporary anti-authoritarian activists do in Europe or Latin America, by consensus process, with a fallback on majority vote, that these forms of governance were based on an ideal of equality, and that there were entire cities governed in what was seen to be exactly the same way. 99 We might go further still and ask, are there any known examples of societies with formal caste hierarchies, in which practical governance nonetheless takes place on egalitarian lines? It may seem paradoxical, but the answer, again, is yes. There is plenty of evidence for such arrangements, some of which continue to this day. Perhaps best documented is the Seka system on the island of Bali, whose population adopted Hinduism in the Middle Ages. Balinese are not only divided by caste, their society is conceived as a total hierarchy in which not just every group but every individual knows, or at least, should know, their exact position in relation to everyone else. In principle, then, there are no equals, and most Balinese would argue that in the greater cosmic scheme of things, this must always be so. At the same time, however, practical affairs such as the management of communities, temples and agricultural life are organized according to the Seka system, in which everyone is expected to participate on equal terms and come to decisions by consensus. For instance, if a neighborhood association meets to discuss repairing the roofs of public buildings, or what to serve for food during an upcoming dance contest, those who consider themselves particularly high and mighty, offended by the prospect of having to sit in a circle on the ground with lowly neighbors, may choose not to attend, but in that case they are obliged to pay fines for non-attendance, fines which are then used to pay for the feast or the repairs. 100 We currently have no way of knowing if such a system prevailed in the Indus Valley over 4,000 years ago. The example merely serves to underscore that there is no necessary correspondence between overarching concepts of social hierarchy and the practical mechanics of local governance. The same is, incidentally, true of kingdoms and empires. One very common theory held that these tended to first appear in river valleys, because agriculture there involved the maintenance of complex irrigation systems, which in turn required some form of administrative coordination and control. Bali again provides the perfect counterexample. For most of its history, Bali was divided into a series of kingdoms, endlessly squabbling over this or that. It is also famous as a rather small volcanic island which manages to support one of the densest populations on Earth by a complex system of irrigated wet rice agriculture. Yet the kingdoms seem to have had no role whatsoever in the management of the irrigation system. This was governed by a series of water temples, through which the distribution of water was managed by an even more complex system of consensual decision-making, according to egalitarian principles, by the farmers themselves. 101. Concerning an apparent case of urban revolution in Chinese prehistory. So far in this chapter we've looked at what happened when cities first appeared in three distinct parts of Eurasia. In each case, we noted the absence of monarchs or any evidence of a warrior elite, and the corresponding likelihood that each had instead developed institutions of communal self-governance. Within those broad parameters, each regional tradition was very different. Contrasts between the expansion of Uruk and the Ukrainian megasites illustrate this point with particular clarity. Both appear to have developed an ethos of explicit egalitarianism, but it took strikingly different forms in each. It is possible to express these differences at a purely formal level. A self-conscious ethos of egalitarianism, at any point in history, might take either of two diametrically opposing forms. We can insist that everyone is, or should be, precisely the same, at least in the ways that we consider important, or alternatively, we can insist that everyone is so utterly different from each other that there are simply no criteria for comparison. For example, we are all unique individuals, and so there is no basis upon which any one of us can be considered better than another. Real-life egalitarianism will normally tend to involve a bit of both. Yet it could be argued that Mesopotamia, with its standardized household products, allocation of uniform payments to temple employees, and public assemblies, seems to have largely embraced the first version. Ukrainian megasites, in which each household seems to have developed its own unique artistic style and, presumably, idiosyncratic domestic rituals, embrace the second. 102 The Indus Valley appears, if our interpretation is broadly correct, to represent yet a third possibility, where rigorous equality in certain areas, even the bricks were all precisely the same size, was complemented by explicit hierarchy in others. It's important to stress that we are not arguing that the very first cities to appear in any region of the world were invariably founded on egalitarian principles. In fact, we will shortly see a perfect counterexample. What we are saying is that archaeological evidence shows this to have been a surprisingly common pattern, which goes against conventional evolutionary assumptions about the effects of scale on human society. In each of the cases we've considered so far, Ukrainian megasites, Uruk, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, a dramatic increase in the scale of organized human settlement took place with no resulting concentration of wealth or power in the hands of ruling elites. In short, archaeological research has shifted the burden of proof onto those theorists who claim causal connections between the origins of cities and the rise of stratified states, and whose claims now look increasingly hollow. So far we've been providing what are effectively a series of snapshot views of cities that, in most cases, were occupied for centuries. It seems unlikely that they did not have their own share of upheavals, transformations and constitutional crises. In some cases we can be certain they did. At Mohenjo-Daro, for instance, we know that roughly 200 years before the city's demise, the Great Bath had already fallen into disrepair. Industrial facilities and ordinary residences crept beyond the lower town, onto the upper citadel, and even the site of the bath itself. Within the lower town, we now find buildings of truly palatial dimensions with attached craft workshops. 103 This other Mohenjo-Daro existed for generations, and seems to represent a self-conscious project of transforming the city's, by then centuries old, hierarchy into something else, though archaeologists have yet to fathom quite what that other thing was supposed to be. Like the Ukrainian cities, those of the Indus were eventually abandoned entirely, to be replaced by societies of much smaller scale where heroic aristocrats held sway. In Mesopotamian cities palaces eventually appear. Overall, one might be forgiven for thinking that history was progressing uniformly in an authoritarian direction. and in the very long run it was, at least, by the time we have written histories, lords and kings and would-be world emperors have popped up almost everywhere. Those civic institutions and independent cities never entirely go away. 104 Still, rushing to this conclusion would be unwise. Dramatic reversals have sometimes taken place in the other direction, for instance in China. In China, archaeology has opened a yawning chasm between the birth of cities and the appearance of the earliest named royal dynasty, the Shang. Since the early 20th century discovery of inscribed oracle bones at Hanyang in the north-central province of Henan, political history in China has started with the Shang rulers, who came to power around 1200 BC. 105 Until quite recently, Shang civilization was thought to be a fusion of earlier urban, Erlang and Erlatau, and aristocratic or nomadic elements, the latter taking the form of bronze casting techniques, new types of weaponry, and horse-drawn chariots first developed on the Inner-Asian steppe, home to a series of powerful and highly mobile societies who played so much havoc with later Chinese history. 106. Before the Shang, nothing particularly interesting was supposed to have happened. Just a few decades ago, textbooks on early China simply presented a long series of Neolithic cultures receding into the distant past, defined by technological trends in farming and stylistic changes in regional traditions of pottery and the design of ritual jades. The underlying assumption was that these were pretty much the same as Neolithic farmers were imagined to be anywhere else, living in villages, developing embryonic forms of social inequality, preparing the way for the sudden leap that would bring the rise of cities and, with cities, the first dynastic states and empires. But we now know this is not what happened at all. Today, archaeologists in China speak of a late Neolithic or Longshan period marked by what can be described, without equivocation, as cities. Already by 2600 BC we find a spread of settlements surrounded by rammed earth walls across the entire valley of the Yellow River, from the coastal margins of Shandong to the mountains of southern Shaanxi. They range in size from centers of more than 300 hectares to tiny principalities, little more than villages but still fortified. 107 The major demographic hubs lay far away, on the lower reaches of the Yellow River to the east, also to the west of Henan, in the Fen River Valley of Shaanxi Province, and in the Liangzhu culture of southern Jiangsu and northern Zhejiang. 108 Many of the largest Neolithic cities contain cemeteries, where individual burials hold tens or even hundreds of carved ritual jades. These may be badges of office, or perhaps a form of ritual currency. In ancestral rites, the stacking and combination of such jades, often in great number, allowed differences of rank to be measured along a common scale of value, spanning the living and the dead. Accommodating such finds in the annals of written Chinese history proved an uncomfortable task, since we are speaking of a long and apparently tumultuous epoch that just wasn't supposed to have happened. 109 The problem is not merely one of time, but also of space. Astonishingly, some of the most striking Neolithic leaps towards urban life are now known to have taken place in the far north, on the frontier with Mongolia. From the perspective of later Chinese empires, and the historians who describe them, these regions were already halfway to nomad barbarian and would eventually end up beyond the Great Wall. Nobody expected archaeologists to find there, of all places, a 4,000-year-old city, extending over 400 hectares, with a great stone wall enclosing palaces and a step pyramid, lording it over a subservient rural hinterland nearly 1,000 years pre-Shang. The excavations at Shimao, on the Tavai River, have revealed all this, along with abundant evidence for sophisticated crafts, including bone working and bronze casting, and warfare, including the mass killing and burial of captives, in around 2000 BC. 110 Here we sense a much livelier political scene than was ever imagined in the annals of later courtly tradition. Some of it had a grisly aspect, including the decapitation of captured foes, and the burial of some thousands of ancestral jade axes and scepters in cracks between great stone blocks of the city wall, not to be found or seen again until the prying eyes of archaeologists uncovered them over 4 millennia later. The likely intention of all this was to disrupt, demoralize and delegitimize rival lineages. All in all, you're just another jade in the wall. At the site of Tosi, contemporary with Shimao, but located far to the south in the Jinan Basin, we find a rather different story. Between 2300 and 1800 BC, Tosi went through 3 phases of expansion. First, a fortified town of 60 hectares arose on the ruins of a village, expanding subsequently to a city of 300 hectares. In these early and middle periods, Tosi presents evidence for social stratification almost as dramatic as what we see at Shimao, or indeed what we might expect of a later imperial Chinese capital. There were massive enclosure walls, road systems and large, protected storage areas, also rigid segregation. Demographic hubs lay far away, on the lower reaches of the Yellow River to the east, also to the west of Henan, in the Fen River Valley of Shanxi Province, and in the Liangzhi culture of southern Jiangsu and northern Zhejiang. 108. Many of the largest Neolithic cities contain cemeteries, where individual burials hold tens or even hundreds of carved ritual jades. These may be badges of office, or perhaps a form of ritual currency. In ancestral rites, the stacking and combination of such jades, often in great number, allow differences of rank to be measured along a common scale of value, spanning the living and the dead. Accommodating such finds in the annals of written Chinese history proved an uncomfortable task, since we are speaking of a long and apparently tumultuous epoch that just wasn't supposed to have happened. 109. The problem is not merely one of time, but also of space. Astonishingly, some of the most striking Neolithic leaps towards urban life are now known to have taken place in the far north, on the frontier with Mongolia. From the perspective of later Chinese empires, and the historians who describe them, these regions were already halfway to nomad barbarian and would eventually end up beyond the Great Wall. Nobody expected archaeologists to find there, of all places, a 4,000-year-old city, extending over 400 hectares, with a great stone wall enclosing palaces and a step pyramid, lording it over a subservient rural hinterland nearly 1,000 years pre-Shang. The excavations at Shimao, on the Tavai River, have revealed all this, along with abundant evidence for sophisticated crafts, including bone working and bronze casting, and warfare, including the mass killing and burial of captives, in around 2000 BC. 110. Here we sense a much livelier political scene than was ever imagined in the annals of later courtly tradition. Some of it had a grisly aspect, including the decapitation of captured foes, and the burial of some thousands of ancestral jade axes and scepters in cracks between great stone blocks of the city wall, not to be found or seen again until the prying eyes of archaeologists uncovered them over 4 millennia later. The likely intention of all this was to disrupt, demoralize and delegitimize rival lineages. All in all, you're just another jade in the wall. At the site of Tosi, contemporary with Shimao, but located far to the south in the Jinan Basin, we find a rather different story. Between 2300 and 1800 BC, Tosi went through 3 phases of expansion. First, a fortified town of 60 hectares arose on the ruins of a village, expanding subsequently to a city of 300 hectares. In these early and middle periods, Tosi presents evidence for social stratification almost as dramatic as what we see at Shimao, or indeed what we might expect of a later imperial Chinese capital. There were massive enclosure walls, road systems and large, protected storage areas, also rigid segregation. The city wall was raised flat, and, the original functional divisions destroyed, resulting in a lack of spatial regulation. Commoners' residential areas now covered almost the entire site, even reaching beyond the boundaries of the middle period large city wall. The size of the city became even larger, reaching a total area of 300 hectares. In addition, the ritual area in the south was abandoned. The former palace area now included a poor-quality rammed earth foundation of about 2,000 square meters, surrounded by trash pits used by relatively low-status people. Stone tool workshops occupied what had been the lower-level elite residential area. The city clearly had lost its status as a capital, and was in a state of anarchy. What's more, there are clues that this was a conscious process of transformation, most likely involving a significant degree of violence. Commoner graves burst in on the elite cemetery, and in the palace district a mass burial, with signs of torture and grotesque violations of the corpses, appears to be evidence for what the excavator describes as an act of political retribution. Now, it is considered bad form to question an excavator's first-hand judgment about a site, but we cannot resist a couple of observations. First, the ostensible state of anarchy, elsewhere described as collapse and chaos 113 lasted for a considerable period of time, between 2 and 3 centuries. Second, the overall size of Tosi during the latter period actually grew from 280 to 300 hectares. This sounds a lot less like collapse than an age of widespread prosperity, following the abolition of a rigid class system. It suggests that after the destruction of the palace, people did not fall into a Hobbesian war of all against all but simply got on with their lives presumably under what they considered a more equitable system of local self-governance. Here, on the banks of the Fen River, we might conceivably be in the presence of evidence for the world's first documented social revolution, or at least the first in an urban setting. Other interpretations are no doubt possible. But at the very least, the case of Tosi invites us to consider the world's earliest cities as places of self-conscious social experimentation, where very different visions of what a city could be like might clash sometimes peacefully, sometimes erupting in bursts of extraordinary violence. Increasing the number of people living in one place may vastly increase the range of social possibilities, but in no sense does it predetermine which of those possibilities will ultimately be realized. As we'll see in the next chapter, the history of central Mexico suggests that the kinds of revolution we've been talking about, urban revolutions of the political kind, may well be a lot more common in human history than we tend to think. Again, we may never be able fully to reconstruct the unwritten constitutions of the earliest cities to appear in various parts of the world, or the reforms undergone in their first centuries, but we can no longer doubt that these existed. 9. Hiding in plain sight. The indigenous origins of social housing and democracy in the Americas. Sometime around AD 1150, a people called the Mexica migrated south from a place called Aztlan. Its location is now unknown, to take up a new home in the heart of the Valley of Mexico, which now bears their name. 1. There they were eventually to carve out an empire, the Aztec Triple Alliance. 2. And build its capital at Tenochtitlan, an island city in Lake Texcoco, one link in a chain of Great Lakes and lake cities, and part of an urban landscape ringed by mountains. Lacking an urban tradition of their own, the Mexica modeled the layout of Tenochtitlan on that of another city they found, lying in ruins and virtually abandoned, in a valley about 1 day's journey distant. They called that other city Teotihuacan, the place of gods. It had been some time since anyone lived in Teotihuacan. By the 12th century, when the Mexica arrived, nobody even seems to have remembered the city's original name. Still, the new arrivals clearly found the city with its 2 colossal pyramids set against the Cerro Gordo both alien and alluring, and far too large simply to ignore. Their response, aside from using it as a model for their own great city, was to veil Teotihuacan in myth, and cage its standing remains in a dense forest of names and symbols. As a result, we still see Teotihuacan largely through Aztec, Colhua Mexica, Is.3. Written references to Teotihuacan from the time it was still inhabited comprise a few tantalizing inscriptions from far to the east in the Maya lowlands, which call it the place of cattail reeds, corresponding to the Nahuatl word Tolan and evoking a primordial, perfect city by the water. For otherwise all we have are 16th century transcriptions of chronicles, set down in Spanish and Nahuatl, which describe Teotihuacan as a place full of mountain pools and primal voids, from which the planets sprang at the beginning of time. The planets were followed by gods, and the gods by a mysterious race of fishmen, whose world had to be destroyed to make way for our own. In historical terms, such sources are not very useful, especially since we have no way of knowing if these myths were ever told in the city when it was actually inhabited, or whether they were just invented by the Aztecs. Still, the legacy of those stories continues. It was the Aztecs, for instance, who made up the names Pyramid of the Sun, Pyramid of the Moon and Way of the Dead, which archaeologists and tourists alike use to this day when describing the city's most visible monuments and the road that links them all. 5. For all their facility with astronomical calculation, the builders of Tenochtitlan either didn't know or didn't find it important to know when, precisely, Teotihuacan had last been inhabited. Here, at least, archaeology has been able to fill in the gaps. We know now that the city of Teotihuacan had its heyday 8 centuries before the coming of the Mexica, and more than 1,000 years before the arrival of the Spanish. Its foundation dates to around 100 BC, and its decline to around AD 600. We also know that, in the course of those centuries, Teotihuacan became a city of such grandeur and sophistication that it could easily be put on a par with Rome at the height of its imperial power. We don't actually know if Teotihuacan was, like Rome, the center of a great empire, but even conservative estimates place its population at around 100,006. Perhaps as much as 5 times the likely population of Mohenjo-Daro, Uruk or any of the other early Eurasian cities we discussed in the last chapter. At its zenith, there were probably at least 1 million people distributed across the Valley of Mexico and surrounding lands, many of whom had only visited the great city once, or perhaps only knew someone who had, but nonetheless considered Teotihuacan the most important place in the entire world. This much is broadly accepted by virtually every scholar and historian of ancient Mexico. More controversial is the question of what sort of city Teotihuacan was, and how it was governed. Pose this question to a specialist in the study of Mesoamerican history or archaeology, as we often have done, and you'll likely get the same reaction, a roll of the eyes and a resigned acknowledgement that there's just something weird about the place. Not merely because of its exceptional size, but because of its stubborn refusal to conform to expectations of how an early Mesoamerican city should have functioned. At this point, the reader can probably guess what's coming. All the evidence suggests that Teotihuacan had, at its height of its power, found a way to govern itself without overlords as did the much earlier cities of prehistoric Ukraine, Uruk period Mesopotamia and Bronze Age Pakistan. Yet it did so with a very different technological foundation, and on an even larger scale. But first some background. As we've seen, when kings appear in the historical record, they tend to leave unmistakable traces. We can expect to find palaces, rich burials and monuments celebrating their conquests. All this is true in Mesoamerica as well. In the wider region, the paradigm is set by a series of dynastic polities, located far from the Valley of Mexico in the Yucatan Peninsula and adjacent highlands. Today's historians know these polities as the Classic Maya, circa AD 150,900. The term classic is also applied to their ancient written language and to the chronological period in question. Cities like Tikal, Calakmul or Palenque were dominated by royal temples, ball courts, settings for competitive, sometimes lethal games, images of war and humiliated captives, often publicly killed after ball games, complex calendrical rituals celebrating royal ancestors, and records of the deeds and biographies of living kings. In the modern imagination, this has become the standard package of Mesoamerican kingship, associated with ancient cities throughout the region from Monte Alban, in Oaxaca, circa AD 500,800, to Tula, in central Mexico, circa AD 8,501,150, and arguably reaching as far north as Cahokia, near what's now East St. Louis, circa AD 8,001,200. In Teotihuacan, all this seems to have been strikingly absent. Unlike in the Mayan cities, there are few written inscriptions in general. For this reason, we don't know what language was spoken by the majority of Teotihuacan's inhabitants, although we know the city was sufficiently cosmopolitan to include among its population both Maya and Zapotec minorities familiar with the use of writing. However, there remains plenty of pictorial art. Teotihuacan's citizens were prolific craft specialists and makers of images, leaving behind everything from monumental stone sculptures to diminutive terracotta figures that could be held in the palm, as well as vivid wall paintings bustling with human activity. Picture something like the carnivalesque feel of a Bruegel street scene and you are not too far off. Still, nowhere among some thousands of such images do we find even a single representation of a ruler striking, binding or otherwise dominating a subordinate, unlike in the contemporary arts of the Maya and Zapotec, where this is a constant theme. Today scholars pore over Teotihuacan imagery, searching for anything that might be construed as a kingly figure, but largely they fail. In many cases the artists seem to have deliberately frustrated such efforts, for instance by making all the figures in a given scene exactly the same size. Another key element of royal display in the ancient kingdoms of Mesoamerica, the ceremonial ball court, is also conspicuous by its absence at Teotihuacan. Neither has there been found any equivalent to the great tombs of Sihiaj-Chankawil at Tikal or Kinich-Jay-Nopakal in Palenque. And not for lack of trying. Archaeologists have combed through the ancient tunnels around the pyramids of the Sun and the Moon and under the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, only to discover that the passages do not lead to royal tombs, or even robbed-out tomb chambers, but to chthonic labyrinths and mineral-crusted shrines, evocations of other worlds, no doubt, but not the graves of sacred rulers. Some have suggested that the self-conscious rejection of outside convention at Teotihuacan runs even deeper. For instance, the city's artists appear to have been aware of formal and compositional principles found among their Mesoamerican neighbors, and to have set about deliberately inverting them. Where Maya and Zapotec art draws on a tradition of relief carving derived from the earlier Olmec kings of Veracruz, favoring curves and flowing forms, the sculpture of Teotihuacan shows humans and humanoid figures as flat composites, tightly fitted to angular blocks. Some decades ago, these contrasts led Esther Pastori, a Hungarian-American art historian who spent much of her career studying Teotihuacan's art and imagery, to a radical conclusion. What we have, she argued, with highland Teotihuacan and the lowland Maya, is nothing less than a case of conscious cultural inversion, or what we've been calling schismogenesis, but this time on the scale of urban civilizations. Teotihuacan, in Pastori's view, created a new tradition of art to express the ways in which its society was different from that of its contemporaries elsewhere in Mesoamerica. In doing so it rejected both the specific visual trope of ruler and captive and the glorification of aristocratic individuals in general. In this it was strikingly different from both the earlier cultural tradition of the Olmec, and from contemporary Maya polities. If the visual arts of Teotihuacan celebrated anything, Pastori insisted, then it was the community as a whole and its collective values, which over a period of some centuries successfully prevented the emergence of dynastic personality cults. According to Pastori, Teotihuacan was not just anti-dynastic in spirit, it was itself a utopian experiment in urban life. Those who created it thought of themselves as creating a new and different kind of city, a Tolan for the people, without overlords or kings. Following in Pastori's footsteps, other scholars, eliminating virtually every other possibility, arrived at similar conclusions. In its early years, they concluded, Teotihuacan had gone some way down the road to authoritarian rule, but then around AD 300 suddenly reversed course. Possibly there was a revolution of sorts, followed by a more equal distribution of the city's resources and the establishment of a kind of collective governance. The general consensus among those who know the site best is that Teotihuacan was, in fact, a city organized along some sort of self-consciously egalitarian lines. And, as we've seen, in world historical terms all this is not nearly as weird or anomalous as scholars or anyone else, for that matter, tend to assume. It is equally true if we simply try to understand Teotihuacan within its Mesoamerican context. The city didn't come out of nowhere. While there might be a recognizable package of Mesoamerican kingship, there also appears to have been a very different, dare we say republican, tradition as well. What we propose to do in this chapter, then, is bring to the surface this neglected strand of Mesoamerican social history, one of urban republics, large-scale projects of social welfare, and indigenous forms of democracy that can be followed down to the time of the Spanish conquest and beyond. In which we first consider an example of stranger kings in the Maya lowlands, and their affiliation with Teotihuacan. Let us start by leaving behind the city itself, and the valleys and plateaus of central Mexico, for the tropical forest kingdoms of the classic Maya, whose ruins lie to the east, in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, and within the modern countries of Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. In the 5th century AD, something remarkable happens in the art and writing of some of these Maya city-states, including the largest and most prominent among them, Tikal. Finely carved scenes on Mayan monuments of this period show figures seated on thrones, and wearing what can be instantly recognized as foreign, Teotihuacan-style dress and weaponry, the spear throwers called atlatls, feathered shields, and so on, clearly distinct from the garb and finery of local rulers. Archaeologists working in western Honduras, near the border with Guatemala, have even unearthed what, judging by the grave goods, appear to be the actual burials of these stranger kings at the base level of a temple at the site of Copan, which went through 7 further phases of construction. Here, glyphic inscriptions describe at least some of these individuals as actually coming from the land of the cattail reeds. 2 things, at least, are very hard to explain here. First, why are there images of what appear to be Teotihuacano lords on thrones in Tikal, when there are no similar images of lords sitting on thrones at Teotihuacan itself? Second, how could Teotihuacan ever have mounted a successful military expedition against a kingdom over 600 miles away? Most experts assume the latter was simply impossible on logistical grounds, and they are probably correct to do so, although we should keep an open mind. After all, who could have predicted on logistical grounds that a motley crew of Spaniards would bring down a Mesoamerican empire of many millions? The first question certainly requires more careful consideration. Were the individuals depicted as seated kings really from central Mexico at all? It's possible we are just dealing here with local lords who had a taste for exotica. We know from art and inscriptions that Maya grandees sometimes enjoyed dressing up in Teotihuacan warrior gear, sometimes beheld visions of Teotihuacan spirits after ritual bloodletting, and generally liked to style themselves lords and ladies of the West. The city was certainly far enough away for the Maya to see it as a place of exotic fantasies, some kind of distant Shangri-La. But there are reasons to suspect it was more than just that. For one thing, people did regularly move back and forth. Obsidian from Teotihuacan adorned the Maya gods, and Teotihuacan's deities wore green quetzal feathers from the Maya lowlands. Mercenaries and traders went both ways, pilgrimages and diplomatic visits followed, immigrants from Teotihuacan built temples in Maya cities, and there was even a Maya neighborhood, replete with murals, at Teotihuacan itself. 15. How do we resolve the puzzle of this Mayan depiction of Teotihuacan kings? Well, first of all, if history teaches us anything about long-distance trade routes, it's that they are likely to be full of unscrupulous characters of various sorts: bandits, runaways, grifters, smugglers, religious visionaries, spies, or figures who may be any combination of these at a given time. This was no less true in Mesoamerica than anywhere else. The Aztecs, for instance, employed orders of heavily armed warrior merchants called Pochteca, who also gathered intelligence on the cities where they traded. History is also full of stories of adventurous travelers who either find themselves taken into some alien society and miraculously transformed there into kings or embodiments of sacred power, stranger kings like Captain James Cook, who on casting anchor in Hawaii in 1779 was accorded the status of an ancient Polynesian fertility god called Lono, or others who, like Hernan Cortés, did their best to convince local people that they should be welcomed as such. 16 Worldwide, a remarkably large percentage of dynastic histories begin precisely this way, with a man, it's almost always a man, who mysteriously appears from somewhere far away. It is easy to see how an adventurous traveler from a famous city might have taken advantage of such notions. Could something like this have happened in the Maya lowlands in the 5th century AD? From inscriptions at Tikal, we do know the names of some of these particular stranger kings and their close associates, or at least the names they adopted as Maya nobles. One, called Sihiajkai, born of fire, seems never himself to have ruled but helped install a series of Teotihuacano princes on Maya thrones, including the throne of Tikal. We also know that these princes married local women of high rank, and that their offspring became Maya rulers, who also celebrated their ancestral connection to Teotihuacan, the Tulan of the West. From examination of burials at Copan we also know that, before their elevation to royal status, at least some of these adventurous individuals led extremely colorful lives, fighting and traveling and fighting again, and that they may not originally have come either from Copan or from Teotihuacan but somewhere else entirely. 17 Taking all lines of evidence into account, it seems likely that these progenitors of Maya dynasties were originally members of groups that specialized in long-distance travel traders, soldiers of fortune, missionaries or perhaps even spies who, perhaps quite suddenly, found themselves elevated to royalty. 18. There is a remarkable analogy for this process closer to our times. Many centuries later, when the focus of Maya culture and most of its largest cities had shifted to Yucatan in the north, a similar wave of central Mexican influence occurred, most dramatically evident in the city of Chichen Itza, whose Temple of the Warriors seems to be directly modeled on the Toltec capital of Tula, a later Tolan. Again, we don't really know what happened, but later chronicles, written secretly under Spanish rule, describe the Itza in almost exactly these terms, as a band of uprooted warriors, stuttering foreigners from the west, who managed to seize control of a series of cities in Yucatan and ended up in a prolonged rivalry with another dynasty of Toltec exiles, or at least, exiles who insisted they were originally Toltec, called the Shu. 19 These chronicles are full of accounts of the exiles' wanderings in the wilderness, temporary periods of glory, accusations of oppression, and somber prophecies of future tribulation. Once again, we seem to be dealing with the feeling among the Maya that kings really should come from somewhere far away, and with the willingness of at least a few unscrupulous foreigners to take advantage of this idea. All this is only guesswork. Still, it's clear the images and records from places like Tikal tell us more about Maya concepts of royal power than they do about Teotihuacan itself, where not a shred of compelling evidence for the institution of kingship has yet been found. The Mexican princes of the Maya lowlands, bedecked in regalia and seated on thrones, were engaging in exactly the sort of grandiose political gestures that had no place in their putative homeland. If not a monarchy, then, what was Teotihuacan? There is, we suggest, no one answer to this question, and over a period of 5 centuries there is no particular reason why there ought to be. Let's look at a central portion of the standard architectural plan of Teotihuacan, pieced together from the most exhaustive survey of an urban landscape ever undertaken by archaeologists. 20 Having gone to the lengths of recording a built environment on that scale, all 8 square miles of it, archaeologists naturally want to see it all at once, in a single gasp. Modern archaeology often presents to us something like the chronologically collapsed plan of Mohenjo-Daro and other first cities, with centuries or even millennia of urban history folded into a single map. It's visually stunning, but actually quite flat and artificial. In the case of Teotihuacan, it gives an effect at once harmonious and misleading. At the center, anchoring the whole mirage, stand the great monuments, the 2 pyramids and the citadel, containing the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. Extending for miles around are smaller but still impressively appointed residences that house the city's population, some 2,000 multi-family apartments, finely built from stone masonry and organized on a tidy orthogonal grid, aligned to the ceremonial center of the city. It is an almost perfectly functional image of civic prosperity and hierarchy. We are, it would seem, in the presence of something like More's Utopia or Campanella's City of the Sun. But there is a problem. The residences and pyramids do not strictly belong together, or at least not all of them. Their construction occupies different phases of time. Nor is the temple quite what it seems. In fact, in historical terms it is all something of a grand illusion. To understand what's going on here we have to make some attempt, however tentative, to reconstruct a basic chronological sequence for the city's development. How the people of Teotihuacan turned their backs on monument building and human sacrifice, and instead embarked on a remarkable project of social housing. Teotihuacan's growth to urban dimensions began around the year 0. At that time, whole populations were on the move across the basin of Mexico and Valley of Puebla, fleeing the effects of seismic activity on their southern frontiers, which included a Plinian eruption of the volcano Popocatépetl. From AD 50 to 150, the flow of people into Teotihuacan siphoned life from surrounding areas. Villages and towns were abandoned, and also whole cities, like Cuculco, with its early traditions of pyramid building. Under several feet of ash lie the ruins of other abandoned settlements. At the Puebloan site of Tetimpa, just 8 miles from Popocatépetl, archaeologists have unearthed houses that foreshadow on a smaller scale the civic architecture of Teotihuacan. Here the later chronicles do provide some useful, or at least thought-provoking accounts. Folk memories of the mass exodus survived right up to the time of the Conquista. One tradition, preserved in the work of the Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sahagún, tells how Teotihuacan was founded by a coalition of elders, priests and wise men from other settlements. As the city grew, it incorporated these smaller traditions, maize gods and village ancestors rubbing shoulders with urban deities of fire and rain. What we can refer to as Teotihuacan's old city was organized on a parish system, with local shrines serving particular neighborhoods. The layout of these district temples' 3 buildings around a central plaza also follows the plan of earlier structures at Tetimpa, which Teotihuacan. Residential apartments surrounding major monuments in the central districts house the cults of village ancestors. In these early days, from AD 100 to 200, the residential quarters of Teotihuacan may well have looked like an enormous shantytown, but we don't really know, just as we have no clear idea how the fledgling city divided access to arable land and other resources among its citizens. Maize was widely farmed, to be eaten by humans and domestic animals. People kept and ate turkeys, dogs, rabbits and hares. They also grew beans, and enjoyed access to white-tailed deer and peccaries, as well as wild fruits and vegetables. Seafood arrived from the distant coast, presumably smoked or salted, but how far the various sectors of the urban economy were integrated at this time, and how exactly resources were pulled in from a wider hinterland, is altogether unclear. What we can say is that the Teotihuacanos' efforts to create a civic identity focused initially on the building of monuments, the raising of a sacred city in the midst of the wider urban sprawl. This meant the creation of an entirely new landscape in the center of Teotihuacan, requiring the work of some thousands of laborers. Pyramid mountains and artificial rivers went up, providing a stage for the performance of calendrical rituals. In a colossal feat of civil engineering, the channels of the Rio San Juan and Rio San Lorenzo were diverted, tying them to the city's orthogonal grid and transforming their marshy banks into solid foundations. All this, recall, without the benefit of working animals or metal tools. This in turn laid the basis for a grand architectural program which saw the erection of the pyramids of the Sun and the Moon and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. The temple faced a sunken plaza that captured the floodwaters of the San Juan to form a seasonal lake, its waters lapping at painted carvings of plumed serpents and shells on the temple facade, making them glisten as rains began to fall in late spring. All that effort of monumental construction required sacrifices, not just of labor and resources but of human life. Each major phase of building is associated with archaeological evidence of ritual killing. Adding together human remains from the 2 pyramids and the temple, the victims can be counted in the hundreds. Their bodies were placed in pits or trenches arranged symmetrically to define the ground plan of the edifice that would rise over them. At the corners of the Sun Pyramid, offerings of infants were found. Under the Moon Pyramid, foreign captives, some decapitated or otherwise mutilated, and in the foundations of the Temple of the Feathered Serpent lay the corpses of male warriors, arms tied back at point of death, buried with the tools and trophies of their former trade. Among the bodies were found obsidian knives and spearheads, trinkets of shell and greenstone and collars made of human teeth and jawbones, some, as it turns out, cunningly faked in shell. You would think that at this point around AD 200 the fate of Teotihuacan was sealed, its destiny to join the ranks of classic Mesoamerican civilizations with their strong traditions of warrior aristocracy and city-states governed by hereditary nobles. What we might then expect to see next, in the archaeological record, is a concentration of power around the city's focal monuments, the rise of luxurious palaces, inhabited by rulers who were the font of wealth and privilege, with attached quarters for elite kinsmen, and the development of monumental art to glorify their military conquests, the lucrative tribute it generated in their services to the gods. But the evidence tells a very different story, because the citizens of Teotihuacan chose a different path. In fact, The entire trajectory of Teotihuacan's political development seems to have gone off on a remarkable tangent. Instead of building palaces and elite quarters, the citizens embarked on a remarkable project of urban renewal, supplying high-quality apartments for nearly all the city's population, regardless of wealth or status. 28 Without written sources, we can't really say why. Archaeologists are not yet able to distinguish the precise sequence of events with any confidence. But nobody doubts that something did happen, and what we will try to do now is sketch out what it was. The big turnaround in Teotihuacan's fortune seems to have begun around AD 300. At that time, or shortly after, the Temple of the Feathered Serpent was desecrated and its stores of offerings looted. Not only was it set on fire, many of the gargoyle-like heads of the feathered serpent on its facade were smashed or ground to a stump. A large stepped platform was then constructed to its west, which made what was left of the temple invisible from its main avenue. If you visit the heavily reconstructed ruins of Teotihuacan today and wish to see what remains of its goggle-eyed gods and plumed snakeheads, you will have to stand on top of this platform, which archaeologists call the adosada. At this point all new pyramid construction stopped permanently, and there is no further evidence of ritually sanctioned killing at the established pyramids of the Sun and Moon, which remained in use as civic monuments until around AD 550, albeit for other, less lethal purposes about which we know little. 30 Instead, what we see after AD 300 is an extraordinary flow of urban resources into the provision of excellent stone-built housing, not just for the wealthy or privileged but for the great majority of Teotihuacan's population. These impressive apartments, laid out in regular plots from one end of the city to the other, were probably not an innovation of this period. Their construction on a city grid may have begun a century or so earlier, as did the raising of older and more ramshackle dwellings to make way for them. 31. Archaeologists at first considered the masonry apartments to be palaces, and it is possible that is exactly how they began around AD 200, when the city seemed set on a course of political centralization. But after AD 300, when the Temple of the Feathered Serpent was desecrated, their construction continued apace, until most of the city's 100,000 or so residents were effectively living in palatial, or at least very comfortable, conditions. 32 So what were these apartments like, and what kind of homes did people make in them? The evidence suggests we should picture small groups of nuclear families, living comfortable lives in single-story buildings, each equipped with integral drainage facilities and finely plastered floors and walls. Each family seems to have had its own set of rooms within the larger apartment block, complete with private porticos where light entered the otherwise windowless rooms. We can deduce that the average apartment compound would have housed in total around 100 people, who would have encountered each other routinely in a central courtyard, which also seems to have been the focus of domestic rituals, perhaps jointly observed. Most of these communal spaces were fitted with altars in the standard style of civic construction, known as talud tablero, and the walls were often brightly painted with murals. Some courtyards had pyramid-shaped shrines, suggesting this architectural form had taken on new and less exclusive roles within the city. René Millin, the archaeologist responsible for producing the first detailed map of Teotihuacan's layout, felt that the apartment compound was actually invented as a form of social housing, designed for urban life in a city that was becoming increasingly crowded, perhaps approaching the chaotic apostrophe. 34 Each block was initially laid out to similar scale and dimensions, on plots of roughly 3,600 square meters, although some deviated from this ideal scheme. Strict uniformity was avoided in the arrangement of rooms and courtyards, so in the last resort each compound was unique. Even the more modest apartments show signs of a comfortable lifestyle, with access to imported goods and a staple diet of corn tortillas, eggs, turkey and rabbit meat, and the milk-hued drink known as pulque, an alcoholic beverage fermented from the spiky agave plant. 35. In other words, few were deprived. More than that, many citizens enjoyed a standard of living that is rarely achieved across such a wide sector of urban society in any period of urban history, including our own. Teotihuacan had indeed changed its course away from monarchy and aristocracy to become instead a Tulin of the people. But how was this remarkable transformation achieved? Apart from spoilage of the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, there are few signs of violence. Land and resources appear to have been allocated to family groups who became neighbors. In this multi-ethnic city, each co-residential group of between 60 and 100 people would have enjoyed two kinds of communal life. One was based on kinship, with family ties extending far beyond the apartment block and often beyond the city ties, which could have troublesome implications, as we'll shortly see. The other was based more strictly on co-residence in apartments and neighborhoods, often reinforced by shared craft specializations such as garment making or obsidian working. Both forms of urban community, existing alongside one another, retained a human scale, a world away from our modern conception of the housing estate in which nuclear families are sequestered by the thousands in multi-story monoliths. So we are back to the question with which we started: what held this new Teotihuacan together, if not a hereditary elite or some other type of governing class? Without written evidence it may never be possible to reconstruct the details, but by now we can probably rule out any sort of top-down system in which elite cadres of royal administrators or priests drew up plans and sent out orders. A more likely possibility is that authority was distributed among local assemblies, perhaps answerable to a governing council. If any trace of these community associations survives, it is in the district shrines known as three temple complexes. At least 20 such complexes were dispersed throughout the city, serving a total of 2,000 apartments, one for every 100 apartment blocks. 36. This might imply the delegation of government to neighborhood councils with constituencies similar in size to those of Mesopotamian city wards, or the assembly houses of Ukrainian megasites we discussed in Chapter 8, or for that matter the barrios of later Mesoamerican towns. It may seem hard to imagine a city this size running successfully in this way for centuries without strong leaders or an extensive bureaucracy, but as we'll see, first-hand accounts of later cities from the time of the Spanish conquest lend credence to the idea. Another, more ebullient face of Teotihuacan's civic identity is revealed in its mural art. Despite efforts to see them as somber religious iconography, these playful pictorial scenes painted on the interior walls of apartment compounds from around 8350 often seem veritably psychedelic. 37 Streaming effigies emerge from clustered plant, human and animal bodies, framed by figures with elaborate costumes, sometimes grasping hallucinogenic seeds and mushrooms, and among the crowd scenes we find flower eaters with rainbows bursting from their heads. 38 Such scenes often depict human figures all at roughly the same size, with no individual raised up over another. Of course, these murals represent Teotihuacanos as they like to imagine themselves. Social realities are always more complex. Archaeological excavations in a part of the city known as Teopanquisco, lying south of the city center, show just how complex those realities could actually get. Traces of domestic life in Teopanquisco dating to around AD 350 reveal the affluent life of its inhabitants, whose shell-ornamented cotton dress suggests they originally came from the Gulf Coast and continued to trade with that region. From there they also brought with them certain customs, including unusually violent rituals, which are not so far documented elsewhere in the city. These seem to have involved the capture and decapitation of foreign enemies, whose heads were kept and buried in offering vessels, found within their private homes. 40. Now here we have something going on that would obviously be very difficult to square with the idea of communal living on a large scale, and this is precisely our point. Below the surface of civil society at Teotihuacan there must have been all sorts of social tensions simmering away among groups of radically different ethnic and linguistic backgrounds who were constantly moving in and out, consolidating relationships with foreign trading partners, cultivating alter egos in remote places and sometimes bringing those forms of identity back with them. We might allow ourselves to imagine what would happen should a Teotihuacano freebooter who'd managed to make himself king of Tikal ever have returned home. By around 8550, the social fabric of the city had begun to come apart at the seams. There is no compelling evidence of foreign invasion. Things seems to have disintegrated from within. Almost as suddenly as it had once coalesced some 5 centuries previously, the city's population dispersed again, leaving their toll behind them. 41. The rise and decline of Teotihuacan set in motion a roughly cyclical pattern of demographic concentration and dispersal in central Mexico which repeated itself a number of times between AD 300 and 1200, down to the disintegration of Tula and the fall of the Toltec state. 42 Over this longer span of time, what was the legacy of Teotihuacan and its grand urban experiment? Should we view the whole episode as a passing deviation, a blip, albeit an extremely large blip, on the road that led from Olmec hierarchy to Toltec aristocracy and eventually Aztec imperialism? Or might the egalitarian aspects of Teotihuacan have a distinct legacy of their own? Few have really considered the latter possibility, but there are good reasons to ask, especially since early Spanish accounts of the Mexican highlands provide some extraordinarily suggestive material including descriptions of indigenous cities which, to European eyes, could only be understood as republics, or even democracies. On the case of Tlaxcala, an indigenous republic that resisted the Aztec Empire then came to join forces with Spanish invaders, and how its fateful decision emerged from democratic deliberations in an urban parliament, as opposed to the dazzling effects of European technology on Indian minds. With this in mind, let's now consider a very different case of cultural contact, which takes us forwards in time to the beginnings of European expansion in the Americas. It concerns an indigenous city-state by the name of Tlaxcala, adjacent to what's now the Mexican state of Puebla, which played a pivotal role in the Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire or Triple Alliance. Here is how Charles C. Mann, in his acclaimed 1491, New Revelations of the Americas Before Columbus, 2005, describes what happened in 1519 when Hernán Cortés passed through. Marching inland from the sea, the Spanish at first fought repeatedly with Tlaxcala, a confederation of 4 small kingdoms that had maintained its independence despite repeated alliance incursions. Thanks to their guns, horses, and steel blades, the foreigners won every battle, even with Tlaxcala's huge numerical advantage. But Cortés's forces shrank with every fight. He was on the verge of losing everything when the 4 Tlaxcala kings abruptly reversed course. Concluding from the results of their battles that they could wipe out the Europeans, though at great cost, the Indian leaders offered what seemed a win-win deal: they would stop attacking Cortés, sparing his life, the lives of the surviving Spaniards, and those of many Indians, if he in return would join with Tlaxcala in a united assault on the hated Triple Alliance. 43. Now there is a basic problem with this account. There were no kings in Tlaxcala. Therefore, it could not in any sense be described as a confederation of kingdoms. So how did man come to think there were? As an award-winning science journalist, but not a specialist in the history of 16th-century Mesoamerica, he was at the mercy of secondary sources, and this, it turns out, is where much of the problem begins. No doubt man must have assumed, as would any reasonable person, that if Tlaxcala were anything other than a kingdom, say a republic or a democracy, or even some form of oligarchy, then the secondary literature would have been full of lively debates about what this implies, not just for our understanding of the Spanish conquest as a key turning point in modern world history, but for the development of indigenous societies in Mesoamerica, or indeed for political theory in general. Oddly, he'd have been wrong to assume this. 44 Finding ourselves in a similar position, we decided to delve a little deeper. What we found, we must admit, was rather startling, even to us. Let's begin by comparing Mann's account to the one Cortés himself addressed to his king, the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. In his 5 letters of relation, written between 1519 and 1526, Hernán Cortés recounts his entry to the mountain-ringed valley of Puebla, on the southern tip of the Mexican Altiplano. The valley at that time sheltered numerous native cities, of which the largest included pyramid-studded Cholula, and also the city of Tlaxcala. It was indeed in Tlaxcala that Cortés found local allies who fought alongside him, advancing first on Cholula and then going on to defeat the armies of Moctezuma the Younger and lay waste to the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, in the neighboring Valley of Mexico. Cortés estimated the population of Tlaxcala and its rural dependencies at 150,000. There is a market in this city, he reported back to Charles V, in which more than 30,000 people are occupied in buying and selling, and the province contains many wide-spreading fertile valleys all tilled and sown, no part of it being left wild, and measures some 90 leagues in circumference. Also, the order of government so far observed among the people resembles very much the republics of Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, for there is no supreme overlord. Cortés was a minor aristocrat from a part of Spain where even municipal councils were still something of a novelty. One might argue he had little real knowledge of republics and therefore would hardly be the most reliable judge of such matters. Perhaps so, but by 1519 he had considerable experience in identifying Mesoamerican kings and either recruiting or neutralizing them, since this is largely what he had been doing since his arrival on the mainland. In Tlaxcala, he couldn't find any. Instead, after an initial clash with Tlaxcalteca warriors, he found himself engaged with representatives of a popular urban council whose every decision had to be collectively ratified. Here is where things become decidedly strange, in terms of how the history of these events has come down to us. It is worth emphasizing again that we are dealing here with what is, by most estimations, one of the pivotal episodes of modern world history, the events leading directly up to the Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire, and a blueprint for subsequent European conquests throughout the Americas. We assume that nobody, even the most ardent believer in the forces of technological progress, or guns, germs, and steel, would go so far as to claim that fewer than 1,000 Spaniards could ever have conquered Tenochtitlan, a highly organized city, covering over 5 square miles, containing roughly 250,000 people, without the help of these indigenous allies, who included some 20,000 warriors from Tlaxcala. In which case, To understand what was really going on, it becomes crucial to understand why the Tlaxcalteca decided to join forces with Cortés, and how, with a population of tens of thousands, and no supreme overlord to govern them, they arrived at a decision to do so. On the first matter, our sources are clear. The Tlaxcalteca were out to settle old scores. From their perspective, an alliance with Cortés might bring to a favorable end their struggles against the Aztec Triple Alliance, and the so-called flowery wars between the valleys of Puebla and Mexico. 46 As usual, most of our sources reflect the perspective of Aztec elites, who like to portray Tlaxcala's long-standing resistance to their imperial yoke as something between a game and imperial largesse. They allowed the Tlaxcalteca to remain independent, the Aztecs later insisted to their Spanish conquerors, because, after all, the empire's soldiers needed somewhere to train. Their priests needed a stockyard of human victims for sacrifice to the gods, and so forth. But this was braggadocio. In fact, Tlaxcala and its Otomi guerrilla units had been holding the Aztecs successfully at bay for generations. Their resistance was not just military. Tlaxcalteca cultivated a civic ethos that worked against the emergence of ambitious leaders, and hence potential quislings, a counterexample to Aztec principles of governance. Here we come to the crux of the problem. Politically, the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan and the city-state of Tlaxcala embodied opposite ideals, no less than, say, ancient Sparta and Athens. Still, little of this history is known, because the story we've become used to telling about the conquest of the Americas is an entirely different one. The fall of Tenochtitlan in 1521 is often used to illustrate what some feel to be deeper, underlying currents of change in human societies, the forces that give history its overall shape and direction. Starting with Alfred Crosby and Jared Diamond, writers in this vein have repeatedly pointed out that the conquistadors had something akin to manifest destiny on their side. Not the divinely ordained sort of destiny they envisaged for themselves, but rather the unstoppable force of an invisible army of Neolithic Old World microbes, marching alongside the Spaniards, carrying waves of smallpox to decimate indigenous populations, and a Bronze Age legacy of metal weapons, guns and horses to shock and awe the helpless natives. We like to tell ourselves that Europeans introduced the Americas not just to these agents of destruction but also to modern industrial democracy, ingredients for which were nowhere to be found there, not even in embryo. All this supposedly came as a single cultural package: advanced metallurgy, animal-powered vehicles, alphabetic writing systems, and a certain penchant for free thinking that is seen as necessary for technological progress. Natives, in contrast, are assumed to have existed in some sort of alternative, quasi-mystical universe. They could not, by definition, be arguing about political constitutions or engaging in processes of sober deliberation over decisions that change the course of world history, and if European observers report them doing so, they must either be mistaken, or were simply projecting onto Indians their own ideas about democratic governance, even when those ideas were hardly practiced in Europe itself. As we've also seen, this way of reading history would have been quite alien to Enlightenment philosophers, who were more inclined to think their ideals of freedom and equality owed much to the peoples of the New World and were by no means certain if those ideals were at all compatible with industrial advance. We are dealing, again, with powerful modern myths. Such myths don't merely inform what people say, to an even greater extent, they ensure certain things go unnoticed. Some of the key early sources on Tlaxcala have never even appeared in translation, and new data emerging in recent years has not really been noticed outside specialist circles. Let's see if we can't set the record straight. How, exactly, did the Tlaxcalteca arrive at a decision to ally with Cortés on the field of battle, thereby ensuring the Spaniards' victory over the Aztec Empire? It is clear the matter was fraught and deeply divisive, as it was in other Pueblan cities as well. In Cholula, for example, the same dilemma occasioned a rupture between the leaders of 6 Cal Poly urban wards, 3 of whom took the others hostage, whereupon the latter absconded to Tlaxcala. In Tlaxcala itself, though, the argument took a very different form to what happened in Cholula. Some of the evidence is to be found in Bernal Díaz's famous Historia Verdadera de la Conquista de la Nueva España, 1568, which contains lengthy passages on the Spaniards' interactions with warriors and emissaries from Tlaxcala. Another much-used source is the illustrated codex known as Historia de Tlaxcala, 1585, by the mestizo historian Diego Muñoz Camargo, and there are also important writings by the Franciscan Friar Toribio of Benavente. But the most detailed source in our minds, the key one, is a book that is hardly ever cited. In fact, it is hardly ever read, at least by historians, though specialists in Renaissance humanism sometimes comment on its literary style. We are referring to the unfinished Crónica de la Nueva España, composed between 1558 and 1563 by Francisco Cervantes de Salazar, one of the first rectors of the University of Mexico. 49. Cervantes de Salazar was born around 1515 in the Spanish city of Toledo and studied at the prestigious University of Salamanca, where his scholarly reputation was second to none. After a time in Flanders he became Latin secretary to the Archbishop of Seville. This gained him entry to the court of Charles V, where he heard Hernán Cortés relating his experiences of the New World. This young and gifted scholar soon became a devotee of the Conquistador, and within a few years of Cortés's death in 1547 Cervantes de Salazar set sail for Mexico. On arrival, he taught Latin on premises owned by Cortés's son and heir, but soon became a central figure in the newly established university while also taking holy orders. He would attempt to juggle ecclesiastical and scholarly duties for the remainder of his life, with mixed success. In 1558 the Municipality of Mexico, composed mainly of first-generation conquistadors or their descendants, was sufficiently impressed with Cervantes de Salazar's scholarly abilities to grant him his greatest wish, an annual stipend of 200 gold pesos to support his composition of a general history of New Spain, focusing on the themes of discovery and conquest. This was quite the endorsement and, 2 years later, Cervantes de Salazar, already some way into his manuscript, won a further grant, which was specifically intended to support a period of fieldwork. He must have visited Tlaxcala and its environs during that time in order to obtain valuable historical evidence directly from local caciques who lived through the Conquista, and from their immediate descendants. The municipality appears to have kept its appointed chronicler on a tight leash, demanding 3 monthly updates on his manuscript. His last submission came in 1563, by which time, despite his best efforts, he was embroiled in a bitter ecclesiastical dispute that put him on the wrong side of the general inquisitor, the powerful Pedro Moya de Contreras. In those acrimonious years, Cervantes de Salazar saw Martín Cortés and many of his other close associates variously imprisoned, tortured or exiled as rebels against the Spanish crown. Cervantes de Salazar made sufficient compromises to escape such a fate, but his reputation suffered, and to this day he is often regarded as a minor academic source by comparison, say, with Bernardino de Sahagún. Ultimately, both scholars' work would meet a similar fate, delivered to the imperial councils of the Indies and the Inquisition in Spain for obligatory censorship of matters relating to idolatrous practices, though not, it seems, on matters of indigenous politics, without allowing any original or copy to remain in circulation. The result was that, for a period of centuries, Cervantes de Salazar's Crónica was effectively hiding in plain sight. 52 It is largely to the remarkable efforts of Zelia Maria Magdalena Nuttall, 18,571,933, pioneering archaeologist, anthropologist and finder of lost codices that we owe not just the rediscovery of Cervantes de Salazar's unfinished Crónica de la Nueva España, which she identified in the Biblioteca Nacional in Madrid in 1911, but also most of the surviving details of his life and the circumstances of its composition, which she extracted from the archives of the town council in the city of Mexico, finding, to her astonishment, that less careful historians who went before her had discovered nothing worthy of note there. It was only in 1914 that the Crónica saw publication. To this day there is still no critical introduction or commentary to guide readers through its 16th-century prose, or point them towards its significance as a record of political affairs in an indigenous Mesoamerican city. Critics have emphasized that Cervantes de Salazar was writing a few decades after the facts he described, basing his chronicle on earlier accounts, but this is equally true of other key sources regarding the Spanish conquest. They also note he wasn't a particularly competent ethnographer in the mold of, say, Sahagún, being more steeped in the works of Horace and Livy than the indigenous traditions of Mexico. All this may be true, just as it is true that the literary tradition prevailing at the time tended to invoke Greek and especially Roman examples at the drop of a hat. Still, the Crónica is clearly not some kind of projection of Salazar's classical training. It contains rich descriptions of indigenous figures and institutions from the time of the Spanish invasion which bear no resemblance to any classical sources and which in many cases are corroborated by first-hand accounts. What are not, apparently, in those other accounts are the details that Cervantes de Salazar provides. Of special interest to us are those extended sections of the Crónica that deal directly with the governing council of Tlaxcala, and its deliberations over whether to ally with the Spanish invaders. They include lengthy accounts of speeches and diplomatic gifts going back and forth between representatives of the Spaniards and their Tlaxcalteca counterparts, whose oratory and counsel occasion much admiration. According to Cervantes de Salazar, Those who spoke for Tlaxcala included elder statesmen such as Execotencatl the Elder, father to the military general also named Execotencatl, who is still lionized in the state of Tlaxcala to this day 54, but also masters of commerce, religious experts and the top legal authorities of the time. What Salazar describes in these remarkable passages is evidently not the workings of a royal court but of a mature urban parliament, which sought consensus for its decisions through reasoned argument and lengthy deliberations carrying on, when necessary, for weeks at a time. The key passages are in Book 3. Cortés is still encamped outside the city with his newfound Totonac allies. Ambassadors move back and forth between the Spaniards and the Ayuntamiento, city council, of Tlaxcala, where deliberations commence. After many welcomes and much kissing of hands, a lord named Maxixquitzin, well known for his great prudence and affable conversation, gets the ball rolling with an eloquent appeal for the Tlaxcalteca to follow his lead, indeed, to follow what the gods and ancestors ordained, and ally with Cortés to rise up against their common Aztec oppressors. His reasoning is widely accepted in the council, until that is, Execotencatl the Elder, by then over 100 years old and almost blind, intervenes. A chapter follows, detailing the brave speech that Execotencatl made, contradicting Maxixquitzin. Nothing, he reminds the council, is harder to resist than an enemy within, which is what the newcomers will likely become if welcomed into town. Why, asks Execotencatl. Does Maxixquitzin deem these people gods, who seem more like ravenous monsters thrown up by the intemperate seed of Blightus, gorging themselves on gold, silver, stones, and pearls, sleeping in their own clothes, and generally acting in the manner of those who would one day make cruel masters? There are barely enough chickens, rabbits, or cornfields in the entire land to feed their bottomless appetites, or those of their ravenous deer, the Spanish horses. Why would we who live without servitude, and never acknowledge the king, spill our blood, only to make ourselves into slaves? 55. Members of the council, we learn, were swayed by Execotencatl's words. A murmur began among them, speaking with each other, the voices were rising, each one declaring what he felt. The council was divided, and without consensus. What followed would be familiar to anyone who has participated in a process of consensus decision-making. When matters seem to come to loggerheads, rather than putting it to a vote, someone proposes a creative synthesis. Tamilotekid, one of the city's 4 senior justices, stepped in with a cunning plan. To satisfy both sides of the debate, Cortés would be invited into the city, but as soon as he entered Tlaxcalteca territory, the city's leading general, Execotencatl the Younger, would ambush him, together with a contingent of Otomi warriors. If the ambush succeeded, they would be heroes. If it failed, they would blame it on the uncouth and impulsive Otomi, make their excuses, and ally themselves with the invaders. We need not rehearse here the events leading to an alliance between Tlaxcala and Cortés. 56. We have said enough to give the reader a flavor of our sources concerning the democracy of Tlaxcala, and the facility of its politicians in reasoned debate. Such accounts have not fared well in the hands of modern historians. Few would go so far as to suggest that what de Salazar described never really happened, or was simply his own imagination of a scene from some ancient Greek agora or Roman senate, placed into the mouths of Indians. Yet on those rare occasions when the Chronica is considered by scholars today, it is mostly as a contribution to the literary genre of early Catholic humanism rather than as a source of historical information about indigenous forms of government, in much the same way that commentators on the writings of Lahontan never really concern themselves with what Condirant might actually have argued, but dwell on the possibility that some passages might be inspired by Greek satirists like Lucian. 57. There is a subtle snobbery at play here. It's not so much that anyone denies outright that accounts of deliberative politics reflect historical reality. It's just that no one seems to find this fact particularly interesting. What seems interesting to historians is invariably the relation of these accounts to European textual traditions, or European expectations. Much the same occurs with the treatment of later texts from Tlaxcala. Extant, detailed written records of the proceedings at its municipal council in the decades following the Spanish conquest, the Tlaxcalan Actas, which affirm at length both the oratorical skills of indigenous politicians and their facility with principles of consensus decision-making and reasoned debate. You might think all this would be of interest to historians. Instead, what really seems to strike them as worthy of debate is the degree to which democratic mores displayed in the texts might be some sort of near-miraculous adaptation by astute Indians to the political expectations of their European masters, effectively some kind of elaborate play acting. 59. Why such historians imagine that a collection of 16th-century Spanish friars, petty aristocrats and soldiers were likely to know anything about democratic procedure, much less be impressed by it, is unclear, because educated opinion in Europe was almost uniformly anti-democratic at the time. If anyone was learning something new from the encounter, it was surely the Spaniards. In the current intellectual climate, to suggest that Tlaxcalteca were anything but cynics or victims is considered just a tiny bit dangerous. One is opening oneself up to charges of naive romanticism. 60 In fact, these days more or less any attempt to suggest that Europeans learned anything at all of moral or social value from Native American people is likely to be met with mild derision and accusations of indulging in noble savage tropes, or occasionally almost hysterical condemnation. 61 But a strong case can be made that the deliberations recorded in Spanish sources are exactly what they seem to be, a glimpse into the mechanics of collective indigenous government. And if these deliberations bear any superficial resemblance to debates recorded in Thucydides or Xenophon, this is because, well, there are really only so many ways to conduct a political debate. At least one Spanish source provides explicit confirmation in this regard. Here we turn to Friar Toribio of Benavente, called by locals Motolinia, the afflicted one, for his ragged appearance, a sobriquet he seems to have happily adopted. It is to Motolinia and his Tlaxcalteca informants, who included Antonio Execotencatl, most likely a grandson of Execotencatl the Elder, that we owe the Historia de los Indios de la Nueva España, 1541. Motolinia confirms Cortes's original observation, that Tlaxcala was indeed an indigenous republic governed not by a king, nor even by rotating office holders, as at Cholula, but by a council of elected officials, Tuctli, answerable to the citizenry as a whole. Exactly how many sat on the High Council of Tlaxcala is not clear. Spanish sources suggest any number from 50 to 200. Perhaps it depended on the matter at hand. Neither, unfortunately, does he tell us anything in detail about how these individuals were selected for office, or who was eligible. Other Pueblan cities, including royal ones, rotated official duties among representatives of Cal Poly. On the topic of Tlaxcalteca modes of political training and instruction, however, Motolinia's account comes alive. Those who aspired to a role on the Council of Tlaxcala, far from being expected to demonstrate personal charisma or the ability to outdo rivals, did so in a spirit of self-deprecation, even shame. They were required to subordinate themselves to the people of the city. To ensure that this subordination was no mere show, each was subject to trials, starting with mandatory exposure to public abuse, regarded as the proper reward of ambition, and then with one's ego in tatters a long period of seclusion, in which the aspiring politician suffered ordeals of fasting, sleep deprivation, bloodletting and a strict regime of moral instruction. The initiation ended with the coming out of the newly constituted public servant, amid feasting and celebration. 63 Clearly, taking up office in this indigenous democracy required personality traits very different to those we take for granted in modern electoral politics. On this latter point, it is worth recalling that ancient Greek writers were well aware of the tendency for elections to throw up charismatic leaders with tyrannical pretensions. This is why they considered elections an aristocratic mode of political appointment, quite at odds with democratic principles, and why for much of European history the truly democratic way of filling offices was assumed to be by lottery. Cortes may have praised Tlaxcala as an agrarian and commercial Arcadia, but, as Motolinia explains, when its citizens thought about their own political values, they actually saw those values as coming from the desert. Like other Nahuatl speakers, including the Aztecs, Tlaxcalteca liked to claim they were descended from Xiquimec. These were considered the original hunter-gatherers who lived ascetic lives in deserts and forests, dwelling in primitive huts, ignorant of village or city life, rejecting corn and cooked food, bereft of clothing or organized religion, and living on wild things alone. 64 The ordeals endured by aspiring councillors in Tlaxcala were reminders of the need to cultivate Xiquimec qualities, ultimately to be balanced by the Toltec virtues of an urbane warrior, and just where the correct balance lay was much debated among the Tlaxcalteca. If all this sounds a little familiar, we must ask ourselves why. The Spanish friars will no doubt have heard echoes in these tales of old-world tropes for republican virtue, that same atavistic streak running from the biblical prophets through to Ibn Khaldun, not to mention their own ethic of world renunciation. The correspondences are so close that one begins to wonder if, in their autoethnography, the Tlaxcalteca in this case actually did present themselves to Spaniards in terms they knew would be instantly recognized and understood. Certainly, we know that the citizens of Tlaxcala staged some remarkable theatrical spectacles for the benefit of their conquerors, including the 1539 pageant of the Crusader conquest of Jerusalem, in which the climax was a mass baptism of actual pagans, dressed up as Moors. 65 Spanish observers may even have learned from Tlaxcalteca or Aztec sources what it means to have once been a noble savage. Nor can we rule out the possibility that indigenous Mexican ideas on the subject entered wider streams of European political thought that gathered force only in the days of Rousseau, whose state of nature maps with alarming fidelity onto Motolinie's account of the Xicaimic, right down to the primitive hut dwellings in which they were supposed to have lived. Perhaps some of the seeds of our own evolutionary story about how it all began with simple, egalitarian hunter-gatherers were sown right there, in the imaginations of city-dwelling Amerindians. But we digress. Amid all this mutual positioning, what can we really conclude about the political constitution of Tlaxcala at the time of the Spanish conquest? Was it really a functioning urban democracy and, if so, how many other such democracies might have existed in the pre-Columbian Americas? Or are we confronting a mirage, a strategic conjuring of the ideal commonwealth, supplied to a receptive audience of millenarian friars? Were elements of history and mimesis both at work? If all we had to go on were written sources, there would always be room for doubt, but archaeologists confirm that by the 14th century the city of Tlaxcala was, in fact, already organized on an entirely different basis to Tenochtitlan. There is no sign of a palace or central temple, and no major ball court, an important setting, recall, for royal ritual in other Mesoamerican cities. Instead, archaeological survey reveals a cityscape given over almost entirely to the well-appointed residences of its citizens, constructed to uniformly high standards around more than 20 district plazas, all raised up on grand earthen terraces. The largest municipal assemblies were housed in a civic complex called Tizantlan, but this was located outside the city itself, with spaces for public gatherings entered via broad gateways. 66. Modern archaeological investigations thus confirm the existence of an indigenous republic at Tlaxcala long before Cortés set foot on Mexican soil, while later written sources leave us in little doubt as to its democratic credentials. The contrasts with other known Mesoamerican cities of the time are quite striking, though it should also be said that 5th century Athens was something of an outlier, surrounded by petty kingdoms and oligarchies. Nor should these contrasts be overdrawn. What we have learned in this chapter is that the political traditions of Tlaxcala are not an anomaly, but lie in one broad stream of urban development which can be traced back, in outline, to the experiments in social welfare undertaken 1,000 years earlier at Teotihuacan. Despite Aztec claims to a special relationship with that abandoned city, Tlaxcala was at least as much a part of its legacy as the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, and in most really significant ways, more so. After all, it was the Aztec rulers of Tenochtitlan who finally broke with tradition, creating a predatory empire that was in some ways closer to the dominant European political models of the time, or what has since come to be known as the state. In the next chapter, we intend to turn back and consider this term. What precisely is a state? Does it really mark an entirely new phase of human history? Is the term even useful anymore? 10. Why the state has no origin. The humble beginnings of sovereignty, bureaucracy and politics. The quest for the origins of the state is almost as long-standing, and hotly contested, as the pursuit of the origins of social inequality, and in many ways, it is just as much of a fool's errand. It is generally accepted that, today, pretty much everyone in the world lives under the authority of a state. Likewise, a broad feeling exists that past polities such as Pharaonic Egypt, Shang China, the Inca Empire or the Kingdom of Benin qualify as states, or at least as early states. However, with no consensus among social theorists about what a state actually is, the problem is how to come up with a definition that includes all these cases but isn't so broad as to be absolutely meaningless. This has proved surprisingly hard to do. Our term the state only came into common usage in the late 16th century, when it was coined by a French lawyer named Jean Bodin, who also wrote, among many other things, an influential treatise on witchcraft, werewolves and the history of sorcerers. He is further remembered today for his profound hatred of women. But perhaps the first to attempt a systematic definition was a German philosopher named Rudolf von Ihering, who, in the late 19th century, proposed that a state should be defined as any institution that claims a monopoly on the legitimate use of coercive force within a given territory. This definition has since come to be identified with the sociologist Max Weber. On this definition, a government is a state if it lays claim to a certain stretch of land and insists that, within its borders, it is the only institution whose agents can kill people, beat them up, cut off parts of their body or lock them in cages, or, as von Ihering emphasized, that can decide who else has the right to do so on its behalf. Von Ihering's definition worked fairly well for modern states. However, it soon became clear that for most of human history, rulers either didn't make such grandiose claims or, if they did, Their claims to a monopoly on coercive force held about the same status as their claims to control the tides or the weather. To retain von Eyring and Weber's definition, one would either have to conclude that, say, Hammurabi's Babylon, Socrates' Athens, or England under William the Conqueror weren't states at all, or come up with a more flexible or nuanced definition. Marxists offered one. They suggested that states make their first appearance in history to protect the power of an emerging ruling class. As soon as one has a group of people living routinely off the labor of another, the argument ran, they will necessarily create an apparatus of rule, officially to protect their property rights, in reality to preserve their advantage, a line of thinking very much in the tradition of Rousseau. This definition brought Babylon, Athens and medieval England back into the fold, but also introduced new conceptual problems, such as how to define exploitation. And it was unpalatable to liberals, ruling out any possibility that the state could ever become a benevolent institution. For much of the 20th century, social scientists preferred to define a state in more purely functional terms. As society became more complex, they argued, it was increasingly necessary for people to create top-down structures of command in order to coordinate everything. This same logic is still followed in essence by most contemporary theorists of social evolution. Evidence of social complexity is automatically treated as evidence for the existence of some sort of governing apparatus. If one can speak, say, of a settlement hierarchy with 4 levels, for example cities, towns, villages, hamlets, and if at least some of those settlements also contain full-time craft specialists, potters, blacksmiths, monks and nuns, professional soldiers or musicians, then whatever apparatus administered it must ipso facto be a state. And even if that apparatus did not claim a monopoly of force, or support a class of elites living off the toil of benighted laborers, this was inevitably going to happen sooner or later. This definition, too, has its advantages, especially when speculating about very ancient societies, whose nature and organization has to be teased out from fragmentary remains, but its logic is entirely circular. Basically, all it says is that, since states are complicated, any complicated social arrangement must therefore be a state. Actually, almost all these classic theoretical formulations of the last century started off from exactly this assumption, that any large and complex society necessarily required a state. The real bone of contention was, why? Was it for good practical reasons? Or was it because any such society would necessarily produce a material surplus, and if there was a material surplus like, for instance, all that smoked fish on the Pacific Northwest coast, then there would also, necessarily, be people who managed to grab hold of a disproportionate share? As we've already seen in Chapter 8, these assumptions don't hold up particularly well for the earliest cities. Early Uruk, for example, does not appear to have been a state in any meaningful sense of the word. What's more, when top-down rule does emerge in the region of ancient Mesopotamia, it's not in the complex metropolises of the lowland river valleys, but among the small, heroic societies of the surrounding foothills, which were averse to the very principle of administration and, as a result, don't seem to qualify as states either. If there is a good ethnographic parallel for these latter groups, it might be the societies of the Northwest Coast, since their political leadership lay in the hands of a boastful and vainglorious warrior aristocracy, competing in extravagant contests over titles, treasures, the allegiance of commoners and the ownership of slaves. Recall, here, that Haida, Tlingit and the rest not only lacked anything that could be called a state apparatus, they lacked any kind of formal governmental institutions. One might then argue that states first emerged when the two forms of governance, bureaucratic and heroic, merged together. A case could be made. But equally we might ask if this is really such a significant issue in the first place? If it is possible to have monarchs, aristocracies, slavery and extreme forms of patriarchal domination, even without a state, as it evidently was, and if it's equally possible to maintain complex irrigation systems, or develop science and abstract philosophy without a state, as it also appears to be, then what do we actually learn about human history by establishing that one political entity is what we would like to describe as a state and another isn't? Are there not more interesting and important questions we could be asking? In this chapter we are going to explore the possibility that there are. What would history look like if instead of assuming that there must be some deep internal resemblance between the governments of, say, ancient Egypt and modern Britain, and our task is therefore to figure out precisely what it is we were to look at the whole problem with new eyes? There is no doubt that, in most of the areas that saw the rise of cities, powerful kingdoms and empires also eventually emerged. What did they have in common? Did they, in fact, have anything in common? What does their appearance really tell us about the history of human freedom and equality, or its loss? In what way, if any, do they mark a fundamental break with what came before? in which we lay out a theory concerning the three elementary forms of domination, and begin to explore its implications for human history. The best way to go about this task, we suggest, is by returning to first principles. We have already talked about fundamental, even primary, forms of freedom: the freedom to move, the freedom to disobey orders, the freedom to reorganize social relations. Can we speak similarly about elementary forms of domination? Recall how Rousseau, in his famous thought experiment, felt that everything went back to private property, and especially property in land, in that terrible moment when a man first threw up a barrier and said, "This territory is mine, and mine alone." All subsequent forms of domination and therefore, all subsequent catastrophes became inevitable. As we've seen, this obsession with property rights as the basis of society, and as a foundation of social power, is a peculiarly Western phenomenon indeed. If the West has any real meaning, it would probably refer to that legal and intellectual tradition which conceives society in those terms. So, to begin a thought experiment of a slightly different kind, it might be good to start right here. What are we really saying when we say that the power of a feudal aristocracy, or a landed gentry, or absentee landlords is based on land? Often we use such language as a way of cutting through airy abstractions or high-minded pretensions to address simple material realities. For example, the two dominant political parties in 19th-century England, the Whigs and the Tories, like to represent themselves as arguing about ideas, a certain conception of free market liberalism versus a certain notion of tradition. An historical materialist might object that, in fact, Whigs represented the interests of the commercial classes, and the Tories those of the landowners. They are of course right. It would be foolhardy to deny it. What we might question, however, is the premise that landed, or any other form of, property is itself particularly material. Yes, soil, stones, grass, hedges, farm buildings and granaries are all material things, but when one speaks of landed property, what one is really talking about is an individual's claim to exclusive access and control over all the soil, stones, grass, hedges, etc. within a specific territory. In practice, this means a legal right to keep anyone else off it. Land is only really yours, in this sense, if no one would think to challenge your claim over it, or if you have the capacity to summon at will people with weapons to threaten or attack anyone who disagrees, or just enters without permission and refuses to leave. Even if you shoot the trespassers yourself, you still need others to agree you are within your rights to do so. In other words, landed property is not actual soil, rocks or grass. It is a legal understanding, maintained by a subtle mix of morality and the threat of violence. In fact, land ownership illustrates perfectly the logic of what Rudolf von Ihering called the state's monopoly of violence within a territory just within a much smaller territory than a nation-state. All this might sound a little abstract, but it is a simple description of what happens in reality, as any reader who has ever tried to squat a piece of land, occupy a building or for that matter overthrow a government will be keenly aware. Ultimately, everyone knows it all comes down to whether someone will eventually be given orders to remove you by force, and if it does, then everything comes down to whether that someone is actually willing to follow orders. Revolutions are rarely won in open combat. When revolutionaries win, it's usually because the bulk of those sent to crush them refuse to shoot, or just go home. So does that mean property, like political power, ultimately derives, as Chairman Mao so delicately put it, from the barrel of a gun or, at best, from the ability to command the loyalties of those trained to use them? No. Or not exactly. To illustrate why not, and continue our thought experiment, let's take a different sort of property. Consider a diamond necklace. If Kim Kardashian walks down the street in Paris wearing a diamond necklace worth millions of dollars, she is not only showing off her wealth, she is also flaunting her power over violence, since everyone assumes she would not be able to do so without the existence, visible or not, of an armed personal security detail, trained to deal with potential thieves. Property rights of all sorts are ultimately backed up by what legal theorists like von Ihering euphemistically called force. But let us imagine, for a moment, what would happen if everyone on Earth were suddenly to become physically invulnerable. Say they all drank a potion which made it impossible for anyone to harm anyone else. Could Kim Kardashian still maintain exclusive rights over her jewelry? Well, perhaps not if she showed it off too regularly, since someone would presumably snatch it, but she certainly could if she normally kept it hidden in a safe, the combination of which she alone knew and only revealed to trusted audiences at events which were not announced in advance. So there is a second way of ensuring that one has access to rights others do not have, the control of information. Only Kim and her closest confidants know where the diamonds are normally kept, or when she is likely to appear wearing them. This obviously applies to all forms of property that are ultimately backed up by the threat of forced landed property, wares in stores, and so forth. If humans were incapable of hurting each other, no one would be able to declare something absolutely sacred to themselves or to defend it against all the world. They could only exclude those who agreed to be excluded. Still, let us take the experiment a step further and imagine everyone on Earth drank another potion which rendered them all incapable of keeping a secret, but still unable to harm one another physically as well. Access to information, as well as force, has now been equalized. Can Kim still keep her diamonds? Possibly. But only if she manages to convince absolutely everyone that, being Kim Kardashian, she is such a unique and extraordinary human being that she actually deserves to have things no one else can. We would like to suggest that these three principles, call them control of violence, control of information, and individual charisma, are also the three possible bases of social power. The threat of violence tends to be the most dependable, which is why it has become the basis for uniform systems of law everywhere. Charisma tends to be the most ephemeral. Usually, all three coexist to some degree. Even in societies where interpersonal violence is rare, one may well find hierarchies based on knowledge. It doesn't even particularly matter what that knowledge is about, maybe some sort of technical know-how, say, of smelting copper, or using herbal medicines, or maybe something we consider total mumbo-jumbo, the names of the 27 hells and 39 heavens, and what creatures one would be likely to meet if one traveled there. Today, it is quite commonplace, for instance, in parts of Africa and Papua New Guinea to find initiation ceremonies that are so complex as to require bureaucratic management, where initiates are gradually introduced to higher and higher levels of arcane knowledge, in societies where there are otherwise no formal ranks of any sort. Even where such hierarchies of knowledge do not exist, there will obviously always be individual differences. Some people will be considered more charming, funny, intelligent, or physically attractive than others. This will always make some sort of difference, even within groups that develop elaborate safeguards to ensure that it doesn't, as, for instance, with the ritual mockery of successful hunters among egalitarian foragers like the Hadza. As we've noted, an egalitarian ethos can take one of two directions. It can either deny such individual quirks entirely, and insist that people are, or at least should be, treated as if they were exactly the same, or it can celebrate their quirks in such a way as to imply that everyone is so profoundly different that any overall ranking would be inconceivable. After all, how do you measure the best fisherman against the most dignified elder, against the person who tells the funniest jokes, and so on? In such cases, it might happen that certain extreme individuals, if we may call them that, do gain an outstanding, even leadership role. Here we might think of newer prophets, or certain Amazonian shamans, Malagasy Mpamasi, or astrologer magicians, or for that matter the rich burials of the Upper Paleolithic, which so often focus on individuals with strikingly anomalous physical, and probably other, attributes. As those examples imply, however, such characters are so highly unusual that it would be difficult to turn their authority into any sort of ongoing power. What really concerns us about these three principles is that each has become the basis for institutions now seen as foundational to the modern state. In the case of control over violence, this is obvious. Modern states are sovereign, they hold the power once held by kings, which in practice translates into von Ehring's monopoly on the legitimate use of coercive force within their territory. In theory, a true sovereign exercised a power that was above and beyond the law. Ancient kings were rarely able to enforce this power systematically. Often, as we've seen, their supposedly absolute power really just meant they were the only people who could mete out arbitrary violence within about 100 yards of where they were standing or sitting at any given time. In modern states, the very same kind of power is multiplied 1,000 times because it is combined with the second principle, bureaucracy. As Weber, the great sociologist of bureaucracy, observed long ago, administrative organizations are always based not just on control of information, but also on official secrets of one sort or another. This is why the secret agent has become the mythic symbol of the modern state. James Bond, with his license to kill, combines charisma, secrecy and the power to use unaccountable violence, underpinned by a great bureaucratic machine. The combination of sovereignty with sophisticated administrative techniques for storing and tabulating information introduces all sorts of threats to individual freedom and makes possible surveillance states and totalitarian regimes. But this danger, we are always assured, is offset by a third principle, democracy. Modern states are democratic, or at least it's generally felt they really should be. Yet democracy, in modern states, is conceived very differently to, say, the workings of an assembly in an ancient city, which collectively deliberated on common problems. Rather, Democracy as we have come to know it is effectively a game of winners and losers played out among larger-than-life individuals, with the rest of us reduced largely to onlookers. If we are seeking an ancient precedent to this aspect of modern democracy, we shouldn't turn to the assemblies of Athens, Syracuse or Corinth, but instead paradoxically to aristocratic contests of heroic ages, such as those described in the Iliad, with its endless agons, races, duels, games, gifts and sacrifices. As we noted in Chapter 9, the political philosophers of later Greek cities did not actually consider elections a democratic way of selecting candidates for public office at all. The democratic method was sortition, or lottery, much like modern jury duty. Elections were assumed to belong to the aristocratic mode, aristocracy meaning rule of the best, allowing commoners much like the retainers in an old-fashioned, heroic aristocracy to decide who among the well-born should be considered best of all, and well-born, in this context, simply meant all those who could afford to spend much of their time playing at politics. Just as access to violence, information and charisma defines the very possibilities of social domination, so the modern state is defined as a combination of sovereignty, bureaucracy and a competitive political field. For it seems only natural, then, that we should examine history in this light too, but as soon as we try to do so, we realize there is no actual reason why these three principles should go together, let alone reinforce each other in the precise fashion we have come to expect from governments today. For one thing, the three elementary forms of domination have entirely separate historical origins. We've already seen this in ancient Mesopotamia, where initially the bureaucratic commercial societies of the river valleys existed in tension with the heroic polities of the hills and their endless petty princelings, vying for the loyalty of retainers through spectacular contests of one sort or another, while the hill people, in turn, rejected the very principle of administration. Nor is there any compelling evidence that ancient Mesopotamian cities, even when ruled by royal dynasties, achieved any measure of real territorial sovereignty, so we are still a long way here from anything like an embryonic version of the modern state. 5 In other words, they simply weren't states in one hearing sense of the term, and even if they had been, it makes little sense to define a state simply in terms of sovereignty. Recall the example of the Natchez of Louisiana, whose great son wielded absolute power within his own, rather small, great village, where he could order summary executions and appropriate goods pretty much as he had a mind to, but whose subjects largely ignored him when he wasn't around. The divine kingship of the Shilluk, of an assembly in an ancient city, which collectively deliberated on common problems. Rather, democracy as we have come to know it is effectively a game of winners and losers played out among larger-than-life individuals, with the rest of us reduced largely to onlookers. If we are seeking an ancient precedent to this aspect of modern democracy, we shouldn't turn to the assemblies of Athens, Syracuse or Corinth, but instead paradoxically to aristocratic contests of heroic ages, such as those described in the Iliad, with its endless agons, races, duels, games, gifts and sacrifices. As we noted in Chapter 9, the political philosophers of later Greek cities did not actually consider elections a democratic way of selecting candidates for public office at all. The democratic method was sortition, or lottery, much like modern jury duty. Elections were assumed to belong to the aristocratic mode, aristocracy meaning rule of the best, allowing commoners much like the retainers in an old-fashioned, heroic aristocracy to decide who among the well-born should be considered best of all, and well-born, in this context, simply meant all those who could afford to spend much of their time playing at politics. Just as access to violence, information and charisma defines the very possibilities of social domination, so the modern state is defined as a combination of sovereignty, bureaucracy and a competitive political field. For it seems only natural, then, that we should examine history in this light too, but as soon as we try to do so, we realize there is no actual reason why these three principles should go together, let alone reinforce each other in the precise fashion we have come to expect from governments today. For one thing, the three elementary forms of domination have entirely separate historical origins. We've already seen this in ancient Mesopotamia, where initially the bureaucratic commercial societies of the river valleys existed in tension with the heroic polities of the hills and their endless petty princelings, vying for the loyalty of retainers through spectacular contests of one sort or another, while the hill people, in turn, rejected the very principle of administration. Nor is there any compelling evidence that ancient Mesopotamian cities, even when ruled by royal dynasties, achieved any measure of real territorial sovereignty, so we are still a long way here from anything like an embryonic version of the modern state. 5 In other words, they simply weren't states in one hearing sense of the term, and even if they had been, it makes little sense to define a state simply in terms of sovereignty. Recall the example of the Natchez of Louisiana, whose great son wielded absolute power within his own, rather small, great village, where he could order summary executions and appropriate goods pretty much as he had a mind to, but whose subjects largely ignored him when he wasn't around. The divine kingship of the Shilluk. As we can now begin to see, modern states are, in fact, an amalgam of elements that happen to have come together at a certain point in human history, and, arguably, are now in the process of coming apart again. Consider, for instance, how we currently have planetary bureaucracies, such as the WTO or IMF, with no corresponding principle of global sovereignty. When historians, philosophers or political scientists argue about the origin of the state in ancient Peru or China, what they are really doing is projecting that rather unusual constellation of elements backwards, typically, by trying to find a moment when something like sovereign power came together with something like an administrative system. The competitive political field is usually considered somewhat optional. What interests them is precisely how and why these elements came together in the first place. For instance, a standard story of human political evolution told by earlier generations of scholars was that states arose from the need to manage complex irrigation systems, or perhaps just large concentrations of people and information. This gave rise to top-down power, which in turn came to be tempered, eventually, by democratic institutions. That would imply a sequence of developments somewhat like this. Administration? Sovereignty? Eventually, charismatic politics. As we showed in Chapter 8, contemporary evidence from ancient Eurasia now points to a different pattern, where urban administrative systems inspire a cultural counter-reaction, a further example of schismogenesis, in the form of squabbling highland princedoms, barbarians, from the perspective of the city dwellers, which eventually leads to some of those princes establishing themselves in cities and systematizing their power. Administration? Charismatic politics, by schismogenesis? Sovereignty. This may well have happened in some cases, Mesopotamia, for example, but it seems unlikely to be the only way in which such developments might culminate in something that, to us at least, resembles a state. In other places and times, often in moments of crisis, the process may begin with the elevation to preeminent roles of charismatic individuals who inspire their followers to make a radical break with the past. Eventually, such figureheads assume a kind of absolute, cosmic authority, which is finally translated into a system of bureaucratic roles and offices. 7 The path then might look more like this. Charismatic vision? Sovereignty? Administration. What we are challenging here is not any particular formulation, but the underlying teleology. All these accounts seem to assume that there is only one possible endpoint to this process, that these various types of domination were somehow bound to come together, sooner or later, in something like the particular form taken by modern nation-states in America and France at the end of the 18th century, a form which was gradually imposed on the rest of the world after both world wars. What if this wasn't true? What we are going to do here is to see what happens if we approach the history of some of the world's first kingdoms and empires without any such preconceptions. Along with the origins of the state, we will also be putting aside such similarly vague and teleological notions as the birth of civilization or the rise of social complexity in order to take a closer look at what actually happened. How did large-scale forms of domination first emerge, and what did they actually look like? What, if anything, do they have to do with arrangements that endure to this day? Let's start by examining those few cases in the pre-Columbian Americas which even the greatest sticklers for definition tend to agree were states of some kind. On Aztecs, Inca and Maya, and then also Spaniards. The general consensus is that there were only two unambiguous states in the Americas at the time of the Spanish conquest, the Aztecs and the Inca. Of course, that is not how the Spanish would have referred to them. Hernán Cortés, in his letters and communications, wrote of cities, kingdoms and occasionally republics. He hesitated to refer to the Aztec ruler, Moctezuma, as an emperor, presumably so as not to risk ruffling the feathers of his own lord, the most Catholic Emperor Charles V. But it would never have occurred to him to ponder whether any of these kingdoms or cities qualified as states, since the concept barely existed at the time. Nonetheless, this is the question which has preoccupied modern scholars, so let us consider each of these polities in turn. We will begin with an anecdote, recorded in a Spanish source not long after the Conquista, about the raising of children in the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan. Shortly before it fell to Spanish forces, at birth boys were given a shield with 4 arrows. The midwife prayed that they might be courageous warriors. They were presented 4 times to the sun and told of the uncertainties of life and the need to go to war. Girls, on the other hand, were given spindles and shuttles as a symbol of their future dedication to homely tasks. It is hard to say how widespread this practice was, but it points to something fundamental in Aztec society. Women still occupied important positions in Tenochtitlan as merchants, doctors and priestesses, but they were excluded from an ascendant class of aristocrats whose power was based on warfare, predation and tribute. How far back this erosion of female political power went among the Aztecs is unclear. Certain lines of evidence, such as the obligation for high-ranking advisors at court to take on the cultic role of Suwakot, or snake woman, suggest not far at all. What we do know is that masculinity, often expressed through sexual violence, became part of the dynamics of imperial expansion. 9 Indeed, the rape and enslavement of conquered women were among the primary grievances reported to Cortés and his men by Aztec subjects in Veracruz, 10 who by 1519 were willing to take their chances with a band of unknown Spanish freebooters. Male nobility among the Aztecs or Mexica seemed to have viewed life as an eternal contest, or even conquest, a cultural tendency which they traced back to their origins as an itinerant community of warriors and colonizers. There seems to have been a capturing society not unlike some of the other, more recent Amerindian societies we've explored, but on an infinitely greater scale. Enemies taken in war were kept, nurtured to ensure their vitality, sometimes in luxurious circumstances, but then finally killed by ritual specialists to repay a primordial debt of life to the gods, and presumably for any number of other reasons too. At Tenochtitlan's Templo Mayor the result was a veritable industry of pious bloodletting, which some Spanish observers took as clear proof that the Aztec ruling classes were in league with Satan. 11. This is how the Aztecs attempted to impress their neighbors, and it is still how they impress themselves on the human imagination today. The image of thousands of prisoners, waiting in line to have their hearts torn out by masked god impersonators, is, admittedly, difficult to get out of one's head. In other respects, however, the 16th century Aztecs seemed to the Spaniards to present a rather familiar picture of human government, certainly, more familiar than anything they encountered in the Caribbean or in the swamps and savannas of Yucatan. Monarchy, ranks of officialdom, military cadres and organized religion, however demonic, were all highly developed. Urban planning in the Valley of Mexico, as some Spaniards remarked, seemed superior to what was found in their Castilian cities back home. Sumptuary laws, no less elaborate than in Spain, kept a respectable distance between governing and governed, dictating everything from fashion to sexual mores. Tribute and taxation were overseen by calpics who, appointed from among the ranks of commoners, were unable to turn their knowledge of administration into political power, a preserve of noblemen and warriors. In the conquered territories local nobles were kept in place, obedience being assured by a patronage system that tied them to sponsors at the Aztec court. Here too the Spaniards found resonance with their practice of hic principali, which granted autonomy to newly acquired territories so long as their local headmen supplied annual tithes to the crown. 12. Like the Spanish Habsburgs, who became their overlords, the Aztec warrior aristocracy had risen from relatively humble origins to create one of the world's largest empires. Even their Triple Alliance paled, however, when compared with what the conquistadors found in the Peruvian Andes. In Spain, as in much of Eurasia, mountains offered refuge from the coercive power of kings and emperors. Rebels, bandits and heretics hid out in the highlands. But in Inca Peru, everything seemed to work the other way round. Mountains formed the backbone of imperial power. This upside-down, to European eyes, political world, conceived atop the Andean Cordillera, was the super-kingdom of Tawantinsuyu, meaning quarters closely bound. 13. More precisely, Tawantinsuyu refers to the 4 suyus or major administrative units of the Sapa Inca's domain. From their capital at Cusco, where it was said even grass was made of gold, Inca of royal blood extracted periodic mita, a rotating labor tribute, or corvée, from some millions of subjects distributed across the western littoral of South America, from Quito to Santiago. 14 Exercising a degree of sovereignty over 80 contiguous provinces and countless ethnic groups. By the end of the 15th century the Inca had achieved something like the universal monarchy, Monarchia Universalis, that the Habsburgs, rulers of numerous scattered territories, could only conjure in their dreams. Nevertheless, if Tawantinsuyu is to be considered a state, it was still very much a state in formation. Just as the popular image of the Aztecs turns on mass carnage, popular images of the Inca tend to portray them as master administrators. As we've seen, Enlightenment thinkers like Madame de Graffigny and her readers formed their first impression of what a welfare state, or even state socialism, might be like by contemplating accounts of the empire in the Andes. In reality, Inca efficiency was decidedly uneven. The empire, after all, was over 2,500 miles long. In villages at any appreciable distance from Cusco, Chan Chan or other centers of royal power, The imperial apparatus made, at best, a sporadic appearance and many villages remained largely self-governing. Chroniclers and officials like Juan Polo de Ondegardo y Zarate were intrigued to discover that while typical Andean villages did indeed have a complex administrative apparatus, that apparatus appeared to be entirely homegrown, based on collective associations called ALU. In order to accommodate imperial demands for tribute or corvée labor, local communities had merely tweaked these collectives slightly. 15. The imperial center of the Inca Empire forms a stark contrast with that of the Aztec. Moctezuma, despite his grandeur, his palace contained everything from an aviary to quarters for troops of comic dwarfs, was officially just the Tlatoani or first speaker in a council of aristocrats, and his empire officially a triple alliance of 3 cities. For all the bloodthirsty spectacle, the Aztec Empire was really a confederation of noble families. Indeed, the spectacle itself seems to have been at least partly rooted in the same spirit of aristocratic one-upmanship that spurred Aztec nobles to compete in public ball games, or for that matter philosophical debate. The Inca, in contrast, insisted their sovereign was himself the incarnate sun. All authority derived from a single point of radiance, the person of Sapa Inca, unique Inca, himself, cascading downwards through ranks of royal siblings. The Inca court was an incubator, a hothouse for sovereignty. Compressed within its walls were not only the household of the living king and his sister, who was also his koya, queen, but also the administrative heads, chief priests and imperial guard of the kingdom, most of them blood relatives of the king. Being a god, the Sapa Inca never really died. The bodies of former kings were preserved, wrapped and mummified, much like the pharaohs of ancient Egypt. Like the pharaohs, too, they held court from beyond the grave, receiving regular offerings of food and clothing from their former rural estates, though unlike the mummified bodies of Egyptian pharaohs, which at least remained confined to their tombs, their Peruvian equivalents were wheeled out to attend public events and sponsored festivals. 16. One reason why each new ruler was obliged to expand the empire was precisely this: they only inherited the old ruler's army. His court, lands and retainers remained in the dead Inca's hands. This extraordinary concentration of power around the Inca's own body had a flip side: royal authority was extremely difficult to delegate. The most important officials were honorary Inca who, while not directly related to the sovereign, were allowed to wear the same ear ornaments and were otherwise seen as an extension of his personage. Statue doubles or other substitutes might also be employed. There was an elaborate ritual protocol surrounding these, but to do anything important, the Sapa Inca's personal presence was required, meaning the court was continually on the move, with the royal person being regularly carried through the 4 quarters in a litter lined with silver and feathers. This, as much as the need to carry armies and supplies, required enormous investment in road systems, converting one of the world's most complex and rugged terrains into a continuous network of well-maintained highways and step paths, punctuated by shrines, wakas, and way stations, stocked and staffed from the royal coffers. 17 It was on one such annual tour, far from the walls of Cusco, that the last Sapa Inca, Atahualpa, was abducted by Pizarro's men and subsequently killed. As with the Aztecs, consolidation of the Inca's empire seems to have involved a great deal of sexual violence, and resulting changes in gender roles. In this case, what began as a customary system of marriage became a template for class domination. Traditionally, in those parts of the Andes where people were divided by social rank, women were expected to marry into families of higher status than their own. In doing so, the bride's lineage was said to be conquered by the groom's. What began as a kind of ritual figure of speech seems to have been turned into something more literal and systematic. In each newly conquered territory, the Inca immediately built a temple and forced a quota of local virgins to become brides of the sun. Women cut off from their families, kept either as permanent virgins or dedicated to the Sapa Inca, for him to exploit and dispose of as he pleased. In consequence, the king's subjects could be referred to collectively as conquered women. 18 And local nobles jockeyed for position by trying to place their daughters in prominent roles at court. What, then, of the famous Inca administrative system? It did, certainly, exist. Records were kept largely in the form of knotted strings called quipu, or quipu, described in Pedro Cieza de Leon's Crónica del Perú, 1553. In each provincial center they had accountants who were called knot-keepers/orderers, capucamayuks, and by means of these knots they kept the record and account of what had been given in tribute by those people in that district, from the silver, gold, clothing, herd animals, to the wool and other things down to the smallest items, and by the same knots they commissioned a record of what was given over 1 year, or 10 or 20 years, and they kept the accounts so well that they did not lose a pair of sandals. 19. Spanish chroniclers provided few details, however, And after the use of quipu was officially banned in 1583, local specialists had little incentive to commit their lore to writing. We don't know exactly how it worked, although new sources of information are still emerging from remote Andean communities, where it turns out Inca-style quipus and their associated forms of knowledge were kept in use until much more recent times. 20 Scholars argue about whether quipu should be considered a form of writing. What sources we do have mainly describe the numerical system, noting the hierarchical arrangement of color-coded knots into decimal units, from 1 to 10,000, but it seems the most elaborate string bundles encoded records of topography and genealogy, and most likely also narratives and songs. 21. In many ways, these two great polities, Aztec and Inca, were ideal targets for conquest. Both were organized around easily identifiable capitals, inhabited by easily identifiable kings who could be captured or killed, and surrounded by peoples who were either long accustomed to obeying orders or, if they had any inclination to shrug off power from the center, were likely to do so precisely by joining forces with would-be conquistadors. If an empire is based largely on military force, it is relatively easy for a superior force of the same kind to seize control of its territory, since if one takes control of that center, as Cortés did by laying siege to Tenochtitlan in 1521, or Pizarro by seizing Atahualpa at Cajamarca in 1532, everything else falls readily into place. There might be stubborn resistance. The siege of Tenochtitlan took over a year of grueling house-to-house fighting, but, once it was over, the conquerors could take over many of the mechanisms of rule that already existed and start conveying orders to subjects schooled in obedience. Where there are no such powerful kingdoms, either because they had never existed, as in much of North America or Amazonia, or because a population had consciously rejected central government, things could get decidedly trickier. A good example of such decentralization is the territory inhabited by speakers of the various Maya languages, the Yucatan Peninsula and the highlands of Guatemala and Chiapas to its south. 22 At the time of the initial Spanish incursion, the region was divided into what seemed to the settlers an endless succession of tiny principalities, townships, villages and seasonal hamlets. Conquest was a long and laborious business, and no sooner was it completed, or at least, no sooner had the Spanish decided it was completed, 23 than the new authorities faced an apparently endless series of popular revolts. As early as 1546, a coalition of Maya rebels rose up against Spanish settlers and, despite brutal reprisals, resistance never really died down. Prophetic movements brought a second major wave of insurrections in the 18th century, and in 1848, a mass rising almost drove the settlers' descendants out of Yucatan entirely, until the siege of their capital, at Mérida, was interrupted by the planting season. The resulting caste war, as it was called, continued for generations. There were still rebels holding out in parts of Quintana Roo at the time of the Mexican Revolution in the second decade of the 20th century. Indeed, you could argue that the same rebellion continues, in another form, with the Zapatista movement that controls large parts of Chiapas today. As the Zapatistas also show, it was in these territories, where no major state or empire had existed for centuries, that women came most prominently to the fore in anti-colonial struggles, both as organizers of armed resistance and as defenders of indigenous tradition. Now, this anti-authoritarian streak might come as something of a surprise to those who know the Maya as one of a triumvirate of New World civilizations, Aztecs, Maya, Inca, familiar from books on art history. Much of the art from what's called the classic Maya period, roughly AD 150-900, is exquisitely beautiful. Most derives from cities that once existed in what are now the tangled rainforests of Petén. On first appraisal, the Maya in this period seem to have been organized into kingdoms much like those of the Andes or central Mexico, only smaller, but then our picture, until quite recently, was dominated by sculpted monuments and glyphic inscriptions commissioned by the ruling elites themselves. 24 These focus, predictably enough, on the deeds of great rulers, holders of the title Ajah, especially their conquests, as alliances of independent city-states vied for hegemony over the lowlands under the leadership of two rival dynasties, those of Tikal and the Snake Kings of Calakmul. 25. These monuments tell us a great deal about the rituals such rulers conducted to commune with their divinized ancestors. 26, but precious little about what ordinary life was like for their subjects, let alone how those subjects felt about their rulers' claims to cosmic power. If there were prophetic movements or periodic insurrections during the classic Maya period, as there were in the colonial period, we would currently have few ways to know about them, although archaeological research may yet change this picture. What we do know is that, in the final centuries of the classic period, women attain a new visibility in sculpture and inscription, appearing not just as consorts, princesses and queen mothers, but also as powerful rulers and spirit mediums in their own right. We also know that at some point in the 9th century the classic Maya political system came apart, and most of the great cities were abandoned. Archaeologists argue about what happened. Some theories assume that popular resistance, some combination of defection, mass movements or outright rebellion, must have played a part, even if most are understandably reluctant to draw too firm a line between cause and consequence. 27 It is significant that one of the few urban societies which endured, even grew, was located in the northern lowlands around the city of Chichen Itza. Here, kingship seems to have dramatically changed its character, becoming a more purely ceremonial or even theatrical affair, so hedged about by ritual that any serious political intervention was no longer possible, while day-to-day governance apparently passed largely into the hands of a coalition that formed among collectives of prominent warriors and priests. 28 Indeed, some of what were once assumed to be royal palaces in this post-classic period are now being reinterpreted as assembly halls, populna, for local representatives. 29 By the time the Spaniards arrived, 6 centuries after the collapse of cities in Petén, Mayan societies were thoroughly decentralized, parsed into a bewildering variety of townships and principalities, many without kings. 30 The books of Chilam Balam, prophetic annals written down in the late 16th century, dwell endlessly on the disasters and miseries that befall oppressive rulers. In other words, there's every reason to believe that the spirit of rebellion which has marked this particular region can be traced back to at least the time of Charlemagne, the 8th century AD, and that across the centuries, overbearing Maya rulers were quite regularly and repeatedly disposed of. Undoubtedly, the classic Maya artistic tradition is magnificent, one of the greatest the world has ever seen. By comparison, artistic products from the post-classic, as the period from roughly AD 900 to 1520 is known, often seem clumsy and less worthy of appreciation. On the other hand, how many of us would really prefer to live under the arbitrary power of a petty warlord who, for all his patronage of fine arts, counts tearing the hearts out of living human bodies among his most significant accomplishments? Of course, history is not usually thought about in such terms, and it is worth asking why. Part of the reason is simply the designation post-classic, which suggests little more than an afterthought. It may seem a trivial issue, but it matters, because such habits of thought are one reason why periods of relative freedom and equality tend to get sidelined in the larger sweep of history. This is important. Let's look at it further, before we return to our 3 forms of domination, in which we offer a digression on the shape of time. 31 And specifically how metaphors of growth and decay introduce unnoticed political biases into our view of history. History and archaeology abound with terms like post and proto, intermediate or even terminal. To some degree, these are products of early 20th century cultural theory. Alfred Graeber, a preeminent anthropologist of his day, spent decades on a research project aimed at determining if identifiable laws lie behind the rhythms and patterns of cultural growth and decay, whether systematic relations could be established between artistic fashions, economic booms and busts, periods of intellectual creativity and conservatism, and the expansion and collapse of empires. It was an intriguing question, but, after many years, his ultimate conclusion was, no, there were no such laws. In his Configurations of Cultural Growth, 1944, Graeber examined the relation of the arts, philosophy, science and population across human history and found no evidence for any consistent pattern, nor has any such pattern been successfully discerned in those few more recent studies which continue to plow the same furrow. 32 Despite this, when we write about the past today we almost invariably organize our thinking as if such patterns really did exist. Civilizations are typically represented either as flower-like, growing, blooming and then shriveling up, or else as like some grand building, painstakingly constructed but prone to sudden collapse. The latter term tends to be used indiscriminately for situations like the classic Maya collapse, which did indeed involve a rapid abandonment of some hundreds of settlements and the disappearance of millions of people, but equally it's used for the collapse of the Egyptian Old Kingdom, where the only thing that really seems to have declined precipitously is the power of Egypt's elites ruling from the northern city of Memphis. Even in the Maya case, to describe the entire period between AD 900 and 1520 as post-classic is to suggest that the only really significant thing about it is the degree to which it can be seen as the waning of a golden age. In a similar way, terms like proto-palatial Crete, pre-dynastic Egypt or formative Peru convey a sense of impatience, as if Minoans, Egyptians or Andean peoples spent centuries doing little but laying the groundwork for such a golden age, and, it is implied, for strong, stable government to come about. 33 We've already seen how this played out in Uruk, where at least 7 centuries of collective self-rule, also termed pre-dynastic in earlier scholarship, comes to be written off as a mere prelude to the real history of Mesopotamia, which is then presented as a history of conquerors, dynasts, lawgivers and kings. Some periods are dismissed as prefaces, others as postfaces. Still others become intermediary. The ancient Andes and Mesoamerica are cases in point, but probably the most familiar, and the most striking, example is again that of Egypt. Museum goers will no doubt be familiar with the division of ancient Egyptian history into Old, Middle, and New Kingdoms. Each is separated by an intermediate period, often described as epochs of chaos and cultural degeneration. In fact, these were simply periods when there was no single ruler of Egypt. Authority devolved to local factions or, as we will shortly see, changed its nature altogether. Taken together, these intermediate periods span about a third of Egypt's ancient history, down to the accession of a series of foreign or vassal kings, known simply as the Late Period, and they saw some very significant political developments of their own. To take just one example, at Thebes between 754 and 525 BC, spanning the Third Intermediate and Late Periods, a series of 5 unmarried, childless princesses, of Libyan and Nubian descent, were elevated to the position of God's wife of Amun, a title and role which acquired not just supreme religious, but also great economic and political weight at this time. In official representations, these women are given throne names framed by cartouches, just like kings, and appear leading royal festivals and making offerings to the gods. 34 They also own some of the richest estates in Egypt, including extensive lands and a large staff of priests and scribes. To have a situation in which women not only command power on such a scale, but in which this power is linked to an office reserved explicitly for single women, is historically unusual. Yet this political innovation is little discussed, partly because it is already framed within an intermediate or late period that signals its transitory, or even decadent, nature. 35. One might assume the division into Old, Middle and New Kingdoms is itself very ancient, perhaps going back thousands of years to Greek sources like the 3rd century BC Egyptaica, composed by Egyptian chronicler Manetho, or even to the hieroglyphic records themselves. Not so. In fact, the tripartite division only began to be proposed by modern Egyptologists in the late 19th century, and the terms they introduced, initially Reich or Empire, later Kingdom, were explicitly modeled on European nation-states. German, particularly Prussian, scholars played a leading role here. Their tendency to perceive ancient Egypt's past as a series of cyclical alternations between unity and disintegration clearly echoes the political concerns of Bismarck's Germany, where an authoritarian government was trying to assemble a unified nation-state from an endless variety of tiny statelets. After the First World War, as Europe's own regime of old monarchies was coming apart, prominent Egyptologists such as Adolf Ehrman granted the intermediate periods their own place in history, drawing comparisons between the end of the Old Kingdom and the Bolshevik Revolution of their own time. 36. With hindsight, it's easy to see just how much these chronological schemes reflect their authors' political concerns. Or even, perhaps, a tendency, when casting their minds back in time, to imagine themselves either as part of the ruling elite, or as having roles somewhat analogous to ones they had in their own societies, the Egyptian or Maya equivalents of museum curators, professors and middle-range functionaries. But why, then, have these schemes become effectively canonical? Consider the Middle Kingdom, 2055, 1650 BC, represented in standard histories as a time when Egypt moved from the supposed chaos of the First Intermediate Period into a renewed phase of strong and stable government, bringing with it an artistic and literary renaissance. 37 Even if we set aside the question of just how chaotic the Intermediate Period really was, we'll get to that soon. The Middle Kingdom could equally well be represented as a period of violent disputes over royal succession, crippling taxation, state-sponsored suppression of ethnic minorities, and the growth of forced labor to support royal mining expeditions and construction projects, not to mention the brutal plundering of Egypt's southern neighbors for slaves and gold. However much future Egyptologists would come to appreciate them, the elegance of Middle Kingdom literature like the story of Sinuhe and the proliferation of Osiris cults likely offered little solace to the thousands of military conscripts, forced laborers and persecuted minorities of the time, many of whose grandparents were living quite peaceful lives in the preceding Dark Ages. What is true of time, incidentally, is also true of space. For the last 5,000 years of human history, i.e. roughly the span of time we will be moving around in, over the course of this chapter, our conventional vision of world history is a checkerboard of cities, empires and kingdoms, but in fact, for most of this period these were exceptional islands of political hierarchy, surrounded by much larger territories whose inhabitants, if visible at all to historians' eyes, are variously described as tribal confederacies, amphictyonies or, if you're an anthropologist, segmentary societies, that is, people who systematically avoided fixed, overarching systems of authority. We know a bit about how such societies worked in parts of Africa, North America, Central or Southeast Asia and other regions where such loose and flexible political associations existed into recent times, but we know frustratingly little of how they operated in periods when these were by far the world's most common forms of government. A truly radical account, perhaps, would retell human history from the perspective of the times and places in between. In that sense, this chapter is not truly radical. For the most part, we are telling the same old story, but we are at least trying to see what happens when we drop the teleological habit of thought, which makes us scour the ancient world for embryonic versions of our modern nation-states. We are considering, instead, the possibility that, when looking at those times and places usually taken to mark the birth of the state, we may in fact be seeing how very different kinds of power crystallize, each with its own peculiar mix of violence, knowledge and charisma, are three elementary forms of domination. One way to test the value of a new approach is to see if it helps us explain what had previously seemed anomalous cases, that is, ancient polities which undeniably mobilized and organized enormous numbers of people, but which don't seem to fit any of the usual definitions of a state. Certainly, there are plenty of these. Let's start with the Olmec, generally seen as the first great Mesoamerican civilization. On politics as sport, the Olmec case. How precisely to describe the Olmec has proved a difficult problem for archaeologists to grapple with. Early 20th century scholars referred to them as an artistic or cultural horizon, largely because it wasn't clear how else to describe a style, easily identifiable by certain common types of pottery, anthropomorphic figurines and stone sculpture, that seemed to pop up between 1500 and 1000 BC across an enormous area, straddling the Isthmus of Tehuantepec and including Guatemala, Honduras and much of southern Mexico, but whose meaning was otherwise uncertain. Whatever the Olmec were, they seemed to represent the mother culture, as it came to be known, of all later Mesoamerican civilizations, having invented the region's characteristic calendar systems, glyphic writing and even ball games. 38. At the same time, there was no reason to assume the Olmec were a unified ethnic or even political group. There was much speculation about wandering missionaries, trading empires, elite fashion styles and much else besides. Eventually, archaeologists came to understand that there was, in fact, an Olmec heartland in the marshlands of Veracruz, where the swamp cities of San Lorenzo and La Venta arose along the fringes of Mexico's Gulf Coast. The internal structure of these Olmec cities is still poorly understood. Most seem to have been centered on ceremonial precincts, of uncertain layout, but including large earthen pyramid mounds, surrounded by extensive suburbs. These monumental epicenters stand in relative isolation, amid an otherwise fragmented and relatively unstructured landscape of small maize farming settlements and seasonal forager camps. 39. What can we really say, then, about the structure of Olmec society? We know it was in no sense egalitarian. There were clearly marked elites. The pyramids and other monuments suggest that, at least at certain times of year, these elites had extraordinary resources of skill and labor at their disposal. In every other respect, though, ties between center and hinterland appear to have been surprisingly superficial. The collapse of the first great Olmec city at San Lorenzo, for instance, seems to have had very little impact on the wider regional economy. 40. Any further assessment of Olmec political structure has to reckon with what many consider its signature achievement, a series of absolutely colossal sculpted heads. These remarkable objects are freestanding, carved from tons of basalt, and of a quality comparable with the finest ancient Egyptian stonework. Each must have taken untold hours of grinding to produce. These sculptures appear to be representations of Olmec leaders, but, intriguingly, they are depicted wearing the leather helmets of ball players. All the known examples are sufficiently similar that each seems to reflect some kind of standard ideal of male beauty, but, at the same time, each is also different enough to be seen as a unique portrait of a particular, individual champion. 41. No doubt there were also actual ball courts, though these have proved surprisingly elusive in the archaeological record, and while we obviously don't know what kind of game was played, if they were anything like later Maya and Aztec ball games it likely took place in a long and narrow court, with two teams from high-ranking families competing for fame and honor by striking a heavy rubber ball with the hips and buttocks. It seems both reasonable and logical to conclude that there was a fairly direct relationship between competitive games and the rise of an Olmec aristocracy. 42. Without written evidence it's hard to say much more, but looking a bit closer at later Mesoamerican ball games might at least give us a sense of how this worked in practice. Stone ball courts were common features of classic Maya cities, alongside royal residences and pyramid temples. Some were purely ceremonial, others were actually used for sport. The chief Maya gods were themselves ball players. In the Quiché Maya epic Popol Vuh, a ball game provides the setting in which mortal heroes and underworld gods collide, leading to the birth of the hero twins Hunahpu and Xbalanque, who go on to beat the gods at their own deadly game and ascend to take their own place among the stars. The fact that the greatest known Maya epic centers on a ball game gives us a sense of how central the sport was to Maya notions of charisma and authority. So too, in a more visceral way, does an inscribed staircase built at Yaxchilan to mark the accession, in AD 752, of what was probably its most famous king, known as Bird Jaguar the Great. On the central block he appears as a ball player. Flanked by two dwarf attendants, the king prepares to strike a huge rubber ball containing the body of a human captive, bound, broken and bundled, as it tumbles down a flight of stairs. Capturing high-ranking enemies to be held for ransom or, failing payment, to be killed at ball games was a major objective of Maya warfare. This particular unfortunate figure may be a certain Jeweled Skull, a noble from a rival city, whose humiliation was so important to Bird Jaguar that he also made it the central feature of a carved lintel on a nearby temple. 43. In some parts of the Americas, competitive sports served as a substitute for war. Among the classic Maya, one was really an extension of the other. Battles and games formed part of an annual cycle of royal competitions, played for life and death. Both are recorded on Maya monuments as key events in the lives of rulers. Most likely, these elite games were also mass spectacles, cultivating a particular sort of urban public, the sort that relishes gladiatorial contests, and thereby comes to understand politics in terms of opposition. Centuries later, Spanish conquistadors described Aztec versions of the ball game played at Tenochtitlan, where players confronted each other amid racks of human skulls. They reported how reckless commoners, carried away in the competitive fervor of the tournament, would sometimes lose all they had or even gamble themselves into slavery. 44 The stakes were so high that, should a player actually send a ball through one of the stone hoops adorning the side of the court, these were made so small as to render it nearly impossible. Normally the game was won in other ways, the contest ended immediately, and the player who performed the miracle received all the goods wagered, as well as any others he might care to pillage from the onlookers. 45. It is easy to see why the Olmec, with their intense fusion of political competition and organized spectacle, are nowadays seen as cultural progenitors of later Mesoamerican kingdoms and empires, but there is little evidence that the Olmec themselves ever created an infrastructure for dominating a large population. So far as anyone knows, their rulers did not command a stable military or administrative apparatus that might have allowed them to extend their power throughout a wider hinterland. Instead, they presided over a remarkable spread of cultural influence radiating from ceremonial centers, which may only have been densely occupied on specific occasions, such as ritual ball games, scheduled in concert with the demands of the agricultural calendar, and largely empty at other times of year. In other words, if these were states in any sense at all, then they are probably best defined as seasonal versions of what Clifford Geertz once called theater states, where organized power was realized only periodically, in grand but fleeting spectacles. Anything we might consider statecraft, from diplomacy to the stockpiling of resources, existed in order to facilitate the rituals, rather than the other way round. 46. Chavin de Huantar, an empire built on images? In South America we find a somewhat analogous situation. Before the Inca, a whole series of other societies are identified tentatively by scholars as states or empires. All these societies occur within the area later controlled by the Inca, the Peruvian Andes and adjacent coastal drainages. None used writing, at least in any form we can recognize. Still, from AD 600 onwards many did employ knotted strings for record-keeping, and probably other forms of notation too. Monumental centers of some kind were already appearing in the Rio Supe region in the 3rd millennium BC. 47 Later, between 1000 and 200 BC, a single center, at Chavin de Huantar, in the northern highlands of Peru, extended its influence over a much larger area. 48 This Chavin horizon gave way to 3 distinct regional cultures. In the central highlands arose a militarized polity known as Wari. In parallel, on the shores of Lake Titicaca, a metropolis called Tiwanaku, at 420 hectares, roughly twice the size of Uruk or Mohenjo-Daro, took form, using an ingenious system of raised fields to grow its crops on the freezing heights of the Bolivian Altiplano. 49 On the north coast of Peru, a third culture, known as Moche, displays striking funerary evidence of female leadership, lavish tombs of warrior priestesses and queens, drenched in gold and flanked by human sacrifices. 50. The first Europeans to study these civilizations, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, assumed that any city or set of cities with monumental art and architecture, exerting its influence over a surrounding region, must be the capitals of states or empires. They also assumed, just as wrongly, it turns out, that all the rulers were male. As with the Olmec, a surprisingly large proportion of that influence seems to have come in the form of images, distributed, in the Andean case, on small ceramic vessels, objects of personal adornment and textiles, rather than in the spread of administrative, military or commercial institutions and their associated technologies. Consider Chavindahuantar itself, located high in the Mosna Valley of the Peruvian Andes. Archaeologists once believed it to have been the core of a pre-Inca empire in the first millennium BC, a state controlling a hinterland that stretched to the Amazonian rainforest to the east and the Pacific coast to the west, and included all the intervening highlands and coastal drainages in between. Such power seemed commensurate with the scale and sophistication of Chavin's cut stone architecture, its unrivaled abundance of monumental sculpture, and the appearance of Chavin motifs on pottery, jewelry and textiles across the wider region. But was Chavin really some kind of Rome of the Andes? In fact, little evidence has emerged since to suggest this. In order to get a sense of what might really have been going on at Chavin, we must look more closely at the sort of images we're talking about, and what they tell us about the wider importance of vision and knowledge in Chavin notions of power. The art of Chavin is not made up of pictures, still less pictorial narratives, at least, not in any intuitively recognizable sense. Neither does it appear to be a pictographic writing system. This is one reason why we can be fairly certain we are not dealing with an actual empire. Real empires tend to favor styles of figural art that are both very large but also very simple, so their meaning can be easily understood by anyone they wish to impress. If an Achaemenid Persian emperor carved his likeness into the side of a mountain, he did it in such a way that anyone, even an ambassador from lands as yet unknown to him, or an antiquarian of some remote future age, would be able to recognize that it is indeed the image of a very great king. Chavin images, by contrast, are not for the uninitiated. Crested eagles curl in on themselves, vanishing into a maze of ornament, human faces grow snake-like fangs, or contort into a feline grimace. No doubt other figures escape our attention altogether. Only after some study do even the most elementary forms reveal themselves to the untrained eye. With due attention, we can eventually begin to tease out recurrent images of tropical forest animals, jaguars, snakes, caimans, but just as the eye attunes to them they slip back from our field of vision, winding in and out of each other's bodies or merging into complex patterns. 51. Some of these images are described by scholars as monsters, but they have nothing in common with the simple composite figures of ancient Greek vases or Mesopotamian sculpture, centaurs, griffins and the like, or their Moche equivalents. We are in another kind of visual universe altogether. It is the realm of the shapeshifter, where no body is ever quite stable or complete, and diligent mental training is required to tease out structure from what at first seems to be visual mayhem. One reason why we can say any of this with a degree of confidence is because the arts of Chavin appear to be an early, and monumental, manifestation of a much wider Amerindian tradition, in which images are not meant to illustrate or represent, but instead serve as visual cues for extraordinary feats of memory. Up until recent times, a great many indigenous societies were still using systems of broadly similar kinds to transmit esoteric knowledge of ritual formulae, genealogies or records of shamanic journeys to the world of chthonic spirits and animal familiars. 52 In Eurasia, similar techniques were developed in the ancient arts of memory, where those trying to memorize stories, speeches, lists or similar material would each have a familiar memory palace. This consisted of a mental pathway or room in which a series of striking images could be arranged, each a cue to a particular episode, incident or name. One can only imagine what might happen if someone were to draw or carve one such set of visual cues, and a later archaeologist or art historian were to discover it, with no idea of the context, let alone what the story being memorized was actually about. In the case of Chavin, we actually can be on fairly safe ground in assuming that these images were records of shamanic journeys, not just because of the peculiar nature of the images themselves, but also because of a wealth of circumstantial evidence relating to altered states of consciousness. At Chavin itself, snuff spoons, small ornate mortars and bone pipes have been found, and among its carved images are sculpted male figures with fangs and snake headdresses holding aloft the stalk of the San Pedro cactus. This plant is the basis of wachuma, a mescaline-based infusion still made in the region today which induces psychoactive visions. Other carved figures, all of them apparently male, are surrounded by images of vehicle leaves, anadenanthera sp, which contain a powerful hallucinogen. Released when the leaves are ground up and snorted, it induces a gush of mucus from the nose, as faithfully depicted on sculpted heads that line the walls of Chavin's major temples. 53. In fact, nothing in Chavin's monumental landscape really seems concerned with secular government at all. There are no obvious military fortifications or administrative quarters. Almost everything, on the other hand, seems to have something to do with ritual performance and the revelation or concealment of esoteric knowledge. 54. Intriguingly, this is exactly what indigenous informants were still telling Spanish soldiers and chroniclers who arrived at the site in the 17th century. For as long as anyone could remember, they said, Chavin had been a place of pilgrimage but also one of supernatural danger, on which the heads of important families converged from different parts of the country to seek visions and oracles, the speech of the stones. Despite initial skepticism, archaeologists have gradually come round to accepting that they were right. 55. It's not just the evidence for ritual and altered states of mind, but also the extraordinary architecture of the place. The temples at Chavin contain stone labyrinths and hanging staircases which seem designed not for communal acts of worship but for individual trials, initiations and vision quests. They imply tortuous journeys ending at narrow corridors, large enough for only a single person, beyond which lies a tiny sanctum containing a monolith, carved with dense tangles of images. The most famous such monument, a stela called El Lanzón, the Lance, is a shaft of granite over 13 feet tall, around which the old temple of Chavin was constructed. A well-lit replica of the stela, often assumed to represent a god who is also the axis mundi, or a central pillar connecting the polar ends of a shamanic universe, has pride of place in Peru's Museo de la Nación, but the 3,000-year-old original still resides at the heart of a darkened maze, illuminated by thin slats, where no single viewer could ever grasp the totality of its form or meaning. 56. If Chavin, a remote precursor to the Inca, was an empire, it was one built on images linked to esoteric knowledge. Olmec was, on the other hand, an empire built on spectacle, competition and the personal attributes of political leaders. Clearly, our use of the term empire here is about as loose as it could possibly be. Neither was remotely similar to, say, the Roman or Han, or indeed the Inca and Aztec empires. Nor do they fulfill any of the important criteria for statehood, at least not on most standard sociological definitions, monopoly of violence, levels of administrative hierarchy, and so forth. The usual recourse is to describe such regimes instead as complex chiefdoms, but this too seems hopelessly inadequate, a shorthand way of saying, looks somewhat like a state, but it isn't one. This tells us precisely nothing. What makes more sense, we suggest, is to look at these otherwise puzzling cases through the lens of our three elementary principles of domination, control of violence, or sovereignty, control of knowledge, and charismatic politics, outlined at the start of the chapter. In doing so, we can see how each stresses a particular form of domination to an exceptional degree and develops it on an unusually large scale. Let's give it a go. First, in the case of Chavin, power over a large and dispersed population was clearly about retaining control over certain kinds of knowledge, something perhaps not that far removed from the idea of state secrets found in later bureaucratic regimes, although the content was obviously very different, and there was little in the way of military force to back it up. In the Olmec tradition, power involved certain formalized ways of competing for personal recognition, in an atmosphere of play laced with risk, a prime example of a large-scale, competitive political field, but again in the absence of territorial sovereignty or an administrative apparatus. No doubt there was a certain degree of personal charisma and jockeying at Chavin, no doubt among the Olmec, too, some obtained influence by their command of arcane knowledge, but neither case gives us reason to think anyone was asserting a strong principle of sovereignty. We'll refer to these as first-order regimes because they seem to be organized around one of the three elementary forms of domination, knowledge control, for Chavin, charismatic politics for Olmec, to the relative neglect of the other two. The obvious next question, then, is whether examples of the third possible variant can also be found, i.e. cases of societies which develop a principle of sovereignty, that is, grant an individual or small group a monopoly on the right to use violence with impunity, and take it to extreme lengths, without either an apparatus for controlling knowledge or any sort of competitive political field. In fact, there are quite a lot of examples. Admittedly, the existence of such a society would probably be more difficult to establish from archaeological evidence alone, but to illustrate this third variant we can turn, fortunately, to more recent Amerindian societies where written documentation is available. As always, We must be careful with such sources, since they are written by European observers who not only brought their own biases but tended to describe societies already enmeshed in the chaotic destruction that Europeans themselves almost invariably brought in their wake. Still, French accounts of the Natchez of southern Louisiana in the 18th century seem to describe exactly the sort of arrangement we are interested in. By general consent, the Natchez, who called themselves Theoloel, or People of the Sun, represent the only undisputed case of divine kingship north of the Rio Grande. Their ruler enjoyed an absolute power of command that would have satisfied a Sapa Inca or Egyptian pharaoh, but they had a minimal bureaucracy, and nothing like a competitive political field. As far as we know, it has never occurred to anyone to refer to this arrangement as a state. On sovereignty without the state. Let us turn to the work of a French Jesuit, Father Mathurin Le Petit, who gave an account of the Natchez in the early 18th century. Le Petit found the Natchez to be nothing like the people Jesuits had encountered in what is now Canada. He was especially struck by their religious practices. These revolved around a settlement all the French sources refer to as the Great Village, which centered on two great earthen platforms separated by a plaza. On one platform was a temple, on the other a kind of palace, the house of a ruler called the Great Sun, large enough to contain up to 4,000 people, roughly the size of the entire Natchez population at the time. The temple, in which an eternal fire burned, was dedicated to the founder of the royal dynasty. The current ruler, together with his brother, called the Tattooed Serpent, and eldest sister, the White Woman, were for their own parts treated with something that seemed very much like worship. Anyone who came into their presence was expected to bow and wail, and to retreat backwards. No one, not even the king's wives, was allowed to share a meal with him. Only the most privileged could even see him eat. What this meant in practice was that members of the royal family lived out their lives largely within the confines of the great village itself, rarely venturing beyond. 57 The king himself emerged mainly during major rituals or times of war. Le Petit and other French observers, who at the time lived under the suzerainty of Louis XIV, who of course also fancied himself a sun king, were quite fascinated by the parallels. As a result, they described the goings-on in the great village in some detail. The Natchez great son might not have had the grandeur of Louis XIV, but what he lacked in that regard he appeared to make up for in terms of sheer personal power. French observers were particularly struck by the arbitrary executions of Natchez subjects, the property confiscations and the way in which, at royal funerals, court retainers would, often, apparently, quite willingly, offer themselves up to be strangled to accompany the great son and his closest family members in death. Those sacrificed on such occasions consisted largely of people who were, up to that point, immediately responsible for the king's care and his physical needs, including his wives, who were invariably commoners. The Natchez were matrilineal, so it was the White Woman's children that succeeded to the throne. Many, according to French accounts, went to their deaths voluntarily, even joyfully. One wife remarked how she dreamed of finally being able to share a meal with her husband, in another world. One paradoxical outcome of these arrangements was that, for most of the year, the great village was largely depopulated. As noted by another observer, Father Pierre de Charlevoix, the great village of the Natchez is at present reduced to a very few cabins. The reason which I heard for this is that the savages, from whom the great chief has the right to take all they have, get as far away from him as they can, and therefore, many villages of this nation have been formed at some distance from this. 58. Away from the great village, ordinary Natchez appear to have led very different lives, often showing blissful disregard for the wishes of their ostensible rulers. They conducted their own independent commercial and military ventures, and sometimes flatly refused royal commands conveyed by the great son's emissaries or relatives. Archaeological surveys of the Natchez Bluffs region bear this out, showing that the 18th century kingdom in fact comprised semi-autonomous districts, including many settlements that were both larger and wealthier in trade goods than the great village itself. 59. How exactly are we to understand this situation? It might seem paradoxical, but historically such arrangements are not particularly unusual. The Great Son was a sovereign in the classical sense of the term, which is to say he embodied a principle that was seen as higher than law. Therefore no law applied to him. This is a very common bit of cosmological reasoning that we find, in some form or another, almost anywhere from Bologna to Mbanza Congo. Just as gods, or God, are not seen as bound by morality, since only a principle existing beyond good and evil could have created good and evil to begin with, so divine kings cannot be judged in human terms. Behaving in arbitrarily violent ways to anyone around them is itself proof of their transcendent status. Yet at the same time, they are expected to be creators and enforcers of systems of justice. Such with the Natchez too. The Great Sun was said to be descended from a child of the Sun who came to Earth bearing a universal code of laws, among the most prominent of which were proscriptions against theft and murder. Yet the Great Sun himself ostentatiously violated those laws on a regular basis, as if to prove his identification with a principle prior to law and, therefore, able to create it. The problem with this sort of power, at least, from the sovereign's vantage point, is that it tends to be intensely personal. It is almost impossible to delegate. The king's sovereignty extends about as far as the king himself can walk, reach, see or be carried. Within that circle it is absolute. Outside it, it attenuates rapidly. As a result, in the absence of an administrative system, and the Natchez king had only a handful of assistants, claims to labor, tribute or obedience could, if considered odious, be simply ignored. Even the absolutist monarchs of the Renaissance, like Henry VIII or Louis XIV, had a great deal of trouble delegating their authority, that is, convincing their subjects to treat royal representatives as deserving anything like the same deference and obedience due to the king himself. Even if one does develop an administrative apparatus, as they of course did, there is the additional problem of how to get the administrators actually to do what they're told, and, by the same token, how to get anyone to tell you if they aren't. As late as the 1780s, as Max Weber liked to point out, Frederick the Great of Prussia found that his repeated efforts to free the country's serfs came to nothing because bureaucrats would simply ignore the decrees or, if challenged by his legates, insisted the words of the decree should be interpreted as saying the exact opposite of what was obviously intended. 60. In this sense, French observers were not entirely off the mark. The Natchez court really could be considered a sort of hyper-concentrated version of Versailles. On the one hand, the Great Sun's power in his immediate presence was even more absolute. Louis could not actually snap his fingers and order someone executed on the spot, while on the other, his ability to extend that power was even more restricted. Louis did, after all, have an administration at his disposal, though a fairly limited one compared to modern nation-states. Natchez sovereignty was, effectively, bottled up. There was even a suggestion that this power, and particularly its benevolent aspect, was in some way dependent on being bottled up. According to one account, the main ritual role of the king was to seek blessings for his people, health, fertility, prosperity, from the original lawgiver, a being who in his lifetime was so terrifying and destructive that he eventually agreed to be turned into a stone statue and hidden in a temple where no one would see him. 61 In a similar way, the king was sacred, and could be a conduit for such blessings, precisely insofar as he could be contained. The Natchez case illustrates, with unusual clarity, a more general principle whereby the containment of kings becomes one of the keys to their ritual power. Sovereignty always represents itself as a symbolic break with the moral order. This is why kings so often commit some kind of outrage to establish themselves, massacring their brothers, marrying their sisters, desecrating the bones of their ancestors or, in some documented cases, literally standing outside their palace and gunning down random passers-by. 62 Yet that very act establishes the king as potential lawmaker and high tribunal, in much the same way that high gods are so often represented as both throwing random bolts of lightning, and standing in judgment over the moral acts of human beings. People have an unfortunate tendency to see the successful prosecution of arbitrary violence as in some sense divine, or at least to identify it with some kind of transcendental power. We might not fall on our knees before any thug or bully who manages to wreak havoc with impunity, at least, if he isn't actually in the room, but insofar as such a figure does manage to establish themselves as genuinely standing above the law, in other words, as sacred or set apart, another apparently universal principle kicks in order to keep him apart from the muck and mire of ordinary human life, that same figure becomes surrounded with restrictions. Violent men generally insist on tokens of respect, but tokens of respect taken to the cosmological level, not to touch the earth, not to see the sun, tend to become severe limits on one's freedom to act, violently or indeed in most other ways. 63. For most of history, this was the internal dynamic of sovereignty. Rulers would try to establish the arbitrary nature of their power, their subjects, insofar as they were not simply avoiding the kings entirely, would try to surround the godlike personages of those rulers with an endless maze of ritual restrictions, so elaborate that the rulers ended up, effectively, imprisoned in their palaces, or even, as in some of the cases of divine kingship first made famous by Sir James Fraser's The Golden Bough, facing ritual death themselves. So far, then, we have seen how each of the three principles we began with, violence, knowledge and charisma, could, in first-order regimes, become the basis for political structures which, in some ways, resemble what we think of as a state, but in others clearly don't. None could in any sense be described as egalitarian societies, They were all organized around a very clearly demarcated elite, but at the same time, it's not at all clear how far the existence of such elites restricted the basic freedoms we described in earlier chapters. There is little reason to believe, for instance, that such regimes did much to impair freedom of movement. Natchez subjects seem to have faced little opposition if they chose simply to move away from the proximity of the Great Sun, which they generally did. Neither do we find any clear sense of the giving or taking of orders, except in the sovereign's immediate, and decidedly limited, ambit. Another instructive case of sovereignty without the state is found in the recent history of South Sudan, among the Shilluk, a Nilotic people living alongside the Nuer. To recap, the early 20th century Nuer were a pastoral society, of the sort often referred to in the anthropological literature as egalitarian, though not, in fact, entirely so, because of their extreme distaste for any situation that might even suggest the giving and taking of orders. The Shilluk speak a Western Nilotic language closely related to Nuer, and most believe that at some point in the past they were one people. While the Nuer occupied lands best fit for cattle grazing, the Shilluk found themselves living along a fertile stretch of the White Nile, which allowed them to grow the local grain known as dura, and support dense populations. However, the Shilluk, unlike the Nuer, had a king. Known as the Reth, this Shilluk monarch could also be seen as embodying sovereignty in the raw, in much the same way as the Natchez Great Sun. Both the Great Sun and the Shilluk Reth could act with total impunity, but only towards those in their immediate presence. Each normally resided in an isolated capital, where he conducted regular rituals to guarantee fertility and well-being. According to one Italian missionary, writing in the early 20th century, the Reth lives isolated, as a rule, with some of his wives in the small but famous hill village of Pakuta, known as Fashoda. His person is sacred and can be approached only with difficulty by ordinary people, and only with elaborate etiquette by the higher class. His appearance among the people, as for a journey, is rare and awe-inspiring, so that most people used to go into hiding or keep out of his path, girls especially do so. 64. The latter presumably for fear of being snatched up and carried off to the royal harem. Yet to be a royal wife was not without advantages, as the College of Royal Wives was effectively what substituted for an administration, maintaining connections between Fashoda and their natal villages, and it was powerful enough, if the wives came to consensus, to order the king's execution. Then again, the Reth also had his henchmen. Often these were orphans, criminals, runaways and other unattached persons who would gravitate to him. If the king attempted to mediate a local dispute and one party refused to comply, he would occasionally throw in his lot with the other side, raid the offending village and carry off what cattle and other things of value his men could get their hands on. The royal treasury thus consisted almost entirely of wealth that had been stolen, plundered in raids on foreigners or on the king's own subjects. All this might seem a pretty poor model for a free society, but in fact, in everyday affairs ordinary Shilluk appear to have maintained the same fiercely independent attitude as Nuer, and to have been just as averse to taking orders. Even the members of the higher class, basically, descendants of earlier kings, could expect only a few gestures of deference, certainly not obedience. An old Shilluk legend sums it up nicely. There was once a cruel king, who killed many of his subjects. He even killed women. His subjects were terrified of him. One day, to demonstrate that his subjects were so afraid they would do anything he asked, he assembled the Shilluk chiefs and ordered them to wall him up inside a house with a young girl. Then he ordered them to let him out again. They didn't. So he died. 65. If such oral traditions are anything to go on, Shilluk appear to have made a conscious choice that the sporadic appearance of an arbitrary and sometimes violent sovereign was preferable to any gentler but more systematic method of rule. Whenever a Reth attempted to set up an administrative apparatus, even if only to collect tribute from defeated peoples, his actions were met with overwhelming waves of popular protest that either forced him to abandon the project or ousted him entirely. 66. Unlike the Shilluk Reth, Chavin and Olmec elites were able to mobilize enormous amounts of labor, but it's not at all clear if they did so through chains of command. As we've seen in ancient Mesopotamia, corvée or periodic labor service could also be a festive, public-spirited, even leveling occasion. And as we shall see in the case of ancient Egypt, the most authoritarian regimes still often ensured it continued to have something of the same spirit. Lastly, then, we should consider the impact of such first-order regimes on our third basic form of freedom, the freedom to shift and renegotiate social relations, either seasonally or permanently. This is, of course, the hardest to assess. Certainly, most of these new forms of power had a decidedly seasonal element. During certain times of year, as with the makers of Stonehenge, the entire social apparatus of authority would dissolve away and effectively cease to exist. What seems most difficult to comprehend is how these strikingly new institutional arrangements, and the physical infrastructure that sustained them, came into being in the first place. Who came up with the design for the labyrinthine temple of Chavandowantar, or the royal compounds of La Venda? Insofar as they were collectively conceived, as they may well have been 67, such grand fabrications may themselves be considered extraordinary exercises in human freedom. None of these first-order regimes could be considered examples of state formation, few now would even claim they were. So let's turn instead to one of the only cases that pretty much everyone agrees can be considered a state, and which has served, in many ways, as a paradigm for all subsequent states, ancient Egypt. How caring labor, ritual killing and tiny bubbles all came together in the origins of ancient Egypt. If we had no written accounts to go by, but only the archaeological remains of the Natchez, would we have any way of knowing that a figure like the Great Sun even existed in Natchez society? Conceivably not. We would know that there were some fairly large mounds in the great village, built up in various stages, and no doubt post holes would provide evidence for some large wooden structures built on them. Inside those structures, a number of hearths, refuse pits and scattered artifacts would undoubtedly point to some of the activities that went on there. 68 Perhaps the only compelling evidence of kingship, though, would come in the form of burials of richly decorated bodies surrounded by sacrificed retainers, if, that is, archaeologists happen to locate them. 69. For some readers, the idea of a dead monarch sent off to the afterlife amid the corpses of his retainers might evoke images of early pharaohs. Some of Egypt's earliest known kings, those of the first dynasty around 3000 BC, who, in fact, were not yet referred to as pharaoh, were indeed buried in this way. 70 But Egypt is not alone in this respect. Burials of kings surrounded by dozens, hundreds, on some occasions even thousands of human victims killed specially for the occasion can be found in almost every part of the world where monarchies did eventually establish themselves, from the early dynastic city-state of Ur in Mesopotamia to the Kerma polity in Nubia to Shang China. There are also credible literary descriptions from Korea, Tibet, Japan and the Russian steppes. Something similar seems to have occurred as well in the Moche and Wari societies of South America, and the Mississippian city of Cahokia. 71. We might do well to think a bit more about these mass killings, because most archaeologists now treat them as one of the more reliable indications that a process of state formation was indeed underway. They follow a surprisingly consistent pattern. Almost invariably, they mark the first few generations of the founding of a new empire or kingdom, often being imitated by rivals in other elite households. Then the practice gradually fades away, though sometimes surviving in very attenuated versions, as in sati or widow suicide among largely Kshatriya, warrior caste, families in much of South Asia. In the initial moment, the practice of ritual killing around a royal burial tends to be spectacular, almost as if the death of a ruler meant a brief moment when sovereignty broke free of its ritual fetters, triggering a kind of political supernova that annihilates everything in its path, including some of the highest and mightiest individuals in the kingdom. Often, in that moment, close members of the royal family, high-ranking military officers and government officials are counted among the victims. Of course, if looking at a burial without written records, it's often hard to tell when we're dealing with the bodies of royal wives, viziers or court musicians, as opposed to those of war captives, slaves or commoners seized randomly on the road, as we know is sometimes done in Buganda or Benin, or even entire military units, as was sometimes the case in China. Perhaps, indeed, the individuals named as kings and queens in the famous royal tombs of Ur were not really that at all, but just hapless victims, substitute figures or maybe high-ranking priests and priestesses dressed up as royalty. 72. Even if some cases were just a particularly bloody form of costume drama, others clearly weren't, so the question remains, why did early kingdoms ever do this sort of thing at all? And why did they stop doing it once their power became more established? At the Shang capital of Anyang, on the central Chinese plain, rulers tended to make their way into the afterlife accompanied by a few important retainers, who went voluntarily, if not always happily, to their deaths and were interred with due honors. These were only a small proportion of the bodies that went with them. It was also a royal prerogative to have one's tomb surrounded by the bodies of sacrificial victims. 73 Often these appear to be war captives taken from rival lineages and, unlike the retainers, their bodies were systematically mutilated, usually in mocking rearrangements of the victims' heads. For the Shang, this seems to have been a way of denying their victims the possibility of becoming dynastic ancestors, thereby rendering the living members of their lineage unable to take part in the care and feeding of their own dead kin, ordinarily one of the fundamental duties of family life. Cast adrift, and socially scarred, The survivors were more likely to fall under the sway of the Shang court. The ruler became a greater ancestor, in effect, by preventing others from becoming ancestors at all. 74. It's interesting to bear this in mind when we turn to Egypt, because on the surface what we observe in the earliest dynasty seems the exact opposite. The first Egyptian kings, and at least one queen, are indeed buried surrounded by sacrificial victims, but those victims seem to have been drawn almost exclusively from their own inner circles. Our evidence for this derives from a series of 5,000-year-old burial chambers, looted in antiquity but still visible near the site of the ancient city of Abydos in the low desert of southern Egypt. These were the tombs of Egypt's first dynasty. 75 Around each royal tomb lie long rows of subsidiary burials, numbering in the hundreds, forming a kind of perimeter. Such retainer burials, including royal attendants and courtiers, killed in the prime of life, were placed in smaller brick compartments of their own, each marked with a gravestone inscribed with the individual's official titles. 76 There do not appear to be any dead captives or enemies among the buried. On the death of a king, then, his successor appears to have presided instead over the death of his predecessor's courtly entourage, or at least a sizable portion of it. So why all this ritual killing at the birth of the Egyptian state? What was the actual purpose of subsidiary burials? Was it to protect the dead king from the living, or the living from the dead king? Why did those sacrificed include so many who had evidently spent their lives caring for the king, most likely including wives, guards, officials, cooks, grooms, entertainers, palace dwarfs and other servants, grouped by rank around the royal tomb, according to their roles or occupation? There is a terrible paradox here. On the one hand, we have a ritual that appears to be the ultimate expression of love and devotion, as those who on a day-to-day basis made the king into something king-like, fed him, clothed him, trimmed his hair, cared for him in sickness and kept him company when he was lonely, went willingly to their deaths, to ensure he would continue to be king in the afterlife. At the same time, these burials are the ultimate demonstration that for a ruler, even his most intimate subjects could be treated as personal possessions, casually disposed of like so many blankets, gaming boards or jugs of spelt. Many have speculated about what it all means. Likely as not, 5,000 years ago, many of those laying out the bodies wondered too. Written records from the time don't give us much sense of the official motives, but one thing that's quite striking in the evidence we do have, largely, a list of names and titles, is the very mixed composition of these royal cemeteries. They seem to include both blood relatives of the early kings and queens, notably some female members of the royal family, and a good number of other individuals who were taken in as members of the royal household owing to their unusual skills or striking personal qualities, and who thus came to be seen as members of the king's extended family. The violence and shedding of blood that attended these mass funerary rituals must have gone some way to effacing those differences, melding them into a single unit, turning servants into relatives and relatives into servants. In later times the king's close kin represented themselves in exactly this way, by placing in their tombs some humble replicas of themselves engaged in acts of menial labor, such as grinding grain or cooking meals. 77. When sovereignty first expands to become the general organizing principle of a society, it is by turning violence into kinship. The early, spectacular phase of mass killing in both China and Egypt, whatever else it may be doing, appears to be intended to lay the foundations of what Max Weber referred to as a patrimonial system, that is, one in which all the king's subjects are imagined as members of the royal household, at least to the degree that they are all working to care for the king. Turning erstwhile strangers into part of the royal household, or denying them their own ancestors, are thereby ultimately two sides of the same coin. 78 Or to put things another way, a ritual designed to produce kinship becomes a method of producing kingship. These extreme forms of ritual killing around royal burials ended fairly abruptly in the course of Egypt's second dynasty. However, the patrimonial polity continued to expand, not so much in the sense of expanding Egypt's external borders, which were established early on through outward violence directed at neighbors in Nubia and elsewhere, 79, but more in terms of reshaping the lives of its internal subjects. Within a few generations we find the valley and delta of the Nile divided into royal estates, each dedicated to provisioning the mortuary cults of different former rulers, and, not long after that, the foundation of entire workers' towns devoted to the construction of the pyramids on the Giza Plateau, drawing corvée labor from up and down the country. 80. At this point, with the construction of the Great Pyramids at Giza, surely no one could deny that we are in the presence of some sort of state, but the pyramids, of course, were also tombs. In the case of Egypt, it seems, state formation began with some kind of Natchez or Shilluk-like principle of individual sovereignty, bursting out of its ritual cages precisely through the vehicle of the sovereign's demise in such a way that royal death ultimately became the basis for reorganizing much of human life along the length of the Nile. To understand how this could happen, we need to look at what Egypt was like well before the First Dynasty tombs at Abydos. Before we consider what happened in the centuries directly preceding Egypt's First Dynasty, the so-called pre-dynastic and proto-dynastic periods, from around 4000 to 3100 BC, it is worth casting our minds back to an even earlier phase of prehistory in the same region. Let's recall that the African Neolithic, including that of the Nile Valley, Egyptian and Sudanese, took a different form to that of the Middle East. In the 5th millennium BC, there was less of an emphasis on cereal agriculture and more on cattle, along with the wide variety of wild and cultivated food sources typical of the period. Perhaps the best modern comparison we have, though it's very far from exact, is with Nilotic peoples like the Nuer, Dinka, Shilluk or Anuak, who grow crops but think of themselves as pastoralists, shifting back and forth each season between camps improvised for the occasion. If we might hazard a very broad generalization, where in the Middle Eastern Neolithic, the Fertile Crescent, the cultural focus, in the sense of decorative arts, care and attention, was on houses, in Africa it was on bodies. From very early on we have burials with beautifully worked objects of personal grooming and highly elaborate sets of body ornamentation. 81. It's no coincidence that many centuries later, when the Egyptian First Dynasty took form, among the very first objects with royal inscriptions we find the ivory comb of King Djed and the famous palette of King Narmer, stone palettes being used, both by men and women, for grinding and mixing makeup. These are basically spectacular versions of the sort of objects Neolithic Nile dwellers used to beautify themselves millennia earlier and, not coincidentally, to offer as gifts to the ancestral dead, and in Neolithic and pre-dynastic times, such objects were widely available to women, men and children. In fact, from those very early times, in Nilotic society the human body itself became a sort of monument. Experiments with techniques of mummification took place long before the First Dynasty. As early as the Neolithic period, Egyptians were already mixing aromatics and preservative oils to produce bodies that could last forever and whose places of burial were the fixed points of reference in an ever-shifting social landscape. How, then, do we get from such a remarkably fluid state of affairs to the spectacular appearance of the First Dynasty almost 2,000 years later? Territorial kingdoms don't come out of nowhere. Until quite recently, we had little more than fragmentary hints of what must have been happening during what are technically referred to as the pre-dynastic and proto-dynastic periods, that is, roughly the 4th millennium, before King Narmer appears around 3100 BC. In such cases, it is tempting to revert to analogies with more recent situations. As we've seen, modern Nilotic peoples, and particularly the Shilluk, show how relatively mobile societies that place great value on individual freedom might, nonetheless, prefer an arbitrary despot, who could eventually be got rid of, to any more systematic or pervasive form of rule. This is especially true if, like so many peoples whose ancestors organized their lives around livestock, they tend toward patriarchal forms of organization. 84 One could imagine the prehistoric Nile Valley as dominated by a collection of Shilluk-like wreaths, each with their own settlement which was, essentially, an extended patriarchal family bickering and feuding with one another, but otherwise, as yet, making fairly little difference to the lives of those over whom they ostensibly ruled. Still, there is no substitute for actual archaeological evidence, and in recent years it has been building up apace. New discoveries show that, by no later than 3500 BC, and so still some 5 centuries before the First Dynasty, we do indeed find burials of petty monarchs at various locations throughout the valley of the Nile, and also down into Nubia. We don't know any of their names, since writing had barely developed yet. Most of these kingdoms appear to have been extremely small. The largest we know of centered on Nakata and Abydos, near the Great Bend of the Nile in Upper Egypt, on Hierakonpolis further to the south, and on the side of Xchil in Lower Nubia, but even those do not seem to have controlled extensive territories. What preceded the First Dynasty, then, was not so much a lack of sovereign power as a superfluity of it, a surfeit of tiny kingdoms and miniature courts, always with a core of blood relatives and a motley collection of henchmen, wives, servants and assorted hangers-on. Some of these courts appear to have been quite magnificent in their own way, leaving behind large tombs and the bodies of sacrificed retainers. The most spectacular, at Hierakonpolis, includes not only a male dwarf, they seem to have become a fixture of courtly society very early on, but a significant number of teenage girls, and what seem to be the remains of a private zoo, a menagerie of exotic animals including 2 baboons and an African elephant. These kings give every sign of making grandiose, absolute, cosmological claims, but little sign of maintaining administrative or military control over their respective territories. How do we get from here to the massive agrarian bureaucracy of later, dynastic times in Egypt? Part of the answer lies in a parallel process of change that archaeology also allows us to untangle. Around the middle of the 4th millennium BC, we might imagine it as a kind of extended argument or debate about the responsibilities of the living to the dead. Do dead kings, like live ones, still need us to take care of them? Is this care different from the care accorded ordinary ancestors? Do ancestors get hungry? And if so, what exactly do they eat? For whatever reasons, the answer that gained traction across the Nile Valley around 3500 BC was that ancestors do indeed get hungry, and what they required was something which, at that time, can only have been considered a rather exotic and perhaps luxurious form of food: leavened bread and fermented wheat beer, the pot containers for which now start to become standard fixtures of well-appointed grave assemblages. It is no coincidence that arable wheat farming, though long familiar in the valley and delta of the Nile, was only refined and intensified around this time, at least partly in response to the new demands of the dead. The two processes, agronomic and ceremonial, were mutually reinforcing, and the social effects epochal. In effect, they led to the creation of what might be considered the world's first peasantry. As in so many parts of the world initially favored by Neolithic populations, the periodic flooding of the Nile had at first made permanent division of lands difficult. Quite likely, it was not ecological circumstances but the social requirement to provide bread and beer on ceremonial occasions that allowed such divisions to become entrenched. This was not just a matter of access to sufficient quantities of arable land, but also the means to maintain plows and oxen, another introduction of the late 4th millennium BC. Families who found themselves unable to command such resources had to obtain beer and loaves elsewhere, creating networks of obligation and debt. Hence important class distinctions and dependencies did, in fact, begin to emerge. 88 as a sizable sector of Egypt's population found itself deprived of the means to care independently for ancestors. If any of this seems fanciful, we need only compare what happened with the extension of Inca sovereignty in Peru. Here, too, we find a contrast between the traditional, varied and flexible regime of everyday foodstuffs, in this case centering on cuisine made from freeze-dried potatoes, chuno, and the introduction of a completely different sort of food, in this case, maize beer, chicha, which was considered fit for the gods and also gradually became, as it were, the food of empire. 89 By the time of the Spanish conquest, maize was a ritual necessity for rich and poor alike. Gods and royal mummies dined on it, armies marched on it, and those too poor to grow it, or who lived too high up on the altiplano, had to find other ways of obtaining it, often ending up in debt to the royal estate as a result. 90. In the case of Peru, we have the Spanish chroniclers to help us understand how an intoxicant could gradually become the lifeblood of an empire. In Egypt, 5,000 years ago, we can really only guess at the details. It is a remarkable tribute to the discipline of archaeology that we know as much as we do, and we are starting to put the pieces together. For instance, it is around 3500 BC that we begin to find remains of facilities used for both baking and brewing, first alongside cemeteries, and within a few centuries attached to palaces and grand tombs. 91 A later depiction, from the tomb of an official called Tai, shows how they could have operated, with pot-baked bread and beer produced by a single process. The gradual extension of royal authority, and also administrative reach, throughout Egypt began around the time of the First Dynasty or a little before, with the creation of estates ostensibly dedicated to organizing the provision, not so much of living kings but of dead ones, and eventually dead royal officials too. By the time of the Great Pyramids, circa 2500 BC, bread and beer were being manufactured on an industrial scale to supply armies of workers during their seasonal service on royal construction projects, when they too got to be relatives or at peasantry. As in so many parts of the world initially favored by Neolithic populations, the periodic flooding of the Nile had at first made permanent division of lands difficult. Quite likely, it was not ecological circumstances but the social requirement to provide bread and beer on ceremonial occasions that allowed such divisions to become entrenched. This was not just a matter of access to sufficient quantities of arable land, but also the means to maintain plows and oxen, another introduction of the late 4th millennium BC. Families who found themselves unable to command such resources had to obtain beer and loaves elsewhere, creating networks of obligation and debt. Hence important class distinctions and dependencies did, in fact, begin to emerge. 88 as a sizable sector of Egypt's population found itself deprived of the means to care independently for ancestors. If any of this seems fanciful, we need only compare what happened with the extension of Inca sovereignty in Peru. Here, too, We find a contrast between the traditional, varied and flexible regime of everyday foodstuffs, in this case centering on cuisine made from freeze-dried potatoes, chuno, and the introduction of a completely different sort of food, in this case, maize beer, chicha, which was considered fit for the gods and also gradually became, as it were, the food of Empire. 89 By the time of the Spanish conquest, maize was a ritual necessity for rich and poor alike. Gods and royal mummies dined on it, armies marched on it, and those too poor to grow it, or who lived too high up on the altiplano, had to find other ways of obtaining it, often ending up in debt to the royal estate as a result. 90. In the case of Peru, we have the Spanish chroniclers to help us understand how an intoxicant could gradually become the lifeblood of an empire. In Egypt, 5,000 years ago, we can really only guess at the details. It is a remarkable tribute to the discipline of archaeology that we know as much as we do, and we are starting to put the pieces together. For instance, it is around 3500 BC that we begin to find remains of facilities used for both baking and brewing, first alongside cemeteries, and within a few centuries attached to palaces and grand tombs. 91 A later depiction, from the tomb of an official called Tai, shows how they could have operated, with pot-baked bread and beer produced by a single process. The gradual extension of royal authority, and also administrative reach, throughout Egypt began around the time of the First Dynasty or a little before, with the creation of estates ostensibly dedicated to organizing the provision, not so much of living kings but of dead ones, and eventually dead royal officials too. By the time of the Great Pyramids, circa 2500 BC, bread and beer were being manufactured on an industrial scale to supply armies of workers during their seasonal service on royal construction projects, when they too got to be relatives or at. There may be interesting parallels to explore here with what happened in the Industrial Revolution, when techniques of discipline, transforming crews of people into clock-like machines, were first pioneered on sailing ships and only later transferred to the factory floor. Were ancient Egyptian boat crews the model for what have been called the world's first production line techniques, creating vast monuments, far more impressive than anything the world had yet seen, by dividing tasks into an endless variety of simple, mechanical components, cutting, dragging, hoisting, polishing? This is how the pyramids were actually built, by rendering subjects into great social machines, afterwards celebrated by mass conviviality. We have just described, in broad outline, what's widely treated as the world's first known example of state formation. It would be easy to go on from here to generalize. Perhaps this is what a state actually is, a combination of exceptional violence and the creation of a complex social machine, all ostensibly devoted to acts of care and devotion. There is obviously a paradox here. Caring labor is in a way the very opposite of mechanical labor. It is about recognizing and understanding the unique qualities, needs and peculiarities of the cared for, whether child, adult, animal or plant, in order to provide what they require to flourish. Caring labor is distinguished by its particularity. If those institutions we today refer to as states really do have any common features, one must certainly be a tendency to displace this caring impulse onto abstractions. Today this is usually the nation, however broadly or narrowly defined. Perhaps this is why it's so easy for us to see ancient Egypt as a prototype for the modern state. Here too, popular devotion was diverted onto grand abstractions, in this case the ruler and the elite dead. This process is what made it possible for the whole arrangement to be imagined, simultaneously, as a family and as a machine, in which everyone, except of course the king, was ultimately interchangeable. From the seasonal work of tomb building to the daily servicing of the ruler's body, recall again how the first royal inscriptions are found on combs and make-up palettes. Most of human activity was directed upwards, either towards tending rulers, living and dead, or assisting them with their own task of feeding and caring for the gods. 97 All this activity was seen as generating a downward flow of divine blessings and protection, which occasionally took material form in the great feasts of the workers' towns. The problems come when we try to take this paradigm and apply it almost anywhere else. True, as we've noted, there are some interesting parallels between Egypt and Peru, all the more remarkable, considering their strikingly different topographies, the flat and easily navigable Nile as against the vertical archipelagos of the Andes. These parallels appear in uncanny details, like the mummification of dead rulers and the way in which such mummified rulers continue to maintain their own rural estates, the way living kings are treated as gods who have to make periodic tours of their domains. Both societies too shared a certain antipathy to urban life. Their capitals were really ceremonial centers, stages for royal display, with relatively few permanent residents, and their ruling elites preferred to imagine their subjects as living in a realm of bucolic estates and hunting grounds. 98 But all this only serves to underline the degree to which other cases referred to in the literature as early states were entirely different. in which we reflect on the differences between what are usually called early states, from China to Mesoamerica. The Kingdom of Egypt and the Inca Empire demonstrate what can happen when the principle of sovereignty arms itself with a bureaucracy and manages to extend itself uniformly across a territory. As a result, they are very often invoked as primordial examples of state formation, even though they are dramatically separated in time and space. Almost none of the other canonical early states appear to have taken this approach. Early dynastic Mesopotamia, for instance, was made up of dozens of city-states of varying sizes, each governed by its own charismatic warrior king, whose special, individual qualities were said to be recognized by the gods, and physically marked in the outstanding virility and allure of his body, all vying constantly for dominance. Only occasionally would one ruler gain enough of an upper hand to create something that might be described as the beginnings of a unified kingdom or empire. It's not clear whether any of these early Mesopotamian rulers actually claimed sovereignty, at least in the absolute sense of standing outside the moral order and thus being able to act with impunity, or to create entirely new social forms of their own volition. The cities they ostensibly ruled over had been around for centuries, commercial hubs with strong traditions of self-governance, each with its own city gods who presided over local systems of temple administration. Kings, in this case, almost never claimed to be gods themselves, but rather the gods' vicegerents, and sometimes heroic defenders on earth, in short, delegates of sovereign power that resided properly in heaven. The result was a dynamic tension between two principles which, as we've seen, originally arose in opposition to one another: the administrative order of the river valleys and the heroic, individualistic politics of the surrounding highlands. Sovereignty, in the last resort, belonged to the gods alone. The Maya lowlands were different again. To be a classic Maya ruler, Aja, was to be a hunter and god impersonator of the first rank, a warrior whose body, on entering battle or during dance rituals, became host to the spirit of an ancestral hero, deity or dreamlike monsters. Ajas were, effectively, like tiny squabbling gods. If anything was projected into the cosmos, in the classic Maya case, it was precisely the principle of bureaucracy. Most Mayanists would agree that classic period rulers lacked a sophisticated administrative apparatus, but they imagined the cosmos as itself a kind of administrative hierarchy, governed by predictable laws, an intricate set of celestial or subterranean wheels within wheels, such that it was possible to establish the exact birth and death dates of major deities thousands of years in the past. The deity Munmat, for instance, was born on 7th of December 3121 BC, 7 years before the creation of the current universe, even if it would never occur to them to register the numbers, wealth, let alone birth dates of their own subjects. So do these early states have any common features at all? Obviously, some basic generalizations can be made. All deployed spectacular violence at the pinnacle of the system, all ultimately depended on and to some degree mimicked the patriarchal organization of households. In every case, the apparatus of government stood on top of some kind of division of society into classes. But as we've seen in earlier chapters, these elements could just as well exist without or prior to the creation of central government, and even when such government was established, they could take very different forms. In Mesopotamian cities, for instance, social class was often based on land tenure and mercantile wealth. Temples doubled as city banks and factories. Their gods might only leave the temple grounds on festive occasions, but priests moved in broader circles, making interest-bearing loans to traders, watching over armies of female weavers and jealously guarding their fields and flocks. There were powerful societies of merchants. We know much less about such matters in the Maya lowlands, but what we do know suggests that power was based less on the control of land or commerce than on the ability to control flows of people and loyalty directly, through intermarriage and the intensely personal bonds that obtained between lords and lesser nobles. Hence the focus, in classic Maya politics, on capturing high-status rivals in warfare as a form of human capital, something which hardly features in Mesopotamian sources. Looking at China only seems to complicate things even further. In the time of the late Shang, from 1200 to 1000 BC, Chinese society did share certain features with the other canonical early states but, considered as an integrated whole, it's entirely unique. Like Inca Cusco, the Shang capital at Anyang was designed as a pivot of the four quarters, a cosmological anchor for the entire kingdom, laid out as a grand stage for royal ritual. Like both Cusco and the Egyptian capital of Memphis, and later Thebes, the city was suspended between the worlds of the living and the dead, serving as home to the royal cemeteries and their attached mortuary temples, as well as a living administration. Its industrial quarters produced enormous quantities of bronze vessels and jades, the tools used in communing with ancestors. 104 But in most important ways, we find little similarity between the Shang and either Old Kingdom Egypt or Inca Peru. For one thing, Shang rulers did not claim sovereignty over an extended area. They couldn't travel safely, let alone issue commands, outside a narrow band of territories clustered on the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River, not far from the royal court. 105 Even there one is left with a sense that they didn't really claim sovereignty in the same sense as Egyptian, Peruvian or even Mayan rulers. The clearest evidence is the exceptional importance of divination in the early Chinese state, which stands in striking contrast to pretty much all the other examples we've been looking at. Effectively, any royal decision, whether war, alliance, the founding of new cities, or even such apparently trivial matters as extending royal hunting grounds, could only proceed if approved by the ultimate authorities, who were the gods and ancestral spirits, and there was no absolute assurance that such approval would be forthcoming in any given case. Shang diviners appealed to gods through the medium of burnt offerings. The process was as follows: when hosting gods or ancestors at a ritual meal, kings or their diviners put turtle shells and ox scapulae on the fire, then read the cracks that broke out on their surfaces as a kind of oracular writing. The proceedings were quite bureaucratic. Once an answer had been obtained, the diviner or an appointed scribe would then authorize the reading by etching an inscription onto bone or shell, and the resulting oracle would be stored for later consultation. These oracle texts are the first written inscriptions in China we actually know about, and while it is very possible that writing was used for everyday purposes on perishable media that don't survive, there remains as yet no clear evidence for the other forms of administrative activity or archives that became so typical of later Chinese dynasties, nor much in the way of an elaborate bureaucratic apparatus at all. Like the Maya, Shang rulers routinely waged war to acquire stocks of living human victims for sacrifices. Rival courts to the Shang had their own ancestors, sacrifices and diviners, and while they appear to have recognized the Shang as paramount, especially in ritual contexts, there seemed to be no contradiction between this and actually going to war with them, if they felt there was sufficient cause. Such rivalries help explain the lavishness of Shang funerals and mutilation of captive bodies. Their rulers were still in a sense playing the agonistic games typical of a heroic society, competing to outshine and humiliate their rivals. Such a situation is inherently unstable and eventually one rival dynasty, the Western Zhou, did manage definitively to defeat the Shang, and claimed for itself the mandate of heaven. At this point it should be clear that what we are really talking about, in all these cases, is not the birth of the state in the sense of the emergence, in embryonic form, of a new and unprecedented institution that would grow and evolve into modern forms of government. We are speaking instead of broad regional systems. It just happens, in the case of Egypt and the Andes, that an entire regional system became united, at least some of the time, under a single government. This was actually a fairly unusual arrangement. More common were arrangements such as those in Shang China, where unification was largely theoretical, or Mesopotamia, where regional hegemony rarely lasted for longer than a generation or two, or the Maya, where there was a protracted struggle between two main power blocks, neither of which could ever quite overcome the other. 110. In terms of the specific theory we've been developing here, where the three elementary forms of domination, control of violence, control of knowledge, and charismatic power, can each crystallize into its own institutional form, sovereignty, administration and heroic politics, almost all these early states could be more accurately described as second-order regimes of domination. First-order regimes like the Olmec, Chavin or Natchez each developed only one part of the triad. But in the typically far more violent arrangements of second-order regimes, two of the three principles of domination were brought together in some spectacular, unprecedented way. Which two it was seems to have varied from case to case. Egypt's early rulers combined sovereignty and administration, Mesopotamian kings mixed administration and heroic politics, classic Maya Ajahs fused heroic politics with sovereignty. We should emphasize that it's not as if any of these principles, in their elementary forms, were entirely absent in any one case. In fact, what seems to have happened is that two of them crystallized into institutional forms, fusing in such a way as to reinforce one another as the basis of government, while the third form of domination was largely pushed out of the realm of human affairs altogether and displaced onto the non-human cosmos, as with divine sovereignty in early dynastic Mesopotamia, or the cosmic bureaucracy of the classic Maya. Keeping all this in mind, let's return briefly to Egypt to clarify some remaining points, in which we reconsider the Egyptian case in light of our three elementary principles of domination, and also revisit the problem of Dark Ages. The architects of Egypt's Old Kingdom clearly saw the world they were creating as something like a cultured pearl, reared in precious isolation. Their vision is vividly documented in relief carvings of stone, lining the walls of royal temples, which serve the mortuary cults of kings such as Djoser, Menkaure, Sneferu, and Sahur. Here Egypt, the two lands, is always represented as both a celestial theater state, in which king and gods share equal billing, and an earthly domain, a world of royal estates and hunting grounds, mapped out in a cartography of compliance, each parcel of land personified as a lady-in-waiting who brings her bounty to the feet of the king. The governing principle of this vision of Egypt is the monarch's absolute sovereignty over everything, symbolized in his gigantic funerary monuments, his defiant assertion that there was nothing he could not conquer, even death. Egyptian kingship was, however, Janus-faced. Its inner visage was that of supreme patriarch, standing guard over a vastly extended family, a great house, the literal meaning of pharaoh. Its outer face is shown in depictions of the king as a war leader or hunt leader asserting control over the country's wild frontiers, all warfare game when the king turned his violence upon them. 111 This is very different, however, to heroic violence. In a way, it's the opposite. In a heroic order, the warrior's honor is based on the fact that he might lose, his reputation means so much to him that he is willing to stake his life, dignity and freedom to defend it. Egyptian rulers, in these early periods, never represent themselves as heroic figures in this sense. They could not, conceivably, lose. As a result, wars are not represented as political contests, which imply a match between potential equals. Instead, combat and the chase alike were assertions of ownership, endless rehearsals of the same sovereignty the king exercised over his people and which ultimately derived from his kinship with the gods. As we've already had occasion to observe, any form of sovereignty at once so absolute and so personal as a pharaoh's will necessarily pose severe problems of delegation. Here, too, all state officials had to be in some sense appendages of the king's own person. Major landowners, military commanders, priests, administrators and other senior government officials also held titles like Keeper of the King's Secrets, Beloved Acquaintance of the King, Director of Music to the Pharaoh, Overseer of the Palace Manicurists or even of the King's Breakfast. We are not suggesting that power games were absent here, no doubt there's never been a royal court without jockeying for position, tricks and double-dealing and political intrigue. The point is that these were not public contests, and no sanctioned space existed for open competition. Everything remained confined to life at court. This is abundantly clear in the tomb biographies of Old Kingdom officials, which describe their life achievements almost exclusively in terms of their relationship to and their care for the king, rather than any personal qualities or attainments. What we have in this case, then, seems to be a hypertrophy of the principles of sovereignty and administration and an almost complete absence of competitive politics. Dramatic public contests of any sort, political or otherwise, were well-nigh non-existent. There is nothing in the official sources of the Egyptian Old Kingdom, nor much in later periods of ancient Egyptian history, that is remotely reminiscent of, say, Roman chariot racing or Olmec or Zapotec ball games. In the Royal Jubilee or said festival, when Egyptian kings ran a circuit to celebrate the unification of the two lands of Upper and Lower Egypt, it took the form of a solo performance, the outcome of which was never in doubt. Insofar as competitive politics appears in later Egyptian literature, which it occasionally does, it takes place precisely between the gods, as in works like the Contendings of Horus and Seth. Dead kings, perhaps, compete with one another, but by the time sovereignty comes down to the domain of mortals, matters have already been settled. Just to be utterly clear about what we are saying here, when we speak of an absence of charismatic politics we are talking about the absence of a star system or hall of fame, with institutionalized rivalries between knights, warlords, politicians and so on. We are most certainly not speaking about an absence of individual personalities. It's just that in a pure monarchy there is only one person, or at best a handful of individuals, who really matter. Indeed, if we are trying to understand the appeal of monarchy as a form of government, and it cannot be denied that for much of recorded human history it was a very popular one, then likely it has something to do with its ability to mobilize sentiments of a caring nature and abject terror at the same time. The king is both the ultimate individual, his quirks and fancies always to be indulged like a spoilt baby, and at the same time the ultimate abstraction, since his powers over mass violence, and often, as in Egypt, mass production, can render everyone the same. It is also worth observing that monarchy is probably the only prominent system of government we know of in which children are crucial players, since everything depends on the monarch's ability to continue the dynastic line. The dead can be worshipped under any regime, even the United States, which frames itself as a beacon of democracy, creates temples to its founding fathers and carves portraits of dead presidents into the sides of mountains, but infants, pure objects of love and nurture, are only politically important in kingdoms and empires. If the ancient Egyptian regime is often held out as the first true state and a paradigm for all future ones, it is largely because it was capable of synthesizing absolute sovereignty, the monarch's ability to stand apart from human society and engage in arbitrary violence with impunity, with an administrative apparatus which, at certain moments at least, could reduce almost everyone to cogs in a single great machine. Only heroic, competitive politics was lacking, pushed off into the worlds of gods and the dead. But there was, of course, a great exception to this which comes precisely in those periods when central authority broke down, the supposed Dark Ages, beginning with the First Intermediate Period, circa 2181-2055 BC. Already towards the end of the Old Kingdom, nomarchs or local governors had made themselves into de facto dynasties. When the central government split between rival centers at Heracleopolis and Thebes, such local leaders began to take over most functions of government. Often referred to as warlords, these nomarchs were in fact nothing like the petty kings of the pre-dynastic period. At least in their own monuments, they represent themselves as something closer to popular heroes, even saints. Neither was this always just idle boasting, some were indeed revered as saints for centuries to come. No doubt charismatic local leaders had always existed in Egypt, but with the breakdown of the patrimonial state, such figures could begin to make open claims of authority based on their personal achievements and attributes, bravery, generosity, oratorical and strategic skills, and, crucially, redefine social authority itself as based on qualities of public service and piety to the gods of their local town, and the popular support those qualities inspired. In other words, whenever state sovereignty broke down, heroic politics returned, with charismatic figures just as vainglorious and competitive, perhaps, as those we know from ancient epics, but far less bloodthirsty. The change is clearly visible in autobiographical inscriptions, like those in the rock-cut tomb of the nomarch Anktifi at El Mawala, south of Thebes. Here's how he narrates his role in war: "I was one who found the solution when it was lacking, thanks to my vigorous plans, one with commanding words and untroubled mind on the day when the nomes, administered territories, allied together, to wage war. I am the hero without equal, one who spoke freely while people were silent on the day when fear was spread and Upper Egypt did not dare to speak." Even more striking, here's how he celebrates his social achievements. "I gave bread to the hungry and clothing to the naked, I anointed those who had no cosmetic oil, I gave sandals to the barefooted, I gave a wife to him who had no wife. I took care of the towns of Hephat, El Mawala, and Hormar in every crisis, when the sky was clouded and the earth was parched. And people died of hunger on this sandbank of Apophis. The south came with its people and the north with its children. They brought finest oil in exchange for barley which was given to them. All of Upper Egypt was dying of hunger and people were eating their children. But I did not allow anybody to die of hunger in this nome, never did I allow anybody in need to go from this nome to another one. I am the hero without equal." It's only at this point, in the First Intermediate Period, that we see a hereditary aristocracy coming into its own in Egypt, as local magnates like Anktifi began transferring their powers to their offspring and extended families. Aristocracy and personal politics had no such recognized place in the Old Kingdom, precisely because they came into conflict with the principle of sovereignty. In summary, the transition from Old Kingdom to First Intermediate Period was not so much a shift from order to chaos, as Egyptological orthodoxy once had it, as a swing from sovereignty to charismatic politics as different ways of framing the exercise of power. With that came a shift in emphasis, from the people's care of godlike rulers to the care of the people as a legitimate path to authority. In ancient Egypt, as so often in history, significant political accomplishments occur in precisely those periods, the so-called Dark Ages, that get dismissed or overlooked because no one was building grandiose monuments in stone. In which we go in search of the real origins of bureaucracy, and find them on what appears to be a surprisingly small scale. At this point it should be easy enough to understand why ancient Egypt is so regularly held out as the paradigmatic example of state formation. It's not just that it is chronologically the earliest of what we've called second-order regimes of domination, aside from the much later Inca Empire, it's also just about the only case where the two principles that came together were sovereignty and administration. In other words, it's the only case from a suitably distant phase of history that perfectly fits the model of what should have happened. All such assumptions really go back to a certain kind of social theory, or, maybe better put, a theory of organization, that we described at the start of Chapter 8. Small, intimate groups, the argument goes, might be able to adopt informal, egalitarian means of problem solving, but as soon as large numbers of people are assembled together in a city or a kingdom, everything changes. It's simply assumed, in this kind of theory, that once societies scale up they will need, as Robin Dunbar puts it, chiefs to direct, and a police force to ensure that social rules are adhered to, or as Jared Diamond says, large populations can function without leaders who make the decisions, executives who carry out the decisions, and bureaucrats who administer the decisions and laws. 115 In other words, if you want to live in a large-scale society you need a sovereign and an administration. It is more or less taken for granted that some kind of monopoly of coercive force, again, the ability to threaten everyone with weapons, is ultimately required in order to do this. Writing systems, in turn, are almost invariably assumed to have developed in the service of impersonal bureaucratic states, which were the result of the whole process. Now, as we've already seen, none of this is really true, and predictions based on these assumptions almost invariably turn out to be wrong. We saw one dramatic example in Chapter 8. It was once widely assumed that if bureaucratic states tend to arise in areas with complex irrigation systems, it must have been because of the need for administrators to coordinate the maintenance of canals and regulate the water supply. In fact, it turns out that farmers are perfectly capable of coordinating very complicated irrigation systems all by themselves, and there's little evidence, in most cases, that early bureaucrats had anything to do with such matters. Urban populations seem to have a remarkable capacity for self-governance in ways which, while usually not quite egalitarian, were likely a good deal more participatory than almost any urban government today. Meanwhile, most ancient emperors, as it turns out, saw little reason to interfere, as they simply didn't care very much about how their subjects cleaned the streets or maintained their drainage ditches. We've also observed that when early regimes do base their domination on exclusive access to forms of knowledge, these are often not the kinds of knowledge we ourselves would consider particularly practical. The shamanic, psychotropic revelations that seem to have inspired the builders of Chavandawantar would be one such example. In fact, the first forms of functional administration, in the sense of keeping archives of lists, ledgers, accounting procedures, overseers, audits and files, seem to emerge in precisely these kinds of ritual contexts, in Mesopotamian temples, Egyptian ancestor cults, Chinese oracle readings and so forth. So one thing we can now say with a fair degree of certainty is that bureaucracy did not begin simply as a practical solution to problems of information management, when human societies advanced beyond a particular threshold of scale and complexity. This, however, raises the interesting question of where and when such technologies did first arise, and for what reason. Here there's some surprising new evidence too. Our emerging archaeological understanding suggests that the first systems of specialized administrative control actually emerged in very small communities. The earliest clear evidence of this appears in a series of tiny prehistoric settlements in the Middle East, dating over 1,000 years after the Neolithic site of Çatalhöyük was founded, at around 7400 BC, but still more than 2,000 years before the appearance of anything even vaguely resembling a city. The best example of such a site is Tel Sabiha, investigated by a team of Dutch archaeologists working in Syria's Balit Valley in the province of Raqqa. Around 8,000 years ago, circa 6200 BC, in what was prehistoric Mesopotamia, a 1-hectare village was destroyed there by fire, baking its mud walls and many of their clay contents, thus preserving them. While obviously a very bad bit of luck for the inhabitants, it was a stroke of brilliant luck for future researchers, since it has left us a unique insight into the organization of a late Neolithic community, comprising perhaps around 150 individuals. 117 What the excavators discovered is that not only did the inhabitants of this village erect central storage facilities, including granaries and warehouses, they also employed administrative devices of some complexity to keep track of what was in them. These devices included economic archives, which were miniature precursors to the temple archives at Uruk and other later Mesopotamian cities. These were not written archives. Writing, as such, would not appear for another 3,000 years. What did exist were geometric tokens made of clay, of a sort that appear to have been used in many similar Neolithic villages, most likely to keep track of the allocation of particular resources. At Tel Sabiha, miniature seals bearing engraved designs were used alongside them to stamp and mark the clay stoppers of household vessels with identifying signs. 119 Perhaps most remarkably, the stoppers themselves, once removed from the vessels, were kept and archived in a special building, an office or bureau of sorts, near the center of the village for later reference. 120 Ever since these discoveries were reported in the 1990s, archaeologists have been debating in whose interests and for what purpose such village bureaucracies functioned. In trying to answer this question, It's important to note that the central bureau and depot of Tel Abyad is not associated with any kind of unusually large residence, rich burials or other signs of personal status. If anything, what's striking about the remains of this community is their uniformity. The surrounding dwellings, for instance, are all roughly equal in size, quality and surviving contents. The contents themselves suggest small family units which maintained a complex division of labor, often including tasks that would have required the cooperation of multiple households. Flocks had to be pastured, a variety of cereal crops sown, harvested and threshed, as well as flax for weaving, which was practiced alongside other household crafts such as potting, bead-making, stone carving and simple forms of metalworking. And of course there were children to raise, old people to care for, houses to build and maintain, marriages and funerals to coordinate, and so on. Careful scheduling and mutual aid would have been vital for the successful completion of an annual round of productive activities, while evidence of obsidian, metals and exotic pigments indicates that villagers also interacted regularly with outsiders, no doubt through intermarriage as well as travel and trade. As we've already observed in the case of traditional Basque villages, these sorts of activity could well involve quite complicated mathematical calculations. Still, this in itself doesn't explain why there was a need to fall back on precise systems of measurement and archiving. After all, there are untold thousands of agricultural communities across human history who juggled similarly complex combinations of tasks and responsibilities without having to create new techniques of record-keeping. Whatever the reason, the effect of introducing such techniques seems to have been profound for villages in prehistoric Mesopotamia and the surrounding hill country. Recall that 2,000 years separate Tel Abyad from the earliest cities, and during that long span of time village life in the Middle East underwent a series of remarkable changes. In some ways, people living in small-scale communities began to act as if they were already living in mass societies of a certain kind, even though nobody had ever seen a city. It sounds counterintuitive, but it is what we see in the intervening centuries in the evidence of villages scattered across a large region, from southwestern Iran through much of Iraq and all the way over to the Turkish highlands. In many ways this phenomenon was another version of the kind of culture areas or hospitality zones that we discussed in earlier chapters, but there was a different element. Affinities between distant households and families seem to have been increasingly based on a principle of cultural uniformity. In a sense, then, this was the first era of the global village. What it all looks like, in the archaeological record, is impossible to miss. We write from first-hand experience here, since one of us has conducted archaeological investigations of prehistoric villages in Iraqi Kurdistan, dating before and after the Great Transformation took place. What you find, in the 5th millennium BC, is the gradual disappearance from village life of most outward signs of difference or individuality, as administrative tools and other new media technologies spread across a large swathe of the Middle East. Households were now built to increasingly standard tripartite plans, and pottery, which had once been a way of expressing individual skill and creativity, now seems to have been made deliberately drab, uniform and in some cases almost standardized. Craft production in general became more mechanical, and female labor was subject to new forms of spatial control and segregation. In fact this entire period, lasting around 1,000 years, archaeologists call it the Ubad, after the site of Tel al-Ubad in southern Iraq, was one of innovation in metallurgy, horticulture, textiles, diet and long-distance trade, but from a social vantage point, everything seems to have been done to prevent such innovations becoming markers of rank or individual distinction, in other words, to prevent the emergence of obvious differences in status, both within and between villages. Intriguingly, it is possible that we are witnessing the birth of an overt ideology of equality in the centuries prior to the emergence of the world's first cities, and that administrative tools were first designed not as a means of extracting and accumulating wealth but precisely to prevent such things from happening. To get a sense of how such small-scale bureaucracies might have worked in practice we can briefly consider again the Alu, those Andean village associations which, as we mentioned earlier, had their own homegrown administration. Alu too were based on a strong principle of equality, their members literally wore uniforms, with each valley having its own traditional design of cloth. One of the Alu's main functions was to redistribute agricultural land as families grew larger or smaller, to ensure none grew richer than any other. Indeed, to be a rich household meant, in practice, to have a large number of unmarried children, hence much land, since there was no other basis for comparing wealth. Alu also helped families avoid seasonal labor crunches and kept track of the number of able-bodied young men and women in each household, so as to ensure not only that none were short-handed at critical moments, but also that the aged or infirm, widows, orphans or disabled were taken care of. Between households, Responsibilities came down to a principle of reciprocity. Records were kept, and at the end of each year all outstanding credits and debts were to be cancelled out. This is where the village bureaucracy comes in. To do that meant units of work had to be measured in a way which allowed clear resolution to the inevitable arguments that crop up in such situations, about who did what for whom, and who owed what to whom. 126 Each ALU appears to have had its own quipu strings, which were constantly knotted and re-knotted to keep track as debts were registered or cancelled out. It's possible that quipu were invented for such purposes. In other words, although the actual administrative tools used were different, the reason for their existence was quite similar to what we envisage for the village accounting systems in prehistoric Mesopotamia, and rooted in a similarly explicit ideal of equality. Of course, the danger of such accounting procedures is that they can be turned to other purposes. The precise system of equivalence that underlies them has the potential to give almost any social arrangement, even those founded on arbitrary violence, for example conquest, an air of even-handedness and equity. That is why sovereignty and administration make such a potentially lethal combination, taking the equalizing effects of the latter and transforming them into tools of social domination, even tyranny. Under the Inca, let's recall, all ALUs were reduced to the status of conquered women, and quipu strings were employed to keep track of labor debts owed to the central Inca administration. Unlike the local string records, these were fixed and non-negotiable. The knots were never unraveled and retied. Here it is necessary to overcome a few myths about the Inca, who are often portrayed as the mildest of empires, even a kind of benevolent proto-socialist state. In fact, it was the pre-existing ALU system that continued to provide social security under Inca rule. By contrast, the overarching administrative structure put in place by the Inca court was largely extractive and exploitative in nature, even if local officers of the court preferred to misrepresent it as an extension of ALU principles. For purposes of central monitoring and recording, households were grouped into units of 10, 50, 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000 and so on, each responsible for labor obligations over and above those they already owed to their community, in a way that could only play havoc with existing allegiances, geography and communal organization. Corvée duties were assigned uniformly according to a rigid scale of measurement. Work tasks might simply be invented if there was nothing that needed doing. Scofflaws faced severe punishment. The results were predictable, and we can see them clearly reflected in the first-hand accounts supplied by Spanish chroniclers of the time, who took an obvious interest in Inca strategies of conquest and domination and their local workings. Community leaders became de facto state agents, and either took advantage of legalisms to get rich or tried to shield their wards and themselves if they got into trouble. Those who were unable to meet labor debts or who tried unsuccessfully to flee or rebel, were reduced to the status of servants, retainers and concubines for Inca courts and officials. This new class of hereditary peons was growing rapidly at the time of Spanish conquest. None of which is to say the Inca reputation as adept administrators is unfounded. They apparently were capable of keeping exact track of births and deaths, adjusting household numbers at yearly festivals and so on. Why, then, impose such an oddly clumsy and monolithic system onto an existing one, the ALU, which was clearly more nuanced? It's hard to escape the impression that in all such situations, the apparent heavy-handedness, the insistence on following the rules even when they make no sense, is really half the point. Perhaps this is simply how sovereignty manifests itself, in bureaucratic form. By ignoring the unique history of every household, each individual, by reducing everything to numbers, one provides a language of equity, but simultaneously ensures that there will always be some who fail to meet their quotas, and therefore that there will always be a supply of peons, pawns or slaves. In the Middle East, very similar things appear to have happened in later periods of history. Most famously, perhaps, the books of the prophets and the Hebrew Bible preserve memories of powerful protests that ensued as demands for tribute drove farmers into penury, forced them to pawn their flocks and vineyards, and ultimately surrender their children into debt peonage. Or wealthy merchants and administrators took advantage of crop failures, floods, natural disasters or neighbors' simple bad luck to offer interest-bearing loans that led to the same results. Similar complaints are recorded in China and India as well. The first establishment of bureaucratic empires is almost always accompanied by some kind of system of equivalence run amok. This is not the place to outline a history of money and debt. 131, only to note that it's no coincidence that societies like those of Uruk period Mesopotamia were, simultaneously, commercial and bureaucratic. Both money and administration are based on similar principles of impersonal equivalence. What we wish to emphasize at this point is how frequently the most violent inequalities seem to arise, in the first instance, from such fictions of legal equality. All citizens of a city, or all worshippers of its god, or all subjects of its king were considered ultimately the same, at least in that one specific way. The same laws, the same rights, the same responsibilities applied to all of them, whether as individuals or, in later and more patriarchal times, as families under the aegis of some paterfamilias. What's important here is the fact that this equality could be viewed as making people, as well as things, interchangeable, which in turn allowed rulers, or their henchmen, to make impersonal demands that took no consideration of their subjects' unique situations. This is of course what gives the word bureaucracy such distasteful associations almost everywhere today. The very term evokes mechanical stupidity. But there's no reason to believe that impersonal systems were originally, or are necessarily, stupid. If the calculations of a Bolivian Alu or Basque council, or presumably a Neolithic village administration like that of Tel Sabiha and its urban successors in Mesopotamia, produced an obviously impossible or unreasonable result, matters could always be adjusted. As anyone knows who has spent time in a rural community, or serving on a municipal or parish council of a large city, resolving such inequities might require many hours, possibly days of tedious discussion, but almost always a solution will be arrived at that no one finds entirely unfair. It's the addition of sovereign power, and the resulting ability of the local enforcer to say, rules are rules, I don't want to hear about it, that allows bureaucratic mechanisms to become genuinely monstrous. Over the course of this book we have had occasion to refer to the three primordial freedoms, those which for most of human history were simply assumed: the freedom to move, the freedom to disobey, and the freedom to create or transform social relationships. We also noted how the English word free ultimately derives from a Germanic term meaning friend, since, unlike free people, slaves cannot have friends because they cannot make commitments or promises. The freedom to make promises is about the most basic and minimal element of our third freedom, much as physically running away from a difficult situation is the most basic element of the first. In fact, the earliest word for freedom recorded in any human language is the Sumerian term ama-argi, which literally means return to mother, because Sumerian kings would periodically issue decrees of debt freedom, cancelling all non-commercial debts and in some cases allowing those held as debt peons in their creditors' households to return home to their kin. One might ask, how could that most basic element of all human freedoms, the freedom to make promises and commitments and thus build relationships, be turned into its very opposite, into peonage, serfdom, or permanent slavery? It happens, we'd suggest, precisely when promises become impersonal, transferable, in a nutshell, bureaucratized. It is one of history's great ironies that Madame de Graffigny's notion of the Inca state as a model of a benevolent, bureaucratic order actually derives from a misreading of the sources, if a very common one, mistaking the social benefits of local, self-organized administrative units, ALU, for an imperial, Inca structure of command, which in reality served almost exclusively to provision the army, priesthood and administrative classes. Mesopotamian and later Chinese kings also tended to represent themselves, like the Egyptian nomarchs, as protectors of the weak, feeders of the hungry, solace of widows and orphans. As money is to promises, we might say, state bureaucracy is to the principle of care. In each case we find one of the most fundamental building blocks of social life corrupted by a confluence of myths and violence. In which, armed with new knowledge, we rethink some basic premises of social evolution. Social scientists and political philosophers have been debating the origins of the state for well over a century. These debates are never resolved and are unlikely ever to be. At this point, at least we can understand why. Much like the search for the origins of inequality, seeking the origins of the state is little more than chasing a phantasm. As we noted at the beginning of the chapter, it never occurred to Spanish conquistadors to ask whether or not they were dealing with states, since the concept didn't really exist at the time. The language they used, of kingdoms, empires and republics, serves just as well, and in many ways rather better. Historians, of course, still speak of kingdoms, empires and republics. If social scientists have come to prefer the language of states and state formation, it's largely because this is taken to be more scientific, despite the lack of consistent definition. It's not clear why. Part of the reason might be that the notions of the state and of modern science both emerged around the same time and were to a certain degree entangled with one another. Whatever the cause, because the existing literature is so relentlessly focused on a single narrative of increasing complexity, hierarchy and state formation, it becomes very difficult to use the term state for any other purpose. The fact that our planet is, at the present time, almost entirely covered by states obviously makes it easy to write as if such an outcome was inevitable. Yet our present situation regularly leads people to make scientific assumptions about how we got here that have almost nothing to do with the actual data. Certain salient features of current arrangements are just projected backwards, presumed to exist once society has attained a certain degree of complexity, unless definitive evidence of their absence can be produced. For example, it is often simply assumed that states begin when certain key functions of government, military, administrative and judicial, pass into the hands of full-time specialists. This makes sense if you accept the narrative that an agricultural surplus freed up a significant portion of the population from the onerous responsibility of securing adequate amounts of food, a story that suggests the beginning of a process that would lead to our current global division of labor. Early states might have used this surplus largely to support full-time bureaucrats, priests, soldiers and the like, but, we are always reminded, its existence also allowed for full-time sculptors, poets and astronomers. It's a compelling story. It is also quite true when applied to our present-day situation. At least, only a small percentage of us are now involved in the production and distribution of foodstuffs. However, almost none of the regimes we've been considering in this chapter were actually staffed by full-time specialists. Most obviously, none seem to have had a standing army. Warfare was largely a business for the agricultural off-season. Priests and judges rarely worked full-time either. In fact, most government institutions in Old Kingdom Egypt, Shang China, early dynastic Mesopotamia or for that matter classical Athens were staffed by a rotating workforce whose members had other lives as managers of rural estates, traders, builders or any number of different occupations. One could go further. It's not clear to what degree many of these early states were themselves largely seasonal phenomena. Recall that, at least as far back as the Ice Age, seasonal gatherings could be stages for the performance of something that looks to us a bit like kingship. Rulers held court only during certain periods of the year, and some clans or warrior societies were given state-like police powers only during the winter months. Like warfare, the business of government tended to concentrate strongly upon certain times of year. There were months full of building projects, pageants, festivals, census-taking, oaths of allegiance, trials and spectacular executions, and other times when a king's subjects, and sometimes even the king himself, scattered to attend to the more urgent needs of planting, harvesting and pasturage. This doesn't mean these kingdoms weren't real. They were capable of mobilizing, or for that matter killing and maiming, thousands of human beings. It just means that their reality was, in effect, sporadic. They appeared and then dissolved away. Could it be that, in the same way that play farming, our term for those loose and flexible methods of cultivation which leave people free to pursue any number of other seasonal activities, turned into more serious agriculture, play kingdoms began to take on more substance as well? The evidence from Egypt might be interpreted along these lines. But it's also possible that both these processes, when they did happen, were ultimately driven by something else, such as the emergence of patriarchal relations and the decline of women's power within the household. Surely these are the kinds of questions we should be asking. Ethnography also teaches us that kings are rarely content with the idea of being a sporadic presence in most of their subjects' lives. Even rulers of kingdoms that nobody would describe as a state, like the Shilluk Reth or rulers of minor principalities in Java or Madagascar, would try to insert themselves into the rhythms of ordinary social life by insisting that no one can swear an oath, or marry, or even greet one another without invoking their name. In this manner, the king would become the necessary means by which his subjects established relations with each other, in much the same way as later heads of state would insist on putting their faces on money. In 1852 the Wesleyan minister and missionary Richard B. Alive described how in the Fijian kingdom of Caldrove there was a daily rule of absolute silence at sunrise. Then the king's herald would proclaim that he was about to chew his kava root, whereon all his subjects shouted, "Chew it." This was followed by a thunderous roar when the ritual was completed. The ruler was the sun, who gave both life and order to his people. He recreated the universe each day. In fact, most scholars nowadays insist this king wasn't even a king, but merely the head of a confederacy of chiefdoms who ruled over perhaps a few thousand people. Such cosmic claims are regularly made in royal ritual almost everywhere in the world, and their grandeur seems to bear almost no relation to a ruler's actual power, as in their ability to make anyone do anything they don't want to do. If the state means anything, it refers to precisely the totalitarian impulse that lies behind all such claims, the desire effectively to make the ritual last forever. Monuments like the Egyptian pyramids seem to have served a similar purpose. They were attempts to make a certain kind of power seem eternal, the kind that only really manifested itself in those particular months when pyramid construction was underway. Inscriptions or objects designed to project an image of cosmic power, palaces, mausoleums, lavish steelly with godlike figures announcing laws or boasting of their conquests, are precisely the ones most likely to endure, thereby forming the core of the world's major heritage sites and museum collections today. Such is their power that even now we risk falling under their spell. We don't really know how seriously to take them. After all, the Fijian subjects of the King of Kakaurov must at least have been willing to play along with the daily sunrise ritual, since he lacked much in the way of means to compel them. Yet rulers such as Sargon the Great of Akkad or the first emperor of China had many such means at their disposal, and as a result we can say even less about what their subjects really made of their more grandiose claims. To understand the realities of power, whether in modern or ancient societies, is to acknowledge this gap between what elites claim they can do and what they are actually able to do. As the sociologist Philip Abrams pointed out long ago, failure to make this distinction has led social scientists up countless blind alleys, because the state is not the reality which stands behind the mask of political practice. It is itself the mask which prevents our seeing political practice as it is. To understand the latter, he argued, we must attend to the senses in which the state does not exist rather than to those in which it does. We can now see that these points apply just as forcefully to ancient political regimes as they do to modern ones, if not more so. An origin for the state has long been sought in such diverse places as ancient Egypt, Inca Peru, and Shang China, but what we now regard as states turn out not to be a constant of history at all, not the result of a long evolutionary process that began in the Bronze Age, but rather a confluence of three political forms: sovereignty, administration and charismatic competition, that have different origins. Modern states are simply one way in which the three principles of domination happen to come together, but this time with the notion that the power of kings is held by an entity called the people, or the nation, that bureaucracies exist for the benefit of said people, and in which a variation on old, aristocratic contests and prizes has come to be relabeled as democracy, most often in the form of national elections. There was nothing inevitable about it. If proof of that were required, we need only observe how much this particular arrangement is currently coming apart. As we noted, there are now planetary bureaucracies, public and private, ranging from the IMF and WTO to JP Morgan Chase and various credit rating agencies, without anything that resembles a corresponding principle of global sovereignty or global field of competitive politics, and everything from cryptocurrencies to private security agencies, undermining the sovereignty of states. If anything is clear by now it's this. Where we once assumed civilization and state to be conjoined entities that came down to us as a historical package, take it or leave it, forever, what history now demonstrates is that these terms actually refer to complex amalgams of elements which have entirely different origins and which are currently in the process of drifting apart. Seen this way, to rethink the basic premises of social evolution is to rethink the very idea of politics itself. Coda, on civilization, empty walls and histories still to be written. On reflection, it's odd that the term civilization, one we've not discussed much until now, ever came to be used this way in the first place. When people talk about early civilizations they are mostly referring to those very same societies we've been describing in this chapter and their direct successors: Pharaonic Egypt, Inca Peru, Aztec Mexico, Han China, Imperial Rome, Ancient Greece, or others of a certain scale and monumentality. All these were deeply stratified societies, held together mostly by authoritarian government, violence and the radical subordination of women. Sacrifice, as we've seen, is the shadow lurking behind this concept of civilization, the sacrifice of our three basic freedoms, and of life itself, for the sake of something always out of reach, whether that be an ideal of world order, the mandate of heaven or blessings from insatiable gods. Is it any wonder that in some circles the very idea of civilization has fallen into disrepute? Something very basic has gone wrong here. One problem is that we've come to assume that civilization refers, in origin, simply to the habit of living in cities. Cities, in turn, were thought to imply states. But as we've seen, that is not the case historically, or even etymologically. The word civilization derives from Latin civilis, which actually refers to those qualities of political wisdom and mutual aid that permit societies to organize themselves through voluntary coalition. In other words, it originally meant the type of qualities exhibited by Andean Alu associations or Basque villages, rather than Inca courtiers or Shang dynasts. If mutual aid, social cooperation, civic activism, hospitality or simply caring for others are the kind of things that really go to make civilizations, then this true history of civilization is only just starting to be written. As we saw in Chapter 5, Marcel Mauss took some initial, furtive steps in that direction but was largely ignored, and, as he anticipated, such a history might well begin with those geographically expansive culture areas or interaction spheres that archaeologists can now trace back into periods far earlier than kingdoms or empires, or even cities. As we've seen, Physical evidence left behind by common forms of domestic life, ritual and hospitality shows us this deep history of civilization. In some ways it's much more inspiring than monuments. Arguably, the most important findings of modern archaeology are precisely these vibrant and far-flung networks of kinship and commerce, where those who rely largely on speculation have expected to find only backward and isolated tribes. As we've been showing throughout this book, in all parts of the world small communities formed civilizations in the true sense of extended moral communities. Without permanent kings, bureaucrats or standing armies they fostered the growth of mathematical and calendrical knowledge. In some regions they pioneered metallurgy, the cultivation of olives, vines and date palms, or the invention of leavened bread and wheat beer. In others they domesticated maize and learned to extract poisons, medicines and mind-altering substances from plants. Civilizations, in this true sense, developed the major textile technologies applied to fabrics and basketry, the potter's wheel, stone industries and beadwork, the sail and maritime navigation, and so on. A moment's reflection shows that women, their work, their concerns and innovations are at the core of this more accurate understanding of civilization. As we saw in earlier chapters, tracing the place of women in societies without writing often means using clues left, quite literally, in the fabric of material culture, such as painted ceramics that mimic both textile designs and female bodies in their forms and elaborate decorative structures. To take just two examples, it's hard to believe that the kind of complex mathematical knowledge displayed in early Mesopotamian cuneiform documents or in the layout of Peru's Chavin temples sprang fully formed from the mind of a male scribe or sculptor, like Athena from the head of Zeus. Far more likely, these represent knowledge accumulated in earlier times through concrete practices such as the solid geometry and applied calculus of weaving or beadwork. 141 Until now has passed for civilization might in fact be nothing more than a gendered appropriation, by men, etching their claims in stone, of some earlier system of knowledge that had women at its center. We began this chapter by noting how often the expansion of ambitious polities, and the concentration of power in a few hands, was accompanied by the marginalization of women, if not their violent subordination. This seems to be true not just of second-order regimes like Aztec Mexico and Old Kingdom Egypt but also of first-order ones like Chavin Dawantar. But what about cases where, even as societies scaled up and also took on more centralized forms of government, women and their concerns remained at the core of things? Do any such exist in history? This brings us to our final example, Minoan Crete. Whatever was happening during the Bronze Age on Crete, the largest and most southerly of the Aegean islands, it clearly doesn't quite fit the scholarly playbook of state formation. Yet the remains of what has come to be called Minoan society are too dramatic, too impressive and too close to the heart of Europe, and what was to become the classical world, to be sidelined or ignored. Indeed, in the 1970s the renowned archaeologist Colin Renfrew chose nothing less than The Emergence of Civilization as the title of his important book on the prehistory of the Aegean, to the eternal confusion and annoyance of archaeologists working anywhere else. Despite this high profile, and more than a century of intense field work, Minoan Crete remains a kind of beautiful irritant for archaeological theory, and frankly a source of puzzlement to anyone coming at the topic from outside. Much of our knowledge comes from the metropolis of Knossos, as well as other major centers at Phaistos, Melia, and Zakros, which are usually described as palatial societies that existed between 1700 and 1450 BC, the Neopalatial or New Palace period. Certainly, they were very impressive places at this time. Knossos, thought to have had a population of about 25,143,000 in many ways resembles similar cities in other parts of the eastern Mediterranean, centering as it does on large palace complexes replete with industrial quarters and storage facilities, and a system of writing on clay tablets, lineara, which, frustratingly, has never been deciphered. The problem is that, unlike palatial societies of roughly the same age, such as those of Zimri Limit Mari on the Syrian Euphrates, or in Hittite Anatolia to the north, or Egypt, there is simply no clear evidence of monarchy on Minoan Crete. 144. It's not for lack of material. We might not be able to read the writing, but Crete and the nearby island of Thera, Santorini, where a bed of volcanic ash preserves the Minoan town of Akrotiri in splendid detail, actually furnish us with one of the most extensive bodies of pictorial art from the Bronze Age world, not just frescoes, but also ivories and detailed engravings on seals and jewelry. 145 By far the most frequent depictions of authority figures in Minoan art show adult women in boldly patterned skirts that extend over their shoulders but are open at the chest. Women are regularly depicted at a larger scale than men, a sign of political superiority in the visual traditions of all neighboring lands. They hold symbols of command, like the staff-wielding Mother of Mountains who appears on seal impressions from a major shrine at Knossos. They perform fertility rites before horned altars, sit on thrones, meet together in assemblies with no male presiding, and appear flanked by supernatural creatures and dangerous animals. Most male depictions, on the other hand, are either of scantily clad or naked athletes. No women are depicted naked in Minoan art, or show men bringing tribute and adopting poses of subservience before female dignitaries. All this is without parallel in the highly patriarchal societies of Syria, Lebanon, Anatolia and Egypt, all regions that Cretans of the time were familiar with, since they visited them as traders and diplomats. Scholarly interpretations of Minoan palatial art, with its array of powerful females, are somewhat perplexing. Most follow Arthur Evans, the early 20th century excavator of Knossos, in identifying such figures as goddesses, or priestesses wielding no earthly power, almost as though they have no connection to the real world. 148 They tend to come up in the religion and ritual sections of books on Aegean art and archaeology as opposed to politics, economics or social structure, politics, in particular, being reconstructed with almost no reference to the art at all. Others simply avoid the issue altogether, describing Minoan political life as clearly different, but ultimately impenetrable, a gendered sentiment if ever there was one. Would this keep happening if these were images of men in positions of authority? Unlikely, since the same scholars usually have no trouble identifying similar scenes that involve males, painted on the walls of Egyptian tombs, for example, or even actual representations of Keftiu, Cretans, bringing tribute to powerful Egyptian men as reflections of real power relations. Another puzzling bit of evidence is the nature of the wares that Minoan merchants imported from abroad. Minoans were a trading people, and the traders appear to have been mostly men. But starting in the proto-palatial period, what they brought home from overseas had a distinctively female flavor. Egyptian sistra, cosmetic jars, figures of nursing mothers and scarab amulets do not come from the male-dominated sphere of courtly culture but the rituals of non-royal Egyptian women and the gynocentric rites of Hathor. Hathor was celebrated outside Egypt too, in temples near the Sinai turquoise mines and in maritime ports, where the horned goddess morphed into a protector of travelers. One such port was Byblos on the Lebanese coast, where an assemblage of cosmetics and amulets, almost identical to those from early Cretan tombs, was found buried as offerings in a temple. Most likely, such objects traveled along with women's cults, perhaps like the much later cults of Isis, tracking the official trade of male elites. The concentration of these items within prestigious Cretan Tholos tombs in the period just before the formation of palaces, another of those neglected proto-periods, suggests, at the very least, that women occupied the demand side of such long-distance exchanges. 149. Again, this was most definitely not the case elsewhere. To throw things into relief, let's briefly consider the slightly later palaces of mainland Greece. Cretan palaces were unfortified, and Minoan art makes almost no reference to war, dwelling instead on scenes of play and attention to creature comforts. All this is in marked contrast to what was happening on the Greek mainland. Walled citadels arose at Mycenae, Pylos, and Tiryns around 1400 BC, and before long their rulers launched a successful takeover of Crete, occupying Knossos and assuming control of its hinterland. Compared to Knossos or Phaistos, their residences appear little more than hill forts, perched on key passes in the Peloponnese and surrounded by modest hamlets. Mycenae, the biggest, had a population of around 6,000. This is not surprising, since the palace societies of the mainland don't arise from pre-existing cities but from warrior aristocracies that produced the earlier shaft graves of Mycenae, with their haunting gold death masks and weaponry inlaid with scenes of male fighters and hunting bands. Onto this institutional foundation, the warrior band leader and his hunting retinue, were soon added courtly finery borrowed mainly from the Cretan palaces, and a script, Linear B, adapted to write the Greek language for administration. Analysis of the Linear B tablets suggests that just a handful of literate officers did most of the administrative work themselves, personally inspecting crops and livestock, gathering taxes, distributing raw materials to artisans and supplying provisions for festivals. It was all rather limited and small scale. 151 And a Mycenaean wanax, the ruler or overlord, would have exercised little true sovereignty beyond his citadel, making do with seasonal tax raids on a surrounding populace whose lives otherwise went on beyond the scope of royal surveillance. 152. These Mycenaean overlords held court in a megaron or great hall, a relatively well-preserved example of which exists at Pylos. Early archaeologists were being a bit fanciful when they imagined this actually to be the palace of the Homeric king Nestor, but there is no doubt one of Homer's kings would have felt quite at home here. The megaron centered on a huge hearth, open to the sky. The remainder of the space, including the throne, was most likely cast in shadow. The walls bear frescoes showing a bull led to slaughter and a bard playing the lyre. The Wanax, although not depicted, is clearly the focus of these processional scenes, which converge on his throne. 153. We can contrast this with the throne room of Knossos on Crete, identified as such by Arthur Evans. In this case the purported throne faces an open space, surrounded by stone benches symmetrically arranged in rows so the assembled groups could sit in comfort for long periods, each visible to all the others. Nearby was a stepped bathing chamber. There are many such lustral basins, as Evans called them, in Minoan houses and palaces. Archaeologists puzzled for decades over their function, until at Akrotiri one such was found directly under a painted scene of a female initiation ceremony most likely linked to menstruation. 154 In fact, on purely architectural grounds, and notwithstanding Evans's rather desperate insistence that it seems better adapted for a man, the centerpiece of the throne room may be quite reasonably understood not as the seat of a male monarch but rather that of a council head, and its occupants more likely a succession of female counselors. Pretty much all the available evidence from Minoan Crete suggests a system of female political rule, effectively a theocracy of some sort, governed by a college of priestesses. We might ask, why are contemporary researchers so resistant to this conclusion? One can't blame everything on the fact that proponents of primitive matriarchy made exaggerated claims back in 1902. Yes, scholars tend to say that cities ruled by colleges of priestesses are unprecedented in the ethnographic or historical record. But by the same logic, one could equally point out that there is no parallel for a kingdom run by men, in which all the visual representations of authority figures are depictions of women. Something different was clearly happening on Crete. Certainly, the way in which Minoan artists represented life attests to a profoundly different sensibility to that of Crete's neighbors on mainland Greece. In an essay called The Shapes of Minoan Desire, Jack Dempsey points out that erotic attention seems to be displaced from the female body onto just about every other facet of life, starting with the lithe, scantily clad figures of young men as they dart in and out of the bodies of bulls who tease them, or gyrate in sporting activities, or the naked boys represented carrying fish. It's all a world away from the stiff animal figures that populate the walls of Pylos, or indeed those of Zimri-Lim's court, let alone the scenes of brutal warfare on later Assyrian wall reliefs. In the Minoan frescoes everything merges, except, that is, for the sharply delineated figures of those leading females, who stand apart or in small groups, happily chatting with one another or admiring some spectacle. Flowers and reeds, birds, bees, dolphins, even hills and mountains are in the throes of a perpetual dance, weaving in and out of each other. Minoan objects too bleed into one another in an extraordinary play on materials, a true science of the concrete, that turns pottery into crusted shell and melds the worlds of stone, metal and clay together into a common realm of forms, each mimicking the others. All this unfolds to the undulating rhythms of the sea, the eternal backdrop to this garden of life, and all with a remarkable absence of politics, in our sense, or what Dempsey calls the self-perpetuating, power-hungry ego. What these scenes celebrate, as he eloquently puts it, is quite the opposite of politics. It is the ritually induced release from individuality, and an ecstasy of being that is overtly erotic and spiritual at the same time, ecstasies, standing beyond oneself, a cosmos that both nurtures and ignores the individual, that vibrates with inseparable sexual energies and spiritual epiphanies. There are no heroes in Minoan art, only players. Crete of the palaces was the realm of homo ludens. Or perhaps, better said, femina ludens, not to mention femina potens. 155. What we've learned in this chapter can be briefly summarized. The process usually called state formation can in fact mean a bewildering number of very different things. It can mean a game of honor or chance gone terribly wrong, or the incorrigible growth of a particular ritual for feeding the dead. It can mean industrial slaughter, the appropriation by men of female knowledge, or governance by a college of priestesses. But we've also learned that when studied and compared more closely, the range of possibilities is far from limitless. In fact, there seem to be both logical and historical constraints on the variety of ways in which power can expand its scope. These limits are the basis of our three principles of sovereignty, administration and competitive politics. What we can also see, though, is that, even within these constraints, there were far more interesting things going on than we might ever have guessed by sticking to any conventional definition of the state. What was really happening in the Minoan palaces? They seem to have been in some sense theatrical stages, in some sense women's initiation societies, and administrative hubs all at the same time. Were they even a regime of domination at all? It's also important to recall the very uneven nature of the evidence we've been dealing with. What would we be saying about Minoa and Crete, or Teotihuacan, or Çatalhöyük for that matter, were it not for the fact that their elaborate wall paintings happen to have been preserved? More than almost any other form of human activity, painting on walls is something people in virtually any cultural setting seem inclined to do. This has been true almost since the beginnings of humanity itself. We can hardly doubt that similar images were produced, on skins and fabrics as well as directly on walls, in any number of so-called early states from which only bare stone building blocks or mud brick enclosures now survive. Archaeology, using a barrage of new scientific techniques, will undoubtedly reveal many more such lost civilizations, as it is already in the process of doing, from the deserts of Saudi Arabia or Peru to the once seemingly empty steppes of Kazakhstan and the tropical forests of Amazonia. As the evidence accumulates, year on year, for large settlements and impressive structures in previously unsuspected locations, we'd be wise to resist projecting some image of the modern nation-state onto their bare surfaces, and consider what other kinds of social possibilities they might attest to. 11. Full circle. On the historical foundations of the indigenous critique. We appear to have come a long way from where this book began, with the Wendat statesman Kondiaronk and the critique of European civilization that developed among indigenous people in North America during the 17th century. Now it's time to bring the story full circle. Recall how, by the 18th century, the indigenous critique, and the deep questions it posed about money, faith, hereditary power, women's rights and personal freedoms, was having an enormous influence on leading figures of the French Enlightenment, but also resulted in a backlash among European thinkers which produced an evolutionary framework for human history that remains broadly intact today. Portraying history as a story of material progress, that framework recast indigenous critics as innocent children of nature, whose views on freedom were a mere side effect of their uncultivated way of life and could not possibly offer a serious challenge to contemporary social thought, which came increasingly to mean just European thought. 1. In reality, we have not strayed far at all from this starting point, because the conventional wisdom we've been challenging throughout this book, about hunter-gatherer societies, the consequences of farming, the rise of cities and states, has its genesis right there, with Turgot, Smith and the reaction against the indigenous critique. Of course, the idea that human societies evolved over time was not particularly special to the 18th century, or to Europe. What was new in the version of world history put forward by European writers of that century was an insistence on classifying societies by means of subsistence, so that agriculture could be seen as a fundamental break in the history of human affairs, an assumption that as societies grew larger, they inevitably grew more complex, and that complexity means not just a greater differentiation of functions, but also the reorganization of human societies into hierarchical ranks, governed from the top down. This European backlash was so effective that generations of philosophers, historians, social scientists, and almost anyone else since who wishes to address the human story on a broad scale, feels secure in their knowledge of how it should properly start and where it is leading. It begins with an imaginary collection of tiny hunter-gatherer bands and ends with the current collection of capitalist nation-states, or some projection of what might come after them. Anything going on in between can be considered interesting, mainly insofar as it contributed to moving us all on down that particular pathway. As we've been discovering, one consequence is that huge swathes of the human past disappear from the purview of history, or remain effectively invisible, except to the eyes of a tiny number of researchers, who rarely explain the implications of their findings to each other, let alone to anyone else. Since the 1980s it has been commonplace for social theorists to claim we're living in a new postmodern age, marked by a suspicion towards meta-narratives. This claim is often used as justification for a sort of hyper-specialization, to cast one's intellectual net wider, to compare notes with colleagues in other fields, even, smacks of imposing a single, imperialistic vision of history. For this very reason, the idea of progress is usually held up as a prime example of the way we no longer think about history and society. But such claims are odd, since almost everyone making them nonetheless continues to think in evolutionary terms. We could go further. Thinkers who do seek to knit together the findings of specialists, to describe the course of human history on a grand scale, haven't entirely got past the biblical notion of the Garden of Eden, the fall and subsequent inevitability of domination. Blinded by the just-so story of how human societies evolved, they can't even see half of what's now before their eyes. As a result, the same portrayers of world history who profess themselves believers in freedom, democracy and women's rights continue to treat historical epochs of relative freedom, democracy and women's rights as so many dark ages. Similarly, as we've seen, The concept of civilization is still largely reserved for societies whose defining characteristics include high-handed autocrats, imperial conquests and the use of slave labor. Presented with undeniable cases of large and materially sophisticated societies for which evidence of such things is conspicuously lacking, ancient centers like Teotihuacan or Knossos, for example, the standard recourse is to throw up one's hands and say, "Who can tell what was really going on there?" Or insist that Ozymandias' throne room must be lurking in there somewhere, but that we simply haven't found it yet. In which we consider James C. Scott's arguments about the last 5,000 years and ask whether current global arrangements were, in fact, inevitable. You may object, perhaps much of human history was more complicated than we usually admit, but surely what matters is how things ended up. For at least 2,000 years, most of the world's population have been living under kings or emperors of one sort or another. Even in places where monarchy did not exist, much of Africa or Oceania, for example, we find that, at the very least, patriarchy, and often violent domination of other sorts, have been widespread. Once established, such institutions are very hard to get rid of. So your objection might run, all you're saying is that the inevitable took a little longer to happen. That doesn't make it any less inevitable. Similarly, with farming. True, your objection might run, agriculture might not have transformed everything overnight, but surely it laid the groundwork for later systems of domination? Wasn't it really just a matter of time? Did not the very possibility of piling up large surpluses of grain, in effect, lay a trap? Wasn't it inevitable that, sooner or later, some warrior prince like Narmer of Egypt would begin amassing stockpiles for his henchmen? And once he did, surely the game was over. Rival kingdoms and empires would quickly come into being. Some would find the means to expand, they would insist on their subjects producing more and more grain, and those subjects would grow in number, even as the number of remaining free peoples tended to remain stable. Once again, was it not just a matter of time before one of those kingdoms, or, as it turned out, a small collection of them, came up with a successful formula for world conquest, just the right combination of guns, germs and steel, and imposed its system on everybody else? James Scott, a renowned political scientist who has devoted much of his career to understanding the role of states, and those who succeed in evading them, in human history, has a compelling description of how this agricultural trap works. The Neolithic, he suggests, began with flood retreat agriculture, which was easy work and encouraged redistribution. The largest populations were, indeed, concentrated in deltaic environments, but the first states in the Middle East, he concentrates largely on these, and China, developed upriver, in areas with an especially strong focus on cereal agriculture, wheat, barley, millet, and relatively limited access to a range of other staples. The key to the importance of grain, Scott notes, is that it was durable, portable, easily divisible and quantifiable by bulk, and therefore an ideal medium to serve as a basis for taxation. Growing above ground, unlike, say, certain tubers or legumes, grain crops were also highly visible and amenable to appropriation. Cereal agriculture did not cause the rise of extractive states, but it was certainly predisposed to their fiscal requirements. 3. Like money, grain allows a certain form of terrifying equivalence. Whatever the reasons why it initially became a predominant crop in a given region, as we've seen, in Egypt for example, this had much to do with changes in rituals for the dead. Once this happened, a permanent kingdom could always emerge. However, Scott also points out that for much of history this process turned out to be a trap for these newfound grain states as well, limiting them to areas that favored intensive agriculture, and leaving surrounding highlands, fenlands and marshes largely beyond their reach. For what's more, even within those confines the grain-based kingdoms were fragile, always prone to collapse under the weight of overpopulation, ecological devastation and the kind of endemic diseases that always seem to result when too many humans, domesticated animals and parasites accumulated in one place. Ultimately, though, Scott's focus isn't really on states at all, it's about the barbarians, a term Scott uses for all those groups which came to surround the little islands of authoritarian bureaucratic rule, and which existed in a largely symbiotic relation with them, some ever-shifting mix of raiding, trading and mutual avoidance. As Scott argued about the hill peoples of Southeast Asia, some of these for so long allows us to pose a further important question. How inevitable, really, were the type of governments we have today, with their particular fusion of territorial sovereignty, intense administration and competitive politics? Was this really the necessary culmination of human history? One problem with evolutionism is that it takes ways of life that developed in symbiotic relation with each other and reorganizes them into separate stages of human history. By the late 19th century, It was becoming clear that the original sequence as developed by Turgot and others, hunting, pastoralism, agriculture, then finally industrial civilization, didn't really work. Yet at the same time, the publication of Darwin's theories meant that evolutionism became entrenched as the only possible scientific approach to history, or at least the only one likely to be given credence in universities. So the search was on for more workable categories. In his 1877 Ancient Society, Lewis Henry Morgan proposed a series of steps from savagery through barbarism to civilization which was widely adopted in the new field of anthropology. Meanwhile, Marxists concentrated on forms of domination, and the move out of primitive communism towards slavery, feudalism and capitalism, to be followed by socialism, then communism. All these approaches were basically unworkable, and eventually had to be thrown away as well. Since the 1950s, a body of neo-evolutionist theory has sought to define a new version of the sequence, based on how efficiently groups harvest energy from their environment. 6 As we've seen, almost nobody today subscribes to this framework in its entirety. Indeed, whole volumes have been written taking it to task, or pointing out the many exceptions to its logic. "We are over all that and have moved on" would be the standard reaction of most anthropologists and archaeologists when confronted with such an evolutionary scheme today. But if our fields have moved on, they have done so, it seems, without putting any alternative vision in place, the result being that almost anyone who is not an archaeologist or anthropologist tends to fall back on the older scheme when they set out to think or write about world history on a large canvas. For this reason it might be useful to summarize the older scheme's basic sequence here. Band societies. The simplest stage is still assumed to be made up of hunter-gatherers like the Kung or Hadza, supposedly living in small mobile groups of 20 to 40 individuals, without any formal political roles and minimal division of labor. Such societies are thought to be egalitarian, effectively by default. Tribes. Societies like the Nuer, Dayaks or Kayampo. Tribesmen are typically assumed to be horticulturalists, which is to say they farm but don't create irrigation works or use heavy equipment like plows. They are egalitarian, at least among those of the same age, and for so long allows us to pose a further important question. How inevitable, really, were the type of governments we have today, with their particular fusion of territorial sovereignty, intense administration and competitive politics? Was this really the necessary culmination of human history? One problem with evolutionism is that it takes ways of life that developed in symbiotic relation with each other and reorganizes them into separate stages of human history. By the late 19th century, it was becoming clear that the original sequence as developed by Turgot and others, hunting, pastoralism, agriculture, then finally industrial civilization, didn't really work. Yet at the same time, the publication of Darwin's theories meant that evolutionism became entrenched as the only possible scientific approach to history, or at least the only one likely to be given credence in universities. So the search was on for more workable categories. In his 1877 Ancient Society, Lewis Henry Morgan proposed a series of steps from savagery through barbarism to civilization which was widely adopted in the new field of anthropology. Meanwhile, Marxists concentrated on forms of domination, and the move out of primitive communism towards slavery, feudalism and capitalism, to be followed by socialism, then communism. All these approaches were basically unworkable, and eventually had to be thrown away as well. Since the 1950s, a body of neo-evolutionist theory has sought to define a new version of the sequence, based on how efficiently groups harvest energy from their environment. 6 As we've seen, almost nobody today subscribes to this framework in its entirety. Indeed, whole volumes have been written taking it to task, or pointing out the many exceptions to its logic. "We are over all that and have moved on" would be the standard reaction of most anthropologists and archaeologists when confronted with such an evolutionary scheme today. But if our fields have moved on, they have done so, it seems, without putting any alternative vision in place, the result being that almost anyone who is not an archaeologist or anthropologist tends to fall back on the older scheme when they set out to think or write about world history on a large canvas. For this reason it might be useful to summarize the older scheme's basic sequence here. Band societies. The simplest stage is still assumed to be made up of hunter-gatherers like the Kung or Hadza, supposedly living in small mobile groups of 20 to 40 individuals, without any formal political roles and minimal division of labor. Such societies are thought to be egalitarian, effectively by default. Tribes. Societies like the Nuer, Dayaks or Kayampo. Tribesmen are typically assumed to be horticulturalists, which is to say they farm but don't create irrigation works or use heavy equipment like plows. They are egalitarian, at least among those of the same age, and chiefdoms, while the clans of tribal society are all, ultimately, equivalent. In chiefdoms the kinship system becomes the basis for a system of rank, with aristocrats, commoners and even slaves. The Shilluk, Natchez or Calusa are typically treated as chiefdoms, so are, say, Polynesian kingdoms, or the lords of ancient Gaul. Intensification of production leads to a significant surplus, and classes of full-time craft and ritual specialists emerge, not to mention the chiefly families themselves. There is at least one level of settlement hierarchy, the chief's residence, and everyone else, and the main economic function of the chief is redistributive, pooling resources, often forcibly, and then doling them out to everyone, usually during spectacular feasts. States, much as already described, these tend to be characterized by intensive cereal agriculture, a legal monopoly on the use of force, professional administration and a complex division of labor. As many 20th-century anthropologists pointed out at the time, this scheme doesn't really work either. In reality, big men seem almost entirely confined to Melanesia. Indian chiefs such as Geronimo or Sitting Bull were, in fact, tribal headmen, whose role was nothing like big men in Papua New Guinea. Most of those labeled chiefs in the neo-evolutionist model, as we've already noted, look suspiciously like what we normally think of as kings and may well live in fortified castles, wear ermine robes, support court jesters, have hundreds of wives and harem eunuchs. However, they rarely engage in the mass redistribution of resources, at least not in any systematic way. The evolutionist response to such critiques was not to abandon the scheme but to fine-tune it. Perhaps chiefdoms are more predatory, evolutionists argued, but they are still fundamentally different to states. What's more, they can be subdivided between simple and complex chiefdoms. In the former, the chief really was just a glorified big man, still working like everyone else, with only minimal administrative assistance. In the complex version, he was backed up by at least 2 levels of administrative staff, allowing a genuine class structure. Finally, chiefdoms cycled, which is to say that the simple overlords were constantly, often quite methodically, trying to patch together tiny empires by conquering or subordinating local rivals, so as to catapult themselves towards the next stage of complexity, characterized by 3 levels of administrative hierarchy, or even to found states. While a few ambitious chiefs did manage to pull this off, most failed. They reached their ecological or social limits, this rankled with people, the whole jerry-built contraption collapsed, leaving it for some other aspiring dynast to begin trying to conquer the world, or at least, those parts of it considered worth conquering. In academic circles, an odd disjuncture has developed around the use of such schemes. Most cultural anthropologists view this kind of evolutionary thinking as a sort of quaint relic from their discipline's past, which no one today could possibly take seriously, while most archaeologists only employ terms like tribe, chiefdom or state for lack of an alternative terminology. Yet almost anyone else will treat such schemes as the self-evident basis for all further discussion. Throughout this book, we have spent a good deal of time demonstrating how deceptive all this is. The reason why these ways of thinking remain in place, no matter how many times people point out their incoherence, is precisely because we find it so difficult to imagine history that isn't teleological, that is, to organize history in a way which does not imply that current arrangements were somehow inevitable. As we have already remarked, one of the most puzzling aspects of living in history is that it's almost impossible to predict the course of future events, yet, once events have happened, it's difficult to know what it would even mean to say something else could have happened. A properly historical event has, perhaps, 2 qualities: it could not have been predicted beforehand, but it only happens once. One does not get to fight the Battle of Gaugamela over again, to see what would have happened if Darius had actually won. Speculating what might have happened, had Alexander, say, been hit by a stray arrow, and there had never been a Ptolemaic Egypt or Seleucid Syria, is at best an idle game. It might raise profound questions: how much difference can an individual really make in history? But nevertheless, these are questions that cannot ever be definitively answered. The best we can do, when confronted with unique historical events or configurations such as the Persian or Hellenistic empires, is to engage in a project of comparison. This at least can give us an idea of the sort of things that might happen, and at best a sense of the pattern by which one thing is likely to follow another. The problem is that ever since the Iberian invasion of the Americas, and subsequent European colonial empires, we can't even really do that, because there's ultimately been just one political economic system and it is global. If we wish, say, to assess whether the modern nation-state, industrial capitalism and the spread of lunatic asylums are necessarily linked, as opposed to separate phenomena that just happen to have come together in one part of the world, There's simply no basis on which to judge. 7 All three emerged at a time when the planet was effectively a single global system and we have no other planets to compare ourselves to. One could make the argument, many do, that for most of human history this was already the case. Eurasia and Africa already formed a single interconnected system. Certainly, people, objects and ideas did move back and forth across the Indian Ocean and the Silk Roads, or their Bronze and Iron Age precursors. As a result, dramatic political and economic changes often appeared to occur in more or less coordinated fashion across the Eurasian landmass. To take one famous example, almost a century ago, the German philosopher Karl Jaspers noted that all the major schools of speculative philosophy we know today seem to have emerged, apparently independently, in Greece, India and China at roughly the same time, between the 8th and 3rd centuries BC. What's more, they emerged in precisely those cities which had recently seen the invention and widespread adoption of coined money. Jaspers called this the Axial Age, a term since expanded by others to include the period that saw the birth of all today's world religions, stretching from the Persian prophet Zoroaster, circa 800 BC, to the coming of Islam, circa AD 600. Now, the core period of Jaspers's Axial Age, encompassing the lifetimes of Pythagoras, the Buddha and Confucius, corresponds not only to the invention of metal coinage and new forms of speculative thought, but also the spread of chattel slavery across Eurasia, even in places where it had barely existed before. Moreover, chattel slavery would eventually fall into decline after a succession of Axial Age empires dissolved, the Maurya, Han, Parthian, Roman, along with their prevailing systems of currency. 8 Obviously, it would be wrong to say that Eurasia can be treated as just one place, and therefore to conclude that comparing how these processes unfolded in different parts of Eurasia is meaningless. Equally, it would be wrong to conclude that such patterns are universal features of human development. They might just be what happened in Eurasia. Much of Africa, Oceania or northwestern Europe for that matter, was so tied into the great empires of this period, notably with the convergence of terrestrial and maritime trade routes around the Indian Ocean and Mediterranean in the 5th century BC, but arguably already much earlier, that it's hard to know whether they can be taken as independent points of comparison either. The only real exception were the Americas. Admittedly, even before 1492 there must have been some occasional movement back and forth between the two hemispheres, otherwise there wouldn't have been a human population in the Americas to begin with, but prior to the Iberian invasion, the Americas were not in direct or regular communication with Eurasia. They were in no sense part of the same world system. This is important, because it means we do have one truly independent point of comparison, possibly even two, if we consider North and South America as separate, where it is possible to ask, does history really have to take a certain direction? In the case of the Americas, we actually can pose questions such as, was the rise of monarchy as the world's predominant form of government inevitable? Is cereal agriculture really a trap, and can one really say that once the farming of wheat or rice or maize becomes sufficiently widespread, it's only a matter of time before some enterprising overlord seizes control of the granaries and establishes a regime of bureaucratically administered violence? And once he does, is it inevitable that others will imitate his example? Judging by the history of pre-Columbian North America, at least, the answer to all these questions is a resounding no. In fact, although archaeologists of North America use the language of bands, tribes, chiefdoms and states, what actually seems to have happened there defies all such assumptions. We've already seen how in the western half of the continent there was, if anything, a movement away from agriculture in the centuries before the European invasion, and how plain societies often seem to have moved back and forth, over the course of any given year, between bands and something that shares at least some of the features we identify with states, in other words, between what should have been opposite ends of the scale of social evolution. Even more startling in its own way is what happened in the eastern part of the continent. From roughly AD 1050 to 1350 there was, in what's now East St. Louis, a city whose real name has been forgotten, but which is known to history as Cahokia. 9 It appears to have been the capital of what James Scott would term a classic budding grain state, rising magnificently and seemingly from nowhere, around the time that the Song dynasty ruled in China and the Abbasid Caliphate in Iraq. Cahokia's population peaked at something in the order of 15,000 people, then it abruptly dissolved. Whatever Cahokia represented in the eyes of those under its sway, it seems to have ended up being overwhelmingly and resoundingly rejected by the vast majority of its people. For centuries after its demise the site where the city once stood, and hundreds of miles of river valleys around it, lay entirely devoid of human habitation, a vacant quarter, rather like the Forbidden Zone in Pierre Boulle's Planet of the Apes, a place of ruins and bitter memories. 10. Successor kingdoms to Cahokia sprang up to the south but then likewise crumbled. By the time Europeans arrived on the eastern seaboard of North America, Mississippian civilization, as it has come to be known, was but a distant memory, and the descendants of Cahokia's subjects and neighbors appear to have reorganized themselves into polis-sized tribal republics, in careful ecological balance with their natural environment. What had happened? Were the rulers of Cahokia and other Mississippian cities overthrown by popular uprisings, undermined by mass defection, victims of ecological catastrophe, or, more likely, some intricate mix of all three? Archaeology may one day supply more definitive answers. Until such time, what we can say with some confidence is that the societies encountered by European invaders from the 16th century onwards were the product of centuries of political conflict and self-conscious debate. They were, in many cases, societies in which the ability to engage in self-conscious political debate was itself considered one of the highest human values. It is impossible to understand the devotion to individual liberty, or even the skeptical rationalism of figures like Kandiaronk, outside this larger historical context, or at least, that is what we propose to show in the rest of this chapter. Much though later European authors like to imagine them as innocent children of nature, the indigenous populations of North America were in fact heirs to their own, long intellectual and political history, one that had taken them in a very different some key archaeological sites in the Mississippi River Basin and adjacent regions direction to Eurasian philosophers, and which, arguably, ended up having a profound influence on conceptions of freedom and equality, not just in Europe but everywhere else as well. Of course, we are taught to treat such claims as inherently unlikely, even slightly preposterous. As we've seen in the case of Turgot, evolutionary theory as we know it today was largely created so as to entrench such dismissive attitudes, to make them seem natural or obvious. If the indigenous peoples of North America aren't being imagined as living in a separate time, or as vestiges of some earlier stage of human history, then they're imagined as living in an entirely separate reality. Ontology is the currently fashionable term, a mythic consciousness fundamentally different from our own. If nothing else, it is assumed that any intellectual tradition similar to that which produced Plotinus, Shankara or Zhuangzi can only be the product of a literary tradition in which knowledge becomes cumulative. And since North America did not produce a written tradition, or at least not the sort we are used to recognizing as such, any knowledge it generated, political or otherwise, was necessarily of a different kind. Any similarity we might see to debates or positions familiar from our own intellectual tradition is typically written off as some sort of naive projection of Western categories. Real dialogue is thus impossible. Perhaps the most straightforward way to counteract this sort of argument is by citing a text, which describes a concept the Wendat, Huron, called Ondanonk, a secret desire of the soul manifested by a dream. Hurons believe that our souls have other desires, which are, as it were, inborn and concealed. They believe that our soul makes these natural desires known by means of dreams, which are its language. Accordingly, when these desires are accomplished, it is satisfied, but, on the contrary, if it be not granted what it desires, it becomes angry, and not only does not give its body the good and the happiness that it wished to procure for it, but often it also revolts against the body, causing various diseases, and even death. The author goes on to explain that, in dreams, such secret desires are communicated in a kind of indirect, symbolic language, difficult to understand, and that the Wendat therefore spend a great deal of time trying to decipher the meaning of one another's dreams, or consulting specialists. All this might seem like an oddly clumsy projection of Freudian theory, but for one thing. The text is from 1649. It was written by a certain Father Augano in a Jesuit relation, precisely 250 years before the appearance of the first edition of Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams, 1899, an event which, like Einstein's theory of relativity, is widely seen as one of the founding events of 20th-century thought. What's more, Augano is not our only source. Numerous missionaries attempting to convert other Iroquoian peoples at the same time reported similar theories, which they considered absurd and obviously false, though probably, they concluded, not actually demonic, and attempted to refute, in order to bring their interlocutors around instead to the truth of Holy Scripture. Does this mean that the community in which Kandiaronk grew up was composed of Freudians? Not exactly. There were significant differences between Freudian psychoanalysis and Iroquoian practice, most dramatically in the collective nature of the therapy. Dream guessing was often carried out by groups, and realizing the desires of the dreamer, either literally or symbolically, could involve mobilizing an entire community. Augano reported that the winter months in a Wendat town were largely devoted to organizing collective feasts and dramas, literally in order to make some important man or woman's dreams come true. The point here is that it would be very unwise to dismiss such intellectual traditions as inferior, or for that matter, entirely alien, to our own. One thing that makes the Wendat and Haudenosaunee unusual is that their traditions are so well documented. Many other societies were either entirely destroyed, or reduced to traumatized remnants, long before any such records could be written down. One can only wonder what other intellectual traditions might thus have been forever lost. What we are going to do in the remainder of this chapter, then, is examine the history of the eastern woodlands of North America from roughly AD 200 to 1600 in exactly this light. Our aim here is to understand the local roots of the indigenous critique of European civilization, and how those roots were entangled in a history that began at Cahokia or perhaps even considerably earlier. In which we ask how much of North America came to have a single uniform clan system, and consider the role of the Hopewell interaction sphere. Let's start with a puzzle. We've already had occasion to mention how the same basic repertoire of clan names could be found distributed more or less everywhere across Turtle Island, the indigenous name for the North American continent. There were endless local differences, but there were also consistent alliances, so that it was possible for a traveler hailing from a bear, or wolf or hawk clan in what's now Georgia to travel all the way to Ontario or Arizona and find someone obliged to host them at almost any point in between. This seems all the more remarkable when one considers that literally hundreds of different languages were spoken in North America, belonging to half a dozen completely unrelated language families. It hardly seems likely that clan systems were brought over, fully fledged, with the first human arrivals from Siberia. They must have developed in more recent times. But, and here's our puzzle, considering the distances involved, it's hard to imagine how that could have happened. As Elizabeth Tooker, doyen of Iroquoian Studies, pointed out back in the 1970s, this puzzle is all the more perplexing because it's not entirely clear if North American clans should strictly be considered kinship groups at all. They are more like ritual societies, each dedicated to maintaining a spiritual relation with a different totem animal which is usually only figuratively their ancestor. True, members are recruited by matrilineal or patrilineal descent, and fellow clan members consider one another brothers and sisters whom one therefore cannot marry. Yet nobody kept track of genealogies, and there were no ancestor cults or property claims based on descent. All clan members were, effectively, equal. There wasn't even much in the way of collective property other than certain forms of ritual knowledge, dances or chants, bundles of sacred objects and also a collection of names. A clan typically had a fixed stock of names which were assigned to children. Some of these were chiefly names but, like the sacred paraphernalia, they were rarely directly inherited. Instead, they were assigned to the most likely candidate when a title holder died. A community, moreover, was never made up of just one clan. There were usually quite a number, grouped together into two halves, or moieties, which acted as rivals and complements to one another, competing against one another in sports and burying one another's dead. The overall effect was to efface personal histories from public contexts. Since names were titles, it would be as if the head of one half of the community would always be John F. Kennedy and the other always Richard Nixon. This fusing of titles and names is a peculiarly North American phenomenon. Some version of it appears almost everywhere on Turtle Island, but almost nowhere else in the world do we see anything quite like it. Finally, Tooker notes, clans played a key role in diplomacy, not just in providing hospitality to travelers, but organizing the protocol for diplomatic missions, the paying of compensation to prevent wars, or the incorporation of prisoners, who could simply be assigned a name and thereby become a clan member in their new community, even the replacement for someone who had died in that very conflict. The system appeared to be designed to maximize people's capacity to move, individually or collectively, or for that matter to reshuffle social arrangements. Within these parameters there is an endless, almost kaleidoscopic range of possibilities. But where did this set of parameters come from in the first place? Tooker suggested it might be remnants of some long-forgotten trading empire, perhaps originally established by merchants from central Mexico, but the suggestion wasn't taken seriously by her fellow scholars. Her essay, in fact, is hardly ever cited. There is no evidence that any such trading empire ever existed. It seems more reasonable to assume that a ritual and diplomatic system has its origins in, well, ritual and diplomacy. The first point where we have unmistakable evidence that such a phenomenon could have happened, that is, where active ties developed between virtually all parts of North America, lies in what archaeologists refer to as the Hopewell interaction sphere, a network with its epicenter in the Scioto and Paint Creek River valleys of Ohio. Between roughly 100 BC and AD 500, communities participating in this network deposited treasures under burial mounds, often piled up in extraordinary quantities. The treasures included quartz crystal arrowheads, mica and obsidian from the Appalachians, copper and silver from the Great Lakes, conch shells and shark teeth from Gulf of Mexico, grizzly bear molars from the Rockies, meteoric iron, alligator teeth, barracuda jaws and more. 13 Most of these materials seem to have been used for the manufacture of ritual gear and magnificent costumes, including metal-sheathed pipes and mirrors, worn by shamans, priests and a host of minor officials in a complex organizational structure, the precise nature of which is fiendishly difficult to reconstruct. Even more striking, many of these tombs were located in the vicinity of gigantic earthworks, some literally miles across. The inhabitants of the central Ohio Valley had been creating such structures since the beginning of what archaeologists called the Adena period, around 1000 BC, and earthworks do also appear in earlier archaic phases of North American history. As we've already seen in the case of Poverty Point, whoever designed them was capable of making remarkably sophisticated astronomical calculations and employed accurate systems of measurement. One would imagine such people could also marshal and deploy enormous amounts of labor, although here we must be careful. Evidence from more recent times suggests that the tradition of mound building could have been, in some cases, a side effect of creating dancing grounds or other flat open spaces for feasts, games and assemblies. Each year before a major ritual these spaces would be swept and flattened, and the accumulated dirt and debris piled up in the same place. Over centuries, this could obviously become a very large amount of material to be shaped. Among the Muskogee, for example, such artificial hills would be covered each year by a new mantle of red, yellow, black or white earth. This work was organized by officials on rotating duties and did not require top-down structures of command. Such is clearly not the case, however, with really large structures like Poverty Point or the Hopewell earthworks. These did not grow by slow accretion but were planned in advance. The most impressive sites are almost invariably in river valleys, typically quite close to bodies of water. They rise, literally, out of the sodden mud. As anyone who has played as a child with sand or mud, that is, pretty much anyone, including ancient Amerindians, will be aware, it's easy to make structures out of such material, but almost impossible to keep them from crumbling or washing away again in damp locations. This is where the really impressive engineering comes in. A typical Hopewell site is a complex, mathematically aligned mix of circles, squares and octagons, all made of mud. One of the largest, the Newark Earthworks in Licking County, Ohio, which apparently functioned as a lunar observatory, extends over 2 square miles and contains embankments more than 16 feet tall. The only way to create stable structures of this sort, so stable that they still exist today, was by the use of ingenious building techniques, alternating layers of earth with carefully selected gravels and sand. 15 To anyone seeing them for the first time, rising above the swamps, the effect would be similar to witnessing an ice cube that refused ever to melt in the midday sun, a kind of cosmogonic miracle. We've already mentioned how researchers calculating the maths were startled to discover that, from the archaic phase onwards, geometric earthworks across large parts of the Americas appear to have been using the same system of measurement, one apparently based on the arrangement of chords into equilateral triangles. So the fact that people and materials were converging from far and wide upon the Hopewell mound complexes is not in itself extraordinary. Yet, as archaeologists have also observed, the geometric systems characteristic of the woodland peoples who created Hopewell also mark something of a break with past custom, the introduction of a different metrical system, and a new geometry of forms. Central Ohio was just the epicenter. Sites with earthworks based on this new, Hopewellian geometrical system can be found dotted along the upper and lower reaches of the Mississippi Valley. Some are the size of small towns. They might, and often did, contain meeting houses, craft workshops and charnel houses for the processing of human remains, along with crypts for the dead. A few might have had resident caretakers, though this isn't entirely clear. What is clear is that for most of the year these sites remained largely or completely empty. Only on specific ritual occasions did they come to life as theaters for elaborate ceremonies, densely populated for a week or two at a time, with people drawn from across the region and occasional visitors from very far away. This is another of the puzzles of Hopewell. It had all the elements required to create a classic grain state, as Scott would define it. The Scioto Paint Creek bottomlands, where the largest centers were built, are so fertile they later came to be nicknamed Egypt by European settlers, and at least some of the inhabitants will have been familiar with maize cultivation. But in the same way that they appear to have largely avoided this crop, except perhaps for limited, ritual purposes, they also largely avoided the valley bottoms, preferring to live in isolated homesteads scattered across the landscape and mostly on higher ground. Such homesteads often consisted of a single family, or, at most, 3 or 4. Sometimes these tiny groups moved back and forth between summer and winter houses, pursuing a combination of hunting, fishing, foraging and cultivating local weedy crops in small garden plots, sunflowers, sumpweed, goosefoot, knotweed and maygrass, along with a smattering of vegetables. 17 Presumably people were in regular contact with their neighbors. They seem to have got on with them well enough, since there is little evidence for warfare or organized violence of any sort. 18 But they never came together to create any sort of ongoing village or town life. 19 Monumental architecture on the scale of the Hopewell earthworks is generally assumed to imply a significant agricultural surplus, governed by chiefs or a stratum of religious leaders. Yet this isn't what was going on. Rather we find just the sort of play farming familiar from our discussions in Chapter 6, as well as shamans and engineers who spent the overwhelming majority of their time with the same 5 or 6 companions, but who periodically walked out onto the stage of an extended society that encompassed much of the North American continent. It is also strikingly different from anything we know of later woodland societies that it's difficult to reconstruct exactly what these settlement patterns meant in practice. If nothing else, however, this overall situation illustrates the profound irrelevance of a conventional evolutionist terminology, based on a progression from bands to tribes and chiefdoms. So what kind of societies were these? One thing we can definitely say is that they were artistically brilliant. For all their modest living arrangements, Hopewellians produced one of the most sophisticated repertories of imagery in the pre-Columbian Americas, everything from effigy pipes topped by exquisite animal carvings, used to smoke a variety of tobacco strong enough to induce trance-like states, along with other herbal concoctions, to fired earthen jars covered in elaborate designs, and small copper sheets, worn as breastplates, cut into intricate geometrical designs. Much of the imagery is evocative of shamanic ritual, vision quests and soul journeys. As we noted, there is a particular emphasis on mirrors, but also periodic festivals of the dead. Like Chavindawantar in the Andes, or indeed Poverty Point, social influence derived from control over esoteric forms of knowledge. The main difference is that the Hopewell interaction sphere has no discernible center, no single capital, and unlike Chavin it offers little evidence for the existence of permanent elites, priestly or otherwise. Analysis of burials reveals at least a dozen different sets of insignia, ranging perhaps from funerary priests to clan chief or diviner. Remarkably, it also appears to reveal the existence of a developed clan system, since the ancient inhabitants of central Ohio developed the historically unusual, but from an archaeologist's point of view extraordinarily convenient, habit of including bits of their totem animal, jaws, teeth, claws or talons, often fashioned into pendants or jewelry, in their tombs. All the clans most familiar from later North America, deer, wolf, elk, hawk, snake and so on, were already represented. 20 The really striking thing is that, despite the existence of a system of offices and clans, there appears to be virtually no relation between the two. It is possible that clans sometimes own certain offices, but there is little evidence for the existence of a hereditary, ranked elite. 21 Some suggest that much of Hopewell ritual consisted of heroic-style feasts and contests, races, games and gambling, which, if at all like later feasts of the dead in the American Northeast, often ended by covering great treasures beneath carefully layered strata of soil and gravel, so that nobody, except, perhaps, gods or spirits, would ever see them again. 22 Both the games and burials would, obviously, tend to militate against the accumulation of wealth, or, better put, would ensure that social differences remained largely theatrical. Indeed, even those systemic differences that can be detected seem to be an effect of the ritual system, for the Hopewell heartland appears to break down into a tripartite alliance, 3 great clusters of sites. In the northernmost, centered on Hopewell itself, funerary assemblages focus on shamanic ritual, heroic male figures traveling between cosmic domains. In the southern, best exemplified by the Turner site in southwest Ohio, the emphasis is on an imagery of impersonal masked figures, hilltop earth shrines and chthonic monsters. Still more remarkably, in the northern cluster all those buried with badges of office are men, in the southern, those buried with the same badges of office are just as exclusively women. The central cluster of sites is mixed, in both respects. What's more, there was clearly some kind of systemic coordination between the clusters, with causeways joining them. 24 It's informative, at this point, to compare and contrast the Hopewell interaction sphere with a phenomenon we discussed in the previous chapter, the Ubad village societies of Mesopotamia in the 5th millennium BC. The comparison might seem a stretch, but both can be conceived as culture areas on the grandest possible scale, the first in their respective hemispheres to encompass the entire span of a great river system, the Mississippi and the Euphrates respectively, from headwaters to delta, including all the surrounding plains and coastlands. The establishment of regular cultural interaction on such a scale, across sharply contrasting landscapes and environmental niches, often marks an important turning point in history. In the case of the U-Boat, it created a certain self-conscious form of standardization, a social egalitarianism, that laid foundations for the world's first cities. 26 What happened in the case of Hopewell seems rather different. In fact, in many ways Hopewell and U-Boat are polar cultural opposites. The unity of the U-Boat interaction sphere lay in the suppression of individual differences between people and households. In contrast, the unity of Hopewell lay in the celebration of difference. To take one example, while later North American societies would distinguish entire clans and nations by characteristic hairstyles, so it was a simple matter to distinguish a Seneca, Onondaga or Mohawk warrior at a distance, it is difficult to find two figures in Hopewell art, and there are quite a few of them, that have the same hair. Everybody appears to have been free to make a spectacle of themselves, or to obtain some dramatic role in the theater of society, and this individual expressiveness was reflected in miniature depictions of people sporting what seemed to be an endless variety of playful, idiosyncratic styles of haircut, clothing and ornamentation. Yet all this was intricately coordinated over large areas. Even locally, each earthwork was one element in a continuous ritual landscape. The earthwork's alignments often reference particular segments of the Hopewell calendar, such as the solstices, phases of the moon and so on, with people presumably having to move back and forth regularly between the monuments to complete a full ceremonial cycle. This is complex. One can only imagine the kind of detailed knowledge of stars, rivers and seasons that would have been required to coordinate people from hundreds of miles away, such that they might congregate on time for rituals in centers that lasted only for periods of 5 or 6 days at a time, over the course of a year. Let alone what it would take to actually transform such a system across the length and breadth of a continent. In later times, feasts of the dead were also occasions for the resurrection of names, as the titles of those who were now gone passed to the living. It may have been through some such mechanisms that Hopewell disseminated the basic structure of its clan system across North America. It's even possible that when the spectacular burials in Hopewell came to an end around AD 400, it was largely because Hopewell's work was done. The idiosyncratic nature of its ritual art, for instance, gave way to standardized versions disseminated across the continent, while great treks to fantastic, temporary capitals that rose miraculously from the mud were no longer required to establish ties between groups, who now had a shared idiom for personal diplomacy, a common set of rules for interacting with strangers. 28. In which we tell the story of Cahokia, which looks like it ought to be the first state in America. One of the many puzzles of Hopewell is how its social arrangements seem to anticipate much later institutions. There was a division between white and red clans, the first identified with summer, circular houses and peacemaking, the second with winter, square houses and warfare. 29 Most later indigenous societies had a separation between peace chiefs and war chiefs. An entirely different administration came into force in times of military conflict, then melted away as soon as matters were resolved. Some of this symbolism appears to originate in Hopewell. Archaeologists even identify certain figures as war chiefs, and yet, despite all this, there is an almost total lack of evidence for actual warfare. One possibility is that conflict took a different, more theatrical form, as in later times, when rival nations or enemy moieties would often play out their hostilities through aggressive games of lacrosse. 30. In the centuries following the decline of the Hopewell setters, roughly from AD 400 to 800, we start to see a series of familiar developments. First, some groups began adopting maize as a staple crop and growing it in river valleys along the Mississippi floodplain. Second, actual armed conflict becomes more frequent. In at least some places, this led to populations living for longer periods around their local earthworks. Especially in the Mississippi Valley and on adjacent bluffs, a pattern emerged of small towns centered on earthen pyramids and plazas, some fortified, often surrounded by extensive stretches of no-man's land. A few came to resemble tiny kingdoms. Eventually this situation led to a veritable urban explosion with its epicenter at the site of Cahokia, which was soon to become the greatest city in the Americas north of Mexico. Cahokia lies in an extensive floodplain along the Mississippi known as the American Bottom. It was a bounteous and fertile environment, ideal for growing maize, but still a challenging place to build a city since much of it was swampland, foggy and full of shallow pools. Charles Dickens, who once visited this place, described it as an unbroken slough of black mud and water. In Mississippian cosmology, watery places like this were connected to the chaotic underworld, seen as the diametrical opposite of a precise, predictable celestial order, and it's no doubt significant that some of the first large-scale construction at Cahokia centered on a processional walkway known as the Rattlesnake Causeway, designed to rise from the surrounding waters and leading towards the surrounding ridgetop tombs, a path of souls, or way of the dead. To begin with, then, Cahokia was likely a place of pilgrimage, much like some of the Hopewell sites. 31. Its inhabitants also shared with Hopewell the same love of games. Around AD 600, someone living at Cahokia or close by seems to have come up with the idea for chunky, later to become one of the most popular sports in North America. Chunky was a complex and highly coordinated affair in which running players tried to throw poles as close as possible to a rolling wheel or ball without actually touching it. 32 It was played at several earthwork sites that sprang up along the American bottom, one way of holding together the increasingly disparate groups of people who came to settle there. In social terms, it had certain things in common with Mesoamerican ball games, though the rules were entirely different. It could be either a substitute for, or continuation of, war. It was tied into legend, in this case, the story of Red Horn the Morning Star who, much like the Maya hero twins, confronted gods of the underworld, and it could become the focus of frenetic gambling, when some would even raise themselves or their families as stakes. 33. In Cahokia and its hinterland we can chart the rise of social hierarchies through the lens of Chunky, as the game became increasingly monopolized by an exclusive elite. One sign of this is how stone Chunky discs disappear from ordinary burials, just as beautifully crafted versions of them start to appear in the richest graves. Chunky was becoming a spectator sport, and Cahokia the sponsor of a new regional, Mississippian elite. We are not sure exactly how it happened, as an act of religious revelation, perhaps, but around AD 1050 Cahokia exploded in size, growing from a fairly modest community to a city of over 6 square miles, including more than 100 earthen mounds built around spacious plazas. Its original population of a few thousand was augmented by perhaps 10,000 more, coming from outside to settle in Cahokia and its satellite towns, totaling something in the order of 40,000 in the American bottom as a whole. 34. The main part of the city was designed and built according to a master plan in a single burst of activity. Its focus was a huge packed earth pyramid known today as Monk's Mound, standing before an enormous plaza. In a smaller plaza to the west stood a wood hedge of cypress posts marking out the sun's annual course. Some of Cahokia's pyramids were topped with palaces or temples, others with charnel houses or sweat lodges. A calculated effort was made to resettle foreign populations, or at least their most important, influential representatives, in newly designed thatch houses, arranged in neighborhoods around smaller plazas and earthen pyramids. Many had their own craft specializations or ethnic identity. 35 From the summit of Monk's Mound the city's ruling elite enjoyed powers of surveillance over these planned residential zones. 36 At the same time, existing villages and hamlets in Cahokia's hinterland were disbanded and the rural population dispersed, scattered in homesteads of 1 or 2 families. 37. What's so striking about this pattern is its suggestion of an almost complete dismantling of any self-governing communities outside the city. For those who fell within its orbit, there was nothing much left between domestic life, lived under constant surveillance from above, and the awesome spectacle of the city itself. 38 That spectacle could be terrifying. Along with games and feasts, in the early decades of Cahokia's expansion there were mass executions and burials, carried out in public. As with fledgling kingdoms in other parts of the world, these large-scale killings were directly associated with the funerary rites of nobility, in this case, a mortuary facility centered on the paired burials of high-status males and females, 39 whose shrouded bodies were placed around a surface built up from some thousands of shell beads. Around them an earthen mound was formed, precisely oriented to an azimuth derived from the southernmost rising point of the moon. Its contents included 4 mass graves holding the stacked bodies of mainly young women, though one was over 50, who were killed specifically for the occasion. 40. Carefully sifting through the ethnographic and historical evidence, scholars have reconstructed the outlines of what Cahokia, and later kingdoms modeled on it, must have looked like. While something endured of the earlier clan organizations, the old moiety system was transformed into an opposition between nobles and commoners. The Mississippians appear to have been matrilineal, which meant that a Miko, ruler, was not succeeded by his children but by his eldest nephew. Nobles could only marry commoners, and after several generations of such intermarriage the descendants of kings might lose their noble status entirely. So a pool of nobles turned commoners always existed from which warriors and administrators could be drawn. Genealogies were carefully preserved, and there was a priesthood devoted to maintaining the temples, which contained images of royal ancestors. Lastly, there was a system of titles for heroic achievement in war, which made it possible for commoners to win their way into the nobility, a status symbolized in Birdman imagery, which also invoked the prestige of competing at chunky tournaments. 41. Birdman symbolism was especially marked in the smaller kingdoms, some 50 in all, that began to appear up and down the Mississippi, of which the largest are at places called Etowah, Mountville, and Spiro. The rulers of these towns were often buried with what seemed to be precious badges and insignia manufactured at Cahokia. Sacred images in Cahokia itself focused not so much on the hawk and falcon symbolism that appeared everywhere else as, fittingly for an increasingly prominent center of intensive grain production, on the figure of the Corn Mother, who also appears as the Old Woman, a goddess holding a loom. During the 11th and 12th centuries, Mississippian sites with links of various kinds to Cahokia appear everywhere from Virginia to Minnesota, often in aggressive conflict with their neighbors. Trade routes spanning the continent were activated, the materials for new treasures pouring into the American bottom much as they once had to Hopewell. 42. Very little of this expansion was directly controlled from the center. We are unlikely to be talking about an actual empire so much as an intricate ritual alliance, backed up ultimately by force, and things began to grow increasingly violent, fairly fast. Within a century of the initial urban explosion at Cahokia, in about AD 1150, a giant palisaded wall was built, though it only included some parts of the city and not others. This marked the beginning of a long and uneven process of war, destruction and depopulation. At first people seem to have fled the metropolis for the hinterlands, then ultimately abandoned the rural bottomlands entirely. 43 This same process can be observed in many of the smaller Mississippian towns. Most appear to have begun as cooperative enterprises before becoming centralized around the cult of some royal line and receiving patronage from Cahokia. Then, over the course of a century or two, they emptied out, in much the same way as the Natchez Great Village was later to do, and possibly for much the same reasons, as subjects sought freer lives elsewhere, until finally being sacked, burned or simply deserted. Whatever happened in Cahokia, it appears to have left extremely unpleasant memories. Along with much of its Birdman mythology, the place was erased from any later oral traditions. After AD 1400 the entire fertile expanse of the American bottom, which at the city's height had contained perhaps as many as 40,000 people, along with the territory from Cahokia up to the Ohio River, became what's referred to in the literature as the vacant or empty quarter, a haunted wilderness of overgrown pyramids and housing blocks crumbling back into swamp, occasionally traversed by hunters but devoid of permanent human settlement. 44. Scholars continue to debate the relative importance of ecological and social factors in Cahokia's collapse, just as they argue about whether or not it should be considered a complex chiefdom or a state. 45 In our own terms, as set out in the last chapter, what we appear to have in Cahokia is a second-order regime in which two of our three elementary forms of domination, in this case, control over violence and charismatic politics, came together in a powerful, even explosive cocktail. This is the same combination we found in the classic Maya elite, for whom competitive sports and warfare were similarly fused, and who extended their sovereignty by bringing large populations into their orbit through organized spectacle, or by capture, or other forms of compulsion we can only guess at. Both in Cahokia and the classic Maya, managerial activities seem to have focused on the administration of otherworldly matters, notably in the sophistication of their ritual calendars and precise orchestration of sacred space. These, however, had real-world effects, especially in the areas of city planning, labor mobilization, public surveillance and careful monitoring of the maize cycle. 46 Perhaps we are dealing here with attempts to create third-order regimes of domination, albeit of a very different kind to modern nation-states, in which control over violence and esoteric knowledge became caught up in the spiraling political competition of rival elites. This may also explain why, in both cases, Cahokia and the Maya, the collapse of such totalitarian, even, projects, when it happened, was itself sudden, comprehensive and total. Whatever the precise combination of factors at play, by about AD 1350 or 1400 the result was mass defection. Just as the metropolis of Cahokia was founded through its rulers' ability to bring diverse populations together, often from across long distances, in the end the descendants of those people simply walked away. The vacant quarter implies a self-conscious rejection of everything the city of Cahokia stood for. 47 How did it happen? Among descendants of Cahokian subjects, migration is often framed as implying the restructuring of an entire social order, merging our three elementary freedoms into a single project of emancipation, to move away, to disobey and to build new social worlds. As we'll see, the Osage, A Siouan people who appear originally to have inhabited the region of Fort Ancient in the Middle Ohio River Valley before abandoning it for the Great Plains, use the expression moving to a new country as a synonym for constitutional change. 48 It is important to bear in mind that in this part of North America, populations were relatively sparse. There were extensive stretches of uninhabited territory, often marked by ruins and effigies, their builders long since forgotten, so it was not difficult for groups simply to relocate. What we would now call social movements often took the form of quite literal physical movements. To get a sense of the kind of ideological conflicts that must have been going on, let's consider the history of the Etowah River Valley, part of a region then inhabited by ancestors of the Choctaw, in Georgia and Tennessee. Around the time of Cahokia's initial takeoff between AD 1000 and 1200, this area was emerging from a period of generalized warfare. Post-conflict settlement involved the creation of small towns, each with its temple, pyramids and plaza, and in every case centered on a large council house, designed as a meeting place for the entire adult community. Grave goods of the time show no indications of rank. Around 1200 the Etowah Valley was for some reason abandoned, then, around half a century later, people returned to it. A burst of construction ensued, including a palace and charnel house on top of giant mounds, walled off from commoner eyes, and a royal tomb, placed directly atop the ruins of the communal council house. Burials there were accompanied by magnificent birdman costumes and regalia apparently sent from the workshops of Cahokia itself. Smaller villages were broken up, some of their old residents moved into Etowah, and in the countryside they were replaced by the familiar pattern of scattered homesteads. 49. Enclosed by a perimeter ditch and substantial palisade wall, the town of Etowah was at this point clearly the capital of some sort of kingdom. In 1375 someone, whether external enemies or internal rebels, we do not know, sacked Etowah and desecrated its holy places. Then, after a brief and abortive attempted reoccupation, Etowah was again entirely abandoned, as were all the towns across the region. During this period the priestly order seemed largely to vanish across much of the southeast, to be replaced by warrior Micahs. Occasionally, these petty rulers would become paramount in a given region, but they lacked either the ritual authority or economic resources to create the kind of urban life that existed before. In about 1500 the Etowah Valley fell under the sway of the Kingdom of Coosa, by which time most of the original population appears to have left and moved on, leaving behind little more than a museum of earthworks for the Coosa to lord it over. Some of those who walked away concentrated around the new capitals. In 1540, a member of Hernando de Soto's expedition described the Mica of Coosa and his core territory, a place now known, oddly enough, as Little Egypt, in the following terms. The cacique came out to welcome him in a carrying chair borne on the shoulders of his principal men, seated on a cushion, and covered with a robe of marten skins of the form and size of a woman's shawl. He wore a crown of feathers on his head, and around him were many Indians playing and singing. The land was very populous and had many large towns and planted fields which reached from one town to the other. It was a charming and fertile land, with good cultivated fields stretching along the rivers. 51. In the 16th and 17th centuries, petty kingdoms of this sort appear to have been the dominant political form in much of the southeast. Their rulers were treated with reverence and received tribute, but their rule was brittle and unstable. The Coosa Micah's litter, like that of his chief rival, the Lady of Cofetachaki, was carried by subordinate lords, largely because the latter couldn't be trusted not to rise up unless kept under constant surveillance. Shortly after De Soto's departure several of them did just that, causing the Kingdom of Coosa to collapse. Meanwhile, outside the central towns much more egalitarian forms of communal life were taking form. On how the collapse of the Mississippian world and rejection of its legacy opened the way to new forms of indigenous politics around the time of the European invasion. By the early 18th century these petty kingdoms, and the very practice of building mounds and pyramids, had almost entirely vanished from the American South and Midwest. At the edge of the prairies, for example, people living in scattered homesteads began migrating seasonally, leaving the very young and old behind in the earthwork towns and taking to extended hunting and fishing in the surrounding uplands, before finally relocating entirely. In other areas, the towns would be reduced to ceremonial centers or Natchez-style hollow courts, where the Miko continued to be paid magnificent tokens of respect but held almost no actual power. Then finally, when those rulers were definitively gone, people would begin descending back into the valleys, but this time in communities organized on very different principles, small towns of a few hundred people, or at most 1,000 or 2,000, with egalitarian clan structures and communal council houses. Today historians seem inclined to see these developments as in large part a reaction to the shock of war, slavery, conquest and disease introduced by European settlers. However, they appear to have been the logical culmination of processes that had been going on for centuries before that. By 1715, the year of the Yamasee War, the dismantling of petty kingdoms was complete across the entire region of former Mississippian influence, except for isolated holdovers like the Natchez. Earthworks and homesteads were both things of the past, and the Southeast came to be divided among tribal republics, of the sort familiar from early ethnography. A number of factors made this possible. The first was demographic. As we've noted, North American societies were, with few exceptions, marked by low birth rates and low population densities, which in turn facilitated mobility and made it easier for agriculturalists to shift back to a mode of subsistence more oriented to hunting, fishing and foraging, or simply to relocate entirely. Meanwhile, women, who in one of Scott's grain states would typically be viewed by the male authorities as little more than baby-making machines, and when not pregnant or nursing to be engaged in industrial tasks like spinning and weaving, took on stronger political roles. Such details form part of the cultural background to a political struggle over the role of hereditary leadership and privileged esoteric knowledge. These battles were still being fought into relatively recent times. Considered the nations known in the colonial period as the 5 civilized tribes of the American Southeast: Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole. All of them exemplify this pattern, being governed by communal councils in which all had equal say and operating by a process of consensus finding. Yet at the same time, all shared traces of the older priests, castes and princes. In some cases hereditary leadership may have persisted into the 19th century, straining against the wider preference for more democratic forms of government. Some see the egalitarian institutions themselves as an outcome of self-conscious social movements, centered on the summer green corn ceremonies. 55 In art, their symbol was the looped square. Architecturally, this symbolic template was realized in the creation not just of council or town houses, but also square grounds for public meetings, a feature with no precedent in the old Mississippian towns and cities. Among the Cherokee we find evidence of priests claiming to be sent from the heavens with special knowledge to impart. Yet we also find stories, such as that of the Ani-Kutani, about the existence long ago of a theocratic society governed by a hereditary caste of male priests and how they so systematically abused their power, particularly in their abuse of women, that the people rose up and massacred the lot of them. 56. Much like the arguments Iroquoian speakers presented to Jesuit missionaries, or for that matter their theories about dreams, descriptions of daily life in these post-Mississippian townships often feel strikingly familiar, perhaps disturbingly so for anyone committed to the idea that the Age of Enlightenment was the result of a civilizing process originating exclusively in Europe. Among the Creek, for instance, the post of Miko was reduced to a facilitator of the assembly and supervisor of collective granaries. Each day the adult men of a town would gather to spend much of the day arguing about politics, in a spirit of rational debate, in conversations punctuated by the smoking of tobacco and drinking of caffeinated beverages. 57 Both tobacco and the black drink had originally been drugs ingested by shamans or other spiritual virtuosos in intense and highly concentrated doses so as to produce altered states of consciousness. Now, instead, they were doled out in carefully measured portions to everyone assembled. What Jesuits reported in the Northeast seems to apply here too. They believe that there is nothing so suitable as tobacco to appease the passions. That is why they never attend a council without a pipe or calumet in their mouths. The smoke, they say, gives them intelligence, and enables them to see clearly through the most intricate matters. Now, if all this sounds suspiciously reminiscent of an Enlightenment coffee house, it isn't a total coincidence. Tobacco, for example, was adopted around this period by settlers, then taken back and popularized in Europe itself, and it was indeed promoted in Europe as a drug to be taken in small doses to focus the mind. Obviously, there is no direct cultural translation here. There never is. But as we have seen, indigenous North American ideas, from the advocacy of individual liberties to skepticism of revealed religion, certainly had an impact on the European Enlightenment, even though, like pipe smoking, such ideas underwent many transformations in the process. No doubt it would be too much to suggest that the Enlightenment itself had its first stirrings in 17th century North America. But it's possible, perhaps, to imagine some future non-Eurocentric history where such a suggestion would not be treated as almost by definition outrageous and absurd. How the Osage came to embody the principle of self-constitution, later to be celebrated in Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws. Clearly, evolutionist categories only confuse the issue here. Arguing about whether Hopewellians were bands, tribes or chiefdoms, or indeed whether Cahokia was a complex chiefdom or a state, tells us virtually nothing. insofar as we can speak of states and chiefdoms at all. In the case of native North America, the state-making project seems to come first, virtually out of nowhere, and the chiefdoms observed by De Soto and his successors appear to be little more than the rubble left behind by its downfall. There must be more interesting and useful questions to ask of the past, and the categories we've been developing in this book suggest what some of these might be. As we've seen, an important feature in much of the Americas is the relationship between esoteric and bureaucratic knowledge. On the surface, the two might not have much to do with one another. It is easy enough to see how brute force can take institutional form in sovereignty, or as the assertion of charisma in a competitive political field. The path from knowledge, as a general form of domination, to administrative power might seem more circuitous. Does the kind of esoteric knowledge we encounter at Chavin, often founded in hallucinogenic experience, really have anything in common with the accounting methods of the later Inca? It seems highly unlikely, until, that is, we recall that even in much more recent times, qualifications to enter bureaucracies are typically based on some form of knowledge that has virtually nothing to do with actual administration. It's only important because it's obscure. Hence in 10th century China or 18th century Germany, aspiring civil servants had to pass exams on proficiency in literary classics, written in archaic or even dead languages, just as today they will have had to pass exams on rational choice theory or the philosophy of Jacques Derrida. The arts of administration are really only learned later on and through more traditional means, by practice, apprenticeship or informal mentoring. Similarly, those who designed the great construction projects of Poverty Point or Hopewell were clearly drawing on esoteric knowledge of some sort, astronomical, mythic, numerological, which was contiguous with the practical knowledge of maths, engineering and construction, not to mention techniques of organizing and monitoring human labor, even voluntary labor, which were required to realize those designs. Over the long term of pre-Columbian history, this particular sort of knowledge always seems to lie at the core of systems of domination that periodically emerged. Hopewell is a perfect example, since the heroic games that accompanied ceremonial projects were not really the basis for systematic domination at all. 60 Cahokia, on the other hand, appears to represent a self-conscious effort to turn that style of administrative esoterica into a basis for sovereignty, the gradual transformation of geometric earthworks, designed on cosmic principles, into actual fortifications being only the most obvious indication. In the end it didn't work. Political power retreated back into heroic theater, if in a decidedly more violent form. Even more strikingly, however, the very principle of esoteric knowledge came increasingly to be challenged. What we saw in Hopewell was a kind of reformation, in the same sense that the European Reformation of the 16th century involved a fundamental reorientation of access to the sacred, albeit one which had knock-on effects in just about every other aspect of social life, from the organization of work to the nature of politics. In Europe these battles played out over the medium of scripture, the translation of the Bible from obscure ancient languages into regional vernaculars, and its release from the closed sanctuary of the high faith into mass dissemination via the printing press. In the pre-Columbian Americas, the equivalent media revolution focused instead on the, quite literal, reformation of mathematical principles underlying the creation of complex geometrical earthworks which captured the sacred in spatial form. In both cases, such reformations determined who could and could not partake of a sacred power encapsulated in stories and myths, encoded on the one hand as complex layers of scripture, the Old and New Testaments and other holy books, and on the other as a network of landscape monuments, just as complex in their own way. Indeed, there is every reason to think that the images of Chthonic and other beings frozen in ancient earthworks were testaments of a sort. They were mnemonic schemes that prompted the recollection and reenactment of exploits carried out by founding ancestors at the beginning of days and magnified in monumental form, to be witnessed by the powers dwelling on high. While European clergy burned incense to form a sentient bond with the invisible, a distant echo of biblical animal sacrifice, Hopewell peoples lit tobacco in their effigy pipes, sending smoke up towards the heavens. Here we begin to comprehend what it might have meant actually to stop creating such monuments entirely, or to repurpose drugs like tobacco towards collective, rational debate. Of course, this does not necessarily imply a systematic, Enlightenment-style rejection of esoteric knowledge. It could also mean the democratization of such knowledge, or at least the transformation of what had once been a theocratic elite into a kind of oligarchy. We find an excellent example of this in the history of the Osage. A nation of the Great Plains, the Osage are directly descended from Mississippianized Fort ancient people, and much of their ritual and mythology can be traced back directly to their Midwestern origins. 61 The Osage were doubly fortunate. First, because they succeeded in taking advantage of a strategic position on the Missouri River to ally with the French government and thereby maintain their independence, even creating something of a trading empire from 1678 to 1803. Second, because the ethnographer who documented their ancient traditions in the first decades of the 20th century, Francis La Flèche, was himself a native speaker of Omaha, a closely related language, and therefore appears to have been unusually capable and receptive. As a result, we have a much better sense of how Osage elders thought about their own traditions than is the case for most other Plains societies. Let us begin with a map of a typical Osage summer village. Osage communities typically moved between three seasonal locations: permanent villages of multi-family lodge houses made up of perhaps 2,000 people, summer camps, and camps for the annual midwinter bison hunts. The basic village pattern was a circle divided into two exogamous moieties, sky and earth, with 24 clans in all, each of which had to be represented in any settlement or camp, just as at least one representative of each had to be present for any major ritual. The system was initially based on a tripartite division: 7 clans each designated Sky People, Earth People, and Water People, with the last two grouped together as the Earth moiety in relation to Sky, making 21. Then over time this was expanded when clans were added to become 7-2, Sky, Tsiju, against 7-7-1, Earth, Honga, giving 24 in total. At this point you may well be wondering how, precisely, did it ever come about that people arranged themselves in such intricate patterns? Who exactly decided that each of the 24 clans would be represented in every village, and how did they orchestrate things so it would happen? In the case of the Osage we actually have something of an answer, since Osage history was remembered essentially as a series of constitutional crises in which the elders of the community gradually worked out exactly this arrangement. The history, according to La Flèche, is difficult to piece together because it is distributed among the clans. Or, to be more exact, a bare-bones version of the story, full of cryptic allusions, is known to everyone, but each clan also has its own history and stock of secret knowledge, whereby the true meaning of certain aspects of the story is revealed over the course of 7 levels of initiation. The real story then can be said to be broken into 168 pieces, arguably 336, since each revelation contained 2 parts, a political history and an accompanying philosophical reflection on what that history reveals about the forces responsible for dynamic aspects of the visible world that cause the stars to move, plants to grow, and so forth. Records, La Flèche observed, had also been kept of particular discussions in which various results of this study of nature were debated and discussed. Osage concluded that this force was ultimately unknowable and gave it the name Wakanda, which could alternately be translated as God or mystery. Through lengthy investigation, La Flèche notes, elders determined that life and motion was produced by the interaction of 2 principles, sky and earth, and therefore they divided their own society in the same way, arranging it so that men from one division could only take quiets from the other. A village was a model of the universe, and as such a form of supplication to its animating power. Initiation through the levels of understanding required a substantial investment of time and wealth, and most Osage only attained the first or second tier. Those who reached the top were known collectively as the Nohothing or Little Old Men, though some were women, and were also the ultimate political authorities. While every Osage was expected to spend an hour after sunrise in prayerful reflection, the Little Old Men carried out daily deliberations on questions of natural philosophy and their specific relevance to political issues of the day. They also kept a history of the most important discussions. 65 La Flèche explains that, periodically, particularly perplexing questions would come up, either about the nature of the visible universe, or about the application of these understandings to human affairs. At this point it was customary for 2 elders to retreat to a secluded spot in the wilderness and carry out a vigil for 4 to 7 days, to search their minds, before returning with a report on their conclusions. The Nohothing were the body that met daily to discuss affairs of state. 66 While larger assemblies could be called to ratify decisions, they were the effective government. In this sense one could say that the Osage were a theocracy, though it would be more accurate, perhaps, to say there was no difference between officials, priests and philosophers. All were title-bearing officials, including the soldiers assigned to help chiefs enforce their decisions, while protectors of the land assigned to hunt down and kill outsiders who poached game were also religious figures. As for the history, it begins in mythic terms, as an allegorical fable, then rapidly turns into a story about institutional reform. In the beginning, the 3 main divisions, Sky People, Earth People and Water People, descended into the world and set out in search of its indigenous inhabitants. When they located these inhabitants, they were discovered to be in a repulsive state, living amid filth, bones and carrion, feeding on offal, rotting flesh, even each other. Despite this more than Hobbesian situation, the isolated Earth people, as they came to be known, were also powerful sorcerers, capable of using the four winds to destroy life everywhere. Only the chief of the water division had the courage to enter their village, negotiate with their leader and convince his people to abandon their murderous and unsanitary ways. In the end, he persuaded the isolated Earth people to join them in a federation, to move to a new country, free from the pollution of decaying corpses. This is how the circular village plan was first conceived, with the one-time wizards placed opposite water, at the eastern door, where they were in charge of the House of Mystery, used for all peaceful rituals, and where all children were brought to be named. The Bear clan of the Earth Division was put in charge of an opposite House of Mystery, responsible for rituals concerning war. The problem was that the isolated Earth people, while no longer murderous, did not prove particularly effective allies either. Before long everything had descended into continual strife and feuding, until the Water Division demanded another move to a new country, which initiated, among other things, an elaborate process of constitutional reform, making declarations of war impossible without the acquiescence of every clan. This too proved problematic over time, since it meant that if an external enemy entered the country, at least a week was required to organize a military response. Eventually it became necessary yet again to move to another country, which this time involved the creation of a new, decentralized clan-by-clan system of military authority. This in turn led to a new crisis and round of reforms, in this case, the separation of civil and military affairs with the creation of a hereditary peace chief for each division, their houses placed on the east and west extremes of the village, and various subordinate officials, as well as a parallel structure with responsibility for all 5 major Osage villages. We will not linger over the details. But 2 elements of the story deserve emphasis. The first is that the narrative sets off from the neutralization of arbitrary power, the taming of the isolated Earth people's leader, the chief sorcerer, who abuses his deadly knowledge, by according him some central position in a new system of alliances. This is a common story among the descendants of groups that had formerly come under the influence of Mississippian civilization. In the process of co-opting their leader, the destructive ritual knowledge once held by the isolated Earth people was, eventually, distributed to everyone, along with elaborate checks and balances concerning its use. The second is that even the Osage, who ascribed key roles to sacred knowledge in their political affairs, in no sense saw their social structure as something given from on high but rather as a series of legal and intellectual discoveries, even breakthroughs. This last point is critical, because, as outlined earlier, we are used to imagining that the very notion of a people self-consciously creating their own institutional arrangements is largely a product of the Enlightenment. Obviously, the idea that nations could be effectively created by great lawmakers such as Solon of Athens, Lycurgus in Sparta or Zoroaster in Persia, and that their national character was in some sense a product of that institutional structure, was a familiar one in antiquity. But we are generally taught to think of the French political philosopher Charles-Louis de Secunda, Baron de Montesquieu, as the first to build an explicit and systematic body of theory based on the principle of institutional reform with his book The Spirit of the Laws, 1748. By doing so, it's widely believed, he effectively created modern politics. The founding fathers of the United States, all avid readers of Montesquieu, were consciously trying to put his theories into practice when they attempted to create a constitution that would preserve the spirit of individual liberty, and spoke of the results as a government of laws and not of men. As it turns out, precisely this sort of thinking was commonplace in North America well before European settlers appeared on the scene. It might not be a coincidence, in fact, that in 1725 a French explorer named Bergmont brought an Osage and Missouri delegation across the Atlantic to Paris, around the time Lahontan's works were at the height of their popularity. It was traditional at the time to organize a series of public events around such savage diplomats and arrange private meetings with prominent European intellectuals. We don't know whom specifically they met with, but Montesquieu was indeed in Paris at the time, and already working on such subjects. As one historian of the Osage notes, it is hard to imagine Montesquieu would not have attended. At any rate, the chapters in The Spirit of the Laws which speculate on the modes of savage government seem an almost exact reproduction of what Montesquieu would likely have heard from them, albeit framed by an artificial distinction between those who do or don't cultivate the land. The connections may well run deeper than we think. In which we return to Iroquois, and consider the political philosophies likely to have been familiar to Kondiaronk in his youth. We have come full circle. The case of North America not only throws conventional evolutionary schemes into chaos, it also clearly demonstrates that it's simply not true to say that if one falls into the trap of state formation there's no getting out. Whatever happened in Cahokia, The backlash against it was so severe that it set forth repercussions we are still feeling today. What we are suggesting is that indigenous doctrines of individual liberty, mutual aid and political equality, which made such an impression on French Enlightenment thinkers, were neither, as many of them supposed, the way all humans can be expected to behave in a state of nature. Nor were they, as many anthropologists now assume, simply the way the cultural cookie happened to crumble in that particular part of the world. This is not to say there is no truth whatsoever in either of these positions. As we've said before, there are certain freedoms, to move, to disobey, to rearrange social ties, that tend to be taken for granted by anyone who has not been specifically trained into obedience, as anyone reading this book, for instance, is likely to have been. Still, the societies that European settlers encountered, and the ideals expressed by thinkers like Kandiaronk, only really make sense as the product of a specific political history, a history in which questions of hereditary power, revealed religion, personal freedom and the independence of women were still very much matters of self-conscious debate, and in which the overall direction, for the last 3 centuries at least, had been explicitly anti-authoritarian. East St. Louis is, of course, a long way from Montreal, and no one to our knowledge has ever suggested that Iroquois and speaking peoples of the Great Lakes region were ever, themselves, directly under Mississippian rule. So it would be going a bit too far to suggest that the views recorded by men like Lahontan were, in any literal sense, the ideology that overthrew Mississippian civilization. Still, a careful review of oral traditions, historical accounts and the ethnographic record shows that those who framed what we call the indigenous critique of European civilization were not only keenly aware of alternative political possibilities, but for the most part saw their own social orders as self-conscious creations, designed as a barrier against all that Cahokia might have represented, or indeed, all those qualities they were later to find so objectionable in the French. Let us start with the available oral traditions. These are unfortunately somewhat limited. During the late 16th and early 17th centuries, Iroquois was divided between a number of shifting political coalitions and confederacies, of which the most prominent were the Wendat, Huron, based in what's now Quebec, the Five Nations or Haudenosaunee, often referred to as League Iroquois, distributed across what's now upstate New York, and an Ontario-based confederation that the French referred to as the Neutrals. The Wendat referred to this last as Itiwanderonk, which literally means those whose speech is not quite right. We don't actually know what these neutrals called themselves, clearly it wasn't that, but according to early accounts, they were by far the most numerous and powerful, at least until their society was devastated by famine and disease in the 1630s and 1640s. Afterwards the survivors were absorbed by the Seneca, given names and thus incorporated in one or other Seneca clan. A similar fate befell the Wendat Confederation, whose power had been decisively broken in the year Kandiaronk was born, 1649, when they were scattered or absorbed during the notorious Beaver Wars. In Kandiaronk's own lifetime the remaining Wendat were leading a fairly precarious existence, partly driven north towards Quebec, partly under the protection of a French fort in a place called Michilimackinac, near Lake Michigan. Kandiaronk himself spent much of his life trying to put the Confederation's pieces back together and, according to oral histories at least, attempting to found a coalition that would unite the warring nations against the invaders. In this he failed. As a result, we don't actually know the stories told by members of any of these other great confederacies about the origins of their political institutions. By the time oral histories began to be written down in the 19th century, only the Haudenosaunee remained. We do, however, have numerous versions of the foundation of the League of Five Nations, the Seneca, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga and Mohawk, an epic known as the Gainashagawa. What is most remarkable about this epic, in the present context at least, is the degree to which it represents political institutions as self-conscious human creations. Certainly, the story contains magical elements. In a certain sense, the main characters, Deganawide the Peacemaker, Jigsaw the Mother of Nations and so forth, are reincarnations of characters from the creation myth. But what comes through most strongly in the text is its representation of a social problem with a social solution, a breakdown of relationships in which the country is plunged into chaos and revenge, spiraling to a point where social order has dissolved away and where the powerful have become literal cannibals. Most powerful of all is a Dodorho, Tododaho, who is represented as a witch, deformed, monstrous and capable of commanding others to do his bidding. The narrative centers on a hero, Deganawide the Peacemaker, who appears from what is later to be the Itiwanderonk, neutral, territory to the northwest, determined to put an end to this chaotic state of affairs. He wins to his cause first the Jigsaw, a woman famous for standing outside all quarrels. He finds her hosting and feeding war parties from all sides of the conflict, and then Hiawatha, one of Adadorho's cannibal henchmen. Together they set about winning over the people of each nation to agree on creating a formal structure for heading off disputes and creating peace. Hence the system of titles, nested councils, consensus finding, condolence rituals and the prominent role of female elders in formulating policy. In the story, the very last to be won over is Adadorho himself, who is gradually healed of his deformities and turned into a human being. In the end the laws of the League are spoken into belts of wampum, which serves as its constitution, the records are transferred to the keeping of Adadorho, and, his work finished, the peacemaker vanishes from the earth. Since Haudenosaunee names are passed on like titles, there has continued to be an Adadorho, just as there is also still a Jigsaw and Hiawatha, to this day. 49 sachems, delegated to convey the decisions of their nation's councils, continue to meet regularly. These meetings always begin with a rite of condolence, in which they wipe away the grief and rage caused by the memory of anyone who died in the interim, to clear their minds to go about the business of establishing peace. The 50th, the peacemaker himself, is always represented by an empty place. This federal system was the peak of a complex apparatus of subordinate councils, male and female, all with carefully designated powers, but none with actual powers of compulsion. In its essence, the story is not so different from the founding of the Osage social order, a terrifying witch is brought back into society, and in the process transformed into a peacemaker. The main difference is that, in this case, Adadorho is quite explicitly a ruler, one invested with power of command. South of the Onondaga town lived an evil-minded man. His lodge was in a swale and his nest was made of bulrushes. His body was distorted by 7 crooks and his long tangled locks were adorned by withering living serpents. Moreover, this monster was a devourer of raw meat, even of human flesh. He was also a master of wizardry and by his magic he destroyed men but he could not be destroyed. Adadorho was the name of the evil man. Notwithstanding the evil character of Adadorho, the people of Onondaga, the nation of many hills, obeyed his commands, and though it cost many lives they satisfied his insane whims, so much did they fear him and his sorcery. It is an anthropological commonplace that if you want to get a sense of a society's ultimate values it is best to look at what they consider to be the worst sort of behavior, and that the best way to get a sense of what they consider to be the worst possible behavior is by examining ideas about witches. For the Haudenosaunee, the giving of orders is represented as being almost as serious an outrage as the eating of human flesh. Representing Adadorho as a king might seem surprising, since there seems no reason to think that, before the arrival of Europeans, either the 5 nations or any of their immediate neighbors had any immediate experience of arbitrary command. This raises precisely the question often directed against arguments that indigenous institutions of chiefship were in fact designed to prevent any danger of states emerging. How could so many societies be organizing their entire political system around heading off something, i.e. the state, that they had never experienced? The straightforward response is that most of the narratives were gathered in the 19th century, by which time any indigenous American was likely to have had long and bitter experience of the United States government, men in uniforms carrying legal briefs, issuing arbitrary commands and much more besides. So perhaps this element was added to these narratives later? Anything is possible, of course, but this strikes us as unlikely. Even in more recent times, the danger of being accused of witchcraft was deployed against office holders to ensure that none could accumulate any appreciable advantage over their fellows, particularly in wealth. Here we have to return to the Iroquoian theory about dreams as repressed desires, mentioned earlier in the chapter. One interesting twist of this theory is that it was considered the responsibility of others to realize a fellow community member's dream. Even if one dreamed of appropriating a neighbor's possession, it could only be refused at the risk of endangering their health. To do so was considered beyond awkward, almost socially impossible. Even if one did, it would cause outraged gossip, and very possibly bloody revenge. If somebody was thought to have died because somebody else refused to grant a soul wish, his or her relatives might retaliate physically, or by supernatural means. Any member of an Iroquoian society given an order would have fiercely resisted it as a threat to their personal autonomy, but the one exception to this norm was, precisely, dreams. One Huron-Wendat chief gave away his prized European cat, which he had carried by canoe all the way from Quebec, to a woman who dreamed she could only be cured by owning it. Iroquoians also feared becoming the victims of witchcraft practiced consciously or unconsciously by people who envied them. Dreams were treated as if they were commands, delivered either by one's own soul or possibly, in the case of a particularly vivid or portentous dream, by some greater spirit. The spirit might be the creator or some other spirit, perhaps entirely unknown. Dreamers could become prophets, if only, usually, for a relatively brief period of time. 74 During that time, however, their orders had to be obeyed. Needless to say, there were few more terrible crimes than to falsify a dream. In other words, the image of the witch was at the center of a complex of ideas that had everything to do with unconscious desire, including the unconscious desire to dominate, and the need both to realize it and to keep it under control. How did all this come about, historically? The exact time and circumstance of the League of Five Nations creation is unclear. Dates have been proposed ranging from AD 1142 to sometime around 1650. No doubt, the creation of such confederacies was an ongoing process, and surely, like almost all historical epics, the Gaya-Nishagoa patches together elements, many historically accurate, others less so, drawn from different periods of time. What we know from the archaeological record is that Iroquoian society as it existed in the 17th century began to take form around the same time as the heyday of Cahokia. By around AD 1100 maize was being cultivated in Ontario, in what later became Adirondack, neutral, territory. Over the next several centuries, the Three Sisters, corn, beans and squash, became ever more important in local diets, though Iroquoians were careful to balance the new crops with older traditions of hunting, fishing and foraging. The key period seems to be what's called the Late Owasco phase, from AD 1230 to 1375, when people began to move away from their previous settlements, and from their earlier patterns of seasonal mobility, along waterways, settling in palisaded towns occupied all year round in which longhouses, presumably based in matrilineal clans, became the predominant form of dwelling. Many of these towns were quite substantial, containing as many as 2,000 inhabitants, that is, something approaching a quarter of the population of central Cahokia. References to cannibalism in the Gaya-Nishagoa epic are not pure fantasy. Endemic warfare and the torture and ceremonial sacrifice of war prisoners are sporadically documented from AD 1050. Some contemporary Haudenosaunee scholars think the myth refers to an actual conflict between political ideologies within Iroquoian societies at the time, turning especially on the importance of women, and agriculture, against defenders of an older male-dominated order where prestige was entirely based in war and hunting. If so, it would not look so very different from the kind of ideological divergence we've suggested might have been taking place in the Middle East during the early phases of the Neolithic. Some kind of compromise between these two positions appears to have been reached around the 11th century one result of which was a stabilizing of population at a modest level. Population numbers increased fairly quickly for 2 or 3 centuries after the widespread adoption of maize, squash and beans, but by the 15th century they had leveled off. The Jesuits later reported how Iroquoian women were careful to space their births, setting optimal population to the fish and game capacities of the region, not its potential agricultural productivity. In this way the cultural emphasis on male hunting actually reinforced the power and autonomy of Iroquoian women, who maintained their own councils and officials and whose power in local affairs at least was clearly greater than that of their men. 79. In the period spanning the 12th to 14th centuries, neither the Wendat Confederacy nor Haudenosaunee show much evidence of having extensive contact or even much. The creation of such confederacies was an ongoing process, and surely, like almost all historical epics, the Gaya-Nishagoa patches together elements, many historically accurate, others less so, drawn from different periods of time. What we know from the archaeological record is that Iroquoian society as it existed in the 17th century began to take form around the same time as the heyday of Cahokia. By around AD 1100 maize was being cultivated in Ontario, in what later became Adirondack, neutral, territory. Over the next several centuries, the Three Sisters, corn, beans and squash, became ever more important in local diets, though Iroquoians were careful to balance the new crops with older traditions of hunting, fishing and foraging. The key period seems to be what's called the Late Owasco phase, from AD 1230 to 1375, when people began to move away from their previous settlements, and from their earlier patterns of seasonal mobility, along waterways, settling in palisaded towns occupied all year round in which longhouses, presumably based in matrilineal clans, became the predominant form of dwelling. Many of these towns were quite substantial, containing as many as 2,000 inhabitants, that is, something approaching a quarter of the population of central Cahokia. References to cannibalism in the Gaya-Nishagoa epic are not pure fantasy. Endemic warfare and the torture and ceremonial sacrifice of war prisoners are sporadically documented from AD 1050. Some contemporary Haudenosaunee scholars think the myth refers to an actual conflict between political ideologies within Iroquoian societies at the time, turning especially on the importance of women, and agriculture, against defenders of an older male-dominated order where prestige was entirely based in war and hunting. If so, it would not look so very different from the kind of ideological divergence we've suggested might have been taking place in the Middle East during the early phases of the Neolithic. Some kind of compromise between these two positions appears to have been reached around the 11th century one result of which was a stabilizing of population at a modest level. Population numbers increased fairly quickly for 2 or 3 centuries after the widespread adoption of maize, squash and beans, but by the 15th century they had leveled off. The Jesuits later reported how Iroquoian women were careful to space their births, setting optimal population to the fish and game capacities of the region, not its potential agricultural productivity. In this way the cultural emphasis on male hunting actually reinforced the power and autonomy of Iroquoian women, who maintained their own councils and officials and whose power in local affairs at least was clearly greater than that of their men. 79. In the period spanning the 12th to 14th centuries, neither the Wendat Confederacy nor Haudenosaunee show much evidence of having extensive contact or even much. Archaeologists refer to all this as Mississippianization, and it is accompanied by strong evidence for a renewed burst of trade at least as far as Delaware, culminating in, among other things, the arrival of enormous quantities of shells and shell beads derived from the mid-Atlantic seaboard from around 1610 onwards, to be piled up in Itiwanderong tombs. By that time, the Itiwanderong population was several times larger than any of the neighboring confederations, Wendat, Haudenosaunee, let alone the Erie, Bethune, Wengrow or other small rivals, and its capital, Aunautasaston, was then among the largest settlements in the Northeast. Scholars, predictably, argue about whether the neutrals could thus qualify as a simple chiefdom rather than a mere tribe. Certainly, the Jesuits who visited the region before Itiwanderong society was, effectively, destroyed by plagues and famines were unanimous in insisting that its constitution was fundamentally different from that of its neighbors. We will probably never have the means to reconstruct precisely how. For instance, the French referred to the Itiwanderong as the neutral nation largely because they took no part in the near-constant conflicts between the various nations making up the Wendat and Haudenosaunee, but instead allowed war parties from both sides free passage through their territories. This echoes the behavior attributed to the Jigonsaway, Mother of Nations, the highest-ranking woman official among the later Haudenosaunee, in their national epic, who was indeed said to have been of Itiwanderong origin. But at the same time the Itiwanderong were in no sense neutral in their relations with many of their western and southern neighbors. Indeed, according to the Recollect Father Joseph de la Roche-Dillon, in 1627 the Itiwanderong were dominated by a warlord named Jeux Harrison, the chief of the greatest credit and authority that has ever been in all these nations, because he is not only chief of his town, but of all those of his nation. It is unexampled in the other nations to have a chief so absolute. He acquired this honor and power by his courage, and by having been many times at war against 17 nations who were their enemies. 81 When he was away at war, in fact, the Federal Council, in all other Iroquoian societies the ultimate authority, could make no important decisions. Jeux Harrison seems to have been something at least very like a king. What was the relation of Jeux Harrison and the Jigonsaway, a figure who came to exemplify principles of reconciliation that are in many ways precisely the opposite of kingship and self-aggrandizement? We don't know. The only source we have for details of Jeux Harrison's life is very much contested, an oral history purporting to be the testimony of Jeux Harrison's third wife, passed down 3 centuries to the present day. 82 Almost all historians discount it, but that isn't necessarily an absolute disqualification. At any rate, according to the account, Jeux Harrison was a child prodigy, a brilliant student of esoteric knowledge. The story of his existence reached a certain Cherokee priest, who traveled to become his tutor. He found a great crystal which he said marked him as a reincarnation of the sun and fought many wars and married 4 times. But when he decided to hand on his mantle to the daughter of his youngest Tuscarora wife, a similar child prodigy, disaster struck. So infuriated by this plan was his senior, Itiwanderong, wife, of the highest-ranking Turtle clan, that she ambushed and killed the daughter, whose mother took her own life in despair. Jeux Harrison, in a rage, massacred the culprit's entire lineage, including his own heirs, thus effectively destroying any possibility of dynastic succession. As we say, we have no idea how much credit to give the story, but we do know that its broad outlines reflect realities. Itiwanderong at that time did indeed have regular connections with nations as far away as the Cherokee, while the problems of how to square esoteric knowledge with democratic institutions, or even the difficulties faced by powerful men trying to establish dynasties when descent was organized according to matrilineal clans with no internal ranking, would have been familiar issues in North America at that time. Zhu Harisen definitely existed, and he did apparently try to translate his success as a warrior into centralized power. We also know it ultimately came to nothing. We just don't know if it really came to nothing in this particular way. By the time Baron de Lahontan was serving with the French army in Canada, and Kondiaronk was holding forth on questions of political theory at his periodic dinners with Governor Frontenac, the Itiwanderonk no longer existed. Still, the events surrounding Zhu Harisen's life were likely to have been familiar to Kondiaronk, as they would have been vivid childhood memories for many of the elders known to him in his formative years. The Jigin Mother of Nations, for instance, was still very much alive, the last Itiwanderonk holder of the title having been incorporated in the Wolf clan of the Seneca in 1650. She remained established in her traditional seat, a fortress called Kinuka overlooking the Niagara Gorge. 83 Either the Jigin or, more likely, her successor, was still there in 1687, when Louis XIV decided to put an end to the ongoing threat the Five Nations posed to French settlement by sending a seasoned military commander, the Marquis de Denonville, as governor, with orders to use whatever force necessary to drive the nations from what is now upstate New York. We have a report on what happened from Lahontan's own memoirs. Feigning interest in a peace settlement, Denonville invited the League Council, as a body, to negotiate terms in a place called Fort Frontenac, after the former governor. Some 200 delegates arrived, including all the permanent officers of the Confederation and many from the women's councils as well. Summarily arresting them, Denonville shipped them off to France to serve as galley slaves. Then, taking advantage of the resulting confusion, he ordered his men to invade the Five Nations territory. Lahontan, who strongly disapproved of the proceedings, got himself into trouble for trying to intervene and stop some underlings from casually torturing the prisoners. He was ordered away, but in the end spared further sanction after protesting that he had been drunk. Some years later, in a different context, an order was put out for his arrest on grounds of insubordination, and he had to flee to Amsterdam. 84. The Jigin, however, had chosen not to attend Denonville's meeting. The arrest of the entire Grand Council left her the highest-ranking League official. Since in such an emergency there was no time to raise new chiefs, she and the remaining clan mothers themselves raised an army. Many of those recruited, it is reported, were themselves Seneca women. As it turned out, the Jigin was a far superior military tactician to Denonville. After routing the invading French troops near Victor, New York, her forces were at the point of entering Montreal when the French government sued for peace, agreeing to dismantle Fort Niagara and return the surviving galley slaves. 85 When Lahontan later notes that, like Kondiaronk, those who had been galley slaves in France were highly critical of French institutions, he is referring largely to those taken prisoner on this occasion, or more specifically the dozen or so, out of the original 200, who made it back alive. In such a lethal context, why draw attention to the depredations of a self-appointed lord such as Zhu Harisen? What his example demonstrates, we suggest, is that even within indigenous society, the political question was never definitively settled. Certainly, the overall direction, in the wake of Cahokia, was a broad movement away from overlords of any sort and towards constitutional structures carefully worked out to distribute power in such a way that they would never return. But the possibility that they might always lurked in the background. Other paradigms of governance existed, and ambitious men, or women, could, if occasion allowed, appeal to them. After her defeat of Denonville, the Jigin appears to have demobilized her army and returned to the process of selecting new officials to reconstitute the Great Council. If she had chosen to act otherwise, however, precedents were available. It was precisely this combination of such conflicting ideological possibilities, and, of course, the Iroquoian penchant for prolonged political argument, that lay behind what we have called the indigenous critique of European society. It would be impossible to understand the origins of its particular emphasis on individual liberty, for instance, outside that context. Those ideas about liberty had a profound impact on the world. In other words, not only did indigenous North Americans manage almost entirely to sidestep the evolutionary trap that we assume must always lead, eventually, from agriculture to the rise of some all-powerful state or empire, but in doing so they developed political sensibilities that were ultimately to have a deep influence on Enlightenment thinkers and, through them, are still with us today. In this sense, at least, the Wendat won the argument. It would be impossible for a European today, or anyone, really, whatever they actually thought, to take a position like that of the 17th century Jesuits and simply declare themselves opposed to the very principle of human freedom. 12. Conclusion. The dawn of everything. This book began with an appeal to ask better questions. We started out by observing that to inquire after the origins of inequality necessarily means creating a myth, a fall from grace, a technological transposition of the first chapters of the book of Genesis, which, in most contemporary versions, takes the form of a mythical narrative stripped of any prospect of redemption. In these accounts, the best we humans can hope for is some modest tinkering with our inherently squalid condition, and hopefully, dramatic action to prevent any looming, absolute disaster. The only other theory on offer to date has been to assume that there were no origins of inequality, because humans are naturally somewhat thuggish creatures and our beginnings were a miserable, violent affair, in which case progress or civilization driven forward, largely, by our own selfish and competitive nature, was itself redemptive. This view is extremely popular among billionaires but holds little appeal to anyone else, including scientists, who are keenly aware that it isn't in accord with the facts. It's hardly surprising, perhaps, that most people feel a spontaneous affinity with the tragic version of the story, and not just because of its scriptural roots. The more rosy, optimistic narrative, whereby the progress of Western civilization inevitably makes everyone happier, wealthier and more secure, has at least one obvious disadvantage. It fails to explain why that civilization did not simply spread of its own accord, that is, why European powers should have been obliged to spend the last 500 or so years aiming guns at people's heads in order to force them to adopt it. Also, if being in a savage state was so inherently miserable, why so many of those same Westerners, given an informed choice, were so eager to defect to it at the earliest opportunity. During the 19th century heyday of European imperialism, everyone seemed more keenly aware of this. While we remember that age as one of naive faith in the inevitable march of progress, liberal, Turgot-style progress was actually never really the dominant narrative in Victorian social theory, let alone political thought. In fact, European statesmen and intellectuals of that time were just as likely to be obsessed with the dangers of decadence and disintegration. Many were overt racists who held that most humans are not capable of progress, and therefore looked forward to their physical extermination. Even those who did not share such views tended to feel that Enlightenment schemes for improving the human condition had been catastrophically naive. Social theory, as we know it today, emerged largely from the ranks of such reactionary thinkers, who, looking back over their shoulders at the turbulent consequences of the French Revolution, were less concerned with disasters being visited on peoples overseas than on growing misery and public unrest at home. As a result, the social sciences were conceived and organized around two core questions. 1. What had gone wrong with the project of enlightenment, with the unity of scientific and moral progress, and with schemes for the improvement of human society? And, 2. Why is it that well-meaning attempts to fix society's problems so often end up making things even worse? Why, these conservative thinkers asked, did it prove so difficult for Enlightenment revolutionaries to put their ideas into practice? Why couldn't we just imagine a more rational social order and then legislate it into existence? Why did the passion for liberty, equality and fraternity end up producing the terror? There must surely be some underlying reasons. If nothing else, these preoccupations help to explain the continued relevance of an otherwise not particularly successful 18th-century Swiss musician named Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Those primarily concerned with the first question saw him as the first to ask it in a quintessentially modern way. Those mainly concerned with the second were able to represent him as the ultimate clueless villain, a simple-minded revolutionary who felt that the established order, being irrational, could simply be brushed aside. Many held Rousseau personally responsible for the guillotine. By contrast, few nowadays read the traditionalists of the 19th century, but they're actually important since it is they, not the Enlightenment philosophers, who are really responsible for modern social theory. It's long been recognized that almost all the great issues of modern social science, tradition, solidarity, authority, status, alienation, the sacred, were first raised in the works of men like the theocratic Vicomte de Bonald, the monarchist Comte de Maistre, or the Whig politician and philosopher Edmund Burke as examples of the kind of stubborn social realities which they felt that Enlightenment thinkers, and Rousseau in particular, had refused to take seriously, with, they insisted, disastrous results. These 19th-century debates between radicals and reactionaries never really ended, they keep resurfacing in different forms. Nowadays, for instance, those on the right are more likely to see themselves as defenders of Enlightenment values, and those on the left its most ardent critics. But over the course of the argument all parties have come to agree on one key point, that there was indeed something called the Enlightenment, that it marked a fundamental break in human history, and that the American and French revolutions were in some sense the result of this rupture. The Enlightenment is seen as introducing a possibility that had simply not existed before, that of self-conscious projects for reshaping society in accord with some rational ideal. That is, of genuine revolutionary politics. Obviously, insurrections and visionary movements had existed before the 18th century. No one could deny that. But such pre-Enlightenment social movements could now largely be dismissed as so many examples of people insisting on a return to certain ancient ways, that they had often just made up, or else claiming to act on a vision from God, or the local equivalent. Pre-Enlightenment societies, or so this argument goes, were traditional societies, founded on community, status, authority and the sacred. They were societies in which human beings did not ultimately act for themselves, individually or collectively. Rather, they were slaves of custom, or, at best, agents of inexorable social forces which they projected onto the cosmos in the form of gods, ancestors or other supernatural powers. Supposedly, only modern, post-Enlightenment people had the capacity to self-consciously intervene in history and change its course. On this everyone suddenly seemed to agree, no matter how virulently they might disagree about whether it was a good idea to do so. All this might seem a bit of a caricature, and only a minority of authors were willing to state matters quite so bluntly. Yet most modern thinkers have clearly found it bizarre to attribute self-conscious social projects or historical designs to people of earlier epochs. Generally, such non-modern folk were considered too simple-minded, not having achieved social complexity, or to be living in a kind of mystical dream world, or, at best, were thought to be simply adapting themselves to their environment at an appropriate level of technology. Anthropology, it must be confessed, did not play a stellar role here. For much of the 20th century, anthropologists tended to describe the societies they studied in ahistorical terms, as living in a kind of eternal present. Some of this was an effect of the colonial situation under which much ethnographic research was carried out. The British Empire, for instance, maintained a system of indirect rule in various parts of Africa, India and the Middle East where local institutions like royal courts, earth shrines, associations of clan elders, men's houses and the like were maintained in place, indeed fixed by legislation. Major political change, forming a political party, say, or leading a prophetic movement, was in turn entirely illegal, and anyone who tried to do such things was likely to be put in prison. This obviously made it easier to describe the people anthropologists studied as having a way of life that was timeless and unchanging. Since historical events are by definition unpredictable, it seemed more scientific to study those phenomena one could in fact predict, the things that kept happening, over and over, in roughly the same way. In a Senegalese or Burmese village this might mean describing the daily round, seasonal cycles, rites of passage, patterns of dynastic succession, or the growing and splitting of villages, always emphasizing how the same structure ultimately endured. Anthropologists wrote this way because they considered themselves scientists, structural functionalists, in the jargon of the day. In doing so they made it much easier for those reading their descriptions to imagine that the people being studied were quite the opposite of scientists, that they were trapped in a mythological universe where nothing changed and very little really happened. When Mircea Eliade, the great Romanian historian of religion, proposed that traditional societies lived in cyclical time, innocent of history, he was simply drawing the obvious conclusion. As a matter of fact, he went even further. In traditional societies, according to Eliade, everything important has already happened. All the great founding gestures go back to mythic times, the Elo Tempori, the dawn of everything, when animals could talk or turn into humans, sky and earth were not yet separated, and it was possible to create genuinely new things, marriage, or cooking, or war. People living in this metal world, he felt, saw their own actions as simply repeating the creative gestures of gods and ancestors in less powerful ways, or as invoking primordial powers through ritual. According to Eliade, historical events thus tended to merge into archetypes. If anyone in what he considered a traditional society does do something remarkable, establishes or destroys a city, creates a unique piece of music, the deed will eventually end up being attributed to some mythic figure anyway. The alternative notion, that history is actually going somewhere, the last days, judgment, redemption, is what Eliade referred to as linear time, in which historical events take on significance in relation to the future, not just the past. And this linear sense of time, Eliade insisted, was a relatively recent innovation in human thought, one with catastrophic social and psychological consequences. In his view, embracing the notion that events unfold in cumulative sequences, as opposed to recapitulating some deeper pattern, rendered us less able to weather the vicissitudes of war, injustice and misfortune, plunging us instead into an age of unprecedented anxiety and, ultimately, nihilism. The political implications of this position were, to say the least, unsettling. Eliade himself had been close to the fascist Iron Guard in his student days, and his basic argument was that the terror of history, as he sometimes called it, was introduced by Judaism in the Old Testament, which he saw as paving the way for the further disasters of Enlightenment thought. Being Jewish, the authors of the present book don't particularly appreciate the suggestion that we are somehow to blame for everything that went wrong in history. Still, for present purposes, what's startling is that anyone ever took this sort of argument seriously. Imagine we tried applying Eliade's distinction between historical and traditional societies to the full scope of the human past, on the sort of scale we've been covering in the preceding chapters. Would this not have to mean that most of history's great discoveries, for example the first weaving of fabrics, or the first navigations of the Pacific Ocean, or the invention of metallurgy, were made by people who didn't believe in discovery or in history? This seems unlikely. The only alternative would be to argue that most human societies only became traditional more recently. Perhaps they each eventually found a state of equilibrium, settled into it and all came up with a shared ideological framework to justify their newfound condition. Which would mean there actually was some kind of previous or time of creation, when all humans were capable of thinking and acting in the kind of highly creative ways we now consider quintessentially modern, one of their major achievements apparently being to find a way of abolishing most future prospects of innovation. Both positions are, self-evidently, quite absurd. Why are we entertaining such ideas? Why does it seem so odd, even counterintuitive, to imagine people of the remote past as making their own history, even if not under conditions of their own choosing? Part of the answer no doubt lies in how we have come to define science itself, and social science in particular. Social science has been largely a study of the ways in which human beings are not free, the way that our actions and understandings might be said to be determined by forces outside our control. Any account which appears to show human beings collectively shaping their own destiny, or even expressing freedom for its own sake, will likely be written off as illusory, awaiting real scientific explanation, or if none is forthcoming, why do people dance? As outside the scope of social theory entirely. This is one reason why most big histories place such a strong focus on technology. Dividing up the human past according to the primary material from which tools and weapons were made, Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, or else describing it as a series of revolutionary breakthroughs, agricultural revolution, urban revolution, industrial revolution, they then assume that the technologies themselves largely determine the shape that human societies will take for centuries to come, or at least until the next abrupt and unexpected breakthrough comes along to change everything again. Now, we are hardly about to deny that technologies play an important role in shaping society. Obviously, technologies are important. Each new invention opens up social possibilities that had not existed before. At the same time, it's very easy to overstate the importance of new technologies in setting the overall direction of social change. To take an obvious example, the fact that Teotihuacanos or Tlaxcaltecan employed stone tools to build and maintain their cities, while the inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro or Knossos used metal, seems to have made surprisingly little difference to those cities' internal organization or even size. Nor does our evidence support the notion that major innovations always occur in sudden, revolutionary bursts, transforming everything in their wake. This, as you'll recall, was one of the main points to emerge from the 2 chapters we devoted to the origins of farming. Nobody, of course, claims that the beginnings of agriculture were anything quite like, say, the invention of the steam-powered loom or the electric light bulb. We can be fairly certain there was no Neolithic equivalent of Edmund Cartwright or Thomas Edison, who came up with the conceptual breakthrough that set everything in motion. Still, it often seems difficult for contemporary writers to resist the idea that some sort of similarly dramatic break with the past must have occurred. In fact, as we've seen, what actually took place was nothing like that. Instead of some male genius realizing his solitary vision, innovation in Neolithic societies was based on a collective body of knowledge accumulated over centuries, largely by women, in an endless series of apparently humble but in fact enormously significant discoveries. Many of those Neolithic discoveries had the cumulative effect of reshaping everyday life every bit as profoundly as the automatic loom or light bulb. Every time we sit down to breakfast, we are likely to be benefiting from a dozen such prehistoric inventions. Who was the first person to figure out that you could make bread rise by the addition of those microorganisms we call yeasts? We have no idea, but we can be almost certain she was a woman and would most likely not be considered white if she tried to immigrate to a European country today, and we definitely know her achievement continues to enrich the lives of billions of people. What we also know is that such discoveries were, again, based on centuries of accumulated knowledge and experimentation, Recall how the basic principles of agriculture were known long before anyone applied them systematically, and that the results of such experiments were often preserved and transmitted through ritual, games and forms of play, or even more, perhaps, at the point where ritual, games and play shade into each other. Gardens of Adonis are a fitting symbol here. Knowledge about the nutritious properties and growth cycles of what would later become staple crops, feeding vast populations, wheat, rice, corn, was initially maintained through ritual play farming of exactly this sort. Nor was this pattern of discovery limited to crops. Ceramics were first invented, long before the Neolithic, to make figurines, miniature models of animals and other subjects, and only later cooking and storage vessels. Mining is first attested as a way of obtaining minerals to be used as pigments, with the extraction of metals for industrial use coming only much later. Mesoamerican societies never employed wheeled transport, but we know they were familiar with spokes, wheels and axles since they made toy versions of them for children. Greek scientists famously came up with the principle of the steam engine, but only employed it to make temple doors that appeared to open of their own accord, or similar theatrical illusions. Chinese scientists, equally famously, first employed gunpowder for fireworks. For most of history, then, the zone of ritual play constituted both a scientific laboratory and, for any given society, a repertory of knowledge and techniques which might or might not be applied to pragmatic problems. Recall, for example, the little old men of the Osage and how they combined research and speculation on the principles of nature with the management and periodic reform of their constitutional order, how they saw these as ultimately the same project and kept careful, oral, records of their deliberations. Did the Neolithic town of Çatalhöyük or the Tripoli megasites host similar colleges of little old women? We cannot know for certain, but it strikes us as quite likely, given the shared rhythms of social and technical innovation that we observe in each case and the attention to female themes in their art and ritual. If we are trying to frame more interesting questions to ask of history, this might be one: is there a positive correlation between what is usually called gender equality, which might better be termed, simply, women's freedom, and the degree of innovation in a given society? Choosing to describe history the other way round, as a series of abrupt technological revolutions, each followed by long periods when we were prisoners of our own creations, has consequences. Ultimately it is a way of representing our species as decidedly less thoughtful, less creative, less free than we actually turn out to have been. It means not describing history as a continual series of new ideas and innovations, technical or otherwise, during which different communities made collective decisions about which technologies they saw fit to apply to everyday purposes, and which to keep confined to the domain of experimentation or ritual play. What is true of technological creativity is, of course, even more true of social creativity. One of the most striking patterns we discovered while researching this book, indeed, one of the patterns that felt most like a genuine breakthrough to us, was how, time and again in human history, that zone of ritual play has also acted as a site of social experimentation, even, in some ways, as an encyclopedia of social possibilities. We are not the first to suggest this. In the mid-20th century, a British anthropologist named A.M. Hocart proposed that monarchy and institutions of government were originally derived from rituals designed to channel powers of life from the cosmos into human society. He even suggested at one point that the first kings must have been dead kings, too, and that individuals so honored only really became sacred rulers at their funerals. Hocart was considered an oddball by his fellow anthropologists and never managed to secure a permanent job at a major university. Many accused him of being unscientific, just engaging in idle speculation. Ironically, as we've seen, it is the results of contemporary archaeological science that now oblige us to start taking his speculation seriously. To the astonishment of many, but much as Hocart predicted, the Upper Paleolithic really has produced evidence of grand burials, carefully staged for individuals who indeed seem to have attracted spectacular riches and honors, largely in death. The principle doesn't just apply to monarchy or aristocracy, but to other institutions as well. We have made the case that private property first appears as a concept in sacred contexts, as do police functions and powers of command, along with, in later times, a whole panoply of formal democratic procedures, like election and sortition, which were eventually deployed to limit such powers. Here is where things get complicated. To say that, for most of human history, the ritual year served as a kind of compendium of social possibilities, as it did in the European Middle Ages, for instance, when hierarchical pageants alternated with rambunctious carnivals, doesn't really do the matter justice. This is because festivals are already seen as extraordinary, somewhat unreal, or at the very least as departures from the everyday order. Whereas, in fact, The evidence we have from Paleolithic times onwards suggests that many, perhaps even most, people did not merely imagine or enact different social orders at different times of year, but actually lived in them for extended periods of time. The contrast with our present situation could not be more stark. Nowadays, most of us find it increasingly difficult even to picture what an alternative economic or social order would be like. Our distant ancestors seem, by contrast, to have moved regularly back and forth between them. If something did go terribly wrong in human history, and given the current state of the world, it's hard to deny something did, then perhaps it began to go wrong precisely when people started losing that freedom to imagine and enact other forms of social existence, to such a degree that some now feel this particular type of freedom hardly even existed, or was barely exercised, for the greater part of human history. Even those few anthropologists, such as Pierre Clastres and later Christopher Bohm, who argue that humans were always able to imagine alternative social possibilities, conclude, rather oddly, that for roughly 95% of our species' history those same humans recoiled in horror from all possible social worlds but one, the small-scale society of equals. Our only dreams were nightmares, terrible visions of hierarchy, domination and the state. In fact, as we've seen, this is clearly not the case. The example of eastern woodland societies in North America, explored in our last chapter, suggests a more useful way to frame the problem. We might ask why, for example, it proved possible for their ancestors to turn their backs on the legacy of Cahokia, with its overweening lords and priests, and to reorganize themselves into free republics, yet when their French interlocutors effectively tried to follow suit and rid themselves of their own ancient hierarchies, the result seemed so disastrous. No doubt there are quite a number of reasons. But for us, the key point to remember is that we are not talking here about freedom as an abstract ideal or formal principle, as in liberty, equality and fraternity. Over the course of these chapters we have instead talked about basic forms of social liberty which one might actually put into practice. 1. The freedom to move away or relocate from one's surroundings. 2. The freedom to ignore or disobey commands issued by others. And 3. The freedom to shape entirely new social realities, or shift back and forth between different ones. What we can now see is that the first two freedoms, to relocate, and to disobey commands, often acted as a kind of scaffolding for the third, more creative one. Let us clarify some of the ways in which this propping up of the third freedom actually worked. As long as the first two freedoms were taken for granted, as they were in many North American societies when Europeans first encountered them, the only kings that could exist were always, in the last resort, play kings. If they overstepped the line, their erstwhile subjects could always ignore them or move someplace else. The same would go for any other hierarchy of offices or system of authority. Similarly, a police force that operated for only 3 months of the year, and whose membership rotated annually, was in a certain sense a play police force, which makes it slightly less bizarre that their members were sometimes recruited directly from the ranks of ritual clowns. 4. It's clear that something about human societies really has changed here, and quite profoundly. The three basic freedoms have gradually receded, to the point where a majority of people living today can barely comprehend what it might be like to live in a social order based on them. How did it happen? How did we get stuck? And just how stuck are we really? There is no way out of the imagined order, writes Yuval Noah Harari in his book Sapiens. When we break down our prison walls and run towards freedom, he goes on, we are in fact running into the more spacious exercise yard of a bigger prison. 5 As we saw in our first chapter, he is not alone in reaching this conclusion. Most people who write history on a grand scale seem to have decided that, as a species, we are well and truly stuck and there is really no escape from the institutional cages we've made for ourselves. Harari, once again echoing Rousseau, seems to have captured the prevailing mood. We'll come back to this point, but for now we want to think a bit further about this first question, how did it happen? To some degree this must remain a matter for speculation. Asking the right questions may eventually sharpen our understanding, but for now the material at our disposal, especially for the early phases of the process, is still too sparse and ambiguous to provide definitive answers. The most we can offer are some preliminary suggestions, or points of departure, based on the arguments presented in this book, and perhaps we can also begin to see more clearly where others since the time of Rousseau have been going wrong. One important factor would seem to be the gradual division of human societies into what are sometimes referred to as culture areas, that is, the process by which neighboring groups began defining themselves against each other and, typically, exaggerating their differences. Identity came to be seen as a value in itself, setting in motion processes of cultural schismogenesis. As we saw in the case of Californian foragers and their aristocratic neighbors on the northwest coast, such acts of cultural refusal could also be self-conscious acts of political contestation, marking the boundary, in this case, between societies where intergroup warfare, competitive feasting and household bondage were rejected, as in those parts of Aboriginal California closest to the northwest coast, and where they were accepted, even celebrated, as quintessential features of social life. Archaeologists, taking a longer view, see a proliferation of such regional culture areas, especially from the end of the last ice age on, but are often at a loss to explain why they emerged or what constitutes a boundary between them. Still, this appears to have been an epochal development. Recall, for example, how post-ice age hunter-gatherers, especially in coastal or woodland regions, were enjoying something of a golden age. There appear to have been all sorts of local experiments, reflected in a proliferation of opulent burials and monumental architecture, the social functions of which often remain enigmatic, from shell-built amphitheaters along the Gulf of Mexico to the great storehouses of Sanai Maruyama in Jomon, Japan, or the so-called giants' churches of the Bothnian Sea. It is among such Mesolithic populations that we often find not just the multiplication of distinct culture areas, but also the first clear archaeological indications of communities divided into permanent ranks, sometimes accompanied by interpersonal violence, even warfare. In some cases this may already have meant the stratification of households into aristocrats, commoners and slaves. In others, quite different forms of hierarchy may have taken root. Some appear to have become, effectively, fixed in place. The role of warfare warrants further discussion here, because violence is often the route by which forms of play take on more permanent features. For example, the kingdoms of the Natchez or Shilluk might have been largely theatrical affairs, their rulers unable to issue orders that would be obeyed even a mile or two away, but if someone was arbitrarily killed as part of a theatrical display, that person remained definitively dead even after the performance was over. It's an almost absurdly obvious point to make, but it matters. Play kings cease to be play kings precisely when they start killing people, which perhaps also helps to explain the excesses of ritually sanctioned violence that so often ensued during transitions from one state to the other. The same is true of warfare. As Elaine Scarry points out, two communities might choose to resolve a dispute by partaking in a contest, and often they do, but the ultimate difference between war, or contests of injuring, as she puts it, and most other kinds of contest is that anyone killed or disfigured in a war remains so, even after the contest ends. 6. Still, we must be cautious. While human beings have always been capable of physically attacking one another, and it's difficult to find examples of societies where no one ever attacks anyone else, under any circumstances, there's no actual reason to assume that war has always existed. Technically, war refers not just to organized violence but to a kind of contest between two clearly demarcated sides. As Raymond Kelly has adroitly pointed out, it's based on a logical principle that's by no means natural or self-evident, which states that major violence involves two teams, and any member of one team treats all members of the other as equal targets. Kelly calls this the principle of social substitutability. 7, that is, if a Hatfield kills a McCoy and the McCoys retaliate, it doesn't have to be against the actual murderer, any Hatfield is fair game. In the same way, if there is a war between France and Germany, any French soldier can kill any German soldier, and vice versa. The murder of entire populations is simply taking this same logic one step further. There is nothing particularly primordial about such arrangements, certainly, there is no reason to believe they are in any sense hardwired into the human psyche. On the contrary, it's almost invariably necessary to employ some combination of ritual, drugs and psychological techniques to convince people, even adolescent males, to kill and injure each other in such systematic yet indiscriminate ways. It would seem that for most of human history, no one saw much reason to do such things, or if they did, it was rare. Systematic studies of the Paleolithic record offer little evidence of warfare in this specific sense. 8 Moreover, since war was always something of a game, it's not entirely surprising that it has manifested itself in sometimes more theatrical and sometimes more deadly variations. Ethnography provides plenty of examples of what could best be described as play war, either with non-deadly weapons or, more often, battles involving thousands on each side where the number of casualties after a day's fighting amount to perhaps 2 or 3. Even in Homeric-style warfare, most participants were basically there as an audience while individual heroes taunted, jeered and occasionally threw javelins or shot arrows at one another, or engaged in duels. At the other extreme, as we've seen, there is an increasing amount of archaeological evidence for outright massacres, such as those that took place among Neolithic village dwellers in Central Europe after the end of the last ice age. What strikes us is just how uneven such evidence is. Periods of intense intergroup violence alternate with periods of peace, often lasting centuries, in which there is little or no evidence for destructive conflict of any kind. War did not become a constant of human life after the adoption of farming. Indeed, long periods of time exist in which it appears to have been successfully abolished. Yet it had a stubborn tendency to reappear, if only many generations later. At this point another new question comes into focus. Was there a relationship between external warfare and the internal loss of freedoms that opened the way, first to systems of ranking and then later on to large-scale systems of domination, like those we discussed in the later chapters of this book, the first dynastic kingdoms and empires, such as those of the Maya, Shang or Inca? And if so, how direct was this correlation? One thing we've learned is that it's a mistake to begin answering such questions by assuming that these ancient polities were simply archaic versions of our modern states. The state, as we know it today, results from a distinct combination of elements: sovereignty, bureaucracy and a competitive political field, which have entirely separate origins. In our thought experiment of 2 chapters ago, we showed how those elements map directly onto basic forms of social power which can operate at any scale of human interaction, from the family or household all the way up to the Roman Empire or the super kingdom of Tawantinsuyu. Sovereignty, bureaucracy and politics are magnifications of elementary types of domination, grounded respectively in the use of violence, knowledge and charisma. Ancient political systems, especially those, such as the Olmec or Chavin Dewantar, that elude definition in terms of chiefdoms and state stash can often be understood better in terms of how they developed one axis of social power to an extraordinary degree, for example charismatic political contests and spectacles in the Olmec case, or control of esoteric knowledge in Chavin. These are what we termed first-order regimes. Where 2 axes of power were developed and formalized into a single system of domination, we can begin to talk of second-order regimes. The architects of Egypt's Old Kingdom, for example, armed the principle of sovereignty with a bureaucracy and managed to extend it across a large territory. By contrast, the rulers of ancient Mesopotamian city-states made no direct claims to sovereignty, which for them resided properly in heaven. When they engaged in wars over land or irrigation systems, it was only as secondary agents of the gods. Instead they combined charismatic competition with a highly developed administrative order. The classic Maya were different again, confining administrative activities largely to the monitoring of cosmic affairs, while basing their earthly power on a potent fusion of sovereignty and interdynastic politics. Insofar as these and other polities commonly regarded as early states, Shang China, for instance, really share any common features, they seem to lie in altogether different areas, which brings us back to the question of warfare, and the loss of freedoms within society. All of them deployed spectacular violence at the pinnacle of the system, whether that violence was conceived as a direct extension of royal sovereignty or carried out at the behest of divinities, and all to some degree modeled their centers of power, the court or palace, on the organization of patriarchal households. Is this merely a coincidence? On reflection, the same combination of features can be found in most later kingdoms or empires, such as the Han, Aztec or Roman. In each case there was a close connection between the patriarchal household and military might. But why exactly should this be the case? The question has proved difficult to answer in all but superficial terms, partly because our own intellectual traditions oblige us to use what is, in effect, imperial language to do so, and the language already implies an explanation, even a justification, for much of what we are really trying to account for here. That is why, in the course of this book, we sometimes felt the need to develop our own, more neutral, dare we say scientific, list of baseline human freedoms and forms of domination, because existing debates almost invariably begin with terms derived from Roman law, and for a number of reasons this is problematic. The Roman law conception of natural freedom is essentially based on the power of the individual, by implication, a male head of household, to dispose of his property as he sees fit. In Roman law property isn't even exactly a right, since rights are negotiated with others and involve mutual obligations, it's simply power, the blunt reality that someone in possession of a thing can do anything he wants with it, except that which is limited by force or law. This formulation has some peculiarities that jurists have struggled with ever since, as it implies freedom is essentially a state of primordial exception to the legal order. It also implies that property is not a set of understandings between people over who gets to use or look after things, but rather a relation between a person and an object characterized by absolute power. What does it mean to say one has the natural right to do anything one wants with a hand grenade, say, except those things one isn't allowed to do? Who would come up with such an odd formulation? An answer is suggested by the West Indian sociologist Orlando Patterson, who points out that Roman law conceptions of property, and hence of freedom, essentially trace back to slave law. 9 The reason it is possible to imagine property as a relationship of domination between a person and a thing is because, in Roman law, the power of the master rendered the slave a thing, res, meaning an object, not a person with social rights or legal obligations to anyone else. Property law, in turn, was largely about the complicated situations that might arise as a result. It is important to recall, for a moment, who these Roman jurists actually were that laid down the basis for our current legal order, our theories of justice, the language of contract and torts, the distinction of public and private and so forth. While they spent their public lives making sober judgments as magistrates, they lived their private lives in households where they not only had near total authority over their wives, children and other dependents, but also had all their needs taken care of by dozens, perhaps hundreds of slaves. Slaves trimmed their hair, carried their towels, fed their pets, repaired their sandals, played music at their dinner parties and instructed their children in history and maths. At the same time, in terms of legal theory, these slaves were classified as captive foreigners who, conquered in battle, had forfeited rights of any kind. As a result, the Roman jurist was free to rape, torture, mutilate or kill any of them at any time and in any way he had a mind to, without the matter being considered anything other than a private affair. Only under the reign of Tiberius were any restrictions imposed on what a master could do to a slave, and what this meant was simply that permission from a local magistrate had to be obtained before a slave could be ripped apart by wild animals. Other forms of execution could still be imposed at the owner's whim. On the one hand, freedom and liberty were private affairs, on the other, private life was marked by the absolute power of the patriarch over conquered people who were considered his private property. 10. The fact that most Roman slaves were not prisoners of war, in the literal sense, doesn't really make much difference here. What's important is that their legal status was defined in those terms. What is both striking and revealing, for our present purposes, is how in Roman jurisprudence the logic of war, which dictates that enemies are interchangeable, and if they surrendered they could either be killed or rendered socially dead, sold as commodities, and, therefore, the potential for arbitrary violence was inserted into the most intimate sphere of social relations, including the relations of care that made domestic life possible. Thinking back to examples like the capturing societies of Amazonia or the process by which dynastic power took root in ancient Egypt, we can begin to see how important that particular nexus of violence and care has been. Rome took the entanglement to new extremes, and its legacy still shapes our basic concepts of social structure. Our very word family shares a root with the Latin famulus, meaning house slave, via familia, which originally referred to everyone under the domestic authority of a single paterfamilias or male head of household. Domus, the Latin word for household, in turn gives us not only domestic and domesticated but dominium, which was the technical term for the emperor's sovereignty as well as a citizen's power over private property. Through that we arrive at, literally, familiar, notions of what it means to be dominant, to possess dominion and to dominate. Let us follow this line of thought a little further. We've seen how, in various parts of the world, direct evidence of warfare and massacres, including the carrying off of captives, can be detected long before the appearance of kingdoms or empires. Much harder to ascertain, for such early periods of history, is what happened to captive enemies. Were they killed, incorporated or left suspended somewhere in between? As we learned from various Amerindian cases, things may not always be entirely clear-cut. There were often multiple possibilities. It's instructive, in this context, to return one last time to the case of the Wendat in the age of Kondiaronk, since this was one society that seemed determined to avoid ambiguity in such matters. In certain ways Wendat, and Iroquoian societies in general around that time, were extraordinarily warlike. There appear to have been bloody rivalries fought out in many northern parts of the eastern woodlands even before European settlers began supplying indigenous factions with muskets, resulting in the Beaver Wars. The early Jesuits were often appalled by what they saw, but they also noted that the ostensible reasons for our wars were entirely different from those they were used to. All Wendat wars were, in fact, mourning wars, carried out to assuage the grief felt by close relatives of someone who had been killed. Typically, a war party would strike against traditional enemies, bringing back a few scalps and a small number of prisoners. Captive women and children would be adopted. The fate of men was largely up to the mourners, particularly the women, and appeared to outsiders at least to be entirely arbitrary. If the mourners felt it appropriate, a male captive might be given a name, even the name of the original victim. The captive enemy would henceforth become that other person and, after a few years' trial period, be treated as a full member of society. If for any reason that did not happen, however, he suffered a very different fate. For a male warrior taken prisoner, the only alternative to full adoption into Wendat society was excruciating death by torture. Jesuits found the details shocking and fascinating. What they observed, sometimes at first hand, was a slow, public and highly theatrical use of violence. True, they conceded, the Wendat torture of captives was no more cruel than the kind directed against enemies of the state back home in France. What seems to have really appalled them, however, was not so much the whipping, boiling, branding, cutting up, even in some cases cooking and eating, of the enemy, so much as the fact that almost everyone in a Wendat village or town took part, even women and children. The suffering might go on for days, with the victim periodically resuscitated only to endure further ordeals, and it was very much a communal affair. 11 The violence seems all the more extraordinary once we recall how these same Wendat societies refused to spank children, directly punish thieves or murderers, or take any measure against their own members that smacked of arbitrary authority. In virtually all other areas of social life they were renowned for solving their problems through common reasoned debate. Now, it would be easy to make an argument that repressed aggression must be vented in one way or another, so that orgies of communal torture are simply the necessary flip side of a non-violent community, and some contemporary scholars do make this point. But it doesn't really work. In fact, Iroquois seems to be precisely one of those regions of North America where violence flared up only during certain specific historical periods and then largely disappeared in others. In what archaeologists term the Middle Woodland Phase, for instance, between 100 BC and AD 500, corresponding roughly to the heyday of the Hopewell civilization, there seems to have been general peace. 12 Later on, signs of endemic warfare reappear. Clearly, at some points in their history people living in this region found effective ways to ensure that vendettas didn't escalate into a spiral of retaliation or actual warfare. The Haudenosaunee story of the Great Law of the Peace seems to be about precisely such a moment. At other times, the system broke down and the possibility of sadistic cruelty returned. What, then, was the meaning of these theaters of violence? One way to approach the question is to compare them with what was happening in Europe around the same time. As the Quebecois historian Denis Delage points out, Wendat who visited France were equally appalled by the tortures exhibited during public punishments and executions, but what struck them as most remarkable is that the French whipped, hanged, and put to death men from among themselves, rather than external enemies. The point is telling, as in 17th-century Europe, Delage notes. Almost all punishment, including the death penalty, involved severe physical suffering, wearing an iron collar, being whipped, having a hand cut off, or being branded. It was a ritual that manifested power in a conspicuous way, thereby revealing the existence of an internal war. The sovereign incarnated a superior power that transcended his subjects, one that they were compelled to recognize, while Amerindian cannibal rituals showed the desire to take over the strength and courage of the alien so as to combat him better. The European ritual revealed the existence of a dissymmetry, an irrevocable imbalance of power. 13. Wendat punitive actions against war captives, those not taken in for adoption, required the community to become a single body, unified by its capacity for violence. In France, by contrast, the people were unified as potential victims of the king's violence. But the contrasts run deeper still. As a Wendat traveler observed of the French system, anyone, guilty or innocent, might end up being made a public example. Among the Wendat themselves, however, violence was firmly excluded from the realm of family and household. A captive warrior might either be treated with loving care and affection or be the object of the worst treatment imaginable. No middle ground existed. Prisoner sacrifice was not merely about reinforcing the solidarity of the group but also proclaimed the internal sanctity of the family and the domestic realm as spaces of female governance where violence, politics and rule by command did not belong. Wendat households, in other words, were defined in exactly opposite terms to the Roman familia. In this particular respect, French society under the Ancien regime presents a rather similar picture to Imperial Rome, at least, when both are placed in the light of the Wendat example. In both cases, household and kingdom shared a common model of subordination. Each was made in the other's image, with the patriarchal family serving as a template for the absolute power of kings, and vice versa. 14 Children were to be submissive to their parents, wives to husbands, and subjects to rulers whose authority came from God. In each case the superior party was expected to inflict stern chastisement when he considered it appropriate, that is, to exercise violence with impunity. All this, moreover, was assumed to be bound up with feelings of love and affection. Ultimately, the house of the Bourbon monarchs, like the palace of an Egyptian pharaoh, Roman emperor, Aztec Tlatoani or Sapa Inca, was not merely a structure of domination but also one of care, where a small army of courtiers labored night and day to attend to the king's every physical need and prevent him, as much as was humanly possible, from ever feeling anything but divine. In all these cases, the bonds of violence and care extended downwards as well as upwards. We can do no better than put it in words made famous by King James I of England in the True Law of Free Monarchies, 1598. As the father, of his fatherly duty, is to care for the nourishing, education, and virtuous government of his children, even so is the king bound to care for all his subjects, as the father's wrath and correction on any of his children that offendeth, ought to be a fatherly chastisement seasoned with pity, so long as there is any hope of amendment in them. So ought the king towards any of his lieges that offend in that measure, as the father's chief joy ought to be in procuring his children's welfare, rejoicing in their weal, sorrowing and pitying at their evil, to hazard for their safety, so ought a good prince think of his people. Public torture, in 17th-century Europe, created searing, unforgettable spectacles of pain and suffering in order to convey the message that a system in which husbands could brutalize wives, and parents beat children, was ultimately a form of love. Wendt torture, in the same period of history, created searing, unforgettable spectacles of pain and suffering in order to make clear that no form of physical chastisement should ever be countenanced inside a community or household. Violence and care, in the Wendt case, were to be entirely separated. Seen in this light, the distinctive features of Wendt prisoner torture come into focus. It seems to us that this connection, or better perhaps, confusion, between care and domination is utterly critical to the larger question of how we lost the ability freely to recreate ourselves by recreating our relations with one another. It is critical, that is, to understanding how we got stuck, and why these days we can hardly envisage our own past or future as anything other than a transition from smaller to larger cages. In the course of writing this book, we have tried to strike a certain balance. It would be intuitive for an archaeologist and an anthropologist, immersed in our subject matter, to take on all the scholarly views about, say, Stonehenge, the Uruk expansion or Iroquoian social organization and explain our preference for one interpretation over another, or venture a different one. This is how the search for truth is normally conducted in the academy. But had we tried to outline or refute every existing interpretation of the material we covered, this book would have been 2 or 3 times the size, and likely would have left the reader with a sense that the authors are engaged in a constant battle with demons who are in fact 2 inches tall. So instead we have tried to map out what we think really happened, and to point out the flaws in other scholars' arguments only insofar as they seem to reflect more widespread misconceptions. Perhaps the most stubborn misconception we've been tackling has to do with scale. It does seem to be received wisdom in many quarters, academic and otherwise, that structures of domination are the inevitable result of populations scaling up by orders of magnitude, that is, that a necessary correspondence exists between social and spatial hierarchies. Time and again we found ourselves confronted with writing which simply assumes that the larger and more densely populated the social group, the more complex the system needed to keep it organized. Complexity, in turn, is still often used as a synonym for hierarchy. Hierarchy, in turn, is used as a euphemism for chains of command, the origins of the state, which mean that as soon as large numbers of people decided to live in one place or join a common project, they must necessarily abandon the second freedom, to refuse orders, and replace it with legal mechanisms for, say, beating or locking up those who don't do as they're told. As we've seen, none of these assumptions are theoretically essential, and history tends not to bear them out. Carol Crumley, an anthropologist and expert on Iron Age Europe, has been pointing this out for years. Complex systems don't have to be organized top-down, either in the natural or in the social world. That we tend to assume otherwise probably tells us more about ourselves than the people or phenomena that we're studying. 15 Neither is she alone in making this point. But more often than not, such observations have fallen on deaf ears. It's probably time to start listening, because exceptions are fast beginning to outnumber the rules. Take cities. It was once assumed that the rise of urban life marked some kind of historical turnstile, whereby everyone who passed through had to permanently surrender their basic freedoms and submit to the rule of faceless administrators, stern priests, paternalistic kings or warrior politicians, simply to avert chaos, or cognitive overload. To view human history through such a lens today is really not all that different from taking on the mantle of a modern-day King James, since the overall effect is to portray the violence and inequalities of modern society as somehow arising naturally from structures of rational management and paternalistic care. Structures designed for human populations who, we are asked to believe, became suddenly incapable of organizing themselves once their numbers expanded above a certain threshold. Not only do such views lack a sound basis in human psychology, they are also difficult to reconcile with archaeological evidence of how cities actually began in many parts of the world, as civic experiments on a grand scale, which frequently lacked the expected features of administrative hierarchy and authoritarian rule. We do not possess an adequate terminology for these early cities. To call them egalitarian, as we've seen, could mean quite a number of different things. It might imply an urban parliament and coordinated projects of social housing, as with some pre-Columbian centers in the Americas, or the self-organizing of autonomous households into neighborhoods and citizens' assemblies, as with prehistoric megasites north of the Black Sea, or, perhaps, the introduction of some explicit notion of equality based on principles of uniformity and sameness, as in Uruk period Mesopotamia. None of this variability is surprising once we recall what preceded cities in each region. That was not, in fact, rudimentary or isolated groups, but far-flung networks of societies, spanning diverse ecologies, with people, plants, animals, drugs, objects of value, songs and ideas moving between them in endlessly intricate ways. While the individual units were demographically small, especially at certain times of year, they were typically organized into loose coalitions or confederacies. At the very least, these were simply the logical outcome of our first freedom, to move away from one's home, knowing one will be received and cared for, even valued, in some distant place. At most they were examples of amphictyony, in which some kind of formal organization was put in charge of the care and maintenance of sacred places. It seems that Marcel Mauss had a point when he argued that we should reserve the term civilization for great hospitality zones such as these. Of course, we are used to thinking of civilization as something that originates in cities, but, armed with new knowledge, it seems more realistic to put things the other way round and to imagine the first cities as one of those great regional confederacies, compressed into a small space. Of course, monarchy, warrior aristocracies or other forms of stratification could also take hold in urban contexts, and often did. When this happened the consequences were dramatic. Still, the mere existence of large human settlements in no way caused these phenomena, and certainly didn't make them inevitable. For the origins of these structures of domination we must look elsewhere. Hereditary aristocracies were just as likely to exist among demographically smaller modest-sized groups, such as the heroic societies of the Anatolian highlands, which took form on the margins of the first Mesopotamian cities and traded extensively with them. Insofar as we have evidence for the inception of monarchy as a permanent institution, it seems to lie precisely there, and not in cities. In other parts of the world, some urban populations ventured partway down the road towards monarchy, only to turn back. Such was the case at Teotihuacan in the Valley of Mexico, where the city's population, having raised the pyramids of the sun and moon, then abandoned such aggrandizing projects and embarked instead on a prodigious program of social housing, providing multi-family apartments for its residents. Elsewhere, early cities followed the opposite trajectory, starting with neighborhood councils and popular assemblies and ending up being ruled by warlike dynasts, who then had to maintain an uneasy coexistence with older institutions of urban governance. Something along these lines took place in early dynastic Mesopotamia, after the Uruk period. Here again the convergence between systems of violence and systems of care seems critical. Sumerian temples had always organized their economic existence around the nurturing and feeding of the gods, embodied in their cult statues, which became surrounded by a whole industry and bureaucracy of welfare. Even more crucially, temples were charitable institutions. Widows, orphans, runaways, those exiled from their kin groups or other support networks would take refuge there. At Uruk, for example, in the temple of Inanna, protective goddess of the city, overlooking the great courtyard of the city's assembly. The first charismatic war kings attached themselves to such spaces, quite literally moving in next door to the residence of the city's leading deity. In such ways, Sumerian monarchs were able to insert themselves into institutional spaces once reserved for the care of the gods, and thus removed from the realm of ordinary human relationships. This makes sense because kings, as the Malagasy proverb puts it, have no relatives or they shouldn't, since they are rulers equally of all their subjects. Slaves too have no kin, they are severed from all prior attachments. In either case, the only recognized social relationships such individuals possess are those based on power and domination. In structural terms, and as against almost everyone else in society, kings and slaves effectively inhabit the same ground. The difference lies in which end of the power spectrum they happen to occupy. We also know that needy individuals, taken into such temple institutions, were supplied with regular rations and put to work on the temple's lands and in its workshops. The very first factories, or, at least, the very first we are aware of in history, were charitable institutions of this kind, where temple bureaucrats would supply women with wool to spin and weave, supervise the disposal of the product, much of it traded with upland groups in exchange for wood, stone and metal, unavailable in the river valleys, and provide them with carefully apportioned rations. All this was already true long before the appearance of kings. As persons dedicated to the gods, these women must originally have had a certain dignity, even a sacred status, but already by the time of the first written documents, the situation seems to have grown more complicated. By then, some of those working in Sumerian temples were also war captives, or even slaves, who were similarly bereft of family support. Over time, and perhaps as a result, the status of widows and orphans also appears to have been downgraded, until the temple institutions came to resemble something more like a Victorian poorhouse. How, we might then ask, did the degradation of women working in the temple factories affect the status of women more generally? If nothing else, it must have made the prospect of fleeing an abusive domestic arrangement far more daunting. Loss of the first freedom meant, increasingly, loss of the second. Loss of the second meant effacement of the third. If a woman in such a situation attempted to create a new cult, a new temple, a new vision of social relations, she would instantly be marked as a subversive, a revolutionary. If she attracted followers, she might well find herself confronted by military force. All this brings into focus another question. Does this newly established nexus between external violence and internal care, between the most impersonal and the most intimate of human relations, mark the point where everything begins to get confused? Is this an example of how relations that were once flexible and negotiable ended up getting fixed in place, an example, in other words, of how we effectively got stuck? If there is a particular story we should be telling, a big question we should be asking of human history, instead of the origins of social inequality, is it precisely this: how did we find ourselves stuck in just one form of social reality, and how did relations based ultimately on violence and domination come to be normalized within it? Perhaps the scholar who most closely approached this question in the last century was an anthropologist and poet named Franz Steiner, who died in 1952. Steiner led a fascinating if tragic life. A brilliant polymath born to a Jewish family in Bohemia, he later lived with an Arab family in Jerusalem until expelled by the British authorities, conducted fieldwork in the Carpathians and was twice forced by the Nazis to flee the continent, ending his career, ironically enough, in the south of England. Most of his immediate family were killed at Birkenau. Legend has it that he completed 800 pages of a monumental doctoral dissertation on the comparative sociology of slavery, only to have the suitcase containing his drafts and research notes stolen on a train. He was friends with, and a romantic rival to, Elias Canetti, another Jewish exile at Oxford and a successful suitor to the novelist Iris Murdoch, although 2 days after she'd accepted his proposal of marriage, Steiner died of a heart attack. He was 43. The shorter version of Steiner's doctoral work, which does survive, focuses on what he calls pre-servile institutions. Poignantly, given his own life story, it is a study of what happens in different cultural and historical situations to people who become unmoored, those expelled from their clans for some debt or fault, castaways, criminals, runaways. It can be read as a history of how refugees such as himself were first welcomed, treated as almost sacred beings, then gradually degraded and exploited, again much like the women working in the Sumerian temple factories. In essence, the story told by Steiner appears to be precisely about the collapse of what we would term the first basic freedom, to move away or relocate, and how this paved the way for the loss of the second, the freedom to disobey. It also leads us back to a point we made earlier about the progressive division of the human social universe into smaller and smaller units, beginning with the appearance of culture areas, a fascination of ethnologists in the Central European tradition, in which Steiner first trained. What happens, Steiner asked, when expectations that make freedom of movement possible, the norms of hospitality and asylum, civility and shelter, erode? Why does this so often appear to be a catalyst for situations where some people can exert arbitrary power over others? Steiner worked his way in careful detail through cases ranging from the Amazonian Witoto and East African Safwa to the Tibeto-Burman Lushai. Along the journey he suggested one possible answer to the question that had so puzzled Robert Lowy, and later Clasters: if stateless societies do regularly organize themselves in such a way that chiefs have no coercive power, then how did top-down forms of organization ever come into the world to begin with? You'll recall how both Lowy and Clasters were driven to the same conclusion, that they must have been the product of religious revelation. Steiner provided an alternative route. Perhaps, he suggested, it all goes back to charity. In Amazonian societies, not only orphans but also widows, the mad, disabled or deformed, if they had no one else to look after them, were allowed to take refuge in the chief's residence, where they received a share of communal meals. To these were occasionally added war captives, especially children taken in raiding expeditions. Among the safe war lushai, runaways, debtors, criminals or others needing protection held the same status as those who surrendered in battle. All became members of the chief's retinue, and the younger males often took on the role of police-like enforcers. How much power the chief actually had over his retainers, Steiner uses the Roman law term potestas, which denotes among other things a father's power of arbitrary command over his dependents and their property, would vary, depending how easy it was for wards to run away and find refuge elsewhere, or to maintain at least some ties with relatives, clans or outsiders willing to stand up for them. How far such henchmen could be relied on to enforce the chief's will also varied, but the sheer potential was important. In all such cases, the process of giving refuge did generally lead to the transformation of basic domestic arrangements, especially as captured women were incorporated, further reinforcing the potestas of fathers. It is possible to detect something of this logic in almost all historically documented royal courts, which invariably attracted those considered freakish or detached. There seems to have been no region of the world, from China to the Andes, where courtly societies did not host such obviously distinctive individuals, and few monarchs who did not also claim to be the protectors of widows and orphans. One could easily imagine something along these lines was already happening in certain hunter-gatherer communities during much earlier periods of history. The physically anomalous individuals accorded lavish burials in the last ice age must also have been the focus of much caring attention while alive. No doubt there are sequences of development linking such practices to later royal courts. We've caught glimpses of them, as in pre-dynastic Egypt, even if we are still unable to reconstruct most of the links. Steiner may not have foregrounded the issue, but his observations are directly relevant to debates about the origins of patriarchy. Feminist anthropologists have long argued for a connection between external, largely male, violence and the transformation of women's status in the home. In archaeological and historical terms, we are only just beginning to gather together enough material to begin understanding how that process actually worked. The research that culminated in this book began almost a decade ago, essentially as a form of play. We pursued it at first, it would be fair to say, in a spirit of mild defiance towards our more serious academic responsibilities. Mainly we were just curious about how the new archaeological evidence that had been building up for the last 30 years might change our notions of early human history, especially the parts bound up with debates on the origins of social inequality. Before long, though, we realized that what we were doing was potentially important, because hardly anyone else in our field seemed to be doing this work of synthesis. Often, we found ourselves searching in vain for books that we assumed must exist but, it turns out, simply didn't. For instance, compendia of early cities that lacked top-down governance, or accounts of how democratic decision-making was conducted in Africa or the Americas, or comparisons of what we called heroic societies. The literature is riddled with absences. We eventually came to realize that this reluctance to synthesize was not simply a product of reticence on the part of highly specialized scholars, although this is certainly a factor. To some degree it was simply the lack of an appropriate language. What, for instance, does one even call a city lacking top-down structures of governance? At the moment there is no commonly accepted term. Dare one call it a democracy? A republic? Such words, like civilization, are so freighted with historical baggage that most archaeologists and anthropologists instinctively recoil from them, and historians tend to limit their use to Europe. Does one, then, call it an egalitarian city? Probably not, since to evoke such a term is to invite the obvious demand for proof that the city was really egalitarian, which usually means, in practice, showing that no element of structural inequality existed in any aspect of its inhabitants' lives, including households and religious arrangements. Since such evidence will rarely, if ever, be forthcoming, the conclusion would have to be that these are not really egalitarian cities after all. By the same logic, one might easily conclude there aren't really any egalitarian societies, except possibly certain very small foraging bands. Many researchers in the field of evolutionary anthropology do, in fact, make precisely this argument. But ultimately the result of this kind of thinking is to lump together all non-egalitarian cities or indeed all non-egalitarian societies, which is a little like saying there's no meaningful difference between a hippie commune and a biker gang, since neither are entirely non-violent. All this achieves, at the end of the day, is to leave us literally at a loss for words when confronted with certain major aspects of human history. We fall strangely mute in the face of any kind of evidence for humans doing something other than rushing headlong for their chains. Sensing a sea change in the evidence of the past, we decided to approach things the other way round. What this meant, in practice, was reversing a lot of polarities. It meant ditching the language of equality and inequality, unless there was explicit evidence that ideologies of social equality were actually present on the ground. It meant asking, for instance, what happens if we accord significance to the 5,000 years in which serial domestication did not lead to the emergence of pampered aristocracies, standing armies or debt peonage, rather than just the 5,000 in which it did? What happens if we treat the rejection of urban life, or of slavery, in certain times and places as something just as significant as the emergence of those same phenomena in others? In the process, we often found ourselves surprised. We'd never have guessed, for instance, that slavery was most likely abolished multiple times in history in multiple places, and that very possibly the same is true of war. Obviously, such abolitions are rarely definitive. Still, the periods in which free or relatively free societies existed are hardly insignificant. In fact, if you bracket the Eurasian Iron Age, which is effectively what we have been doing here, they represent the vast majority of human social experience. Social theorists have a tendency to write about the past as if everything that happened could have been predicted beforehand. This is somewhat dishonest, since we're all aware that when we actually try to predict the future we almost invariably get it wrong, and this is just as true of social theorists as anybody else. Nonetheless, it's hard to resist the temptation to write and think as if the current state of the world, in the early 21st century, is the inevitable outcome of the last 10,000 years of history, while in reality, of course, we have little or no idea what the world will be like even in 2075, let alone 2150. Who knows? Perhaps if our species does endure, and we one day look backwards from this as yet unknowable future, aspects of the remote past that now seem like anomalies, say, bureaucracies that work on a community scale, cities governed by neighborhood councils, systems of government where women hold a preponderance of formal positions, or forms of land management based on caretaking rather than ownership and extraction, will seem like the really significant breakthroughs, and great stone pyramids or statues more like historical curiosities. What if we were to take that approach now and look at, say, Minoan and Crete or Hopewell not as random bumps on a road that leads inexorably to states and empires, but as alternative possibilities, roads not taken? After all, those things really did exist, even if our habitual ways of looking at the past seem designed to put them at the margins rather than at the center of things. Much of this book has been devoted to recalibrating those scales, to reminding us that people did actually live in those ways, often for many centuries, even millennia. In some ways, such a perspective might seem even more tragic than our standard narrative of civilization as the inevitable fall from grace. It means we could have been living under radically different conceptions of what human society is actually about. It means that mass enslavement, genocide, prison camps, even patriarchy or regimes of wage labor never had to happen. But on the other hand, it also suggests that, even now, the possibilities for human intervention are far greater than we're inclined to think. We began this book with a quote which refers to the Greek notion of kairos as one of those occasional moments in a society's history when its frames of reference undergo a shift, a metamorphosis of the fundamental principles and symbols, when the lines between myth and history, science and magic become blurred, and, therefore, real change is possible. Philosophers sometimes like to speak of an event - a political revolution, a scientific discovery, an artistic masterpiece, that is, a breakthrough which reveals aspects of reality that had previously been unimaginable but, once seen, can never be unseen. If so, kairos is the kind of time in which events are prone to happen. Societies around the world appear to be cascading towards such a point. This is particularly true of those which, since the First World War, have been in the habit of calling themselves Western. On the one hand, fundamental breakthroughs in the physical sciences, or even artistic expression, no longer seem to occur with anything like the regularity people came to expect in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Yet at the same time, our scientific means of understanding the past, not just our species' past but that of our planet, has been advancing with dizzying speed. Scientists in 2020 are not, as readers of mid-20th century science fiction might have hoped, encountering alien civilizations in distant star systems, but they are encountering radically different forms of society under their own feet, some forgotten and newly rediscovered, others more familiar, but now understood in entirely new ways. In developing the scientific means to know our own past, we have exposed the mythical substructure of our social science - what once appeared unassailable axioms, the stable points around which our self-knowledge is organized, are scattering like mice. What is the purpose of all this new knowledge, if not to reshape our conceptions of who we are and what we might yet become? If not, in other words, to rediscover the meaning of our third basic freedom, the freedom to create new and different forms of social reality? Myth in itself is not the problem here. It shouldn't be mistaken for bad or infantile science. Just as all societies have their science, all societies have their myths. Myth is the way in which human societies give structure and meaning to experience. But the larger mythic structures of history we've been deploying for the last several centuries simply don't work anymore. They are impossible to reconcile with the evidence now before our eyes, and the structures and meanings they encourage are tawdry, shop-worn and politically disastrous. No doubt, for a while at least, very little will change. Whole fields of knowledge, not to mention university chairs and departments, scientific journals, prestigious research grants, libraries, databases, school curricula and the like, have been designed to fit the old structures and the old questions. Max Planck once remarked that new scientific truths don't replace old ones by convincing established scientists that they were wrong, they do so because proponents of the older theory eventually die, and generations that follow find the new truths and theories to be familiar, obvious even. We are optimists. We like to think it will not take that long. In fact, we have already taken a first step. We can see more clearly now what is going on when, for example, a study that is rigorous in every other respect begins from the unexamined assumption that there was some original form of human society, that its nature was fundamentally good or evil, that a time before inequality and political awareness existed, that something happened to change all this, that civilization and complexity always come at the price of human freedoms, that participatory democracy is natural in small groups but cannot possibly scale up to anything like a city or a nation-state. We know, now, that we are in the presence of evil, that a time before inequality and political awareness existed, that something happened to change all this, that civilization and complexity always come at the price of human freedoms, that participatory democracy is natural in small groups but cannot possibly scale up to anything like a city or a nation-state. We know, now, that we are in the presence of